You can ask Ailu any questions you have next time she comes," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Then Fang Cheng went to prepare lunch. While preparing lunch, Fang Cheng wondered if Qing Ning would come today. Knowing her love of food, she probably would, and might even bring her sister Ailu and the maid. After thinking about it, Fang Cheng decided to prepare more. He could store any extra in his system space, where time flow was frozen. Thinking about the money he had earned today, Fang Cheng spent some gold coins from the system to exchange for some new ingredients: magic crystal rice, wild animal meat, wild fowl meat. After Fang Cheng finished preparing all the food, the kindergarten gate bell rang in his mind. Fang Cheng stored the prepared food in his space. He placed it on the dining table as he passed by. Because it was hot outside, the children were watching cartoons in the classroom, which served as a break. Under the blazing sun, Qing Ning and her two companions were indeed waiting at the door. Compared to when he'd seen them that morning, little Isla was now wearing a green dress and a pretty little green hat to shield her head from the sun. This time, the little girl's hands were empty. She wasn't carrying the magic crystal ball. Fang Cheng opened the door, saw the three, and said, "First, come in quickly. I've been waiting for you for a long time during class. Come and eat." Qing Ning, who seemed about to say something, immediately stopped herself. "Humph, at least you have some conscience," Qing Ning muttered under her breath. Eunice was a little puzzled. Wasn't she supposed to invite this young man to the manor for dinner? Why had her mistress suddenly stopped? She kept her doubts to herself. She had a good impression of Fang Cheng and nodded slightly, saying softly, "Excuse me." Fang Cheng led the way for them. Qing Ning suddenly remembered something and said, "I'm going out for a bit. I'll go call Betty over." Then the girl quickly ran outside. Fang Cheng was momentarily impressed by Qing Ning. "Uncle Fang Cheng, I want orange juice and milk," little Isla said directly when she saw Fang Cheng look up. "Okay, call me Big Brother, I'll give you some now," Fang Cheng said, taking out a bottle of orange juice from his spatial storage. How did the little girl know? Undoubtedly, Qing Ning had told her. No wonder Qing Ning had asked him for drinks yesterday. "Big Brother." Ailu immediately called out, her voice still childish and tender, though her tone seemed slightly perfunctory. Fang Cheng didn't go back on his word. Seeing the pretty little girl reluctantly calling him that, he was quite happy and immediately gave her a bottle, and also gave one to the maid beside him. "Thank you, Mr. Fang Cheng." The woman took the bottle. "You're welcome. Eunice, open this for me." Isla looked at the bottle cap in her hand, tried a couple of times, and realized she couldn't twist it, so she said to the maid, "Ailu, give it to me." Eunice took the bottle and twisted it open for her. Little Ailu immediately started drinking, her eyes shining, her little lips pouting. Eunice, who was standing nearby, put the bottle she was holding into her storage item. Fang Cheng realized the maid probably wanted to save it for Ailu, and didn't say anything, though he was a little puzzled. Were spatial storage items common in this world? But considering the Ephidia family's wealth and power, it wasn't surprising that a head maid who was always with the young lady would possess such a storage item. "Follow me, I'll show you around. Now we'll go to the classroom and call the children to the cafeteria for lunch. They just finished class and are watching cartoons." Cartoons! Ailu, who was gulping down her orange juice, looked up at Fang Cheng's words, her eyes lighting up. "Big Brother, where are the cartoons? I want to watch cartoons." Her voice was even sweeter than before when she called him. Seeing the little girl's cleverness and intelligence, Fang Cheng said, "Your sister should have shown her to Isla yesterday, right? There will be other opportunities." Eunice watched Fang Cheng and Isla's conversation, while also observing Fang Cheng's attitude towards Ailu. She noticed that the two were getting along quite well, and little Isla seemed to have a good impression of Fang Cheng. Normally, Isla wouldn't use such a tone with strangers, she would have been impatiently ordering them around long ago. Of course, Eunice didn't know that the young man before her possessed a spirit-like constitution, which increased his affinity for beings with pure hearts. Most children are essentially pure-hearted, so they would naturally feel close to Fang Cheng. Even children who didn't like being close to him wouldn't have a bad impression of him. Fang Cheng pushed open the classroom door, and little Isla followed behind. It felt like she had arrived at the somewhat familiar big tree kindergarten that had appeared in her room the night before. Sure enough, they were playing cartoons. Seeing the story characters projected onto the virtual reality screen by the story crystal ball, Isla almost stood still. However, the ending theme song of Bear's Paradise was playing, a song the children had seen countless times, so it didn't particularly capture their attention. Seeing Fang Cheng enter, the children knew it was almost lunchtime. They naturally noticed Isla behind him, wearing a little flower hat, and their gazes drifted towards her. Ailu, however, seemed oblivious to the children's stares. The cartoon's ending theme was enough to hold her attention. The maid beside her was also drawn to the cartoon's visuals, watching it with curiosity. "Children, it's time to wash your hands and eat," Fang Cheng called out to the children. The children immediately stood up from their tables and walked towards the classroom door. Yuri stepped forward and turned off the story crystal ball, instantly extinguishing the projection and returning the classroom to its original state. Isla blinked, glanced around, and walked up to Yuri, saying urgently, "Let it out quickly, I want to see more." Yuri was taken aback, seemingly unaccustomed to such a situation. Meanwhile, Tate and Join, who had just reached the classroom door, were still filled with curiosity about Ilu. Seeing Isla commanding Yuri like that, they seemed somewhat stunned. They had never imagined a child speaking to a teacher in such a tone. "Elu, what are you doing? It's time to eat, not watch cartoons." Unexpectedly, little Leo, who had only taken 2 steps, walked straight up to Yuri and shouted at Elu. Leo's behavior surprised Fang Cheng and Yuri. "Humph, who are you to talk to me like that? I don't need you, get out of my way, I want to watch cartoons." Little Elu said angrily to Leo. "I'm not leaving. I don't care who you are, it's time to eat," Leo said. At this moment, Eunice stepped forward, seemingly trying to stop Elu's behavior. Fang Cheng stopped Eunice, saying, "Leave it to me." Eunice hesitated, then stopped in her tracks. Fang Cheng then walked up to Leo and said, "Leo, go eat. You did a great job today." Fang Cheng then said to Ilu, "Let's go eat. Big brother made lots of delicious food." As he spoke, Fang Cheng took Ilu's little hand. Little Ilu was about to get angry and talk back. Fang Cheng took off her hat, patted her head with his large hand, and simultaneously unleashed his adorable head pat. Little Ilu's anger and other negative emotions vanished instantly, and her favorability towards Fang Cheng increased by 10 points within 10 minutes. She thought this older brother smelled wonderful, even better than her father. After hearing Fang Cheng's words clearly, little Ilu blinked and looked up, saying, "Big brother, really? Let's go. You'll see when we get there." Fang Cheng smiled. "Okay. Then Ilu will eat with Big Brother first, and then watch cartoons." Hearing Ilu's words, Fang Cheng was speechless. She was actually thinking about watching cartoons. He wondered if she would still cause trouble after the adorable head pat skill wore off. Actually, Fang Cheng was initially quite angry at Ilu's attitude towards Yuri. His original plan was to leave the impolite little girl watching cartoons alone until she got hungry, then reason with her and teach her a lesson. Even if it were Eunice or Qing Ning trying to stop her, it wouldn't matter, unless Ilu refused to attend school anymore. After all, the admission regulations stated that they had to respect and agree with their teaching methods. If you didn't agree, you didn't need to come back. However, Fang Cheng then remembered that today was Ilu's 5th birthday, a fact he knew from his detection skill. And since it was Ilu's first day at kindergarten, Fang Cheng abandoned the idea. Having a soothing skill, he prioritized finding a method more acceptable to the child and protecting her mental well-being. Therefore, he used his cute head pat skill, a manifestation of his professional ethics as a teacher. Little Ilu's head was adorable and easy to touch, as was her bright green hair. She obediently followed Fang Cheng, hand in hand. Eunice, Yuri, Leo, and the other children were somewhat stunned. They hadn't expected teacher Fang Cheng's words to be so effective. Eunice gave Fang Cheng a strange look. She knew that Ilu hadn't met him before. Strictly speaking, today was only Ilu's second meeting with Fang Cheng, and they hadn't spent much time together the first time. Fang Cheng led Ilu towards the door, simultaneously taking Saya's little hand in his. He couldn't forget little Saya no matter what. Then they arrived at the dining room. Seeing the children going to wash their hands, Ilu asked, "Big brother, what are they doing?" "They're going to wash their hands. You should go with them. You need to wash your hands before eating." Ilu knows. Ilu's going to wash her hands. Little Ilu followed behind, washing her hands. At this moment, Qing Ning arrived with Betty, having climbed over the wall as before. Fang Cheng had already received a warning from the system in his mind. It seemed they were truly used to it. "Uncle Fang Cheng, good afternoon." Betty greeted Fang Cheng. "Big brother, I've washed my hands." Ilu came out of the restroom, happily telling Fang Cheng. The joy on her face made Qing Ning and Betty a little dumbfounded. Ilu, when did she become so close to Fang Cheng? They both thought simultaneously. Next came the lunchtime that the children looked forward to every day. The aroma of the food had already filled every corner of the dining room, making the children swallow hard. Fang Cheng and Yuri were serving food to the children when Eunice approached and said, "Mr. Fang Cheng, may I help you with something?" Fang Cheng was taken aback, then smiled and said, "Miss Eunice, please sit down. It's your first time here, you're a guest. How could I let you do such a thing? It's no trouble at all. My master said that if you need any help here, you can call me." "Okay, I'll ask for your help next time, Miss Eunice. Please sit down and try the food." The children were already seated and waiting. Saya and Mo Tong remained seated in their original spots. Seeing Fang Cheng getting food, Ilu went to sit with Qing Ning and Betty. After serving the children, Fang Cheng got his own food and then sat down next to Saya. Today's meals included stir-fried beef with vegetables, braised chicken legs, fruit salad, radish and vegetable soup, and magic crystal rice. With new ingredients, the children couldn't resist digging in as soon as they received their plates. Big brother, this chicken leg is so delicious. Little Saya took a bite of the chicken leg. Meanwhile, little Ailu, her mouth greasy from her food, kept watching Fang Cheng. As soon as he sat down, she stood up and, under Qing Ning's somewhat puzzled gaze, took her plate and sat down at Fang Cheng's table. The table had 4 seats. With Isla sitting down, Fang Cheng's table was now full. That jerk. Qing Ning suddenly forgot all about the food on her plate when Isla sat down. Right now, she hoped her sister would go and cause trouble for Fang Cheng, not sit with him. Even Saya wasn't lured away, but her sister had only been out calling Betty for a short while without being watched, and her sister was already half lured away. Qing Ning couldn't understand it. Her sister was always difficult to manage. Did Fang Cheng really have some kind of method or magic? Or perhaps some kind of mental hypnosis? But Isla's lively demeanor didn't seem like it. Isla sat down, drawing the attention of Saya and Emotong, who seemed confused about her purpose. Big brother, you have to let me watch cartoons after dinner. Isla said, her emerald green eyes fixed on Fang Cheng. You should eat your food first. Try what Big brother's cooking tastes like. Fang Cheng didn't explicitly agree to Isla's request, but instead tried to distract her. Big brother's cooking is so delicious. Isla blinked at Saya, then grabbed a chicken leg with her soft, white hand and started gnawing on it. Little Isla ate with her head down, completely absorbed in her food, and surprisingly didn't cause any trouble. Seeing Isla's expression, Fang Cheng smiled. To be honest, Isla's green hair and delicate, fair face were undeniably adorable. Saya. Of course, she's still not as cute as my Saya, Fang Cheng thought, shifting his gaze. As usual, Saya, Emotong, and Fang Cheng were feeding each other. Little Isla saw this and said, Big brother, I want you to feed me too. Little Isla's tone wasn't as commanding as before. Instead, she seemed to be anticipating Fang Cheng feeding her. Okay, feed Isla a bite too. She'll have to eat by herself soon. Fang Cheng picked up a piece of beef with his chopsticks and gently put it into Isla's little mouth. Little Isla obediently opened her mouth, chewed a little, and her emerald green eyes seemed to shine as she looked at Fang Cheng's face. Saya and Emotong watched Fang Cheng feed Isla without saying a word, simply observing Isla's behavior and Fang Cheng's attitude towards her. Seeing Isla being so well behaved at this moment, Fang Cheng felt a little uneasy. He checked the time, almost 10 minutes had passed, and the effect of his cute head pat skill was about to wear off. Qing Ning, who had been keeping a close eye on Fang Cheng's table, glared at Fang Cheng's retreating back upon hearing Ai Lu's words, her soft rabbit ears practically standing on end in anger. Eunice, what happened just now? Why are Ai Lu and Fang Cheng so close? Qing Ning asked, taking a bite of her chicken leg, somewhat indignantly. Eunice then told Qing Ning what had happened while Qing Ning was away. Could it be that Ai Lu was affected by just a bottle of orange juice? I treated her to 2 bottles yesterday. Qing Ning said, still feeling uncertain. However, according to Eunice's description, after she left, Ida asked Fang Cheng for orange juice, and that jerk gave it to her. Then he went into the classroom and asked Senior Yuri to play cartoons. Fang Cheng then patted Isla's head and said a few words to her. Qing Ning thought it could only be because of a bottle of orange juice that Isla acted this way. She couldn't understand how Fang Cheng's head pat could have such a magical effect. Eunice, the maid, was also a little puzzled. As the maid who often looked after Isla and was even responsible for Isla's magical knowledge and etiquette education, she naturally knew Isla's temperament very well, and still found it unbelievable. However, after tasting the lunch prepared by the kindergarten today, the taste was indeed unique and delicious. No wonder the young lady didn't go home and wanted to eat here for lunch. Eunice licked her lips slightly, suddenly remembering the bottle of orange juice Fang Cheng had given her that morning. She had put it in her spatial storage, intending to save it for Isla later. Perhaps that bottle of orange juice was really delicious, which is why Isla behaved a little better. I want to be fed. Big brother, feed me quickly. You can't feed them anymore. Suddenly, Isla's childish, angry voice rang out in the restaurant. Everyone in the restaurant was drawn to the voice and immediately turned to look. Fang Cheng was speechless. Just 10 minutes later, Ilu, unexpectedly yet predictably, started throwing a tantrum again. This little one was really bossy and willful. Little Isla stood up and angrily pointed at Fang Cheng's hand, which was feeding Saya. Saya looked at Ilu's expression and blinked. Eunice immediately stood up and walked over. Get out of here, go back to your original seat. Emotong stood up from her chair, staring coldly at Ai Lu, and said to her in a slightly gloomy tone, Who are you? You're the one who should get out of here. I don't like Big Brother sitting with you. Get out of here like a ball. Ai Lu said in a childish voice, her tone still a bit drawn out and childish. Fang Cheng could already imagine that she and Qing Ning were sisters, even their words were practically identical. But he had to admit, little Ai Lu's way of speaking was quite cute and endearing. Most importantly, Ai Lu was undeniably beautiful. Puffed. Fang Cheng couldn't help but laugh when he heard Ai Lu's angry, tiger-like expression. Mo Tong glanced up at Fang Cheng after hearing his laughter, rolled her eyes, and then suddenly sat down again, ignoring him. Ahem. Fang Cheng coughed, about to say something, when Eunice approached. I'm so sorry, Mr. Fang Cheng, for causing you and your sister trouble. I'll take Ilu outside for a bit, I'll discipline her and explain things to her, Eunice said, picking up Ilu and heading outside. Eunice, put me down. Ilu struggled as Eunice carried her. Qingning watched Eunice carry Ilu out, thought for a moment, and decided not to follow. When she was a little younger, Eunice had disciplined her a few times, though infrequently. Eunice was very lenient with them and couldn't bear to be harsh. When Qingning was 3 or 4 years old, Eunice came to Qingning's family, becoming a maid in the Ephidia family and Qingning's childhood playmate. At that time, Eunice's task was simply to stay by Qingning's side. Fang Cheng didn't stop Eunice's actions. He'd already used his cute head-patting technique on Ilu, and seeing her stubborn and obstinate demeanor, calming her down seemed impossible. He couldn't possibly feed only Ilu and Saya, as that would upset them, which was out of the question for him. Therefore, calling Ilu outside for a private discussion was the best approach. It would also calm Ilu down, divert her attention, and avoid disturbing the other's meal. Let's eat, Fang Cheng said to the two little ones. Big brother. Mo Tong ignored him without even looking up. Fang Cheng picked up a piece of meat and fed it to Mo Tong, who opened her mouth and ate it gently. Brother, did you know Ai Lu before? Saya asked. No, I didn't, Fang Cheng replied while feeding Saya. Then why did you feed Ai Lu, brother? The little one pouted. This question stumped Fang Cheng. He now knew perfectly well that Xiao She was jealous. Could he say he was captivated by Isla's looks and wanted to feed her because she was cute? Absolutely not. Mo Tong, standing nearby, looked up at Fang Cheng with amusement, as if watching a joke. Well, since this is Isla's first time eating here, as an adult and a teacher, I should help the little one. Fang Cheng explained. Of course, if She doesn't want you to feed her, then I won't, Fang Cheng said. Xiao She actually agreed with Fang Cheng. It seemed things were getting a little serious. How about you feed your big brother a bite, Saya? Fang Cheng coaxed the little one. Okay. Big brother, bite. Saya's azure eyes curved into crescents as she scooped up a spoonful of rice and fed it to Fang Cheng. Mo Tong sighed. The children who had finished eating were resting quietly in their seats, waiting. After everyone had almost finished eating, Eunice returned with Elu, giving Fang Cheng a slightly apologetic look. Little Ella followed behind Eunice without saying a word. Elu, Miss Eunice, let's eat. I've gotten you a fresh serving. After you finish eating, your teacher will treat you to orange juice. Hearing this, Isla's eyes lit up, but then she said, I'm full. Eunice gave me some. Alright, just eat your food properly. We're going for a walk now. Come join us after you finish eating, Fang Cheng said. Then Fang Cheng said to the children, let's go, kids who have finished eating, let's go for a walk with your teacher. The children immediately followed. Fang Cheng led the way, and the children followed behind. They walked to the castle gate, and after a while under the sun, the children's eyes squinted. Then they came to a row of trees. It instantly became cooler. Leo asked curiously, Teacher Fang Cheng, when are we going on an adventure in the Whispering Forest? Leo was really looking forward to it, thinking about how the trap his father had made for catching the magic-eyed rabbits could come in handy soon. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, or even the day after that. Is Ilu coming with us too? Of course. Ilu will be your classmate from now on. You all need to get along well, and tell the teacher if you have any problems, Fang Cheng said. Okay, Teacher Fang Cheng, I think Ilu is a bit annoying. Leo continued. I think Ilu is so pretty, Joni said in a childish voice. You'll get to know her better. Once you become friends, she won't be annoying anymore. If Ilu does anything bad, you can tell the teacher, but you absolutely mustn't fight, Fang Cheng said to the children. Okay, Teacher Fang Cheng, my father taught me not to hit girls, Tate said. Tate, why can't you hit girls? Is there any difference between boys and girls? My mom often beats me, Leo asked, somewhat puzzled. If she hits me, can't I hit her back? Leo continued to ask Tate. Tate stammered, then suddenly became too shy to speak. Teacher Fang Cheng, can't boys hit girls? Leo asked. Well, of course not. I mean, boys can't hit girls, and girls can't hit boys. I understand, Teacher Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng smiled, sensing that Leo would most likely be a straight man from now on. Not long after, Uni arrived with Ilu. Qing Ning and Betty followed, chatting amongst themselves. Upon arriving at this spot, they greeted Fang Cheng and sat down to rest under a tree. After coming here a few times, they now really enjoyed the environment. Sitting under the tree for shade was so comfortable. Ailu, are you full? Fang Cheng asked. I'm full. Big brother, can you put on some cartoons for me now? Sure enough, Ailu remembered that. Fang Cheng said, let's watch it tomorrow, after class and before dinner. Let's eat now and take a walk to relax. No, I want to watch it. I want to watch it. Ailu, if you keep this up, we're going home now. You can watch it yourself at home. Qing Ning said, sitting under a tree and looking up at Ailu. Fine, I'll go home. Eunice, I want to go home. Take me home quickly, Ailu said. The two sisters started sulking again. Eunice thought for a moment, realizing it wasn't good for Isla to keep throwing tantrums here, and decided to take Isla home so she could do whatever she wanted there. So Eunice said to Qing Ning, Miss, I'd like to take Isla home first. Qing Ning nodded. Eunice, thank you for your trouble. Eunice turned to Fang Cheng and said, Mr. Fang Cheng, I'm so sorry, Isla was a bit naughty. I'll take her home first. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, that's fine, Isla can stay here or go home. Our lunch break is from 12 to 2:30, and afternoon activities are from 2:30 to 3:40. Eunice nodded. Today is your birthday, isn't it? Big brother, how did you know? Ailu asked. Of course I know. Big brother will give you a birthday present. Is there anything you want? I want a big rabbit. Ailu said. Hearing this, Fang Cheng glanced at Qing Ning. Hey, what are you looking at? Qing Ning scolded, embarrassed and angry. Nothing, nothing. Fang Cheng felt he had been a bit impolite. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then suddenly took out a rabbit doll from his spatial storage, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This rabbit doll was the one Fang Cheng had bought for 20 copper coins at another stall when he and the two little ones went shopping for brooches last time. He had originally planned to give it to Yuri, but he hadn't found a suitable opportunity or a good reason. He'd give Yuri something more expensive later. The rabbit doll was fluffy, white, and very cute. Fang Cheng had seen one on Yuri's bed before. It was Saya who reminded him to buy it, saying it was for Yuri-sensei so that the rabbit on her bed wouldn't be lonely during the day. Wow! Big brother, thank you. Ailu's eyes lit up. Be good. Fang Cheng patted Ailu's hair. Big bunny. Thank you, big brother. Ailu hugged her doll happily. Then Eunice invited Fang Cheng, saying, Mr. Fang Cheng, thank you very much. By the way, my master would like to invite you to his mansion tonight for Ailu's birthday party. Thank you so much for your help to Ailu and the young lady. We hope you can come. Eunice said softly. My master said he would come to your place for tea next time. Eunice added. Fang Cheng suddenly remembered and asked in confusion, is your master Bok Aphodiah? Yes, I met Mr. Fang Cheng outside last time. Fang Cheng, who had a good memory, remembered that it was the man who had praised him when he was doing murals for the kindergarten. He seemed handsome, quite dashing. Alright then, I'll come when I have time this afternoon. I'll ask your young lady again later. Okay, then we won't disturb Mr. Fang Cheng any longer. Eunice bowed slightly. She then prepared to leave with Ailu. Big brother, you have to come to Isla's birthday party tonight. Isla said, turning back to Fang Cheng after following Eunice, her emerald green eyes still showing a hint of reluctance. Qing Ning, sitting under the tree, saw Isla's enthusiasm for Fang Cheng and pouted with a soft snort. Since little Ailu invited me, big brother will definitely come. Fang Cheng waved to little Ailu and said with a smile. To be honest, little Isla was quite cute when she wasn't throwing a tantrum. Wearing a little flower hat, with green hair falling over her shoulders, bright emerald green eyes, delicate white cheeks, and a green dress, she gave off a refreshing and lovely vibe. Fang Cheng thought that Isla would be studying here for a long time, so he should try to build a good relationship with her to prevent her from being willful and disobedient, causing him and Yuri headaches. It was rare that the children here all got along well, they were harmonious and friendly. Little Isla was delighted to hear Fang Cheng's response. Instead of speaking to him, she said to Eunice, Eunice, hurry up. I want to go back and watch cartoons. Sure enough, she still remembered wanting to watch cartoons when she was really looking forward to it. Eunice, at this moment, would grant Isla's little request, taking bigger and faster steps. Little Ailu, being led along, skipped and hopped along, her cute little flower hat bobbing on her head. Then the two of them left and disappeared from everyone's sight. The surrounding children naturally watched Ailu and Fang Cheng's movements and conversation with curiosity. Teacher Fang Cheng, what does birthday party mean? I've only heard of birthdays, Leo asked, approaching Fang Cheng with a curious look on his face, seemingly already understanding that a birthday party was probably a fun and interesting activity. A birthday party is when everyone gets together to celebrate a birthday. Seeing the children's curious gazes, Fang Cheng gave a brief explanation, not wanting to say too much and disappoint the children. Leo, how did you celebrate your birthday? Fang Cheng asked curiously. That day, Dad knitted me a straw hat, Mom bought me 2 crispy cookies, and she even boiled eggs for me. Leo's face showed happiness and joy. Teacher Fang Cheng, when we celebrate our birthdays, Dad bought us 2 dolls, little bird sisters dolls. He also bought us apples, Xiao Yin added. Teacher Fang Cheng, when I celebrated my birthday, Mom gave me a new outfit, and Dad bought me candy. Tate said. Big brother, when Saya celebrated her birthday, big sister took Saya out for grilled fish and bought her hair clips and new clothes, Saya said. The children were easily moved by the emotions of the events and expressed themselves, and Tate was noticeably more willing to express himself than before. They shared their birthday stories with each other. Fang Cheng listened, finding it quite nice. Their parents always gave them something on their birthdays. He, on the other hand, grew up in an orphanage on Blue Star and had never celebrated his own birthday, but there was an annual birthday party where every child received a small piece of cake, and they could spend a long time happily with their friends that day. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said to the children, today, Isla had her birthday, and your teacher gave her a present. You'll have the same for yours too. When it's your birthday, your teacher will prepare birthday presents for you. The children's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and they weren't so envious of the doll Fang Cheng had given Ilo earlier. Thank you, Teacher Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng then let the children play freely for a while, reminding them not to run around or go out in the sun right after eating. It's so hot, Saya, can you make an ice ball for me? Leo wiped the sweat from his face and asked Saya behind Fang Cheng. Hearing Leo's question, Fang Cheng was a little surprised, as he didn't seem to have seen Leo speak to Saya much before. Leo was probably prone to sweating and feeling hot, even after just a walk and a few words, sweat was dripping from his slightly dark face. Saya thought for a moment and nodded upon hearing Leo's question. Then, she prepared to cast the spell and chant elements adrift in time, heed my command. Ice ball. Little Saya released the magic with slight practice. As the incantation finished, a crystal clear ice element appeared directly before Leo's eyes, gathering and condensing into an ice ball. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised again. This meant that Saya's spellcasting range had increased again. She could actually release the ice ball from his palm and directly condense it in front of Leo. The ice ball paused briefly in front of Leo before falling, and Leo reached out and caught it. This action immediately caused Qing Ning and Betty, who were sitting under the ice ball tree, to widen their eyes and exchange a glance. Thank you, Saya, Leo said happily to Saya. You're welcome, Saya said. Leo looked at the ice ball in his hand, feeling the cool sensation it brought him in the hot midday heat. He even stuck out his tongue and licked it. So refreshing. Teacher Fang Cheng, wouldn't it taste even better if we sprinkled some sugar on it? Leo asked. Of course it would taste better. Fang Cheng laughed, knowing that Leo just wanted something like ice cream. After all, every child thinks sugar is delicious. Seeing Saya conjure an ice puck for Leo with magic, the other children came up to her, saying, Saya, I want an ice puck too. Can you conjure one for me? Saya, I want one too. Saya, can you conjure an ice puck for me? Okay, wait a minute, I'll conjure them one by one. Saya blinked and whispered. She was happy to help them, her bright blue eyes shining with joy, no longer as shy as before. Johnny, this is for you. Saya handed it to her. Thank you, Saya. Joni happily accepted the ice puck, thanking her in a sweet, childlike voice. Joian, this is for you. Tate, here you go. One by one, Saya successfully conjured ice pucks. Qing Ning and Betty were increasingly astonished. Saya's magical talent is that amazing? This is enough to certify her as a beginner magician, Betty exclaimed in shock. A 5-year-old novice mage? Betty had never heard of such a thing before. At this moment, Qing Ning thought for a moment and said, it might be because of some rare ice elemental magic item. What kind of item could have such an effect? Betty agreed with this idea. After all, it was the middle of summer, where could she find any ice elemental magic? I don't know either. But this item must be really powerful, Betty. You know, Saya is the princess's sister, Qing Ning suddenly whispered. Ha! Betty was taken aback for a moment, then realized, is it Princess Stern, whom we used to hear about at school? Qing Ning nodded and said, my father told me yesterday. Then Saya is a princess too. Betty understood a little. No wonder Saya's magical talent was so good, it was normal for her to have such a powerful magical item. She just couldn't understand why Saya wasn't in the royal city, but in this rather remote city of Soto. The other children received ice hockey pucks and began to explore how to play with them. Some children even applied ice hockey pucks to their faces. One child held up the ice hockey puck to the sunlight, watching it shimmer beautifully in the light. As the heat and sunlight transferred heat, a drop of ice water melted from the puck, almost dripping down. Little Joni stuck out her tongue, caught the drop, and smacked her lips. Teacher Fang Cheng, can I break this ice hockey puck? I want to eat a piece of ice. Go ahead, play however you like, as long as you don't bother anyone else, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children tried to explore more ways to play with the ice hockey puck. Not long after, Leo broke the ice hockey puck in his hand and tasted a piece of ice. Tate and Leo started playing a game of rolling the ice hockey puck that Tate had just been holding on the grass. They didn't know what rules they had made up, but later, they even ate the ice chunks that Leo had broken. Perhaps this is the kind of game and joy that belongs to children. Sister Mo Tong, Saya will conjure 2 ice hockey pucks for you too. Saya, having finished conjuring ice hockey pucks for the children, wasn't tired at all and came to Mo Tong, saying this. Mo Tong smiled and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Saya." Then Saya conjured 2 ice hockey pucks for Mo Tong. Mo Tong took them, holding the 2 ice hockey pucks in her hands, feeling their coolness, lost in thought. Sister Mo Tong, are you cool? Little Saya's azure eyes curved into crescent moons. Yes. Cool. Love love. Seeing the children playing harmoniously, Fang Cheng smiled and glanced around. Qing Ning and Betty were chatting. Saya, Mo Tong, you two go play for a while. I'm going to chat with Qing Ning and the others and ask about AI Lu, Fang Cheng said to the 2 little ones. Okay, big brother. Mo Tong, let's go sit on the swings for a bit. Remembering the birthday party AI Lu and Eunice had mentioned, Fang Cheng walked over to the tree where Qing Ning and Betty were resting and sat down. Fang Cheng leaned comfortably against the tree, slightly touching Qing Ning's shoulder. Qing Ning glared at him before looking away, shifting her body slightly awkwardly towards Betty. Hey, what are you doing sitting here? Qing Ning said, looking at the children playing on the grass ahead with a displeased expression. Fang Cheng glanced at Qing Ning. The girl sat on the grass, hugging her knees, no more than 20 centimeters away from him. She smelled faintly of fresh grass and wildflowers, a youthful yet vibrant scent. This was the first time Fang Cheng had been so close to Qing Ning. His gaze naturally and involuntarily drifted to her long, soft rabbit ears, which seemed to sway slightly. The outside of those adorable ears was fluffy, the inside pink. He wondered if her ears were hot in this weather. Her long, curved eyelashes fluttered, her nose was delicate and slightly upturned, her skin smooth and white, and her eyes indigo blue. She was undeniably beautiful, truly deserving of the title of a rich and beautiful young lady from another world, fair-skinned, beautiful, and wealthy. However, the things she said always made people want to tease her, though most people wouldn't dare. This is my territory, why can't I sit here? Fang Cheng smiled. You, don't get so close to me. I don't like you, you jerk. Qing Ning said haughtily. I do like you, though. Noticing the girl's unease, Fang Cheng moved slightly to the side, distancing himself from her. You jerk, I won't be fooled by you. Qing Ning said, embarrassed and angry. And you, what did you do to Isla that made her listen to you so easily? Want to know? Let me pat your head and I'll find out. Fang Cheng said sincerely. Jerk, do you think I'm some kind of easily fooled child? Betty, let's switch seats. With that, the girl got up and sat on Betty's other side. That's a bit of a pity, I meant it. Fang Cheng said with a hint of regret. Uncle Fang Cheng, stop teasing Qing Ning. Betty sat beside her, a smile on her face, and said with amusement. Betty, you don't believe me either? Fang Cheng stroked his chin, looking at Betty beside him with a worried expression. Well, no, I trust Uncle Fang Cheng completely. Betty paused, glanced at Saya and the others, and said with a cheerful smile, her voice clear and melodious. Then, would you like to experience Uncle Fang Cheng's head pat? Fang Cheng asked, looking at the girl beside him in loose white clothes, who beamed with a smile. Well, okay, Uncle Fang Cheng. The girl paused, her clear, gray-brown eyes blinking slightly, then she smiled again and leaned her head closer to Fang Cheng. Betty, what are you doing? Qing Ning pouted, somewhat displeased. Fang Cheng was taken aback, not expecting the girl to actually bend her head and lean closer to him. Meanwhile, He, swinging on the swing, glanced at Fang Cheng, who was reaching out to touch Betty's head, looked down at her own small, delicate feet, sighed inwardly, and her gaze was somewhat melancholy. Looking at the girl's head turned towards him, Fang Cheng could sense that she seemed a little nervous. Her delicate, translucent ears were half red, and her neatly styled hair fell in a cascade, exuding a youthful fragrance. This fragrance was different from Qing Ning's, it was like the subtle scent of sunflower milk bathed in moonlight, light and refreshing, containing the girl's gentleness and vitality. Fang Cheng thought for a moment. Since the girl had mustered the courage to let him touch her, he couldn't refuse and disappoint her, lest Betty think he didn't like her. Fang Cheng opened his hand and gently placed it on the girl's head. The moment his hand touched her head, he could feel her head stiffen slightly with nervousness. She's so shy. This is nothing like the youthful, lively, and outgoing girl she usually appears to be, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Fang Cheng silently activated the skill, cute head pat. As soon as the skill was released, he felt the girl's body instantly relax, becoming soft and yielding. The girl's head was warm, her hair soft and pleasant to touch. Fang Cheng paused, looking up at Qing Ning, who was glaring at him fiercely as if she wanted to devour him. His hand lingered on Betty's head for 2 seconds before he released it. Although Fang Cheng wasn't afraid of Qing Ning's gaze, it was still best to be discreet about touching a girl's head in front of many children, and the touch shouldn't be too long. While Betty nervously awaited Fang Cheng's touch, she felt no discomfort as his large hand rested on her head. On the contrary, it felt quite comfortable. The young man's hand wasn't as rough as her father's when he used to touch her head, but it possessed a similar quality, a sense of acceptance and a special strength that dispelled the hidden burdens and pressures in Betty's heart. As Fang Cheng removed his hand, Betty felt a slight sense of loss, as if the time had passed too quickly. "Thank you, Uncle Fang Cheng," Betty said softly, smiling at him. Betty smiled sweetly, her cool eyes appearing even brighter in the shade, the shadows of leaves faintly visible beneath them. "You're welcome." Fang Cheng smiled gently. Qing Ning, standing beside Betty, glared at Fang Cheng upon seeing Betty's expression, then grabbed Betty's hand and pulled her closer, saying to Fang Cheng, "You jerk, Betty's mine. You better keep your word and don't even think about touching my Betty. You said last time you'd only bother with me, not Betty." "Qing Ning, what are you saying?" Betty shook Qing Ning's hand, a blush creeping onto her face. Before, when she heard those words, Betty wouldn't have thought anything of it. "Oh? So, if Betty can let me pat her head, can you?" Fang Cheng teased, looking at Qing Ning. "You jerk, why should I let you pat my head?" "Then I won't. Anyway, Betty lets me pat her head, right, Betty?" "Uncle Fang Cheng." Betty blushed slightly. You jerk, I'll let you touch her head once, but you're not allowed to make another move on Betty." With that, Qing Ning seemed to have given up, getting up and sitting down between Fang Cheng and Betty. "Go ahead and touch it." "Fine, I don't like forcing people." Fang Cheng looked at Qing Ning's ear and really had the urge to pat it. But he'd already used up his daily chance for the cute head pat skill. If he didn't use the skill and just touched it directly, Fang Cheng was afraid he'd actually get hit. You said it yourself, I gave you a chance, but you're not allowed to make another move on Betty." "I didn't, I was just patting my niece's head." "Are you young and full of youthful fantasies, getting all worked up?" Fang Cheng looked speechless. Love. Mind your own business," Qing Ning said, slightly embarrassed and angry, gently shaking the shoulder next to Fang Cheng and squeezing closer to Betty. Fang Cheng fell silent, his gaze shifting to observe the children playing. Little Saya and little Motong were talking, their eyes seemingly fixed on them. He wondered what the two sisters were discussing. Perhaps when they grow up, they'll have a close, sisterly bond like Qing Ning and Betty. Little Chiao Ni and little Chiao Yin were squatting against a wall, looking through the ice puck at a flower growing in the corner. Finally, seeing Fang Cheng suddenly quiet, Qing Ning couldn't help but speak. "Eunice must have told you earlier that it's Isla's birthday party tonight. They hope you can come. My father said he wants to thank you, and there's a surprise you'll see." "A surprise or not doesn't matter, as long as it's not a shock. I'll naturally keep my promise to Ilu," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "When did you and Isla become so close?" Qing Ning asked suspiciously, her teeth clenched. "I just don't lie to children," Fang Cheng said. "You mean you lie to adults? I knew you were lying to me. What did I lie to you about?" "I don't think I lied to you, did I?" Fang Cheng thought carefully, somewhat puzzled. "You cheated me out of my money." "Ahem, don't slander me. Our transactions have always been fair and square, with clear prices and mutual consent." "Saying it like that makes no sense. Who would dare do business with you in the future?" Fang Cheng said, pursing his lips. "Anyway, you lied to me. If you dare to make a move on Betty, you're finished," Qing Ning said angrily. Fang Cheng was a little confused by the girl's train of thought. How could she bring up Betty like this? Did he really look like someone who would make a move on Betty? "Betty, don't be so sensitive. Betty is my niece, my brother Red's daughter. I only have the concern of an elder for her. But then again, on this point, I agree with you, Qing Ning. I won't allow anyone to have any ill intentions towards Betty. My niece will definitely be with a man who treats her well and whom she loves." Fang Cheng patted his chest, emphasizing the word man. Qing Ning glared at Fang Cheng, her expression slightly unnatural, and snorted, "You don't need to worry about that. I'll keep an eye on things. Don't forget you and Betty haven't known each other long. Who knows what you're up to? Let's go, Betty, let's go back to school." With that, Qing Ning stood up abruptly, grabbed the slightly bewildered Betty, and left, as if afraid Fang Cheng would steal her friend away. Fang Cheng shook his head. "Fang Cheng, when it's time, Eunice will come to pick you up. Don't change your mind at the last minute, okay? Remember to bring Saya and Mo Tong." Qing Ning stood on the grass, her words attracting the children's attention. The children looked at Saya and Mo Tong with envy and longing, their voices undisguised. As the children played, they naturally listened intently to the sounds around them that piqued their interest. They understood that the beautiful older sister was Isla's sister, and that she had invited teacher Fang Cheng and the others to Isla's birthday party. They were also curious and wanted to go, wondering how Isla's birthday celebration would be, and whether Saya and Mo Tong would be there too, and if there would be lots of delicious food and fun activities. However, they knew they couldn't make requests casually, as teacher Yuri would have to take them home after class in the afternoon. Just then, Yuri finished cleaning up the dining room and came over. She greeted Qing Ning and Betty, who were standing up as if about to leave together. Qing Ning's eyes lit up when she saw Yuri, and she said to her, "Senior Yuri, please come to my house with Fang Cheng tonight for Isla's birthday party. I'll need you to keep a close eye on Isla from now on." Qing Ning then picked up Yuri and shook her arm. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Qing Ning, but I have to take the children home after school this afternoon." "It's alright, come back after you've taken them home. They can stay with us tonight, okay, Senior Yuli." Fang Cheng. Something's not right with Qing Ning, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Qing Ning felt an immediate liking for Yuli, her senior. Although they hadn't known each other well, she always felt like Yuli was a real older sister, very caring towards the children, and her temperament was somewhat like Eunice's, gentle and caring. Qing Ning used to often act coquettishly towards Eunice, and Yuli and Eunice's names were somewhat similar. "Well, I shouldn't bother you any longer. I have to cultivate tonight. I'm entering a crucial period of cultivation recently, and I have to come to kindergarten with the children early tomorrow morning." Yuli smiled gently, responding to Qing Ning's coquettish attitude with a gentle smile. What kind of principal is Fang Cheng? He makes sure all the troublesome and tiring work is done by you, Senior Yuli. Qing Ning said angrily, glaring at Fang Cheng again. Yuli frowned slightly, about to say something, when she heard Fang Cheng's voice. "Since Miss Qing Ning is so kind to invite us, let's go together." Fang Cheng walked over. "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Qing Ning." Yuli bowed slightly in thanks, her face relaxing and her warm smile returning. Since the principal had spoken, he must have his reasons. Yuli just needed to do as Fang Cheng said. Seeing Yuli defending Fang Cheng and being so obedient to him, Qing Ning felt a little uncomfortable. "By the way, Qing Ning, is it alright if I bring those children to Isla's birthday party?" Since it's Isla's birthday party, it's naturally for the children, so bringing her classmates along to make it more lively shouldn't be a problem, right? Fang Cheng said. Qing Ning thought for a moment, noticing the expectant looks in the children's eyes ever since Fang Cheng asked to bring them along, then nodded and said, "Alright then, but you have to keep an eye on them. What if it's because of them?" "Of course, they're very obedient," Fang Cheng smiled. "Will you all follow the rules at Isla's birthday party?" Fang Cheng asked the children, whose eyes had already gathered around them. "Yes." The children shouted in unison, their voices enthusiastic. "Then we'll be going now, see you tonight," Qing Ning said, then pulled Betty away. "Uncle Fang Cheng, thank you, see you tonight," Betty said cheerfully to Fang Cheng, her little face flushed, perhaps from the heat. Hearing Betty's words, Qing Ning pulled Betty away even faster, leaving Fang Cheng with a seemingly resentful back view. As the two disappeared, Tate stepped forward somewhat nervously and asked, "Teacher Fang Cheng, we're going to Isla's birthday party tonight. If we get home late, our mothers will worry." As soon as Tate finished speaking, the other children seemed to realize something and looked at Fang Cheng with their little eyes. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I don't want to go home. Can I stay at kindergarten tonight?" Leo asked excitedly, his voice surprisingly free of any desire to go home. "You have to admit, this little guy is quite carefree." Tate, hearing Leo's words, looked both worried and hopeful. The other children were the same. It was clear they wanted to try staying overnight at the kindergarten, but they missed home and were worried about their families worrying. "Teacher Fang Cheng, if you go home late tonight, your dad will worry," Xiao Yin said. "Yes, teacher understands. I'll be going out this afternoon and will talk to your parents." "But Teacher Fang Cheng, my dad won't be home this afternoon. He went out to earn money," Xiao Yin said hesitantly. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and patiently said, "It's okay, your dad can read, right?" "Yes, my dad can read." "Teacher Fang Cheng, my mom can read too. She teaches me to read at home," Tate said. "My mom can read too. She knows my name." Leo chimed in eagerly, his face flushing slightly. Fang Cheng was somewhat helpless. However, he still said, "I'll go to your homes this afternoon. If any child's father or mother is home, I'll tell them to inform your parents that you might be at kindergarten tonight. If no one is home, the teacher will leave a note on your door explaining the situation, okay?" Hearing Fang Cheng's words, all the children nodded in unison and shouted, "Okay." The worry in the little one's eyes disappeared. "Teacher Fang Cheng, you're so smart," little Qiao Ni said in her childish voice. "You're all smart too." Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Alright, it's almost break time. You should go for your afternoon nap. I won't have Teacher Yuli supervise you today. You can go by yourselves and see which child is more self-disciplined. If Teacher Yuli and I come to check later and find any little ones still talking and playing in the dormitory instead of lying down obediently to sleep, then the teacher doesn't want to invite them to the birthday party tonight," Fang Cheng said. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I'll be good," little Qiao Ni said slowly, her voice still sweet and childlike. Now, Xiao Ni was very obedient to Fang Cheng, responding to every word he said. "Okay, Teacher Fang Cheng." Leo said, then dashed off into the castle, determined to be first in the afternoon nap. Seeing Leo run off, the other children were spurred on and started running towards the castle themselves. That's how children play, even without a competition, it always starts naturally. At this moment, Yuri gently called out to the children, remember to wash your hands, go to the toilet before going into the dormitory. Okay, teacher Yuri. The children replied as they ran. Mo Tong and Sheye followed Fang Cheng. They didn't want to go to the dormitory to rest, and Fang Cheng didn't insist. After all, if Seo and Mo Tong went to sleep in the dormitory, how would Fang Cheng fall asleep during his lunch break? He wouldn't be able to sleep at all. In this sweltering weather, Seo's necklace's cooling effect made the temperature between her and Mo Tong's perfectly balanced, very comfortable, even though the children's dormitory had air conditioning. Headmistress, what should we prepare for Isla's birthday party at Miss Ching Ning's house tonight? Yuri asked with some concern. No need to prepare anything, just showing up is enough, Fang Cheng said with a smile. What's wrong, Yuri? Yuri shook her head. Do you know the Ephidiah family? Yuri nodded and said, the Ephidiah family is the most powerful family in Soto City. Almost everyone in Soto City has heard of them. I heard about Miss Ching Ning when I was studying at the Magic Academy, and I even saw her once a few years ago. It seems Miss Ching Ning has changed quite a bit. She's not as arrogant and unapproachable as I'd heard, Yuri said gently. The most powerful family? It seems Ching Ning is much richer than I imagined. Fang Cheng muttered to himself, stroking his chin. By the way, Yuri, I have to go out this afternoon. The kindergarten is in your care this afternoon. Organize the children's classes, or let them play on their own. You can stay here tonight, and watch over the children, Fang Cheng said after thinking for a moment. Yuri nodded, feeling a little excited and happy inside. Realizing her emotions, Yuri's ears turned red. Although the headmistress said the reason for staying here tonight was to watch over the children, the thought of spending the night here made her quite happy. By the way, Yuri, is there anything you need to buy? I can get it for you this afternoon. Thank you, headmistress, but I can't think of anything I need right now. Yuri shook her head. Alright, I'm planning to take the children to the Whispering Forest tomorrow or the day after to complete the task I assigned them, so I'm going to familiarize myself with the area this afternoon. Then, headmistress, please be careful. It's best not to go too deep into the forest. I heard that the Wind Wolf King appears deep within the Whispering Forest. Yuri said with slight concern. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll be careful. Fang Cheng smiled. The two little ones followed Fang Cheng quietly, listening intently to his conversation with Yuri, knowing that their brother was going to the Whispering Forest that afternoon. Will Big Brother take me this afternoon? What about school? The little one wondered. Thinking about going out in the afternoon, Fang Cheng remembered the little lizard. Let's go see Little Lizard. Has Little Lizard been causing trouble? Fang Cheng asked Yuri. Yes, Little Lizard is very intelligent and perceptive. It understands most of what we say, and it stays quietly in the yard at night. Yuri smiled as she spoke of Little Lizard, clearly quite pleased with the lizard horse beast. Really? That's good. I also think that lizard horse beast is quite clever. Saya named it Little Lizard. Fang Cheng said. Saya's name is very cute. Yuri smiled at Saya beside Fang Cheng. He. The little guy smiled shyly. Now, every day when I take the children home, they don't want to leave. They want to come to my house first and play with Little Lizard for a while. I'm also worried that Little Lizard might be bored and lonely. Yuri said. Fang Cheng nodded after listening and said, Yuri, you're so thoughtful. You've considered everything. Not at all, the little lizard is really obedient and docile. The children are gradually getting used to it, and the little lizard likes to play with them. Yuri said. Hearing Yuri's words, Fang Cheng thought to himself that he might be able to exchange for some items in the system to awaken the lizard horse bloodline evolution later. After all, it had worked hard picking up and dropping off the kindergarten children. Moreover, evolution would also increase its strength, making it safer when picking up and dropping off the children. Then the group arrived at the site of the castle, at the area specifically for the lizard horse to rest. It was originally a planting area for the kindergarten, but Fang Cheng hadn't bothered to grow anything there, so he simply used it as the little lizard's resting place. At this moment, the lizard horse was lying lazily and somewhat listlessly on the grass. In front of it were a few fruits, and next to the fruits were the fruit pits left over from the little lizard's eating. Seemingly hearing Fang Cheng and his group's movements, the lizard horse raised its head. Seeing them, it let out two soft, joyful cries, its tail wagging excitedly. Little lizard, Seo said, patting the lizard horse's head. The little lizard carefully positioned its head in front of Saya, seemingly aware of its large size compared to the cute and approachable little girl before it, and worried that its movements might accidentally hurt her. The little lizard let Saya's hand stroke its head, its large eyes full of affection. Big brother, haven't you finished your fruit yet? Don't you like this fruit? Saya asked, seeing the fruit on the grass. The little lizard chirped and shook its head. It even lowered its head and carefully picked up a piece of fruit, holding it out to Saya. "Big brother, the little lizard wants to give me the fruit," Saya said with delight. That means the little lizard really likes Saya, and considers her a good friend. Fang Cheng said with a smile, watching this scene. Fang Cheng chuckled at the fruit pits scattered on the grass. The little lizard used to eat fruit whole, never spitting out the pits. Perhaps it was bored being alone, and its fruit-eating habits had become increasingly refined. Yuri, seeing the little lizard offering fruit, remarked, "When we got home, the children would eagerly look at the fruit you prepared for the little lizard, and it would give them some too." "Really, little lizard? You're so kind." Fang Cheng went over and patted the little lizard's head. The little lizard was naturally affectionate towards Fang Cheng, its owner, and happily rubbed against his palm. "Alright, I know you're smart. As a reward, you can play freely at the kindergarten from now on. You can go anywhere and play with the children, okay?" Fang Cheng smiled. The little lizard understood Fang Cheng's meaning and wagged its tail even more enthusiastically. It even picked up a bright red snake fruit from the grass and held it out to Fang Cheng, its meaning clear. Fang Cheng took the drool-covered snake fruit and explained the rules for playing at kindergarten to the little lizard. At least, Oli Gay's dad can't be seen at kindergarten. Yuli couldn't help but smile as she watched Fang Cheng explain, gesturing anxiously to make sure the little lizard didn't understand. Little Mo Tong noticed this, glanced at Yuli, pursed her lips, and then fixed her gaze on Fang Cheng, refusing to look away. Then Fang Cheng said to the little lizard, "Rest a bit more. This afternoon, I need you to take me out." "Oh," the little lizard meowed softly, wagging its tail to indicate it understood. "See you this afternoon, little lizard." "Rest well here." Xiao Shay patted the little lizard's head. The little lizard nodded obediently, like a human. "Big brother, can I conjure a few more ice balls for the little lizard to play with?" "Of course." Fang Cheng nodded in agreement. Then, Xiao Shay skillfully cast 3 ice ball spells. The ice balls landed next to the little lizard's body. The little lizard was very happy to receive the ice balls and licked them with its tongue. "Let's go, let's see if those little devils are behaving themselves," Fang Cheng said to Yuri beside him. They're more obedient than before, much more so," Yuri said. "Big brother, why do you call Leo and the others little devils?" Shay looked up and asked curiously. "Well, little devil is an affectionate term for a child, usually used to describe a mischievous one," Fang Cheng said. "Big brother, is Saya a little devil too?" "Yes, Saya is a cute little devil." Fang Cheng gently pinched Saya's cheek and smiled. He. The group entered the castle. Approaching the bedroom, Fang Cheng deliberately slowed his pace, leading the others to walk cautiously as well. Fang Cheng gently opened the bedroom door. He could see Leo close his eyes the instant the door opened. Fang Cheng entered the bedroom and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the children seemingly trying to close their eyes tightly, pretending to be asleep. He tucked the blankets around little Qiao Ni and Qiao Yin. The bedroom had air conditioning, so a light blanket was still necessary. After saying goodbye to Yuri, Fang Cheng left with little Saya and little Mo Tong. They arrived at the bedroom in the small building. Fang Cheng lay on the bed, the 2 little ones beside him. "Big brother, shall we go to the Whispering Forest this afternoon, Saya?" Saya asked. "Saya, why don't you stay at kindergarten?" "I'll just go this afternoon and be right back," Fang Cheng said after thinking for a moment. "But, Saya wants to stay with Big brother. I want to go to the Whispering Forest with Big brother," little Mo Tong suddenly said, her tone slightly resolute. "Alright, you can both go. Big brother wants to be with you both too, but I'm afraid it might be dangerous in the Whispering Forest, and I won't be able to protect you." "It's okay, Big brother, I'll protect Saya." Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Mo Tong said softly, her tone less forceful than before. But when it came to protecting Saya, little Mo Tong's tone revealed a hint of confidence. "Alright, then you can both go. I know you're a smart little devil, okay?" Fang Cheng smiled and pinched Mo Tong's soft cheek. Mo Tong tilted her head haughtily and pouted slightly. "Big brother, Saya will definitely be good and won't run around." "Thank you, Sister Mo Tong," Saya said happily. Then, little Saya closed her eyes and earnestly began reciting the incantation for a children's magic meditation. "Saya, why did you suddenly start meditating?" Fang Cheng asked, amused. Mo Tong, standing beside her, also looked at Saya with a smile. "Saya wants to cultivate quickly and become stronger so that when we go adventuring in the Whispering Forest this afternoon, she can be stronger and help you more, Big brother." Saya opened her eyes and looked at Fang Cheng. "It's okay, Big brother is very strong. There won't be any danger this time, don't worry." Fang Cheng ruffled Saya's hair. "Alright, let's rest first. Wake me up around this time this afternoon." "Okay, Big brother. Not too early, not too late." Fang Cheng teased little Saya with a smile. Little Saya tilted her head, her beautiful eyes full of questions. Big brother, we don't have a clock in our room. Then when we count sheep to 100, we'll get up. Okay, big brother. Emo Tong, who was standing nearby, thought about it seriously for a moment. She realized that 100 didn't seem like much time. Seeing the smile on Fang Cheng's face, she understood. Her brother couldn't resist teasing even Saya now. Emo Tong lay down, somewhat speechless, and pulled the blanket over herself. 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 sheep. Little Saya had already started counting. Alright, let's rest and count at the same time. Fang Cheng said to little Saya. Little Saya lay down, earnestly counting sheep. 6 sheep, 7 sheep. Fang Cheng lay down, his right hand supporting little Saya's head, his left hand stroking Emo Tong's head, and slowly closed his eyes. Little Saya snuggled close to Fang Cheng, hugging his chest, and continued softly counting sheep. 11 sheep, 12 sheep. Little Saya's soft, childlike voice lulled Fang Cheng into a feeling of being soothed to sleep. Fang Cheng wanted this feeling, so he had the system, Xiao Ling, set an alarm to wake him up in an hour and a half. Master, Xiao Ling has already set it up for you. For some reason, Fang Cheng detected a hint of disdain in Xiao Ling's tone. So Fang Cheng said, next time, count sheep for me. Xiao Ling didn't reply, and seemed to have gone off to do something else. Having had the system for some time now, Fang Cheng felt that Xiao Ling, who had initially introduced herself as the system's voice assistant, was definitely more than just a voice assistant. She had her own thoughts. For example, now that he had asked Xiao Ling to count sheep to lull him to sleep, she was completely ignoring him. He wondered what Xiao Ling looked like. 53 sheep, 54 sheep. Xiao She, holding Fang Cheng, lay quietly counting sheep, slowly closing her eyes, her voice growing weaker and weaker until it was just a faint whisper. It seemed she was almost falling asleep counting herself. Brother, Saya is so sleepy counting sheep. Go to sleep if you're sleepy. Brother will wake up at the right time. Fang Cheng said softly, his eyes half closed. He was now enjoying the sleepiness that Saya's soft sheep counting voice had been soothing. Brother. Good afternoon. Saya baby, good afternoon. Emo Tong baby, good afternoon. Fang Cheng turned his head and gently ruffled Emo Tong's hair. Emo Tong. Master, wake up. Xiao Ling's voice rang out loudly in Fang Cheng's mind, then disappeared. Fang Cheng was somewhat prepared, but he was still startled and opened his eyes wide. He called out to Xiao Ling in his mind, but there was no response. Xiao Ling, open the system shop for me. The shop page opened successfully. Little Ling, what items do you think I should exchange for in the Whispering Forest to maximize the children's safety? Fang Cheng suddenly asked. Master, look at these. Little Ling suddenly appeared again. Looking at the item panel that appeared before him, Fang Cheng was too lazy to tease Little Ling anymore. Small Ice Shield Barrier, 50 exchange points. Small Earth Shield Barrier, 50 exchange points. Small Water Shield Barrier, 50 exchange points. Small Fire Release Barrier, 50 exchange points. Small Magic Shield Barrier, 100 exchange points. Elemental Spirits Protection, 100 exchange points. Guardian of the Worlds Will, 1 million exchange points. Was the last one for real? 1,000,000 exchange points. Fang Cheng was stunned. The most valuable legendary forbidden spell he had ever seen before was only 10,000 exchange points. Fang Cheng looked at the skill description. It was only a short line. Guardian of the World's Will, under the protection of the World's Will, nothing can harm you. Upon seeing this description, Fang Cheng honestly wished he could immediately exchange for one and attach it to the sleeping, adorable Saya beside him. 1 million exchange points, that's equivalent to 100 forbidden spells. With 1 million exchange points, he'd be practically invincible. Seeing this number, Fang Cheng felt that earning 10 or 100 exchange points every day was really uninspiring. He could only look at other skills. Like the shield barrier, 50 exchange points, their functions were all similar, just different elemental shields. For example, Small Ice Shield Barrier, when cast on a target, creates a small circular ice elemental shield around the target, resisting a certain degree of physical and magical attacks. 50 exchange points, the skill description looked alright, it's a third-tier intermediate spell, consuming 100 mana points. Elemental Spirits Protection, this skill can only be used on infants, and each infant can only use it once per day, lasting 10 hours. Infants protected by elemental spirits will not be actively attacked by magical beasts. When damaged, there's a small chance that the elemental spirit will form an elemental shield to absorb the damage. Note, this skill's effect is useless against evil spirits. Each use consumes 100 mana points. After thinking about it, Fang Cheng exchanged 4 elemental spirits protection. This skill was quite strong. It prevented active attacks from magical beasts, which meant it could be passively attacked. As for the elemental shield barrier skill, he'd wait until they reached the Whispering Forest to see what the situation was like and choose the appropriate elemental shield barrier. After all, while different elemental shield barriers all have defensive capabilities, their effects are bound to differ. For example, Fang Cheng guessed that the Earth shield barrier, when used, would create a shield similar to a more advanced earthen wall, likely obscuring the view outside. Ice and water shields, however, are different, they are transparent. Having exchanged for the elemental spirit's protection skill, Fang Cheng immediately used it on the two little ones, but didn't notice any significant reaction. However, Fang Cheng naturally trusted the system's abilities. Fang Cheng woke up the two little ones. Xiao Motong quietly got up. It was unclear whether the little one had been sleeping or secretly meditating. Big brother, is it time to get up? Xiao Shay rubbed her eyes upon hearing Fang Cheng's call. Yes, we need to get ready to leave. Fang Cheng replied. Shay is ready. Hearing that they were leaving, the little one perked up, her sleepy eyes clearing up. Alright, go wash your face first. Shay nodded obediently. After washing her face with the two little ones, she felt more energetic. Big brother, are Qiao Yin and the others still not up? Yes, that's right. Does Shay want to sleep more? No, Shay has slept enough, the little one said quickly, seemingly afraid that Fang Cheng would let her continue sleeping and not take her out. Fang Cheng gently stroked the little one's soft, silver hair as he walked. He quietly approached the castle's bedroom, softly opened the door, and saw Yuri meditating. The children were all fast asleep. Sensing the slight movement, Yuri opened her eyes, saw Fang Cheng, and prepared to put on her shoes and come over. Fang Cheng gestured for her to leave, indicating she didn't need to come. Yuri, however, approached and softly asked, Headmistress, be careful in the Whispering Forest. Also, be wary of adventurers exploring there. Some are unscrupulous and specialize in robbing people on the road, especially since it's outside the city. I understand, Yuri, thank you. Fang Cheng said cautiously. Saya, are Mo Tong and the others going too? Yeah, it's alright. Yuri nodded, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, I'll be back before 6 this afternoon. If Eunice comes, just tell her. You can take the children first, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Okay, be careful on the road. We'll wait for you to come back, Yuri added. Fang Cheng led the two little ones away. They found the lizard horse, which was dozing under a tree, with a few pieces of fruit still in front of it. Seeing Fang Cheng, it opened its big eyes and gave a cheerful hum. Come on, little lizard, go get your carriage. Fang Cheng called out. What the little lizard chirped, got up, wagged its tail, and waddled over to pull its carriage. After the three of them got in, Fang Cheng drove the carriage out of the kindergarten gate. He checked the system time, it was around 1:30 p.m. The sunlight shone directly on the blue stone pavement, making it feel scorching hot. Fang Cheng sat in the driver's seat. The two little ones sat beside him, unwilling to sit in the carriage. Although Xiao Shay's air conditioning function made it relatively comfortable in the sweltering summer heat, the intense sunlight still made them involuntarily squint. Big brother, the sun is so bright. Shay doesn't dare to look up. You can't look directly at the sun, or you'll damage your eyes. Fang Cheng said to Xiao Shay, pulling on the carriage's tow rope and controlling the direction. Okay, big brother. If you feel a little uncomfortable, would you like to sit in the back carriage? It'll be cooler there. No, Saya wants to stay with her brother. Knowing it was useless to say anything, Fang Cheng opened the system shop and asked Xiao Ling if they had any hats for children. Instantly, many adorable hats appeared on the panel. As expected, they had everything for children. There were cute blue hats with water element slime patterns, green hats with grass element slime patterns, and various other patterns, cartoon animal patterns, monster patterns, and more. You could choose the pattern yourself, and change the style as you pleased. The price was ultimately determined by the material. Prices ranged from 1 gold coin to 100 exchange points, and over 1,000 exchange points. The hat, costing 100 exchange points, is technically a magical protective item, but its design can be customized, and it's made of extremely precious phoenix feathers with exceptionally high magic resistance. Finally, Fang Cheng thought for a moment and spent 2 gold coins to exchange for a cute straw hat with an ice slime pattern and a straw hat with a fire slime pattern for the two little ones. After all, straw hats offer decent sun protection. Fang Cheng took out the 2 hats and handed them to the 2 little ones. Saya and Moten, you two should wear these to block out the sun. Wow! Big brother, when did you buy this hat? Saya exclaimed with delight. Guess. Fang Cheng chuckled. Saya can't guess. Was it before Big brother met Saya? Why do you say that? Fang Cheng asked. Because Saya is always with Big brother, and I haven't seen him go to buy a hat. Then couldn't I have gone out to buy it while Saya was asleep or in class? Fang Cheng said with a grin. Brother, you can't do this. You have to tell Saya before you go out, otherwise she'll worry. Little Saya looked up at Fang Cheng and said earnestly. Okay. Brother didn't sneak out. This hat has been here before, but you just found it in your storage space. Brother has a lot of things in your storage space, and there are many things you don't know where you hid. Those drinks and stuff were all found in Big Brother's storage space. Does Big Brother have a lot of treasures in his storage space? What does Saya think treasure is? Treasure is something that's worth a lot of money, enough to buy lots and lots of things, little Saya explained. Big Brother, is the pattern on this hat a slime? It's so cute. Yes, there was that little animal in the forest in the cartoon I watched last time, right? The slime on this one is blue, but Emotong's is a fiery red slime pattern. What's the difference? This one is ice element slime, and Emotong's hat has fire element slime. Correct. Saya is so clever. Hee hee. Little Saya put on the cute little straw hat, revealing a sweet smile. But this color can be called ice blue, because both ice and water elements are blue. Ice element slimes are ice blue, and water element slimes are light blue, Fang Cheng explained patiently. Yes, Big Brother, Saya understands. Great. Saya, I don't remember your brother telling you this before. How did you know? It was from the owl teacher in the cartoon. Saya, I'll remember. Fang Cheng nodded. Little Emotong, wearing the fire slime hat, didn't speak, just listened quietly. Brother, do you have any more hats? Give Saya's to you. Little Saya, seeing the sunlight shining on Fang Cheng's face, took off her hat, wanting to put it on his head. Saya, no need, you wear it. I'll look again. Fang Cheng then opened the system panel, wanting to ask if there were any adult hats, but the system panel didn't pop up the item interface. So Fang Cheng asked again, do you have any children's hats? Then, many cute hats that had been displayed on the system panel reappeared. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng spent 1 gold coin to customize a hat with a water element slime pattern from the system. He customized a straw hat according to the largest head circumference of a 6-year-old child. Normally, the head circumference of a 6-year-old child is about 52 centimeters, while the head circumference of an adult male is between 52 and 60 centimeters. Fang Cheng took it out and put it on. Although it was a bit small compared to his own size, it was still manageable and provided some sun protection. Brother, will we encounter slimes in the Whispering Forest later? Maybe we will. Fang Cheng was also curious and expectant. Brother, are slimes dangerous? Ordinary slimes aren't dangerous, are they? Fang Cheng said. While driving the carriage, Fang Cheng headed towards the commoners' district to inform the children's parents that they would be spending the night at the kindergarten. Thanks to his exceptional memory, he already had the map of Soto City memorized. Brother, that's the McDonald's we went to last time, the little one said, pointing to the somewhat familiar shop. Does Saya want to go again? Fang Cheng glanced over and saw the same clerk from last time waving with a white towel. I really like the food my brother makes, hee, said Xiao's He. You're so good with words, Fang Cheng said, affectionately pinching her little nose. The afternoon sun was scorching, the cobblestones of the road radiating heat. There weren't many pedestrians on the road, apparently, no one wanted to be out in the blazing sun. After turning another corner and entering an alley, they drove for a while until they reached the commoners' district. After a quick thought, Fang Cheng realized that Leo's house was the closest, so he headed directly towards it. The door to Leo's house was ajar. A pile of firewood was drying outside. The carriage was parked in front, and Fang Cheng led the 2 children out to the door. Fang Cheng gently knocked. Is anyone home? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slight movement inside, and then Leo's father emerged, leaning on his cane. Sir, what brings you here? Leo's father was both excited and flustered upon seeing Fang Cheng, unsure why he had come. Had his child gotten into trouble, or had something happened? Leo's father glanced behind him, only seeing 2 pretty little girls, not his own child. Hello, Leo's father. Are you resting? I didn't come for anything else, I just came out this afternoon and thought I'd drop by to see you. Sir, please come in and have a seat. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Leo's father relaxed somewhat, leaning on his cane and moving aside, simultaneously opening the half-closed door completely, instantly brightening the dimly lit room. Sir, please sit down and wait a moment. Leo's father, leaning on his cane, went into the inner room. Fang Cheng led the 2 children inside. The room was simply furnished, a dining table with 4 long benches. Fang Cheng glanced around and saw a wooden cage in the corner, concealed by leaves on the outside, containing a carrot and seemingly some kind of mechanism. Leo's father came out, carrying a plate with several crisp cookies and 2 pieces of bright yellow sugar. We really don't have much to offer. I don't know if your 2 sisters will eat these, Leo's father said somewhat hesitantly. Thank you, no need to be so polite. Save them for little Leo, Fang Cheng said with a smile. After thinking for a moment, Leo's father placed the food on the table. Seeing Fang Cheng's gaze, Leo's father seemed to have found a topic to explain. I heard the other day that you were planning to take the children to the Whispering Forest to catch magic-eyed rabbits. Leo told me about it as soon as he got back, asking if I had any ideas. I figured I was just idling at home anyway, so I made a simple trap, hoping it might come in handy. Thank you for your trouble. I think it's quite well made. I'll take some with me later. Fang Cheng nodded and smiled. Okay, sir. I'm about to leave. I mainly wanted to tell you that tonight I'm taking the children to a student's birthday party. It might be a bit late, so the children will be staying overnight at the kindergarten. Yes, sir, thank you for coming to tell me personally. Leo, you've got to worry about him. If he misbehaves, feel free to give him a good beating, Leo's father said with a sigh of relief. I'll go see if Tat Join and the others' parents are home. If they aren't, please inform them when they return tonight. Yes, sir, you don't need to go out of your way. Their parents should be out at work right now. I'll tell them when they return tonight. Thank you very much. Please be sure to tell their parents that the children are safe with me. Don't worry, Yuri will bring them home tomorrow afternoon. Fang Cheng said. Thank you, sir, I will tell them. Then I'll be going now. I'll take this cage with me. Fang Cheng said. Yes, sir, I'll carry it into the carriage. Leo's father leaned on his cane, preparing to carry the cage. No need for that. Fang Cheng waved his hand, and the cage disappeared into his system space. Seeing the cage disappear, Leo's father's eyes widened. He had heard Leo mention that teacher Fang Cheng could conjure things out of thin air, but he had never heard of him making things disappear. Let's go, Leo's father, take care of yourself, Fang Cheng said. Before leaving, Fang Cheng cast a light healing spell on him. After getting into the carriage with the two little ones, Fang Cheng thought for a moment and then headed towards a certain place. Not long after, he saw an iron gate that seemed somewhat familiar. However, from a distance, the lock on that iron gate looked completely black. Brother, that's where we used to live, little Saya said with a hint of surprise and nostalgia. Hearing Saya's words, Emotong's gaze turned towards her with curiosity. The carriage stopped in front of the iron gate. Looking at a black, charred mark on the gate, Fang Cheng frowned. Brother, who broke this gate? Fang Cheng shook his head. The three of them got out of the carriage. Fang Cheng went inside. The lock was broken, but the door was closed. Fang Cheng cautiously opened it. Light shone inside. The room was normal. He opened the two room doors. The room was empty, just as it had been before Fang Cheng and Saya left. Nothing was there. Before leaving, Fang Cheng had stored everything in his system space. At that moment, a carriage stopped at the gate of 11AI Magic Kindergarten. A woman dressed in a dark mage's robe stepped out. She wore a dark mage's hat to shield her eyes from the scorching summer sun. She slowly stepped forward, stopping at the gate, looking at 11AI Magic Kindergarten before her, her deep purple eyes expressionless. Has Big Sister come back here? Little Sayo asked, sounding a little nostalgic. Don't worry, your big sister knows we're staying at the kindergarten. She'll come to see Sayo after she's done with her work, Fang Cheng said, gently patting Sayo's hair. Yes, big brother. The little girl nodded obediently. Let's go. We don't have anything else to do here. Let's go check out the whispering forest outside the city. Fang Cheng closed the door, fed the little lizard 2 pieces of fruit, and then drove the carriage in one direction. A neighbor happened to see Fang Cheng's commotion. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, the man wondered, why did he bring Sayo back? Passing Uncle Walker's restaurant, they found it closed, with a notice posted on the door. Closed. Don't miss us. The dust on the notice indicated it had been closed for some time. Uncle Walker's shop is closed. Where did Uncle Walker go? Maybe he went on a trip, Fang Cheng said. Seeing the notice, Fang Cheng didn't stop and increased the speed of the lizard horse. After traveling for a while, he directed the lizard horse to head north. Straight north was the city gate of Soto. After about 30 minutes of fast travel, the carriage arrived at a spacious area. The stone-paved road was harder, and there were more carriages. The pedestrians were dressed in various styles, and the noise was more boisterous. The city gate of Soto was just ahead. There were many shops around, and many people coming and going. Soldiers patrolled everywhere, and some strong men with weapons at their waists and large cloth bags that looked like they were filled with spoils of war entered a building. Ahead of the large cloth bag was the head of a wind wolf. Those around him looked on with envy at the cloth bag the man carried. Someone who seemed to know him said with a hint of envy, Brother Arno, you've had a good haul today. How about taking me to Ah Chun's tavern for a bit of fun? The man just grinned, said nothing, and walked straight into the building. People dressed in simple mage robes could also be seen emerging from the building. Fang Cheng glanced at the plaque on the building. Soto City Adventurers Guild. Brother, what's that place? That's called the Adventurers Guild, Fang Cheng explained. Suppressing his curiosity, Fang Cheng drove the carriage straight out of the city gate. The guards on duty didn't stop him. The scenery outside the city was completely different from inside. There were no buildings, only a vast expanse of desolate paths. There were other people on the road also preparing to leave the city. They were in groups, some carrying weapons. Fang Cheng glanced around and saw burly men carrying bows and arrows, men wielding iron swords, and even groups of people dressed as guards in armor, sitting in the back of a carriage. Fang Cheng was somewhat puzzled. Logically, this world was primarily a magic-based world, yet outside the city, he saw relatively few people wearing mage robes. While it was the mage's freedom to choose whether or not to wear robes, they were a symbol of status. Along the way, people looked at Fang Cheng with surprise at him and the two little ones, wondering where a young man with two adorable, delicate girls was headed. Fang Cheng drove along the narrow road, observing his surroundings. The surrounding area was a vast expanse of wild grassland with lush vegetation, as well as many cultivated fields planted with golden wheat. Looking at the wheat ears, Fang Cheng felt the harvest wouldn't be very good. The yield was far inferior to that of wheat on Earth. Above the vast wheat field, Fang Cheng spotted several people, tanned dark by the sun, women, men, and a boy of about 13 or 14 who seemed to be carrying sharp objects, searching for something in the wheat. Fang Cheng, with his sharp eyes, noticed a small, yellow slime, about the size of an apple, hiding in the wheat field, stealing food, and damaging the crops. The slime was discovered by a young man who poked it with a stick. Looking into the distance, he could see scattered village houses. Xiao Mo Tong and Xiao Sheya were also watching the surrounding scene with wide eyes. "Brother, what are they doing in the fields?" Xiao Sheya asked, her eyes full of curiosity. "Protecting the crops, dealing with those slimes that are destroying the wheat." "Brother, are they going on an adventure with their swords?" Probably," Fang Cheng replied. As they drove on, Fang Cheng paid no attention to the curious and surprised looks from passers-by. Following a carriage, Fang Cheng arrived at the entrance to Whispering Forest. He watched as the carriage entered the courtyard of a spacious, makeshift building. Fang Cheng didn't follow. He glanced at the worn wooden sign at the gate, which read Safe Point. Although the sign only had 3 characters, it was concise and clear. Fang Cheng understood its meaning, but this safe point didn't feel safe at all. The sign itself was old, weathered, and rotten. Perhaps it was just a temporary parking area for carriages. The area ahead was Whispering Forest. The trees were taller and denser. The road was already difficult to traverse, full of potholes, gravel, weeds, fallen leaves, and branches unsuitable for a carriage ride. It would be too bumpy. After all, the lizard horse was pulling a large carriage. Fang Cheng looked around, then continued driving for a while with the lizard horse. "That young man's gone mad. What's he doing bringing 2 kids to the Whispering Forest?" A man in a short-sleeved shirt said to someone next to him. "Ha, why bother with them? Judging by those 2 little girls' clothes, maybe they're young ladies from noble families here to catch pets." "Aren't noble ladies always surrounded by guards?" the man asked, puzzled. "Don't worry about that. What's their status compared to ours? Let's get focused and see if we're lucky enough to catch a good one to sell and go to the tavern for drinks. Let's go, the man muttered, somewhat grumbling. Entering the Whispering Forest, the air instantly became refreshing, far less sweltering than the journey. After driving a short distance, Fang Cheng pulled on the leash and stopped the little lizard. The 2 little creatures clung tightly to his arms, and the little lizard let out a soft cry, already sensing that the road ahead wasn't easy. "Little lizard, you'll follow behind us for a while, walk slowly." Fang Cheng unloaded the carriage from the little lizard and then stored it in his system space. Since he knew about storage spaces, it wasn't too unusual. Qing Ning had one, and Eunice, as a headmaid, also had one. Fang Cheng wasn't too concerned about being discovered. The little lizard was unloaded from the truck bed. Looking at the surrounding forest, it let out a cry, seemingly excited and restless, its tail swaying and rustling on the ground. It seemed the little lizard really liked the forest environment. After all, it had lizard blood. Fang Cheng held the 2 little ones tightly as they walked forward, his mind alert, his eyes scanning for any dangerous animals. It was the first time he'd taken 2 young creatures out, and Fang Cheng was actually quite nervous. Although the system had issued this mission, meaning there probably wouldn't be much danger after all, it was a child magic growth system, and the safety of the children was paramount. The 2 little ones, however, weren't as nervous. Little Sao was out here for the first time with her older brother and perhaps hadn't experienced danger before. As for little Mo Tong, perhaps she didn't see anything dangerous here. A pair of curious eyes looked around at the flowers, grass, rocks, and trees. As the 3 walked, the little lizard slowly followed behind. "Big brother, look. That's a water slime," little Saya exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a spot. Hearing Saya's words, Fang Cheng looked closely and indeed, a blue slime, about the size of a grapefruit, was slowly and limply moving along a rock on the bank of a stream. Saya's voice wasn't quiet, it echoed in that small area, but the slime seemed unresponsive, continuing its limp movement, leaving a sticky puddle in its path. Slimes, these creatures, it's unclear where they came from. They're low-level creatures that can't think, easily broken with the slightest touch. It doesn't pose much danger to humans. A slime this size, about the size of a grapefruit, is generally not aggressive. A child with decent strength could easily pierce it with a sharp object. However, the liquid that oozes out after piercing the slime is slightly corrosive and irritating to the skin, though not intensely. Yes, Saya is right, it is indeed a water slime. Fang Cheng agreed. Upon seeing the blue water slime, Fang Cheng's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Perhaps the outer edge of the whispering forest really wasn't dangerous. On the contrary, the scenery here was beautiful. The blue water slime, translucent and smooth, looked quite cute. Colorful butterflies fluttered through the forest meadow, birds sang in the trees, and wildflowers and bushes everywhere emitted a fresh fragrance. The stream water was also very clear. Just now, a fish could be seen darting around in the water, creating bubbles. Big brother, should we catch it? Zayasha asked, looking up at the blue water slime. Hearing Saya's words, Fang Cheng was taken aback. Why would Saya ask that? Does Saya want to catch this slime? Fang Cheng asked. Can slimes be sold for money? Saya asked. Maybe. Fang Cheng said, already somewhat understanding Saya's thoughts. However, he was still a little surprised. He had thought the little one would be reluctant to catch small creatures. Perhaps it was because slimes don't think and lack intelligence. Saya remembered the task her brother had assigned to the children a couple of days ago. I remember, it was to catch a magic-eyed rabbit and collect 30 sweet flowers. Yes, you got it right. Let's go see where we can find magic-eyed rabbits later. Yes, big brother. Fang Cheng was still a little curious about this slime, although he had learned about its characteristics and properties from books in the library. But this was also the first time Fang Cheng had seen and been able to get close to one. Fang Cheng approached and looked at the slime before him. Its shadow obscured it, and the slime continued to move slowly, seemingly unaware of his presence. Fang Cheng tried to pick it up with his hand, but the slime's surface was too smooth, and he couldn't manage it. So Fang Cheng squatted down and used both hands to hold it, cradling it in his palms. The blue slime wriggled unconsciously in his hands, seemingly unaware that it had been caught. Two little ones surrounded Fang Cheng, watching the slime. Big brother, won't your hands itch? One of the little ones asked. No, this slime isn't pierced, so as long as the slime inside doesn't get on your hands, it'll be fine, Fang Cheng explained. Fang Cheng squeezed the slime in his hands. Although it was slippery, it was soft. For some reason, Fang Cheng suddenly thought of some kind of white rabbit. Of course, don't misunderstand, it was a magic-eye rabbit. What would a magic-eye rabbit feel like? Big brother, can I touch Saya? The little guy looked curiously at the blue slime in front of him. It was quite cute. Of course, go ahead and touch it, Fang Cheng said, figuring it wouldn't hurt. Big brother, it's soft, smooth, and cool, the little guy said. Fang Cheng heard a rustling sound from the bushes. A white shadow flashed through the bushes, moving very fast. Fang Cheng immediately stood up alertly, and an ice ball instantly appeared, aiming at the white shadow. It missed. As expected. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a white rabbit. However, unexpectedly, perhaps startled, the rabbit darted straight into a tree. Then the white rabbit lay motionless at the foot of the tree. This? A real-life version of waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump? Fang Cheng had never seen anything like it before in his life. Big brother, it's a rabbit. Is it a magic-eye rabbit? We'll only know if we see the rabbit's eyes, Fang Cheng said, ruffling Saya's hair. Keeping the two little ones watching behind him and not letting them get too close, Fang Cheng cautiously approached the rabbit that appeared to have been knocked unconscious under the tree. This rabbit was quite plump. Approaching closer, the rabbit still didn't react. Fang Cheng relaxed, relieved. It was just a rabbit, why was he so nervous? His mind instantly conjured up a multitude of rabbit recipes. Spicy rabbit head, braised rabbit meat. He'd heard that rabbit meat wrapped in a large amount of blue silver grass and roasted over a fire was a mouth-watering delicacy. Just as Fang Cheng was picking it up, the dead rabbit suddenly sprang up, its mouth lunging straight at him. Brother! Seeing this, Xiao Shay cried out anxiously. Holy crap! Feeling a sharp pain in his arm, Fang Cheng reflexively yanked his hand away, but due to inertia, he couldn't shake it off. Annoyed, Fang Cheng quickly grabbed the rabbit's neck with his other hand and choked it hard. The rabbit's head lolled to the side, and it instantly went still. It had ended its life in Fang Cheng's right hand. That really hurt. Fang Cheng thought. Brother! Zayasha ran to Fang Cheng's side, looking at him worriedly, her voice trembling with tears. Shay, I'm alright. Fang Cheng smiled, tossed the rabbit to the ground, and looked at his arm. There was a deep rabbit's teeth mark on it, and it was bleeding. Fang Cheng looked at the rabbit's eyes. One was red, the other black, somewhat ugly and frightening. It was indeed a demon-eyed rabbit. He thought he was waiting for the rabbit to come to him, but this rabbit had tricked him. No wonder there's a saying on Blue Star, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. A ball of flame appeared, flying towards the demon-eyed rabbit, instantly burning the corpse Fang Cheng had thrown down to ashes, leaving not a trace of meat. Fang Cheng was stunned, realizing it was Mo Tong's magic. He said with some regret, how did it get burned like this? I was hoping to eat some rabbit meat. Mo Tong rolled her eyes at Fang Cheng, speechless. It's bleeding, and you still have the appetite for rabbit meat, Mo Tong said indifferently, pursing her lips. It's alright, just a minor injury. How can you talk to your brother like that? He's injured and you didn't even comfort him. Fang Cheng pinched Mo Tong's cheek. Mo Tong closed his eyes with a look of disgust. Fang Cheng recalled the water magic he'd seen at Yuri's house last time. He cast a small water healing spell on himself. The wound was enveloped in blue water light, and soon the bleeding stopped, leaving only a faint tooth mark. Wow, this water healing spell works well. I told you it was nothing. Fang Cheng wiped away Saya's tears. Brother, don't let the magic eye rabbit fool you next time. I'm going to catch lots of magic eye rabbits to make rabbit meat for you. Saya relaxed, seeing that Fang Cheng's wound had healed and he wasn't seriously injured, but her tone was still somewhat angry. Fang Cheng patted Saya's head, feeling touched, while winking at Mo Tong. Mo Tong. My darling Saya still cares about her brother the most. Fang Cheng moved, squatted down and hugged the little one tightly. The little one, amused by Fang Cheng's actions, stopped crying and smiled, hugging him back. Mo Tong was speechless, completely ignoring Fang Cheng's winking and gesturing towards her. She walked to a nearby stream and placed a fireball in the water. A fish, cooked in the water, floated up. Mo Tong silently picked up a twig, rinsed it in the stream, and skewered the fish. Returning to Fang Cheng, Mo Tong handed him the fish, saying, "There's no rabbit meat, have some fish first. This is from my little sister's concern, brother won't refuse, will he?" A smile suddenly appeared on Mo Tong's lips. Fang Cheng. The taste was surprisingly good. Fang Cheng picked up the simple grilled fish skewer that Mo Tong handed him, though it was still a little damp. Fang Cheng took a small bite. The taste was unexpectedly delicious. Although it lacked salt, it also didn't have a fishy smell. It was edible, but not particularly delicious. After all, the innards hadn't been removed, which meant the fish from this stream were of really good quality. Mo Tong's grilled fish is so delicious. Seeing Xiao Shie's expression as if she was swallowing hard, Fang Cheng quickly ate the entire fish, leaving only the bones. Big brother, Mo Tong is very concerned about you, isn't she? Fang Cheng patted Shie's head and said, "Yes, I'm so touched. Let's go see if there are any more fish over there. We can catch a few and I'll make you some grilled fish, or we can take them back and keep them in the pond at our kindergarten," Fang Cheng said. "Okay, big brother." Fang Cheng led the two little ones to the stream. The water was crystal clear, reflecting their images perfectly, but there were no fish swimming in it. Fang Cheng wasn't disappointed. Remembering how much Saya had drooled earlier, he immediately took out 2 fish ingredients from his system space. The ingredients from the system space were already cleaned. He found a flat stone slab, washed it, and a fireball rose up, heating the slab intensely. Fang Cheng quickly made 2 skewers of delicious-looking grilled fish and handed them to Mo Tong and Saya. "Eat up. Big brother, why don't you grill another skewer? Big brother just ate one, I don't want any more." Fang Cheng took out another fish ingredient and put it back in. Seeing that his big brother wasn't out of fish, the little ones ate with peace of mind. "Little lizard, do you want some?" The little guy walked up to the little lizard behind him and offered it a small fish skewer that he'd already taken a couple of bites of. The little lizard sniffed it and shook its head. Fang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. This little lizard really didn't eat meat. The blue slime that Fang Cheng had just tossed aside was still slowly moving along the shore. Looking at the slime, which was quite cute, Fang Cheng grabbed a bag, picked it up, and put it inside. He'd take it back to the kindergarten and see how it fared. It'd be a nice decoration. "Let's go, let's walk further in and see if we can find any more magic-eyed rabbits or other little magical beasts," Fang Cheng said, carrying the bag. "Okay, bro." The 3 of them then walked a little further in. "Brother, look, it's a sweet flower." Saya pointed to a flower next to the bushes. Then Saya, "Pick some." "Okay." Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Saya happily ran to pick the sweet blossoms. "Brother, today is Elu's birthday. Can Saya pick some more sweet blossoms for her?" "Of course." Fang Cheng was a little surprised, since Saya and Elu weren't very close. "Why does Saya want to do this?" "Because my older sister taught me how to prepare gifts for other people's birthdays. She prepared a gift for Ms. Yuri's birthday before." Saya is so clever. "When is Ms. Yuri's birthday? Do you remember?" Fang Cheng asked casually, without much expectation. "It's July 7th, I think." Saya remembers, because that's the moon festival, the little one said, taking a bite of grilled fish. Just then, there was some rustling in the bushes not far from Saya, and a small gray figure pounced on her. It snatched the grilled fish from Saya's hand. Then it quickly ran away. It didn't harm little Saya at all. Fang Cheng watched the figure run away. It was another gray puppy? No, it was a young wind wolf. Upon hearing the commotion, the little lizard behind Saya ran forward, trying to block her path. However, the little wind wolf was too agile, swerving behind the lizard's neck, snatching Saya's fish, and running away. Little Saya stood there, seemingly frightened. Fang Cheng was somewhat angry. Suddenly, a ball of flame appeared in front of the little wind wolf. Unable to turn in time, it crashed into the flames, letting out a painful howl. Its fur was instantly ignited, and after running a few steps, it collapsed and died, emitting a not-so-pleasant smell of roasted meat. Fang Cheng had deliberately controlled the temperature of the fireball spell, leaving the wind wolf a whole corpse so he could taste the meat later. Saya, hug me, it's okay, Fang Cheng comforted, picking up the somewhat frightened little Saya. It's alright, big brother, Saya isn't hurt. Your grilled fish was stolen. It's alright, Saya wanted some? Big brother will grill it for you every day. There's plenty more. The little one nodded. Seeing that Saya was alright and not as frightened as he had imagined, Fang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, perhaps protected by the elemental spirits, the little wind wolf's target was only the grilled fish in Saya's hand, and it didn't hurt the little one. Xiao Mo Tong pursed her lips, feeling somewhat guilty. The little lizard also cried out, worried about the little one. After calming down a bit, Fang Cheng went over to look at the little wind wolf's corpse. Its fur was all burned off, and it was half cooked. Fang Cheng put it into his system space and said to the two little ones, don't stray too far from your brother later. It's still a bit dangerous here. We'll scout the way a bit more, and then we'll head back. Okay, big brother. Fang Cheng then led the two of them to look at the area ahead again, with Xiao Shay following closely behind. Every now and then, Fang Cheng would see sweet flowers and ask Shay to pick them. Big brother, that's a little lamp grass. Xiao Shay spotted a plant that looked somewhat familiar. Shay, pick it from the root. We can plant it in our kindergarten, Fang Cheng said. Xiao Moton, hearing Fang Cheng's words, also went to help Shay. Big brother, let me put these away for you. Little Sao handed Fang Cheng the sweet flowers, small rushes, and some brightly colored wildflowers she had picked. The little girl's delicate hands were covered in mud. The little girl knew Fang Cheng had a storage space and was starting to use him as a tool. This was a big improvement. Fang Cheng was very satisfied. He was happy to be Sao's little tool. Fang Cheng put them away and praised the little girl again. The flowers you picked are so pretty, and you were so careful, none of them were damaged. Elu will definitely like them. He. Then they walked about 50 meters further into the whispering forest. Along the way, they encountered two rabbits. Fang Cheng didn't kill them, he'd saved them for the little girl to catch tomorrow. The two, protected by the elemental spirit's blessing and enhanced by the ink eyes effect, didn't encounter any small monsters or animals. Even the wasps had to take a detour, undisturbed by the three. Besides this, Fang Cheng's animistic body also played a role. Ordinary small creatures generally didn't harbor hostility towards them. After picking some flowers and getting a feel for the environment, seeing that it was already past 4 in the afternoon, Fang Cheng decided it was time to head back. Saya, Moto, we should go back. Okay, big brother. Little Saya nodded. Big brother, look. There's a yellow slime over there. The little guy's eyes lit up, and he suddenly pointed to a small bush where a yellow slime, about the size of a grapefruit, seemed to be wriggling and eating leaves. Although it was said to eat leaves, slimes didn't actually have mouths. They just secreted a liquid from their bodies that corroded and absorbed the leaves. That's an earth-type slime. Fang Cheng nodded. Big brother, should we catch it? I'll catch it and keep it in our kindergarten. Fang Cheng agreed. Fang Cheng walked over. The yellow slime, like the blue slime, looked silly and lacked intelligence. Fang Cheng picked it up. It didn't feel as slippery as the water slime, but rather more resilient. Fang Cheng easily caught one and tossed it into the bag. Now he had caught a slime. He then added some leaves to the bag. Finally, Fang Cheng led the two little ones towards the exit, preparing to go home. On the way, he caught 2 more lush green slimes, grass slimes, and tossed them into the bag as well. Looking at the 4 slimes in the large bag, Fang Cheng realized that his kindergarten seemed to be lacking some small animal creatures. The little one's eyes kept glancing at the bag, their eyes filled with happiness. Along the way, he also found a red windmill chrysanthemum, which Fang Cheng picked with some curiosity. This was a plant that loved the wind, growing towards it. Its shape somewhat resembled a windmill, and when mature, it could spin like a windmill, making it a favorite plant among the children. Of course, the children's favorite plant here was the sweet flower. Fang Cheng and Saya had just picked 5, washed them with water balloon magic, and tasted them. They were indeed sweet and refreshing. Saya, is Mo Tong tired? Brother, Saya isn't tired. Tired, Mo Tong said. Fang Cheng picked up 1 slime in each arm, tied the bag containing the slime to the little lizard, and headed outside. Along the way, he saw people heading deeper into the whispering forest, but few coming out. Perhaps it wasn't too late, and those people wanted to try their luck in the whispering forest. Someone saw Fang Cheng and greeted him. "Young man, not bad. You even dared to bring two little ones here to play." A young man wearing simple armor and a trench coat, who seemed very familiar, greeted Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded slightly. "Bring the kids here to see the sights, and catch a few slimes to take home and raise. You'll have to be careful then, don't hurt their skin, it'll itch for a long time." "Thanks for the reminder, brother, I'll be careful." Fang Cheng laughed. "Your lizard horse beast is quite clever, how about selling it to me?" The man glanced at the small lizard behind him, his eyes brightening, and casually said, not holding out much hope, "I've grown attached to this one after raising it for so long, even if I sell it to you, it wouldn't want to." Hearing the young man's words, the small lizard chirped twice in protest. "Hee, just kidding." The young man waved and walked inside. Leaving the whispering forest, he took the carriage out of his system space, had the little lizard pull it, and placed the bag of slime inside. Fang Cheng took the two little ones and got into the carriage, driving away without encountering any unexpected incidents. However, just before entering the city, they were stopped by guards. "Hello, please show your identification badge." The guard stopped them, glanced at Saya and Emotong, and said to Fang Cheng, his tone relatively polite, "I didn't bring my identification badge, I left it at home." Fang Cheng frowned. "Could you make an exception?" Fang Cheng pulled out a gold coin. The guard's eyes lit up, and he was about to secretly take it. Another soldier said, "You didn't bring your identification badge, but anything else that proves your identity will do. Would a mage's identity be acceptable?" Hearing this, Fang Cheng put away the gold coin, and a ball of blazing flame rose in his hand. "Well, esteemed mage, we're a little worried about your black hair," the guard said, his expression a mixture of embarrassment and sincerity. The other guard, who had been somewhat angry at Fang Cheng for putting the gold coin away again, paused when he saw the small fireball Fang Cheng casually released, and fell silent. "Alright, take a look at this. I run a kindergarten in the city." Fang Cheng took out a school operating license from his system space. The guard saw the unalterable royal seal and a series of information on it, and nodded, saying, "Sir, please." "Excuse me, what if outsiders enter the city?" Fang Cheng asked curiously. The guard told him what he knew. "Thank you for your hard work. Take this and treat everyone to drinks. You've worked hard guarding Soto City." Fang Cheng pulled out 2 gold coins and stuffed them into his armor without giving a chance to refuse, then entered the city gate. The 2 guards on duty beamed with joy. Watching Fang Cheng's departing figure, one soldier said, "Tell the brothers not to stop this young man next time they see him, just let him pass." "Is that all right?" the other soldier asked. "No problem. I saw the school operating license he gave me earlier. It has the seal of the Crescent Kingdom's Ministry of Education, and the specific address is also there. I think I've heard the name 11AI Magic Kindergarten recently." "Then there's no problem. I vaguely remember that name." "Oh, right, I saw it on a flyer last time. I'll go tell the brothers." The other guard was relieved. And that adult looks kind, and he's quite strong too. He can cast fireball instantly." After entering the city gate, Fang Cheng was curious about the Adventurers Guild and the surrounding blacksmith shops and taverns. Calculating the time, he decided to take the 2 little ones for about 20 minutes. Leading the 2 children, he entered the Adventurers Guild. The guild was filled with groups of people, mostly young, strong men, but also a few women. When Fang Cheng entered, they glanced at him unconsciously, then paused, looking at his fair face and handsome black hair with some surprise. Besides, why were there 2 children with them? But then, seeing the cute, somewhat timid Saya and the young Emoto in the back, their fierce gazes softened. Suddenly, their gazes towards Fang Cheng softened somewhat. After all, who could resist a soft, cute, and pretty little girl, especially 2 little ones dressed in adorable school uniforms and cute slime hats? Of course, the most important thing was that Fang Cheng looked like a harmless, kind person. If Fang Cheng looked fierce and menacing, they would probably be hostile towards him, wondering where he had stolen this little princess from. The 2 little ones clearly looked well cared for, their faces were fair, and Xiao Shei's eyes were clear and innocent, timid enough to evoke a protective instinct. "Young master, what are you doing bringing 2 such cute little girls to the Adventurers Guild? Be careful they don't get snatched away," a muscular man jokingly warned. "Thank you for praising my little sister's cuteness. Don't worry, she won't be taken away." Fang Cheng smiled faintly. "Young man, what brings you to the Adventurers Guild?" A middle-aged man in a butler's uniform asked kindly from behind the counter, a smile playing on his usually stern face, seemingly not wanting to frighten the 2 cute little girls beside the young man. Fang Cheng stepped forward and asked the man, "What are the requirements to become an adventurer here?" The man chuckled and said, "No requirements at all. Just register here for 1 silver coin." Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised. Was it really that simple? "Then please register me," Fang Cheng said, handing him a silver coin. "Okay, young man, tell me your information, and I'll fill it out." "Name: Fang Cheng." After Fang Cheng spoke, The man looked at him with some surprise, seemingly assuming that this man at least had a noble name. Age: 21 years old. How's your strength? Are you a mage or a swordsman? How's your power? The man continued. Fang Cheng nodded, and a fireball suddenly appeared from his hand, startling the man. The somewhat noisy discussion in the Adventurers Guild fell into a brief silence with the release of Fang Cheng's fireball spell. The instantaneous fireball seemed to have greatly shocked them. They were also somewhat surprised that this simply dressed young man possessed such strength. No wonder the young man had confidently said he couldn't steal her sister. Sir, what level of mage are you? The man asked, becoming slightly more enthusiastic. A beginner mage, I guess. Yeah, right, the man thought to himself, but still wrote beginner mage in the strength section of the document he was filling out. This is your adventurer's badge, please keep it safe. The man took out a bronze badge from the drawer. It had a star on it, along with the small characters for the Soto City Adventurers Guild and its logo. Sir, you can upgrade your badge by completing quests. This is a level 1 adventurer's badge. The higher your adventurer's level, the more quests you can take on, including high-level exclusive quests with generous rewards, the middle-aged man explained. Fang Cheng nodded and said, let me see what quests are available. Yes, sir, please take a look at the order board over there. The middle-aged man pointed to a wall nearby. Fang Cheng looked over and saw a long brown wooden board covered with many pieces of craft paper. A few people were intently looking at the order board, seemingly choosing suitable tasks. There were even 2 demi-humans there, one with a wolf tail trailing behind him, and the other with sharp bear claws sticking out of his hands. This slightly attracted the attention of Fang Cheng and the 2 children, who looked on curiously. Fang Cheng led the 2 children closer, and the others shifted their positions somewhat awkwardly upon seeing him approach. Let's look together. I don't look like a bad guy, do I? Fang Cheng laughed heartily, somewhat speechlessly. No, it's because I look like a bad guy that I'm afraid of scaring your sister. A burly man with a scar on his face grinned at Fang Cheng's words, silently retracting his sharp bear claws as he spoke. No, with me here, even if there are bad guys, my sister won't be afraid. They won't scare her. Fang Cheng replied. Isn't that right, Saya? Fang Cheng ruffled Saya's hair. Yes, big brother. The little girl nodded shyly at Fang Cheng's words, but she wasn't as timid as before. Sir, your little sister is so cute. The scarred man also relaxed and said to Fang Cheng, I think so too. Fang Cheng glanced at the information on the order board. Collect the outer skin of 10 water-type slimes, quest reward 5 silver coins. Collect 100 ml of water slimes condensate, quest reward 50 copper coins. Capture 1 young wind wolf, quest reward 50 silver coins. The complete carcass of 1 wind wolf, quest reward 10 silver coins. Gather 10 heart-cleansing flowers, quest reward 10 silver coins. Go to Wheatfield Village and kill 2 boar beasts, quest reward 40 silver coins. Go to Lord Ron's territory and repel invading magical beasts. Quest reward 5 gold coins. Fang Cheng memorized the task and then left with the 2 little ones. Outside, Fang Cheng took the 2 little ones to the blacksmith shop, weapon shop, and tavern, letting them experience more social environments. With Fang Cheng by her side, Xiaoxie gradually became less shy and curiously looked around at her surroundings. Big brother, what's that weapon called? That's called a spiked club. Before Fang Cheng could explain, the weapon shop owner said enthusiastically. Seeing the shop owner's enthusiasm, Fang Cheng bought 2 short swords to play with, spending 5 silver coins. As they strolled along, the 2 little ones naturally attracted the kind and loving gazes of many tough men and women. Seeing that it was almost time, Fang Cheng prepared to head back to the kindergarten. Little lizard, let's go! Fang Cheng called out. The little lizard chirped excitedly. It had been a little scared having a beast waiting outside. The carriage traveled quickly without wasting any time. Around 5:40 Fang Cheng could already see the kindergarten gate. In the afternoon, Yuri was teaching the children, reminding them of the rules and things to do when attending a birthday party at someone's house. The children excitedly agreed. They were all looking forward to the evening. Teacher Yuri, where did Teacher Fang Cheng and Saya go? Leo asked. Teacher Fang Cheng has something to do, he'll come back and take you there later, Yuri said. Just then, Yuri heard the kindergarten doorbell ringing. Yuri thought for a moment and said to the children, you watch some cartoons, I'm going out for a bit. Who are you? Yuri looked at the person ringing the doorbell with some confusion. The woman was wearing a dark mage's robe and a hat, but her face was very beautiful. She was an extremely pretty woman. Is Princess's sister here? The woman said calmly. Who are you? Yuri's expression turned wary. Looks like you're right here. Open the door. What do you want? I won't open the door until you explain yourself. Do you think your words will make any difference? The woman glanced at Yuri, seemingly unconcerned by her words. The woman took 2 steps back, and a purple staff appeared. A crackling ball of lightning flew towards the lock. The lightning ball struck the iron door, and Yuri stumbled back 2 steps. The expected explosion didn't occur. Instead, the door seemed to sense something, and a green barrier suddenly appeared, absorbing the lightning ball's energy. The lightning ball disappeared, and the door was unharmed. I didn't expect there to be a hidden shield here. This place seems quite extraordinary, the woman said calmly. What do you want? Were you sent by Shaylin? Insolence! How dare you call Her Highness the Princess by her name so casually? I don't want to hear you address Her Highness by her name again, the woman warned. I am Yuri, a friend of Her Highness the Princess. Since you've come here, I believe Her Highness the Princess has explained the situation to you and given you a mission. Please come in, Yuri said, opening the door. Someone like you, be careful you don't get scammed, the woman said calmly, then walked in as the door opened. The sun rose as usual. Fang Cheng was woken up by the 2 little ones as usual. Big brother, wake up. Xiao Shay called softly, nestled against Fang Cheng. Okay, let's get up. Fang Cheng, who had originally wanted to sleep in, suddenly remembered what day it was. It was Labor Day, a special day for Soto City. All the shops and homes needed cleaning and tidying up. After all, the Soto City Lord's Mansion always paid close attention to the city's sanitation management. Since arriving in this world, Fang Cheng had been living in Soto City and hadn't seen a single dirty place. Wherever he went, the environment was always clean and refreshing. It could be said that the people of Soto City had a good reputation. They were all very hygienic and hardworking. A couple of days ago, the City Lord's Mansion had even issued a notice that Soto City's sanitation inspectors, accompanied by guards, would be inspecting the sanitation of some shops, guilds, and educational institutions. Shops with good sanitation would also receive a certain amount of labor reward subsidies. Big brother, the weather is so nice today. Yes, today is perfect for everyone to do some chores. Cultivate chores? Little Sao paused, then asked curiously, Big brother, how do we do chores? We'll clean and tidy up everything in our kindergarten. Alright, today we'll have a practical lesson in chores. Let's have breakfast first. Yes, Big brother. Little Sao responded enthusiastically, supporting everything Fang Cheng said. As for little Mo Tong beside her, she mostly communicated with Fang Cheng through eye contact. Alright, let's eat breakfast first. Fang Cheng laid out the prepared breakfast. The 3 of them ate together. 2 blue windbirds seemed to have smelled the aroma from the Magic Academy. As soon as Fang Cheng laid out the breakfast, the 2 blue windbirds flew over from the Magic Academy. Good morning, Big Green and Little Green. The 2 azure windbirds chirped at Saya, frequently coming to Fang Cheng's place to freeload on food and water, and even using the wind swing. Both birds had grown considerably larger, and Fang Cheng, using his detection skill, found their magic power to have exceeded 500 each. They were among the strongest in the azure wind bird species, their flight attack speed easily severing the heads of wind wolves. As usual, he fed the 2 birds. While eating breakfast, Saya asked about Labor Day. Big brother, are Elu and Leo going to clean the kindergarten with us? Yes, every child has to learn this. It will help us in the future. Does Sister Shuyan, who can't see, have to work too? Yes, although Sister Shuyan can't see, she's very strong and can do what she can. Shuyan was one of the students Fang Cheng had recruited a couple of days ago. She was the daughter of a friend of Qing Ning's father, a noble lady, but she lost her sight at the age of 3 and can't speak for some reason. She's a very cute and pretty girl. She's only been here 2 days, and all the other children are taking good care of her. Although she was blind, Shuyan wasn't completely blind. Her father had spent half his fortune searching for a way to acquire a rare magical artifact that allowed Shuyan to perceive the outside world and process it in her mind. However, he was truly unable to express herself verbally. When it was time to enter the kindergarten, Isla led Shuyan there, with Eunice watching the 2 little ones from behind. Ailu, good morning, Shuyan. Fang Cheng squatted down, smiling and waving. Shuyan's eyes were closed, but Fang Cheng knew she could see. Good morning, Teacher Fang Cheng. Little Shuyan imitated Fang Cheng, waving and smiling sweetly. After waiting a while, all the children arrived. Fang Cheng gathered the children together and began today's lessons. I'm sure you all know what holiday it is today. Teacher Fang Cheng, is that even a question? It's Labor Day. Isla stood up and puffed out her little chest. Okay, everyone stop talking. I'll only ask Isla now. Ailu, tell me, since you know it's Labor Day, what should we do? Clean our rooms and tidy up. Elu answered well. Now that you know, let's clean and tidy up our kindergarten together today. Teacher Yuri and I will be watching. The child who performs the best and doesn't slack off will get a rainbow lollipop as a reward. Rainbow lollipops. The children's eyes lit up, and they became energetic. Teacher Fang Cheng, how should we divide the work? Tate asked. That's your problem. Fang Cheng smiled. Alright, let's begin our labor practice activity today. Teacher won't tell you which areas need cleaning and tidying, you'll have to find them yourselves. When you think our kindergarten is clean and tidy, come and tell teacher. Teacher will come to check and give you your labor rewards for today. Okay, everyone, let's begin. Fang Cheng waved his hand, walked out of the classroom, found a quiet corner, lay down under a tree, and took out a book to read. The book cover is titled I'm So Handsome It's Absolutely Stunning, by the author Ward Tian, Shuyu, Wei Shenmo, and Na Shui. Seeing Fang Cheng quickly slip out, leaving some children in the classroom looking at each other blankly. Where should we start cleaning? Joni asked. Teacher Yuri, where should we start cleaning? Leo asked Yuri, who was sitting in the back. Think about it yourselves first. Yuri smiled slightly. The children had been learning at the kindergarten for quite some time, and Yuri already knew Fang Cheng's educational philosophy. She wouldn't guide them on questions they could figure out themselves. She wanted the children to explore and discover for themselves first. Elu, where do you think we should start cleaning? Xiao Yin asked. Yes, Elu, you answered all the questions earlier, so today you can lead us. I'll listen to you. Leo said. Since attending Elu's birthday party, and after some time, Elu had become good friends with everyone. Now she brings snacks every morning to share with them, and they become friends. Elu is also very clever, earning unanimous praise from all the children present. Little Shuyan sat beside Ailu, watching her nervously. Because she was blind, Little Shuyan moved rather slowly, although she had magical items that allowed her to perceive her surroundings. Wait for me. Ailu's face lit up with joy at their words. She found paper and a pen, having received a noble upbringing at home. She could already write quite a few characters. She neatly sketched a rough draft on a drawing, a simple floor plan of the kindergarten. Let's clean up the toys in our play areas first. Ayla drew a circle around an area, marking the location of the kindergarten's large toys. And then we'll wipe the desks and chairs in the classroom clean and sweep the floor. No, that's too much trouble. Let's just clean one area at a time. Ayla drew a few lines on the drawing, then, after thinking for a moment, suddenly lost patience, crumpled the paper into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. Okay. Let's all go together and walk through every corner of the kindergarten. Wherever we see dirt, we'll clean it up, Xiao Yin said. Everyone thought this method was acceptable and had no objections. Xiao Shaya and Xiao Mo Tong didn't speak. After all, the two little ones didn't like giving orders, one was shy, and the other wasn't interested in children's games. Since the children had gone through tasks like catching the magic-eyed rabbit in the whispering forest and collecting sweet flowers, their teamwork had been steadily improving, and they were better at listening to others' opinions. Fang Cheng was also intentionally improving their cooperation and teamwork, which would be very helpful when they formed a magic team to represent 11AI Magic Kindergarten in competitions in the future. Let's clean the classroom first. All the children nodded. No one thought of slacking off, they all wanted to complete the task given by teacher Fang Cheng diligently. Xiao and I, let's use wind magic to blow all the dust outside. Among the children present, Ailu and Joni knew wind magic, and they were well aware of its effects. It could blow away dust. Leo, this is what you drew on the table with a pen last time, right? I cleaned it up for you. Thank you, Joanne. Leo blushed slightly and worked even harder to tidy up the tables and chairs. After cleaning the classroom, it was spotless. The tables and chairs were exceptionally neat. Then, the group went to the playground. The children used their keen eyes and their ingenuity to clean every corner of the kindergarten. Those who knew wind magic used it to gather and sweep up the fallen leaves. Those who knew earth magic spread the sand in the sand and water area into a flat surface. Those who knew water magic wet and rinsed the items they needed to clean, then wiped them clean with cloths. Shuyan, you clean the wind swing, don't go over to the climbing frame, Ayla said. Okay, I understand. Shuyan nodded. The children were cleaning with great enthusiasm. Eunice watched her second young lady, Ailu, as if she didn't recognize her anymore. When did Ayla become so diligent, willing to clean and tidy up without asking her for help? Every child was very serious. Although their physical strength had greatly increased due to their awakened magic, children's stamina was still limited. They were all sweating profusely from the activity. When will we finish cleaning this? Of course, we'll clean every corner of the kindergarten. There are no classes today. If we don't finish in the morning, we can finish in the afternoon after lunch, Tate said. That's right, let's rest for a bit. After lunch, Yuri surprisingly didn't clean up the dishes and slipped out with Fang Cheng. It seemed the two teachers had assigned the task and weren't planning to supervise them today. After all, today's task didn't require much guidance. As long as they were willing to work, cleaning was enough. After finishing their meal, the children looked at the dishes and utensils on the table. Washing your own dishes is the fairest thing to do, right? Ailu said. In the afternoon, after getting up, they cleaned their dormitory again, noticing some dust under the beds. I want to clean Big Brother's and our rooms too. Saya, we'll go with you. Hearing about cleaning teacher Fang Cheng's place, the children became interested. Then I have to ask Big Brother. Saya said hesitantly. Go quickly. Isla was impatient, she really wanted to see teacher Fang Cheng's room. Big brother, can Ilu and the others come and help us clean our room? Sure. Fang Cheng patted Saya's head. Oh, by the way, share this with the kids first. Fang Cheng took out a handful of rainbow lollipops and handed them to Saya. You all behaved very well today, both Ms. Yuri and I noticed. Tell them this is an early reward from the teacher, and I'll give each of you one after school this afternoon. Really? Thank you, big brother. Little Saya kissed Fang Cheng on the cheek. Seeing Saya return with rainbow lollipops, the children's eyes lit up with surprise. Wow, Saya, did Mr. Fang really say that? Yes, there will be more after school. I knew it. Mr. Fang would secretly watch us. Saw Saya leave with half-closed eyes, Fang Cheng quickly teleported to Yuri's side, rested his head on Yuri's fragrant lap, and picked up a book again to read. Yuri skillfully massaged Fang Cheng's head. Thank goodness Saya didn't find out, or she would definitely be angry. Fang Cheng's mind stirred, and the door opened automatically. The little lizard darted inside. Just then, Fang Cheng paused slightly. He saw a strange woman, dressed in a dark mage's robe and wearing a hat that concealed her identity, standing in the doorway, seemingly waiting for something. Yuri seemed to be talking to her beside her, but the woman seemed impatient, her gaze fixed straight ahead. The children, playing in the playground, heard the carriage and ran towards Fang Cheng. Teacher Fang Cheng is back. The children exclaimed eagerly. The strange woman, about to take a step, stopped. She watched the children run towards Fang Cheng, then her gaze settled on Saya, who sat beside him wearing a blue slime hat. Even with the hat on, the woman could still see Saya's lustrous silver hair and her deep blue eyes. She looked so much like the princess. A mixture of fervor and affection welled up in the woman's eyes. Princess said Saya has very cute ears. The woman looked at Saya's hat. But why would the princess leave her sister with a man, especially a suspicious black-haired youth? She must have been in a hurry to come back, there was no other way. No, from now on, I'll take care of the princess's sister. It'll save me the trouble of protecting this stinky man too, daring to hide the princess's things. Fang Cheng greeted the children, but his attention remained fixed on the woman beside Yuri. This woman's gaze made him feel uneasy and dangerous, she seemed to harbor strong hostility towards him, leaving Fang Cheng puzzled. Mo Tong's eyes swept over the unfamiliar woman. Fang Cheng cast a mid-level detection skill on her. Name, gender, female. Age, 21. Magic power, 3321. Mental strength, 5th rank. Elemental affinity, 82/100, 82% lightning, 62% water, etc. Based on her mental strength level, she should be a grand mage. For a grand mage at this age, her talent is undoubtedly strong, and she works incredibly hard, her strength is terrifying. Of course, she's not as strong as Mo Tong. Mo Tong's mental strength level is that of a 6th rank mage. She can control the magical elemental forces of heaven and earth much more effectively, unleashing more advanced magic. At this moment, Mo Tong noticed the strange woman's eyes. A pair of dark eyes looked at her indifferently. The woman's gaze, as if sensing something, met Mo Tong's eyes beside Fang Cheng. The instant their eyes met, she felt a sudden tension, followed by a violent tremor in her mind. This black-haired girl is not simple. The woman slightly softened her hostile gaze towards Fang Cheng, turning away from him and Mo Tong, and instead looking at Xiao She. Upon seeing the adorable Xiao She, the woman's eyes instantly lit up, filled with a mixture of fervor and tenderness. Seeing Fang Cheng return, Yuri breathed a sigh of relief and said to the woman beside her, Miss Alfred, please excuse me for a moment. Yuri approached Fang Cheng, meeting his questioning gaze, and explained, this was sent by Miss Shaylin, she found this place this afternoon. Upon hearing Yuri's words, Fang Cheng understood. This woman was likely sent by Shaylin to protect Saya, or perhaps to monitor him. To be honest, Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised that Shaylin hadn't sent anyone. Since she had sent someone, it meant Shaylin's situation wasn't too dangerous, and she could even send a powerful mage to protect Saya. You must be Fang Cheng, the one the princess mentioned. Hand Saya over to me, and I'll take care of her from now on. You don't have the strength to protect her. The woman stepped forward and said to Fang Cheng calmly, her tone brimming with unquestionable confidence. Oh? You come up here and immediately ask me to hand Saya over to you? May I ask if this is the princess's order, or did you make this decision on your own? Fang Cheng's smile vanished, his tone turning cold. He wouldn't forgive someone who tried to take Saya away right away. You don't need to know that. All you need to know is that you lack the strength to protect her. Is that so? I'll use the communication crystal to ask Shaylin later what the mission you were sent on. Fang Cheng said with a faint smile, seemingly unaffected by the woman's words. You dare. A flicker of panic flashed in the woman's eyes, her usually calm and indifferent tone now tinged with anger and embarrassment. Why wouldn't I dare? If you don't explain clearly, I'll go ask right now. Fang Cheng directly spent 5 exchange points from the system shop to exchange for a communication crystal, ready to contact her immediately. Seeing that Fang Cheng had actually produced a communication crystal. No! The woman said frantically, hastily pulling back her mage hat and trying to snatch it away. As the woman removed her dark mage hat, which she had been covering herself with, her purple hair cascaded down, instantly revealing her fair face. Fang Cheng was stunned for a moment. Seeing the woman about to snatch it, he jumped off the carriage, speechless, and stood a carriage's distance away from her. If you come any closer, I'll contact her right now. No! Tell me, what did the princess send you here for? Tell me and I won't contact her to ask. After all, I don't want to use up my communication crystals. Don't lie, okay? Seeing the anxious expression on the woman's delicate face, Fang Cheng relaxed. She's actually quite beautiful. Princess, are you satisfied with me protecting your safety? The woman glared at Fang Cheng angrily, her voice filled with gritted teeth, cold and furious. Satisfied? Of course I'm satisfied. Fang Cheng chuckled, looking at the woman's thunderous purple eyes. Mo Tong glanced at Fang Cheng, her eyes rolling upwards. I'll remember this grudge. With that, the woman in the mage's robe angrily put her mage's hat back on and headed straight for the door, intending to leave. Miss Alfred, where are you going? Yuri called out. Hearing the woman's words and understanding why she had come, and seeing the woman's angry departing figure, the kind-hearted Yuri felt a pang of sympathy. After all, she was sent by Shaylin, she should at least be treated well. Yuri, don't worry about her for now. She's a great mage, she'll be back later. Let's attend to other matters, Fang Cheng said. Okay, Yuri nodded. Mr. Fang Cheng, is that really Shaylin's communication crystal? Yuri asked curiously. How could it be? It's just a blank communication crystal without any engraving. I just used it to fool her, and it actually worked. Fang Cheng grinned. Fang Cheng glanced at the woman as she walked out of the kindergarten gate, wondering where she was going. After all, it wasn't easy for her to find this place from so far away. However, considering the woman's seemingly unpleasant personality and considerable strength, Fang Cheng decided to ignore her and deal with her later. Brother, I miss sister. Little Saya looked at the woman and, having overheard the conversation, knew she was sent by her sister and missed her. Yes, brother knows. Brother will think of a way to contact your sister. Yes, brother. It's okay, Saya will listen to brother and wait for sister to come back. Fang Cheng affectionately patted the little girl's head. On another note, perhaps that woman had a communication crystal to contact Saya. Fang Cheng suddenly thought he'd ask her later. Big brother, Saya won't go with her. Of course not. Besides your sister, I won't entrust you to anyone. Yes, Saya wants to stay with big brother and sister forever. Yes, big brother wants to stay with Saya forever too. Big brother, is that big sister's friend? Yes, otherwise your sister wouldn't have sent her to protect Saya. Fang Cheng said, letting the lizard horse rest at the door. Saya, your hat is so pretty. Is it made of water slime? Qiao Yin asked enviously. Yes, big brother gave it to me. It can block the sun. Seeing the children's envious eyes, Fang Cheng waved his hand and said, all the children who behaved well today will receive a cute slime hat from the teacher. Yay! After Fang Cheng finished speaking, the children's envious gazes brightened with excitement. Teacher Fang Cheng, I will be good, Leo said immediately. Teacher Fang Cheng, I'll be good too, the other children quickly said. Seeing the children's eyes turn to the slime hat, Fang Cheng remembered there were still 5 slimes in the bag in the carriage. Fang Cheng took the bag out of the carriage, and the children's eyes fell on him. Fang Cheng held the bag, and the slimes inside were wriggling and moving, making it clear to everyone that it contained some kind of animal. Teacher Fang Cheng, what's inside? Guess. Fang Cheng said, opening the bag. Is it a puppy? Is it a rabbit? Is it a groundhog? Is it slime? Joni said. Joni guessed right. Fang Cheng opened the bag and poured out the slimes. Blue, emerald green, and yellow slimes, transparent like crystals, were wriggling aimlessly and happily on the ground. Its round body wiggled, seemingly heading off somewhere. The slimes of this world suited Fang Cheng's aesthetic perfectly. They came in various colors, were translucent and beautiful, and relatively safe. Even if the liquid inside got on a child's skin, Fang Cheng's water-based healing magic could heal it instantly. For Fang Cheng, they were indeed a great way to decorate the kindergarten and add life to it. Most importantly, slimes are actually quite resilient. As long as you don't prick them with sharp objects, they'll generally find a suitable environment to grow on their own. Although slimes lack intelligence and can't think, relying entirely on instinct, the children crouched down to observe the slimes closely. Teacher Fang Cheng, they're just like in the cartoons. This is the first time I've ever actually seen slimes, Xiao Yin said. Of course, that's exactly what slimes look like. Fang Cheng smiled. Yuri was somewhat surprised to see these slimes. She hadn't expected Fang Cheng to have such an interest. Alright, You can play now. Remember not to poke the slime with anything sharp, okay? If anyone kills one, the teacher will make you go to the Whispering Forest and catch 2 more. Okay, Teacher Fang Cheng, we'll be careful. The children squatted on the ground, following the wriggling slime, observing it carefully. Leo, one of the braver ones, started pointing at it with his finger, then touching it. The other children also started handling it, as if they had received a new toy. Just then, a magnificent carriage stopped at the kindergarten gate, attracting everyone's attention. Wow! What a beautiful and big carriage! Leo exclaimed. Eunice, the head maid of the Ephidiah family, stepped down from the carriage. Pulling the carriage was a magnificent white horse, its coat pure white with cloud-like markings. Mr. Fang Cheng, I've come to pick you all up for Isla's birthday party. Are you available now? Eunice stepped forward gracefully, nodding slightly, and asked Fang Cheng, what time does it start? There's still some time. If Mr. Fang Cheng doesn't mind, you can come to my house for tea and a tour first, Eunice said with a smile. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, I just got back from outside. I'll take a bath first, and I'll be done in a bit. You can play here for a while and chat with our Yuli. It's a coincidence that your name and Yuli's name differ by only one character. Seeing that you're about the same age, I'm sure you can become good friends. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Hearing this, the head maid glanced at Yuli, whose gaze was also fixed on him. Her eyes lit up. Thank you, Mr. Fang Cheng, Eunice nodded. Then I'll go prepare to wash up. I won't keep you waiting, Fang Cheng said. The head maid bowed slightly. Kids, don't rush, you can't rush things, Fang Cheng said, looking at the children's eager expressions. Okay, Teacher Fang Cheng. The children replied enthusiastically. Then, Fang Cheng quickly helped the 2 little ones wash up and change into clean clothes. Of course, the 2 little ones changed into clean school uniforms, just like everyone else. Because they were in a hurry, Fang Cheng helped the 2 little ones wash and dry their hair today. The 2 little ones enjoyed it very much. Big brother, Saya will help you take a bath and wash your hair from now on, little Saya said happily. Sister Mo Tong, will you help big brother wash? Mo Tong met Saya's innocent gaze, didn't speak, but simply nodded. He braided the 2 little ones' hair into pretty little braids. Looking at Mo Tong's delicate face, with her magical senses awakening and her nutrition improving, her once slender face had become a bit chubby, unlike when he first saw her. In short, she was very pretty. Her black eyes held a mature charm, and her long, soft black hair made her appear alluring and captivating beyond her years. Brother combed your hair, so a kiss from you isn't too much to ask, is it? Fang Cheng said to Mo Tong. Before he finished speaking, Mo Tong quickly pressed her cheek against Fang Cheng's. Big brother, kiss. Xiao Shaya also kissed Fang Cheng on the cheek. Alright, let's go. Let's see if there's any cake at AI Lu's house tonight, Fang Cheng said. Big brother, Shaya wants some cake. If there isn't any, brother will make some for Shaya tomorrow. Fang Cheng ruffled the little one's hair. Fang Cheng led the 2 little ones out. Upon arriving at the playground, Eunice and Eunice were talking while keeping an eye on the children. Each child was huddled around a slime, crouching down and moving their feet, observing the slime's movements. Look, as the slime moves, the ground really does get wet, leaving a trail. The children's spacing varied depending on the direction the slime moved. The water-type slime that Joni observed was moving towards the pool, while the lush green grass slime was moving towards the adjacent grassy area. It was unclear what kind of sensors the slimes used to find their suitable environment. Alright, kids, gather together. Fang Cheng called out, and the children immediately rushed over. Fang Cheng said to Eunice, Miss Eunice, let's go. Eunice smiled and said, please come with me in the carriage. The Ephidiah family's carriage was indeed luxurious and grand. The carriage was made of some precious wood, and you could smell its fragrance. Eunice drove. Sitting in the carriage, perhaps because Fang Cheng was there, or perhaps because the children knew they should behave well and politely, the children sat quietly. At this moment, Yuri reminded them again with concern, when we visit other people's homes later, you must be polite. Don't touch other people's things easily. Be careful, or if you break something, even your teacher can't afford to pay for it. Yes, Teacher Yuri. The children replied attentively. As the carriage traveled along, the children peered out, their eyes filled with longing. The street was lined with magnificent private mansions, grand and spacious, a stark contrast to their own homes. Even a single gate in their house was wider than several walls combined. The carriage moved steadily and quickly, soon pulling into a gate and stopping in the courtyard. Then, Eunice's soft voice rang out, Mr. Fang Cheng, Miss Yuri, we've arrived. Everyone can disembark now. The group disembarked. Looking at the spacious courtyard and the tall buildings, is this Ilu's house? It's so big, the children exclaimed, their mouths agape at the tall building. Fang Cheng looked around and saw it was indeed quite large. There was even a sand play area. He glanced at a corner of the yard, a rectangular sandpit with sandcastles on top, and even a magical crystal, now covered in sand. Isla's living conditions were indeed quite good, much better than when he first met Riot and the others, playing in the sand and drawing with twigs under the trees. 3 luxurious carriages were parked in the spacious yard. They were certainly wealthy. Mr. Fang Cheng, Miss Yuri, children, please follow me, Eunice greeted them. Along the way, they saw several young maids bustling about, stopping and bowing slightly when they saw Eunice and Fang Cheng. Led by Eunice, Fang Cheng and his party entered the house through the main gate and into the hall. Young people, we meet again. Welcome everyone to my youngest daughter Isla's birthday party. As soon as they entered, a handsome man carrying Isla approached and greeted Fang Cheng and the others. Big brother, you're here. Isla has been waiting for you for so long, Isla said, trying to wriggle free from the man's arms. Seeing his little girl's expression, the middle-aged man's smile froze for a moment, then he casually and generously put little Isla down. As soon as Isla got down, she looked up at Fang Cheng and said, Big brother, Isla will treat you to cake later. Seeing that Isla wasn't overly affectionate towards him, Fang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Although he wasn't a father yet, Fang Cheng already had the spirit of one. Having 2 adorable and beautiful younger sisters, Fang Cheng couldn't bear to see them showing affection to other men. Therefore, Fang Cheng was very afraid that this man might kill him. Just now, Fang Cheng used his intermediate level detector to assess the strength of this robust, handsome man. Name, Bok Aphodiah. Gender, male. Age, 42. Magic power, 8010. Mental strength, rank 6. Elemental affinity, 82/100, wind element 82%, earth element 75%, fire element 60%, lightning element 2%. Incredibly powerful. His mental strength level is comparable to Emoton's, making him a mage. With 8,000 magic power, it seems to be the amount of magic power a normal mage possesses. Frankly, Fang Cheng didn't understand how magic power levels determine strength. For example, Emoton, judging from his mental strength rank, is also a mage, but his current magic power is only a dozen points. Lower-level mages compete based on the magical power within their bodies, while higher-level mages might compete based on their control over atmospheric magical elements and the power of high-level magic. This was Fang Cheng's understanding. Just now, Bok Aphodiah felt as if Fang Cheng had seen through his strength. The man was somewhat surprised by this feeling, but didn't pay it any mind. Looking at Saya, the silver-haired girl with adorable cat ears standing obediently beside the young man, a look of affection flashed in the man's eyes. Thank you, Ailu. The birthday cake today will definitely be delicious, Fang Cheng said to Isla with a beaming smile. Children, say hello to your uncle, Fang Cheng greeted them. Hello, uncle, the children said in unison. The middle-aged man's handsome face broke into a wide smile. Good, good, uncle will treat you to candy and cake, Bok said to the children. Thank you, uncle. The man's smile widened, somewhat incongruous with his serious and impeccably dressed appearance. Young friend Fang Cheng, let's sit down and have a cup of tea first. This way, please, the man gestured. Mr. Aphodiah, you're too kind. We've brought the children today, we've certainly taken a lot of your time. It's nothing, the more the merrier. My Ailu, like her sister Qing Ning, doesn't have many friends. I should thank you, really. You're too kind, Fang Cheng said with a smile. 2 long tables were set up in the hall, laden with all sorts of desserts, sandwiches, fruits, nuts, steaks, red wine. Could this picture be replaced with one made out of pure love? There were many foods on the table that Fang Cheng had never seen before, and frankly, he wanted to go up and eat and drink for free. Besides, between the 2 rows of tables was a square table with a 3-tiered, exquisitely crafted cake on it, decorated with various fruits and cream. At the very top was a lifelike sculpture of a little girl who looked remarkably like Ailu, holding a crystal ball that seemed to be glowing. It was very symbolic, indicating that today was Isla's magical awakening and, coincidentally, her birthday. It was clearly made on short notice, and the person who made the cake was undeniably skilled. However, he wondered if the Isla on the cake was edible. Let's sit here for a while and start eating when Isla's mother returns. No rush. Fang Cheng smiled. Everyone sat down at the table. The table was a bit low, but Fang Cheng thought it was just right. Perhaps it was because there were many children, and it was Isla's birthday, that a low table was specially used so the children could easily reach the snacks and food. Why isn't mommy back yet? Little Isla pouted. Soon, soon, the man reassured her. Isla's awakening of magic is all thanks to you, young man. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude. As the man finished speaking, a maid stepped forward and handed Fang Cheng a gold coin card. It's nothing, you're too kind. Even without my help, with Isla's magical talent, she would have awakened it on her own soon enough, Fang Cheng said with a smile, taking a sip of tea, finding it truly fragrant. I recently heard from my eldest daughter that you're facing some financial difficulties, young man Fang Cheng. This is just a small token of my appreciation, the man said with a smile. Please accept this, Mr. Fang Cheng, the maid said softly, presenting the gold coin card with both hands. Seeing this, Fang Cheng was taken aback. Someone had already given him money upon his arrival. Looking at the gold coin card, the amount displayed was 1,000. The Ephidiah family is truly wealthy. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng accepted it. Thank you for your kindness, brother. The man was taken aback, then laughed heartily. It's nothing, my family may not have much, but we certainly don't lack gold coins. Please take good care of Qing Ning and Ai Lu. Don't worry, I will. Where's Qing Ning? Qing Ning went to meet her friend Betty. Those two are really close. Are these your sisters? They're so cute. The man glanced at the two children beside Fang Cheng. Yes, and they're both very well behaved. Fang Cheng said with some pride. My Ai Lu, sometimes she's actually quite well behaved too. The man glanced at Ai Lu, who was eating snacks with several other children at the low table, his eyes filled with the loving gaze of a father. Fang Cheng also glanced at her. Little Ai Lu was actually inviting other children to eat snacks. Johnny, have this, it's really good beef jerky. Elu took 2 pieces from a plate full of beef jerky and handed them to Johnny. The children, however, seemed a little reserved. Seeing the table full of mouth-watering snacks, they hesitated to reach for them. Leo walked over and asked, Teacher Fang Cheng, can we eat some? Eat up, it's all right. Just don't waste food. You all heard what Uncle said earlier, he invited everyone to eat together. Fang Cheng said, Okay, Teacher Fang Cheng, thank you, Uncle. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the other children seemed to gain courage and started eating the snacks on the table. Before long, they were happily eating. Tate, this is delicious too, you should try some. Johnny, this fruit is delicious too. Mo Tong, Saya, you two go play too, have something to eat. Fang Cheng said to the 2 clingy little ones. Okay. The man chuckled after seeing this, your 2 little sisters really like you. It's normal for little sisters to like their older brothers. Fang Cheng smiled. Big brother, this is delicious. Soon, little Saya fed Fang Cheng a purple dried fruit. Fang Cheng opened his mouth and took a bite with great enjoyment. Sweet with a hint of tartness, it was very refreshing. The man watched as Saya fed Fang Cheng, then glanced at Ailu, who was happily eating her snack. His face twitched slightly, the comparison was stark. Compared to other people's little girls, his own 2 daughters were like drafty lambs. Just then, perhaps noticing Saya feeding Fang Cheng, Ailu, sitting at the table, noticed. Her eyes lit up, and she picked up a sandwich and walked towards Fang Cheng. The middle-aged man noticed Isla walking towards him with a sandwich and smiled. It seemed Isla really needed more interaction with children. Under Saya's example, his little daughter had even learned to feed her father. Bok looked expectantly at his daughter approaching, finding her exceptionally adorable. Big brother, this little sandwich is delicious. Here, have some. Little Isla looked up at Fang Cheng, her bright green eyes sparkling. Bok's smile froze for a moment, and he instantly found the black-haired youth in front of him rather detestable. Feeling a sharp gaze fixed on him, Fang Cheng smiled slightly at Ailu and said, Ailu, thank you. Give it to your father. Big brother ate something before coming, wanting to save room for Isla's birthday cake. I saw Isla's birthday cake, it's very pretty, it must be delicious. Bok gave Fang Cheng a "you're smart" look, but Fang Cheng's gaze was fixed on Ailu, and he didn't see it. Okay, Ailu understands. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, little Isla nodded. Father, you can have it. Isla said somewhat perfunctorily to Bok, her enthusiasm halved. Good, my Ailu is so good. The man smiled, taking a bite of the sandwich. Although Fang Cheng had refused, it was still his daughter who had given it to him. Father, I'm going to cut the cake. Big brother wants some. Fang Cheng. Bok's sharp gaze swept over Fang Cheng. Ahem, Ailu, wait for your mother and sister to return, Fang Cheng continued. Okay, big brother, Isla nodded. Bok's sharp gaze towards Fang Cheng carried a hint of hostility, making Fang Cheng feel a slight pressure. Fang Cheng, of course, understood the reason. After all, any father would be furious if his adorable daughter listened to a man he had only recently met, and he couldn't express it openly, only sullenly. Just then, Mo Tong, sitting next to Fang Cheng, noticed Bok's seemingly hostile gaze towards him, frowned, and cast a glance at him with her dark eyes. At that moment, the magical elements in this space inexplicably stirred. The man raised an eyebrow, and the magical elements calmed down. The man looked at Mo Tong, his bright eyes now filled with astonishment. Your sister is quite something, Bok said to Fang Cheng with a smile. She's all right. Fang Cheng smiled. Just then, a playful and gentle voice rang out from afar. Ailu, my darling Ailu, mommy's back. A beautiful figure rushed in from outside, seemingly searching for something. The woman's hair, tied up, was 2 colors. It appeared purple at first glance, but the ends were green, quite pretty, actually. The purple was likely dyed later. Seeing so many children in the house, the woman paused, slightly surprised. Unexpectedly, Qing Ning, Ilu's mother, was surprisingly young. The woman wore a light purple, slightly formal dress, but her lively demeanor made it hard to believe. "Mommy, Ilu missed you so much." Ilu's eyes lit up at the sound of the voice. Seeing the newcomer, she immediately ran over and hugged the woman's leg. The woman scooped Ilu up and planted a big kiss on her cheek. Following the woman's arrival, Qing Ning and Betty followed closely behind. In addition, Qing Ning was holding the hand of a beautifully sculpted little girl, walking slowly towards them. Fang Cheng looked at the little girl and saw that she had a delicate and lovely face, with violet hair and wearing a purple princess dress. At first glance, she seemed like a quiet and gentle girl, but surprisingly, her eyes were closed. "Mommy, Sister Shuyan is here." Ilu's voice was full of surprise and disbelief as she struggled to get down from her mother's arms. "You don't want Mommy anymore now that you've seen Sister Shuyan," the woman said with a smile, putting Ilu down. Ilu ran to the little girl with violet hair and took her hand. "Sister Shuyan." The little girl and Ilu hugged, but didn't speak, their movements somewhat slow. "All right, everyone's here, sit down," Bok said. "It's so lively today," the woman said, stepping forward and smiling at Fang Cheng and Yuri. "What an adorable little girl. My Qing Ning was just as cute when she was little, but she's grown up and isn't so affectionate," the woman said, her eyes lighting up when she saw Saya. "Mother, what are you saying?" Qing Ning said helplessly. She couldn't do anything with her mother. One moment she was stern, the next she was carefree. "Qing Ning, you should learn from Betty. I've heard some things about you at the Magic Academy lately." "Yes, mother," Qing Ning obediently replied. "Good girl," the woman chuckled. Fang Cheng's expression was somewhat strange. He hadn't expected the two sisters' mother to be so interesting. She had a very youthful mindset and looked young and beautiful. "Bok, did you miss me?" the woman asked, sitting down next to the middle-aged man. "Of course," Bok replied, rubbing his nose. "All right, everyone's here, let's eat together." The adults gathered at one table, and the children at another. Eunice and a maid watched over them, especially the little girl with violet hair, who seemed to have some difficulty moving around and didn't speak. Dishes were brought to the table, attracting the children's attention. There were various kinds of roasted meat, sandwiches, meat porridge, toast, steaks, grilled fish, vegetable soup, and drinks, milk, and blue leaf juice that looked somewhat familiar to Fang Cheng. "Ilu, you must take good care of your sister Shuyan, understand?" Ilu's mother said to Ilu. "Yes, I understand." Ilu was very obedient this time. Then, the adults began their meal, chatting and introducing themselves. During the meal, the Ephidiah couple thanked Fang Cheng again. Fang Cheng returned the thanks politely. He also learned that Ilu's mother, named Emily Ephidiah, was no ordinary person. She was the president of the Soto City Merchant Guild. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised. It seemed this woman was definitely not as carefree as she appeared. He used a detection skill. Name: Emily Ephidiah. Age: 37. Gender: female. Magic power: 3360. Mental strength: 4th tier. Elemental affinity: 72/100, 72% wind, 62% wood, 40% lightning. She is a high-level mage, but in Fang Cheng's opinion, her strength is rather average. To be honest, Fang Cheng doesn't like this kind of formal setting. The main reason he came this time is because Ilu is his student, and he wanted to show the children around. In comparison, Fang Cheng prefers to sit at the table with the other children, eat with them, and play with them. Saya and Emotong were eating grilled fish, their eyes curiously fixed on the quiet little girl with purple hair, finding it strange that she didn't speak. Seeing Fang Cheng's gaze, Bok thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Brother Fang Cheng, how about I let my brother's daughter study with you? You won't have to look after her much, she can just study with the other children." Fang Cheng nodded without hesitation and said, "Sure. I'll help her. She seems very well behaved." "It's a long story. My brother's daughter is indeed very well behaved. On the day she was 3 years old, she was injured due to special circumstances. She lost her sight and her voice. Before, she was a very lively little girl, just like Ilu, and was Ilu's childhood playmate. Since she lost her sight and her voice, she has been resting at home." "Is she blind?" Fang Cheng asked, somewhat surprised. He glanced at the little girl and noticed that she seemed to be able to sense food and could quietly eat the fruit from her plate. She really is blind. Later, her father tried many methods, spending half of his family fortune to buy a rare magical artifact that allows her to vaguely sense her surroundings and transmit that sense to her mind, Bok continued. Fang Cheng nodded, thinking that magical artifacts in this world were indeed quite amazing. Now Xian is feeling better and can see people. I'm thinking of letting her make more friends. I understand, don't worry. Let her study at my kindergarten. Thank you so much. I'll talk to her father later. Is her father okay with it? Is he willing to let his daughter study at my kindergarten? Fang Cheng asked again. Don't worry. Ilu is here too, her father will agree. Fang Cheng nodded. Fang Cheng looked at the serene little girl and used his basic detection skill. Name, Shuyin. Gender, female. Age, 5 years, 5 months, and 20 days. Magic power, 3. Status, happy and depressed. Mental strength, tier 2. Elemental affinity, 81/100, 81% lightning, 81% wind, 20% water. Holy crap, I've struck gold. Meanwhile, after Fang Cheng detected Shuyin's information, the system suddenly issued a mission. Asterisk ding. System has issued a task asterisk. Side quest, a child with awakened magical senses has been detected. Recruit student Shuyin. Rewards, 100 magic points, 100 exchange points, 100 gold coins. Fang Cheng was taken aback upon seeing this task. He hadn't expected the system to detect that this little girl had awakened her magical senses, and the rewards were much more generous. Previously, recruiting only yielded 10 exchange points and 10 gold coins. This is truly a treasure student. Looking at Shuyin's status on the system panel, it was clear that this little girl had been in a state of depression for a long time, perhaps due to physical defects or other factors. Now, interacting with other children, she was probably quite happy. Sister Shuyin, try this. Little Isla picked out one of her favorite dried fruits from the table, seemingly quite considerate of Shuyin. Little Shuyin nodded, took it, and kept her eyes closed. The other children looked at the pretty Shuyin with curiosity in their eyes. Some were curious about how this little girl could see without opening her eyes. It seemed very impressive. As the children ate together, they began to get to know each other. It's said that delicious snacks are a powerful tool for children to socialize. Having learned from their kindergarten experience, Leo and Kiawan had also rudimentarily learned how to introduce themselves and make friends. Elu, who's next to you? Leo asked, his bright eyes sparkling with familiarity. This is my sister Shuyin. You can't bully her. If anyone bullies her, I'll have Eunice beat them up, little Elu said. Eunice, standing behind her, was a little amused but didn't say anything. I won't bully anyone. Teacher Fang Cheng taught me that. Why can't she open her eyes? Why isn't she talking? Leo asked curiously. You're so annoying. Why do you talk so much? Elu said angrily. I didn't do anything. Teacher Fang Cheng told me to ask if I don't understand. Leo was a little confused. The other children also looked at Shuyin with curiosity. They rarely saw a little girl with such beautiful hair. Hearing Isla's words, Shuyin tugged at Isla's hand and shook it, her delicate little face flashing a smile at the children. Although her eyes were closed, the children could already feel the little girl's kindness. Hearing Leo mention teacher Fang Cheng and her sister Shuyin holding her hand, Isla's angry expression subsided somewhat. Then, little Isla said to everyone, Sister Shuyin can't see and can't make a sound, you can't bully her. Little Isla spoke earnestly, her tone a little forceful and threatening. At such a young age, her emotions were already quite developed. We know, we definitely won't bully her, bullying others is wrong, Xiaoyan said. Okay, that's good, otherwise I wouldn't let you come to my house for snacks and treats. Fang Cheng, having overheard the children's conversation, was somewhat impressed with little Ilu. Looking at Qing Ning and Betty beside him, he felt that Ilu and Qing Ning's personalities were indeed quite similar, both being very loyal to their sisters. Hearing Ilu's words, the other children looked at Shuyin with more sympathy and admiration. Even they, at such a young age, understood the pain of not being able to see the world or express oneself verbally. However, teacher Fang Cheng had told them before that everyone in the world is different, and one shouldn't look down on others. One should accept all existence, existence itself is reasonable. Therefore, they didn't think Shuyin was anything special. Is her name Shuyin? I'm Leo. Leo said, looking at Shuyin. Sister Shuyin, you're taller than us. How old are you? My name is Joni. Little Joni introduced herself. My name is Kiawan. Kiawan said. I'm Tate. My name is Saya. Mo Tong. Sister Shuyin, can we be friends and play together? Saya asked. Little Shuyin was excited to see so many children introducing her. Although she closed her eyes, she faced the children, gesturing with her hands and nodding her little head. Sister Shuyin, why don't you come to Big Brother's kindergarten with us tomorrow? It'll be so much fun for you. Little Shuyin smiled upon hearing Xiao Ila's words, but shook her head hesitantly. Meanwhile, the adults, chatting and eating, naturally kept a close eye on the children's table. Everyone at the table was paying close attention to the children there. There was the little princess, Sao, who intrigued them, Ilu, the birthday girl, Shuyin, who needed constant care to prevent her from being bullied, and the mysterious little girl, Motong. Most importantly, all the children were adorable, naturally drawing everyone's attention. The adults weren't far from the children, so they could hear everything the children said and did. Seeing the children eating and introducing themselves, they seemed to quickly become acquainted, and each of them appeared very polite. The adults present all smiled. It's definitely better with more people, it's more lively for the children, and they're happy to have playmates, Elle's mother said with a smile. Mr. Fang Cheng and Miss Yuri are quite good at raising children, Isla's mother continued to praise. Not at all. It's mainly because the child is sensible. Otherwise, no matter how much you say, it's useless. It all depends on the child's own understanding and willingness to become that kind of person. Mr. Fang Cheng's educational philosophy is truly unique and advanced, the man said with a smile. Not bad, I've gained some insights. This time, Fang Cheng didn't deny it politely, but said confidently yet humbly, I think it's just insights for fooling children. Qing Ning said, pouting. Emily frowned upon hearing Qing Ning's words, just about to remind her eldest daughter. Coaxing children is also a form of education, and I never lie to kids. I just coax, not lie. Besides, kids aren't stupid. If you can lie to them once, can you lie to them twice? Or do you think your sister is a child who is easily fooled? Fang Cheng laughed indifferently when he heard Qing Ning's words, and teased her in a habitual way. TCH, who knows what tricks you used, father? Now Isla treats her better than her own sister. Qing Ning complained. That just means your sister thinks I treat her better than you, her older sister. Seeing the two of them bickering, Emily's furrowed brows relaxed, and she smiled again, finding the banter amusing. Hearing Qing Ning's words, Bok, recalling how Ilo had given Fang Cheng small sandwiches and insisted on cutting cake for him, nodded unconsciously, feeling a pang of sympathy. He said, you need to set a good example for your sister. Don't argue with her every day. Qing Ning pouted, glared at Fang Cheng, and remained silent. Everyone smiled at the two of them, creating a relaxed atmosphere around the table. Bok didn't abruptly ask Fang Cheng how he had awakened the child's magical sense ahead of time. This was a secret everywhere. After all, prematurely awakening magical talent in children was unheard of, and if word got out, it would cause a huge stir in the magical education world and likely bring immense trouble to the young man. Try this. This is a specialty cherry tomato from the Kingdom of Ace. I've heard it has beauty-enhancing and vitality-restoring effects. Emily called out to everyone, smiling at Yuri and Betty. Father, I'm going to treat everyone to cake. At this moment, Ilo ran over and said to Bok. Bok saw that everyone present had already eaten some food, so he said, alright, let's begin celebrating my precious little daughter, Ilu's 5th birthday. Ilu, go and invite the children over. Emily said. Bok had the maids quickly clear the table and bring out the exquisite large cake. Everyone stood up. Kids, let's eat cake. Fang Cheng called out happily to the children. Hearing Ilu's invitation and Fang Cheng's words, the children quickly ran over. They all formed a circle around the table, with little Ilo holding Shuyan's hand. Everyone looked at the 3-tiered cream cake decorated with various fruits and dried fruits, adorned with many beautiful patterns. Of course, the most eye-catching feature was the innocent-looking little Ilo model on the cake, wearing a princess dress and holding a magical crystal. The children exclaimed in amazement. Fang Cheng looked at the little Ilo on the cake, wondering how to cut it later. Should he cut the little Ilo too? Judging from the material, this little Ilo was made of some kind of sugar. It should be edible, right? The cake had the words Happy 5th Birthday, Ilu, written on it. Then Emily said in a gentle voice, today is Ilu's 5th birthday. Thank you all for coming to Ilu's birthday party. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Welcome, children. Ilu, you're 5 years old today. Congratulations on awakening your magical senses and making many friends. Mom hopes you're happy every day and grow up healthy. Thank you, Mom. Little Ilu's bright green eyes sparkled beautifully. This is a gift from Mom, Emily said, taking out a small bracelet and putting it on Ilu's wrist. The bracelet had a small white jade rabbit on it. Thank you, Mom. Ilu loves it. Little Ilu was delighted to see the white jade rabbit design, raising her hand and peering closer. What an adorable rabbit. Then, Bok also gave little Ilu a short birthday blessing. Ilu, happy birthday. You'll always be Daddy's darling. Daddy is giving you a rabbit piggy bank. It's in your room. Thank you, Father. Little Ilu simply loved rabbits. Happy birthday, Ilu. Qingning and Betty said. Betty had also prepared a small gift for Ilu, a small box, the contents of which were unknown, which Eunice carefully kept. Be a good girl and don't cause trouble, okay? Qingning said. Hearing Qingning's words, little Ilu pouted. Happy birthday, Ilu. May you be happy every day. Everyone offered their blessings. Happy birthday, Ilu, the children echoed, some happy and some envious. Alright, let's light the candles. Ilu, my little one, make a wish and cut the cake. Under the children's bright eyes, Qingning placed 5 large candles and lit them. At that moment, the maid turned off the lights in the hall. For a moment, the entire hall of the house was illuminated only by the light of these 5 candles. The warm, yellow light, though not very bright, bathed the group of people gathered around, creating a cozy atmosphere. Little Isla stood with her tiny feet on the chair, closed her eyes, made a wish, then leaned forward and blew hard on 3 candles, extinguishing the remaining 2. Little Isla blew hard again, extinguishing the last 2 candles. Fang Cheng led the applause, and the children joined in. Happy birthday, Ailu. Xiao Xian stood beside Ailu, a smile on her face, facing Ailu, and touched her hand, seemingly also expressing her blessings. What did you wish for, little Ailu? Emily asked. Mommy, when you made your birthday wish before, I asked you what you wished for, and you said you shouldn't say your wishes out loud, because they won't come true. Little Ailu said. That's because adults' wishes don't come true if they're spoken aloud. It's different for children's wishes. Many people who like you will grant them, and it might even move the gods. Emily seemed a little embarrassed by Isla's words, but she seemed to have managed to smooth things over. Hearing her mother's words, Xiao Isla thought they made sense and said, My wish is that Sister Xian's eyes can see again and her voice can speak again, that I can read stories every day and have endless delicious food. Hearing Isla's wish, Fang Cheng was somewhat moved and looked at little Isla with new respect. Perhaps this was the most innocent and sincere wish of a child. Just then, the system issued a quest. Side quest, Isla's wish, help Isla's friend Shuyan so that the student Shuyan can overcome her physical defects and gain the ability to observe visually and express herself vocally. Quest reward, 500, magic points, 500, exchange points, elemental spirit's blessing. Everyone's eyes focused on Shuyan. Emily said, I believe Shuyan will get better. Bok also said, Shuyan is very brave, uncle will help you. Tears welled up in Shuyan's closed eyes, and then she opened them. Fang Cheng looked over, stunned. What kind of eyes were those? Like Shuyan's beautiful hair color, her eyes should have been as beautiful as violets, but now they seemed veiled by a layer of hazy mist, giving them a lack of focus and spirit, devoid of brilliance. Though still beautiful, they appeared somewhat dim. Seeing Shuyan's eyes, seemingly veiled in mist, Fang Cheng understood how beautiful they would be when they regained their brightness and sparkle. The little girl's tears, falling into the air and tracing the candlelight, pierced Fang Cheng's heart. He couldn't bear to see such a well-behaved little girl cry. At the same time, Fang Cheng secretly resolved to find a way as soon as possible, complete the task, and fully restore the physical impairment of this crying little girl, allowing those once bright and shining eyes to regain their light and radiance. Sister Shuyan, don't cry. I believe you'll get better. Isla made a wish, and all of Ilu's wishes came true. Little Ilu said to Shuyan, Yes, Shuyan, many people care about you. Your father, uncles, and aunts are still looking for a way. One day, little Shuyan's voice will be able to return to normal and she can speak again, Emily said, hugging little Shuyan. Shuyan nodded and hugged Emily and Isla beside her. In this situation, Xiao Shuyan didn't break down. Instead, she responded with a hug and gratitude, showing that she was indeed very sensible, a precocious, polite, calm, and adorable little girl. Yes, Sister Shuyan, Teacher Fang Cheng is amazing. Teacher Fang Cheng will definitely have a solution. Leo, with his bright and energetic voice, loudly comforted her. Fang Cheng. Hearing Leo's words, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Fang Cheng. Even Bok, Qing Ning, and the others looked at Fang Cheng with expectant eyes. Noticing everyone's gaze, Fang Cheng smiled at Shuyan and said, You have to believe me. Our little Leo said that Big Brother has a solution, and Big Brother really does have a solution. Really? Little brother Fang Cheng. Bok was quite excited at this moment. This will take some time. Solutions don't just suddenly appear. In short, as a preschool teacher, I have the ability to solve any problem related to children, no matter what it is. Fang Cheng said confidently, hoping to give Shuyan, who was listening attentively, some confidence. Hearing Fang Cheng's confident tone and seeing the loving and caring look in his eyes as he looked at Shuyan, Bok began to understand why the children liked this young man so much. Even his own daughter, Ailu, had developed a strong liking for him after only a short time. She treated her even better than her father. Shuyan and Isla can come to my 11 a.m. magic kindergarten to study together tomorrow. I'll find a way. Okay, then I'll trouble you, young brother Fang Cheng. I'll talk to Shuyan's father tonight, and he'll agree. Fang Cheng nodded and said gently to Shuyan, Big brother invites Shuyan to my kindergarten to play and learn with Isla and the other children, is that alright? Little Shuyan closed her eyes, seemingly sensing something. Hearing Uncle Bok's words about her father agreeing to let her go, and the words of this handsome and gentle older brother, little Shuyan nodded to Fang Cheng without hesitation. Shuyan really liked Ailu. When she was sitting there earlier, the other children were very friendly to her, not showing any disdain for her because she was blind and couldn't speak. Instead, they told her about all the fun places at the kindergarten, which little Shuyan, who had been lonely at home for a long time, longed to visit. Alright, our little Ailu has made her wish. Now it's time to cut the cake and share the delicious treats, Emily said cheerfully, easing the atmosphere. Hearing that it was time to cut the cake, the children's attention instantly shifted to it. Their eyes lit up. They had never seen such a beautiful cake before, nor had they ever eaten one. Little Leo looked at the little Ailu on the cake, wondering, is this Ailu also made of cake? Who will we cut it for? Ailu, let's cut it together. Okay. Little Ailu nodded. Seeing herself on the cake, Ilu asked Emily, "Mommy, the me in this file is made of cake, can I eat it?" Emily replied, "You can't eat this. I wouldn't want my precious Isla to be eaten." Hearing this, Isla breathed a sigh of relief like a little adult. "Then I'll give this to Sister Shuyan." "Of course you can," Emily said. "Sister Shuyan, do you want it?" Xiao Shuyan nodded excitedly upon hearing this. Emily took out a beautiful, three-dimensional crystal box, removed the Elu image from the cake, and placed it in front of Shuyan. Xiao Shuyan held it happily in her hands. Then, Emily took Elu's hand, and Elu, holding a cake knife, slowly began to cut the cake into even slices, arranging them on plates. Qingning and Betty then distributed the cakes, first to the children. The children, looking at the cakes that smelled of cream and fruit, swallowed hard. However, they didn't eat as soon as they received their slices. Instead, they waited quietly for Emily and Elu to distribute the cakes to everyone. Fang Cheng was pleased to see the children learn to wait. The adults, seeing the children's behavior, nodded secretly in approval. These children were very polite. Bok had heard from Qingning that these children were recruited by Fang Cheng from the working class district, and that their tuition was waived. It seemed these children were indeed of good character, deserving of such a free education. Bok had interacted with children from the working class district when he was young, even playing with them. Unfortunately, they only knew how to steal his food, reminding Bok of unpleasant childhood memories. "Alright, children, you can start eating now. Let's try it and see how it tastes," Fang Cheng said, seeing that everyone had received a piece of cake. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, everyone began to enjoy the cake. For the children from the working class district, cake was a rare treat. They had only heard of it before, never seen it, and their families couldn't afford it. "Teacher Fang Cheng, it's delicious." Qiaoyan scooped a spoonful of cake into her mouth and looked at Fang Cheng, saying. Fang Cheng took a bite, and it was indeed delicious. The cream was rich, the filling was perfectly baked, and the fruit and nut pieces blended together, creating an explosion of aroma and sweetness on the tongue, utterly satisfying. "It's been so long since I've had cake. It's so delicious," Emily exclaimed after taking a bite. "Big brother, it's so good." Everyone ate cake together, chatting and discussing the names of the nuts on the cake and which fruits tasted best. "Kids, there's more if you want," Emily told the children. "What's this little girl's name? She has a piece of fruit on her cheek, so cute." Emily looked at Joni curiously. Joni noticed Emily's gaze and knew she was being talked about, so she said in a sweet, childlike voice, "My name is Joni." Before long, the cake on the table was devoured by the children, their little bellies bulging, and their faces beaming with contentment. Now that the children were full, they couldn't stay still at the table any longer and wanted to play. Their eyes darted around, taking in the spacious hall. There were many beautiful paintings, vases, and maids standing ramrod straight, waiting. Emily said, "Elu, why don't you take the children to play for a while?" "Okay, Mom." Little Elu, who had also been restless for a while, heard her mother's words and pulled Shuyan to leave. "Be careful, keep an eye on Shuyan, don't be naughty with her," Emily reminded her. "Eunice, you watch the children." Eunice nodded. "You all come along too. Hurry up, or we'll have to go back soon." Fang Cheng laughed. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Leo and the others followed. "Saya, you should go too." The little one nodded, looking towards Qiao Yin's group, wanting to join them in the fun. Mo Tong remained seated next to Fang Cheng. "Mo Tong, aren't you going?" "Saya, my stomach is a little full and I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'll rest for a bit and come right away. You go play first, and tell me what fun games are available later. If we're too slow, neither of us will know the rules," Mo Tong said. Hearing Mo Tong's words, little Saya nodded. Yuri also stood up at this moment, saying somewhat shyly, "I'll go check on the other kids too. They might cause trouble if the teacher isn't here." Yuri led Saya along. Fang Cheng, seeing that Mo Tong hadn't followed, ruffled her hair. How could he not understand Mo Tong's feelings? She was probably trying to protect him from harm. When Mo Tong and Bok locked eyes earlier, how could Fang Cheng, with his perfect elemental affinity, not sense the fluctuations in the magical elements of this space? Emily looked at Mo Tong beside Fang Cheng curiously and said, "Your sister is so pretty. Is she my real sister? Her hair is such an unusual black." "Yes, she's my real sister." Fang Cheng hugged the little girl, offering no further explanation. In this world, if they simply walked out together normally, no one would believe they weren't sisters. After all, this world was different from Earth. It was full of people with black hair and yellow skin. "I'm so envious. I always wanted a little sister when I was little. Unfortunately, it's always been a regret, so to prevent Qingning from having that regret, I had Ailu." Emily seemed quite talkative, able to say anything. "It's clearly because you think I'm not cute anymore now that I'm older, mother. I overheard you outside my room last time," Qingning said at this moment. "If you wanted me to have a little sister, you should have had one long ago, she'd be about my age." Qingning pouted. My good daughter, you're not giving your mother any face, Emily said darkly. Seeing her mother's expression, Qingning, realizing her mistake, said, Mother, I was just joking. I'm going to practice magic. Tomorrow our academy is organizing our trials. Betty and I are going to do some research. I'll be going now. Qingning grabbed Betty and quickly slipped away. Betty nodded politely to everyone. Excuse me, Qingning and I will be leaving now. Thank you for your hospitality, uncle and aunt. Uncle Fang Cheng, I'll be going now. For a moment, only the Effie and her husband, Fang Cheng, and Emotong remained. Fang Cheng then said, I'm full. If there's nothing else, I'll go check if the children are causing any trouble. Finally, Fang Cheng and Emotong slipped away. Watching Fang Cheng leave, Bok smiled faintly. That young man is quite interesting, and his sister is no simple character either. Bok, tell me quickly, when did you meet her, and what about those children? I haven't heard anything about them. Emily, who had just returned home that evening, was filled with curiosity about them, mainly because she hadn't seen them for a week. Usually, the servants would report any news from the house to her. Emily was unclear about what had happened and was somewhat puzzled. Isla was unexpectedly more sensible and adorable than usual today. Emily felt she hadn't made a mistake in giving birth to Ilu. She was touched by Isla's wish for friendship and felt a sense of pride. Actually, it was just what happened today. Bok took a sip of tea and told his wife about the day's events. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng led Emotong slowly along. To be honest, Fang Cheng rarely had opportunities to be alone with Emotong. Basically, it was always the three of them, Saya, Fang Cheng, and Emotong inseparable, or Fang Cheng and Saya spent more time alone together. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng decided not to ask. Although Emotong was becoming increasingly mysterious in his eyes, there was no need to pry into everything. As long as he knew she was his sister and wouldn't harm him, that was enough. When she wanted to tell him, at the right time, she would naturally obediently report back. Instead, he said, let's go see what games those little ones are playing. Yes, brother, Emotong nodded. Was today's cake delicious? Fang Cheng held little Emotong's hand. It was a little cool and soft, not quite like the physique of a fire mage. Nothing tastes as good as your cooking, brother. Feeling Fang Cheng's large hand envelop her small hand, his thumb stroking the back and palm of her hand, Emotong felt a surge of pleasure, and her little hands warmed up. You know how to talk, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Emotong rolled her eyes inwardly, but her grip on the hand of the tall young man beside her tightened. She asked a maid where the children were, and the maid led Fang Cheng to a corner of the hall, up to the second floor. From there, they could hear Leo loudly counting. As soon as Fang Cheng arrived, Saya ran up to him and saw him, saying, Big brother, Emotong's sister, we're playing hide-and-seek. Okay, let's hide with Saya. Fang Cheng hugged the little one. Okay, big brother. Little Saya was very happy. Big brother, give Saya the flowers you picked today. Saya forgot earlier. I'll give them to Ilu and Shuyan's sister later. So Saya remembers. Fang Cheng smiled, then took out a handful of flowers he had gathered in the Whispering Forest that day from his spatial storage. Wildflowers of various colors, sweet flowers, daisies, and ginkgo flowers were gathered into a bouquet, vibrant and beautiful. The dirt and dust on the flowers and stems had been washed away earlier. Saya took the bouquet. Previously, the flowers had been picked individually, but now Fang Cheng had gathered them into a bunch, yellow, green, and red, each a different shape. Quite lovely. Brother, will Isla like it? Saya asked. Of course. These flowers are very pretty. If it were you, brother, you would love them. Fang Cheng ruffled Saya's hair. Then we won't give them to Ilu, we'll give them to you, brother. Saya said, handing the bouquet to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng paused for a moment, then chuckled. Thank you, Saya, but it's not my birthday today. If you want some, I can take you to the Whispering Forest to pick more tomorrow. Birthdays only happen once a year, and this was originally meant for Elu, so let's give it to her. With that, Fang Cheng gently kissed Saya's cheek. Little Saya nodded, feeling the slight dampness on her face. She smiled at her brother's affection. Hee, brothers drool. Fang Cheng wiped little Saya's soft cheek with his hand. Saya, hurry up and hide. Leo's almost finished counting and he's coming to catch us. At that moment, Xiao Yin ran over and said, Teacher Fang Cheng. Xiao Yin called out when she saw Fang Cheng, then her gaze fell on the flower in Saya's hand, her eyes brightening. Alright, let's all find somewhere to hide. Fang Cheng glanced at Leo, who was blindfolded and leaning against the wall, loudly counting. Looking around, he saw a spacious circular corridor on the second floor, with many rooms and decorative vases, cabinets, and small tables for displaying ornaments. He saw Isla pulling Shi into a corner not far away, hiding under a table and pulling down the tablecloth, but two small feet were visible as soon as they crouched down. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then took the little one and hid in a corner of a room. 89, 90, 100. After counting to 100, Leo added, I'm going to open my eyes now, you all better hide well, I'm going to start it. Little Leo shouted, as if afraid the other children wouldn't hide well enough, thus failing to showcase his superior hide-and-seek skills and making it less challenging. Fang Cheng almost laughed when he heard Leo's words. But then again, both times he'd seen children playing hide-and-seek, it was Leo who was the one doing that, while the other children were the ones hiding. Fang Cheng asked about Saya. Why is it always Leo who gets caught? Because Leo always loses at rock paper scissors. Well, this little guy is definitely having bad luck. Little Leo opened his eyes and saw that all the other children in the hallway were gone, only the two maids and teacher Yuri remained. Where could they be hiding? Leo glanced around, then immediately lay down, and promptly saw two pairs of little feet under a table. Haha, I see you. Elu, Shuyan, come out quickly. I caught you. Leo happily ran to the table and then lifted the tablecloth. Two little girls were huddled under the table. You must have been peeping. Isla crawled out, her little face showing some annoyance. I didn't, Leo said anxiously. Otherwise, how could you know we were hiding here after just counting? You must have been peeping, Ilu said. I wouldn't do such a thing. You can ask teacher Yuri and this big sister. Leo looked at Yuri and Eunice, who were watching and chatting quietly with smiles on their faces. Perhaps hearing the commotion, Tate and Joni appeared out of nowhere and stood next to Leo, looking at Isla with some curiosity. You guys play, I'm not playing with you. Hearing Leo's words, Isla didn't ask Yuri and Eunice, but just said angrily, then took Shuyan's hand, walked to a door, pushed it open, and slammed it shut. Teacher Yuri, Isla didn't follow the rules. I didn't even peek, why did she hide in such an easy place to be found? Leo said, coming to Yuri's side. It's alright, maybe it's Isla's first time playing with you guys, and she's not used to being caught so easily. Today is Isla's birthday, let's not argue with her, Yuri said. I'm never playing hide-and-seek with her again, Leo said angrily. Meanwhile, Ilu, with the door closed, was eavesdropping on the sounds outside. Hearing Leo's words, she pouted. Beside her, Shuyan patted Ilu's head. Seeing Shuyan comforting her with her eyes closed, Isla calmed down. Seemingly remembering something, her eyes lit up. Shuyan, Ilu has something to show you. With that, Isla bounced out from under the bed, carrying a crystal ball, the story crystal ball that Qingning had bought from Fang Cheng. She approached Shuyan. Sister Shuyan, feel this. It's a magical crystal ball that can play beautiful animated movies. Then, Isla seemed to realize something. Sister Shuyan is blind. Shuyan, it's a pity you can't see, Isla said dejectedly. Shuyan shook her head, then nodded, and slowly walked towards the bed. She sat down, paused, pointed to the crystal ball in Isla's hand, then to her own eyes and nodded, then to a gemstone hair clip close to her hair. Sister Shuyan, can you see what Ilu is holding? Ilu asked excitedly. Shuyan nodded. Really? That's great. Sister Shuyan, why can you see where Ilu is even with your eyes closed? Could Leo have seen her with his eyes closed too? Little Ilu wondered. At that moment, Eunice opened the door. Fang Cheng and the other children followed behind. What are you all doing here? Seeing Leo behind them, little Isla pouted and said somewhat haughtily. Little Ilu, we're going back now. We came to say goodbye. You and your sister Shuyan are coming to our kindergarten to play tomorrow. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Okay, big brother, little Isla said, noticing the beautiful bouquet of flowers Saya was holding. Oh, right, this is a birthday present from Saya for you. Saya picked them herself from the whispering forest. Fang Cheng led the children closer, and Saya stepped forward to hand the flowers to Ilu. Ilu, this is a birthday present for you. Big brother, sister Mo Tong, and I picked them together. Isla's eyes lit up as she looked at the flowers. There were even sweet flowers. She'd picked and eaten all the sweet flowers from the garden at home. Thank you, Saya. Isla took the bouquet from Saya, blinking at her, already remembering her name. You're welcome, the little one said happily. I won't touch your ears anymore, my dad told me that, little Isla said. Saya nodded. Fang Cheng stepped forward and patted Ilu's little head. Isla didn't resist, whereas normally she disliked having her head touched. However, Fang Cheng had already used the skill, cute head pat, on her that morning, so Isla no longer resisted. Looking at Shuyan beside him, who seemed to be facing him and observing him, Fang Cheng smiled kindly and moved his hand from Isla's head to Shuyan's. Little Shuyan was startled, then hurriedly grabbed her head, seemingly nervous and anxious. Fang Cheng noticed Shuyan's expression and was puzzled. What was Shuyan so nervous about? Had his friendliness diminished, making the little girl afraid of him? Fang Cheng used the skill, cute head pat. This skill can be used daily on different children without consuming uses. As the cute head pat skill finished casting, little Shuyan was no longer nervous and lowered her hand. Little Shuyan, you're great, Fang Cheng said, then released her hand after noticing the little girl's nervousness. Fang Cheng noticed a pretty bow hair clip on Shuyan's head, inlaid with gold thread and adorned with a black gemstone. The black gemstone gave one the feeling of being visually drawn into it. Fang Cheng suddenly remembered something. He recalled what Bok had said about Shuyan's father spending half his fortune to acquire a rare magical artifact that granted Shuyan the ability to sense her surroundings. This might be it. No wonder Shuyan was so nervous earlier. Her family must have told her to protect the magical artifact on her head that allowed her to see, and Shuyan understood its importance. This big brother's hand feels so good, so warm. Shuyan looked up, trying to feel the big brother's face. Suddenly, Shuyan's body froze, remaining motionless. His hair color is black. Big brother is so tall. Big brother is so handsome. Is Big brother smiling at me? Big brother's smile is so beautiful. Big brother's eyes are also black, like black gemstones, like my eyes, Xiao Xian thought to herself. Let's go, see you tomorrow. Fang Cheng said to the two little ones. Kids, we're going back to kindergarten to rest. Yay! The children seemed excited, as if they had remembered something. Fang Cheng led his group downstairs, greeted the Bok couple, and thanked them. Brother Fang Cheng, it's getting late. Why don't you rest here tonight? There are plenty of rooms, already. We also have maids here to look after the children. If Brother Fang Cheng is lonely tonight, our maids can keep you company. They're all young, beautiful, and clean girls, Bok whispered, trying to persuade him to stay, while cautiously glancing back at Emily in the hall. The man's words shocked and even excited Fang Cheng. After all, he hadn't been oblivious on his journey. The maids here were all slender and pretty. As the man finished speaking, Fang Cheng felt several gazes fixed on him, sending a chill down his spine. Unexpectedly, the handsome and upright Bok had this side to him. Indeed, a man is a boy at heart until death. Ahem, no need, thank you very much, brother, Fang Cheng said with difficulty. All right, then let Eunice take you back as soon as possible. Bok didn't stand on ceremony anymore. He could tell that the young man in front of him wasn't just being polite, he really wanted to go back. Bok glanced at the slender and beautiful Yuri behind Fang Cheng and understood somewhat. The man suddenly became happy again when Fang Cheng called him brother. Could it be that brother Fang Cheng is hinting at something? Is it inconvenient now? Or does brother Fang Cheng not find any of the maids appealing? Bok glanced at Eunice, the head maid, waiting by the carriage. Noticing Bok's gaze, Fang Cheng also glanced at her. Fang Cheng was shocked. This brother Bok was truly generous. When Bok saw Fang Cheng looking in Eunice's direction, he understood. No wonder Fang Cheng didn't find the other maids appealing, he had his eye on the head maid. It made sense, Eunice was indeed stunningly beautiful, with a fantastic figure. To be honest, if he didn't already have a wife, Emily, he was afraid. No, he loved her, and Bok would also have those thoughts. Understanding Fang Cheng's hint, Bok felt somewhat worried. After all, Eunice was very opinionated, and she was the daughter of a distant relative. Although she usually listened to him, in this matter, Eunice definitely had her own ideas. After all, Eunice was also a high-level mage. Eunice waited, seemingly sensing the two men's gazes fixed upon them. Whether it was her imagination or not, Eunice frowned, a hint of doubt in her usually calm eyes. Brother Bok, come to my place for tea sometime, Fang Cheng said. I'll definitely come when I have time, Bok replied with a smile. Then Fang Cheng and his group boarded the carriage. Eunice then pulled the reins, and the carriage started moving. Inside the carriage, Fang Cheng couldn't help but glance at Eunice, the head maid driving. Although he had no intention of doing so, being subtly entertained by Brother Bok for the first time almost overwhelmed him. The head maid was undeniably beautiful. Driving the carriage quietly in the night, her neatly combed, smooth hair shone in the moonlight. By Earth standards, she was a goddess. It was already night. In the darkness, the only sound on the quiet road was the rumble of the carriage. The children in the carriage were also quiet under the thick darkness. Yuri looked at Fang Cheng and pursed her lips. Although she hadn't heard Bok whispering to Fang Cheng earlier, she could vaguely guess what he meant. Little Mo Tong sat quietly beside Fang Cheng, her expression calm. The children, gazing at the night sky outside the carriage, seemed a little downcast. Little Saya sat quietly beside Fang Cheng, her adorable cat ears twitching as she pondered the meaning of what she had overheard Uncle Bok saying to her older brother. The carriage continued its journey. Noticing the children's silence, Fang Cheng guessed they were homesick. Just as he was about to offer some words of comfort, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Target detected intruding into the kindergarten without permission. Activate the kindergarten's protective shield to repel the target. Ding! Target detected, overall strength of a grand mage. The protective shield cannot withstand mid to high level magic above level 5. The current protective shield is level 3. Upgrade recommended. Fang Cheng was startled. Then, an image appeared in his mind of a woman in a dark mage's robe, her features somewhat obscured by the dim light. She was rapidly climbing a wall. It was the woman Shaylin had sent to protect Saya. No. Now that he knew the woman's purpose, Fang Cheng saw no need to antagonize her. However, Fang Cheng wondered what this woman was planning to do. Was she perhaps hiding somewhere in the kindergarten? After selecting no, the image in his mind vanished instantly. Fang Cheng had no idea where she might be hiding in the kindergarten, or what she was doing there at this hour. Had the girl been secretly following him when he went to the Aphrodite family earlier? Fang Cheng fell into thought. Mr. Fang Cheng, we've arrived. Eunice said slowly as the carriage reached the kindergarten gate. Miss Eunice, thank you for your help, Fang Cheng said, snapping out of his reverie. Children, we can get off now. We're at kindergarten. Fang Cheng smiled. It was approximately 8:30 p.m. Little Joni was a little sleepy, sitting with her sister, leaning on Qiao Yin's shoulder, her eyes slightly closed, her little lips pouting. Although Qiao Yin was the same age as Joni, a twin, she showed great responsibility as an older sister, taking good care of Joni. No wonder Qiao Yin was the older sister. Previously, Yuri had mentioned that Qiao Yin had emerged from their mother's womb a few minutes before Joni, thus becoming the older sister. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children's attention was diverted, and they became more awake. One by one, they jumped down from the carriage, their movements nimble and coordinated. After the group disembarked, Fang Cheng thanked Yuri, saying, Miss Yuri, thank you for your hard work. Yuri also stepped forward to express her gratitude. Yuri, thank you. Mr. Fang Cheng, you're welcome. It's what I should do, Yuri said with a slight smile and a polite nod. Yuri, no need to thank me. I'll head back now, Yuri said with a smile. Big sister, you've worked hard. Influenced by Eunice and Fang Cheng, the children were now very polite and greeted the headmaid loudly. Eunice smiled at the children and said, Big sister isn't tired at all, it's just driving the carriage. You can do it too in the future. Go back early, and be careful on the road. Fang Cheng said with concern, feeling that this headmaid really had a tough job. Seeing Fang Cheng's smiling and caring expression towards Eunice, Xiao Motong's eyes flickered. Could it be that brother really has feelings for this headmaid? Mo Tong stared intently at Eunice's beautiful face. Then I'll head back now and come back tomorrow, Eunice said, then drove the carriage back the way it came. The moon was beautiful tonight, the stars were few and far between. Entering the kindergarten gate, the children disembarked from the carriage and stretched. Wearing only thin school uniforms, short-sleeved shirts and shorts, the night breeze was a bit cool, and the children were fully awake. Teacher Fang Cheng, did you really tell my mom? Won't she worry about me? Tate asked. What, you don't trust your teacher Fang Cheng anymore? It was rare for Tate to be the first to ask. It seemed this young man really missed his mother. He'd probably grow up to be a mama's boy, and he was now. I wonder what he'd do when his mother and wife had a conflict. Who would he side with? Of course I believe teacher Fang Cheng. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Tate's worried and anxious expression relaxed. The children absolutely trusted teacher Fang Cheng. They just missed their mothers terribly. Perhaps today was also their first time staying away from their parents in a relatively unfamiliar environment. But I really didn't tell your mother. Fang Cheng continued, deciding to test the little one's emotional control. Did teacher Fang Cheng tell my dad? Leo asked excitedly. How did you know? Fang Cheng was a little surprised. Because Qiao Yin and Qiao Ni's dad usually doesn't come home until very late in the afternoon. If he didn't tell Tate's mom, it means teacher Fang Cheng didn't go to Tate's house, or Tate's mom wasn't home, and my dad is resting at home every day because of his leg injury, Leo said with a knowing look. Fang Cheng nodded and said to the children, I've already spoken to Leo's father. Tonight we're going to a classmate's birthday party and we'll be staying at the kindergarten. We'll take you home after school tomorrow. Leo's father will tell your parents when they get back, so don't worry. Yay! Teacher Fang Cheng, I've always wanted to try staying in the castle at night. Sure enough, little Leo was indeed carefree and easygoing, but that was good, it helped lighten the mood. The other children, influenced by Leo, seemed to be finding staying at the kindergarten more interesting. They could chat and play with other children at night, and wondered if the teachers would show them cartoons. Every night before bed, the children especially missed the storybook cartoons the teachers showed at kindergarten, missing characters like Bald Xiang, Song Da, and Song Yar, leading the children into the kindergarten. He looked around. The woman hadn't appeared, she was probably hiding and didn't intend to talk to him. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and then asked the system, Xiao Ling, to turn on all the lights in the kindergarten. A group of people walked across the slightly dark playground at night. Suddenly, the castle was illuminated by a dazzling light, its surface shimmering with a myriad of dreamlike, multicolored lights. The shimmering lights transformed the entire pattern into a starry sky, then quickly formed a castle of colorful candy lights, then a deep blue ocean under the lights, then scenes of the animated characters from the forest kindergarten, like the bears Big Bear and Little Bear, then a scene of everyone gathering to celebrate Isla's birthday, making wishes, and eating cake. Fang Cheng could freely control which scenes appeared, or control them randomly. Wall lights appeared throughout the playground in various parts of the kindergarten, illuminating every corner with soft, non-glaring light. The children's eyes were immediately filled with light. They stared at the dreamy, dazzling lights that appeared in the night. They never imagined that this beautiful castle would glow at night, emitting beautiful images, or that so many lights could emerge from the walls of the playground. It was completely beyond their comprehension. So beautiful! The children exclaimed, their eyes filled with a dreamy light. It must be said that this lighting facility, built at the expense of 100 gold coins deducted by the system, was quite worthwhile for Fang Cheng, seeing the children's amazed expressions. Looking at the time, it was 8:30, still quite early. Fang Cheng didn't want the children to go to bed early anyway. He figured they wouldn't be able to sleep at this hour. He remembered that the excuse he gave the system for building this light was to create a wonderful student party on the playground that evening, to create a good atmosphere. Now that the children were staying overnight at kindergarten, it was perfect for an event. And since he was bored, it was also a way to welcome that woman. Just a moment ago, when the light came on, Fang Cheng saw a shadow flash across the terrace above the castle. Fang Cheng said to the children, "Are you sleepy now? Do you want to go to sleep?" "No, no," the children said in unison, their voices excited. "All right, let's go play on the playground and watch from there." "Yay," the children responded happily. Yuri looked at the dazzling lights and beautiful scenery, the light in the children's eyes, their happy smiles, and the gentle smile on the young man's lips beside her. Her heart pounded. She pursed her lips, looked up at the scene on the castle, and her thoughts drifted. Fang Cheng led the children to the playground, then suddenly said, "We magicians, besides possessing immense magical power and learning powerful spells, also need a strong physique. You've played for a while now, and rested in the carriage. Now, each of you, please run 5 laps around the playground." Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children were momentarily stunned, looking at him with somewhat bewildered expressions. Weren't they supposed to be going to play on the playground? Leo was even getting ready to climb the slide. To be honest, Yuri was also a little confused and surprised by the principal's sudden action. "Teacher will count to 3, then we'll begin immediately. There haven't been any classes today, right?" Fang Cheng said with a smile. 3. Fang Cheng had barely counted to 3 when Xiaohe grabbed Xiaomotong's hand and started running towards the kindergarten's running track. The children usually ran on the playground track. Xiaomotong pouted, feeling it was unnecessary. Being fast wouldn't help. The range of a high-level spell couldn't be effectively dodged simply by running fast. However, she naturally had to obey her brother's orders. The other children, seeing Shay and Motong start running, quickly followed. Fang Cheng watched the children's retreating figures with a smile. Meanwhile, he slowly began setting up several small tables. He laid out various ingredients and fruits, and built a stove with stone slabs. To be honest, Fang Cheng hadn't eaten enough, his mouth was still a little greasy. Yuli saw Fang Cheng suddenly bring out a lot of things and came to help set them out, without asking why he was doing this. Fang Cheng asked, "Yuli, were you full?" Yuli nodded. "Want some more?" Yuri nodded shyly and said, "Yes." Fang Cheng chuckled and said, "Me too. By the way, what's the name of that woman Shaylin sent?" "Rosa Alfred," Yuri replied. Fang Cheng nodded and then said, "I saw her on the castle terrace earlier. Yuri, go find her and call her down when it's time. We can have something to eat together. She's been following us, she just climbed over the wall to get in when we were almost at the kindergarten. She was sent by Shaylin to protect Seo, so we should treat her well and show her appreciation. We can't let her think that someone the princess knows is impolite." Yuri nodded. Seeing Fang Cheng's friendly and attentive manner, and hearing his explanation, Yuri felt a surge of joy. "Yuri, what do you think of Miss Rosa?" Fang Cheng asked casually. "She probably looks unapproachable, but she's kind-hearted and has no ill intentions. Why do you say that?" Fang Cheng asked curiously, taking out various things to prepare. Yuri recounted how she met Rosa Alfred that afternoon, what they said, and the woman's attitude towards her. "So she was worried you'd been deceived." Fang Cheng found the woman quite interesting. "No, the headmistress didn't deceive me, and I don't have any treasures or money to be swindled from," Yuri said, bowing slightly. Yuri used to be somewhat confident in her appearance, but after tonight, having vaguely heard Bok-Ephadiah, who claimed to be one of the strongest warriors in Soto City, trying to recruit Fang Cheng, every maid there was beautiful, and Eunice even had more poise than herself. To be honest, Yuri had lost all confidence in front of Fang Cheng. "You don't have any treasures or money to be swindled from, Yuri? Have you ever considered that the headmistress just wants to swindle you out of her?" As Fang Cheng finished speaking, Yuri's cheeks flushed instantly, and her hands paused for a moment. "Ahem, I'd be a teacher at this kindergarten for life without you, Yuri. I'd be exhausted dealing with all these kids by myself. Yuri, you've worked so hard." Fang Cheng stepped forward and patted Yuri's head. Yuri looked at Fang Cheng with a shy gaze and blinked awkwardly. Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng had originally planned to use his skill, cute head pat, but after patting Yuri's head, he realized he'd already used up all his uses for the day. For a moment, Fang Cheng was suddenly embarrassed. Normally, after using the cute head pat skill on someone, they would close their eyes and show a happy, blissful expression. However, he had already used up all his uses. Seeing Fang Cheng's frozen, somewhat embarrassed expression, Yuri chuckled. "Thank you, headmistress," Yuri said softly. After saying that, Yuri blushed and walked away shyly. Looking at the girl before him, Fang Cheng felt he could withstand the temptation of his brother box made earlier that night. Yuri's looks were no less than Eunice's, and most importantly, Yuri was well-behaved, gentle, and had a slender figure. The sweet fragrance she exuded when she got close had almost made Fang Cheng lose himself. In short, the young and vigorous Fang Cheng was thinking about women. Fang Cheng arranged the various ingredients he needed to prepare. Then he looked at the children running. They were running together, gradually forming a race. They were all competing to see who could run the fastest. Perhaps because he often chased, Leo was the fastest. He ran with all his might and was already in first place. Saya was close behind, not slow either, with Mo Tong running alongside her. The children following closely behind were Tate, Xiao Yin, and Xiao and I. Fang Cheng watched the children run with all their might, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads under the night lights. Yuri, slightly shy and embarrassed to face Fang Cheng, watched the children for a while before joining the run. A large tablecloth was spread on the ground, casually piled with various drinks and milk. There were also some trays. 5 laps, roughly 2 kilometers, was difficult for the children to run continuously, but Leo and the others persevered. Of course, if this were on Blue Star, Fang Cheng wouldn't dare let the children run like this. Aside from whether their physiques could handle it, running 5 laps continuously would definitely be considered corporal punishment. Of course, these children were all in excellent physical condition. Fang Cheng had noticed this after Zayasha walked with him for an hour last time, and today he had also taken the 2 little ones for a relatively long walk in the Whispering Forest. Leo's pace slowed down, while Saya was the fastest, finishing the first 5 laps. Mo Tong, beside him, had fallen behind Leo and was still running on the track. Fang Cheng looked at the little girl, panting heavily. She was clearly exhausted. Tate slowly caught up with Leo. Xiao Yin, running breathlessly, glanced at Xiao and I, who was keeping pace behind, and slowed down. Fang Cheng checked the time, 2 kilometers, and little Saya had run it in 9 minutes of very good speed. Little Saya returned to Fang Cheng's side, her little legs a little weak. Big brother, Saya, came in first. The little girl's breathing was a little rapid. "Saya, you're great." Fang Cheng went over, rubbed Saya's cheek, and took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from her forehead and cheeks. Even with the magic necklace regulating her body temperature, Saya was still constantly sweating profusely. The little boy's hair was already wet and stuck to his face. The children behind him were also covered in sweat. Fang Cheng said, "Very good, children, you all did a great job today. I saw it all." Every child ran very fast and successfully completed 5 laps. "Now take a rest, but don't lie down on the ground." Hearing Fang Cheng's praise, the children, who were panting heavily, smiled happily. Then Fang Cheng took out a pack of tissues and called the children over to wipe their sweat. The little ones took the tissues and clumsily but earnestly wiped the sweat from their heads. Yuli was about to help the children wipe their sweat as well, but Fang Cheng shook his head. She just coughed lightly. The children are all capable of being independent. They can do these little things themselves. The children's eyes lit up when they heard their teacher, Fang Cheng, trust them so much. Yuli nodded. "Teacher Fang Cheng, did you just wipe Saya's sweat?" Joni said sweetly. "Saya is teacher's sister," Fang Cheng said, rubbing his nose. Yuli covered her mouth and chuckled, because any child could see the special treatment and affection Fang Cheng showed Saya. Yuli was even a little envious. "Alright, isn't teacher Fang Cheng good to you all?" Fang Cheng joked with the children, treating them as equals. "Yes." The children responded in unison. Fang Cheng stepped forward and cast a light healing spell on each child. Bathing in the warm, soft holy light, the children's mental fatigue vanished, and their physical exhaustion eased. "Teacher Fang Cheng, the light in your hand feels so good," Leo exclaimed. "Cheer up, everyone." "Yes, yes. Teacher Fang Cheng, what kind of magic is this?" Leo continued to ask. "This is called light healing, a kind of healing magic," Fang Cheng explained. "Teacher Fang Cheng, you're so amazing, you know everything," little Joni said admiringly. Fang Cheng chuckled. "Kids these days are getting better and better at praising people. They have a bright future." On the castle's terrace, a woman sat on the wall, occasionally gazing at the bright moon in the sky, lost in thought. She turned her head, her violet eyes glancing indifferently at the group of people on the playground. Seeing the soft white light in the young man's hand, a hint of surprise appeared on her usually indifferent expression. "Alright, everyone's recovered now. You've all worked up a sweat. Go take a shower. Later, your teacher will treat you to cartoons, barbecue skewers, and drinks." Fang Cheng exchanged another set of school uniforms for each child and handed them to them. "These are gifts from your teacher. Change into them after your shower, and take your clothes home tomorrow." "Thank you, teacher Fang Cheng." The children were very happy. Before, they didn't have many clothes to wear, they were all just ugly gray linen clothes. Now, teacher Fang Cheng had given them 3 sets of clothes. Although they were all identical, at least they could change clothes, and if their clothes tore, they would have 2 sets to change into. He had Yuri take the children to shower and supervise them. Saya and Mo Tong went back to their bedrooms in the small building to get their clothes to wash in the bathroom. Fang Cheng didn't go with them. He waited alone, glancing up at the castle terrace, where he vaguely saw a figure hiding there. Oh woo! A familiar cry rang out behind Fang Cheng. It was the little lizard. It had been playing somewhere. Upon closer inspection, it seemed the little lizard's head was rubbing against the ground, and a blue crystalline was rolling on the grass, being nudged by the lizard's head. Little lizard, don't kill it. You can't eat this. Fang Cheng warned. The little lizard wagged its tail, nodded, and continued to nuzzle. The water slime wriggled, and the little lizard seemed to have gotten a new toy, playing with it enthusiastically. Seeing the little lizard's antics, Fang Cheng ignored it and picked up various ingredients from the table. A blazing fire rose under the stone slab, and he placed the skewered meat directly on it to grill. Feeling a bit greasy, Fang Cheng instantly conjured 4 small fireballs under the stone slab, causing the temperature to rise dramatically. The meat skewers sizzled on the oiled slab, and with the addition of seasonings, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. Fang Cheng picked up a skewer, blew on it to cool it for a moment, and then ate it. It tasted really good. The little lizard, who had been playing nearby, smelled the grilled meat, twitched its nose, seemingly indifferent, and nuzzled the water slime to run off to play elsewhere. Fang Cheng glanced at the little lizard's robust body, wondering what the meat would taste like. He recalled a game he'd played on Earth where slime could be made into food. Should I give it a try? Fang Cheng murmured. Although the slime's sap is corrosive, if there were something to neutralize its corrosiveness, it probably wouldn't be inedible. Fang Cheng thought. Perhaps inventing this unique way of eating it could speed up the elimination of slimes in the crops. However, Fang Cheng scanned the recipes in his children's cooking app, but found no recipes for eating slime. It was a bit of a disappointment. Perhaps children couldn't eat it, hence the lack of recipes, but adults should be able to. As a teacher, one must always maintain a spirit of inquiry. He'd try to create his own way of eating slime another day. Fang Cheng usually roasted the ingredients, placing the cooked food on a tray to cool, waiting for the children to take it. About 20 minutes later, all the children had finished bathing and arrived. The aroma made their mouths water. Although they had eaten quite a bit at the birthday party, the recent exercise made them still very hungry, and their stomachs could still hold a little more food. Fang Cheng said to Yuri, "Yuri, go and try calling Miss Rosa down." Yuri nodded, understanding Fang Cheng's meaning. Fang Cheng mentally summoned the system, Xiao Ling, to turn on the lights in the castle. All the lights in the castle illuminated. Yuri entered the castle and went upstairs to the top floor. Sure enough, on a wall of the castle terrace, Yuri saw a woman dressed in a dark mage's robe. The woman was no longer wearing her hat, and her purple hair looked beautiful in the moonlight. "What are you doing here?" The woman's voice was calm. "Miss Alfred, please come down. It's dangerous up there," Yuri said to the girl sitting on the wall. The girl's legs were pointing outwards, and Yuri was afraid that the girl might accidentally fall from the roof. "I'm not a child. Instead of worrying about me, you should worry about yourself," the woman said calmly, her voice no longer as cold as before. Yuri was somewhat puzzled. "Your strength is too weak," the woman said. "Yuri, a person who is too weak is always in danger, no matter where they are. I don't understand what Miss Alfred means, but thank you for reminding me. I will try my best to become stronger. I'm safe here," Yuri said gently, showing no anger at the woman. "Humph. Miss Alfred, our headmaster would like to invite you down for something to eat. We feel we haven't properly entertained you since your arrival," Yuri said. Hearing Yuri's words, the woman's indifferent expression softened slightly. She turned to look at Yuri, then pushed herself up and jumped down. She stared intently at Yuri and said, "I want to see what he's up to. Lead the way," the woman said. Yuri was speechless, unable to understand why this woman thought this way. Mr. Fang Cheng was clearly reliable and kind. "Okay," Yuri replied. Shortly afterward, Fang Cheng saw Yuri and the woman in the mage's robes walking towards them. At this moment, Fang Cheng was showing the children the animated film Frozen, Magical Fantasy Edition, through a story crystal ball. The story crystal ball projected the surrounding environment into another ice and snow fairytale world. The children were seeing Frozen, Magical Fantasy Edition for the first time and were immediately captivated by the characters and dreamlike visuals. They were completely immersed in the experience, even forgetting to eat the delicious grilled skewers they had prepared. The woman saw the children gathered in the night ahead, and the images that appeared out of thin air shifted and changed. The beautiful castle and the 2 little girls inside seemed to appear right before her eyes, yet it all felt unreal. The woman paused, her gaze sweeping across the scene. On the grass was a crystal ball emitting an icy blue glow. A projection crystal? The woman thought to herself. It was the first time she'd ever seen a projection crystal displaying such childlike scenes. The person appearing inside resembled a woman on the wall outside the kindergarten, though the style was rather peculiar. She sniffed and swallowed hard. Even though she'd just eaten some bread from her storage bracelet, the mouth-watering aroma of roasted meat had already whetted her appetite. Oh, ice elements wandering the world, gods of ice and snow magic lurking in the far reaches of extreme cold, and percent, hashtag please heed my call, gather your power into my hands, freeze the earth, turn mountains into ice, shroud everything in the world in icy white percent, hashtag at asterisk heaven and earth freezing spell. At this moment in the animation, Elsa's magic went out of control, and she unconsciously began chanting a spell, releasing a forbidden magic. The entire castle, even the entire city in the animation, was engulfed in ice and snow, frozen solid. Everyone sitting there was stunned by the scene in the animation, feeling a chill run down their spines. The woman's violet eyes overflowed with deep shock. It's actually the legendary forbidden ice magic, the heaven and earth freeze technique. Rosa had once accidentally stumbled upon a fragment of a scroll in the kingdom's magic library, which described an extremely powerful forbidden ice magic spell. The gestures and movements of the spell were remarkably similar. There was also a spell for communication magic. The scroll fragment only described half of it. At the time, it was rare to find this forbidden magic scroll fragment. After it was reported, the king went to great lengths to find the remaining fragments, just to know the complete spell for freezing heaven and earth. Although having forbidden magic does not guarantee that it can be successfully cast, one must at least reach the level of a grand magus and possess high comprehension to have a chance of casting it. However, for a country, possessing forbidden magic materials and learning them would elevate its national strength to a new level. Unexpectedly, she was witnessing a scene of freezing the heavens and earth on a projection crystal in a small kindergarten in the city of Soto. Rosa was excited, but somewhat skeptical about the reality of this forbidden magic. Saya, you know ice magic, will you be able to cast spells like this in the future? After the scene ended, the children seemed to come back to their senses, and Leo suddenly asked Saya. I don't know either, Saya blinked and said. What? Hearing the little boy's words clearly, Rosa felt like she was hallucinating. Saya, the princess's sister, already knew ice magic? Rosa walked forward, looking at little Saya sitting on the grass talking. Rosa's coldness softened a little. Although this was the first time she had met Saya, no matter how she looked at her, Saya was so much like the princess. Because she resembled the princess, Rosa liked her at first sight and couldn't remain indifferent. Miss Rosa, come on, let's eat something. Fang Cheng warmly greeted Rosa, who seemed to be thinking about something as she slowly walked towards them. Please call me Miss Alfred, the woman said coldly, showing no trace of the way she had been threatened by Fang Cheng with the communication crystal that afternoon. Sister Rosa, thank you for protecting me and my brother. The skewers my brother made were delicious, little Seo said happily upon seeing Sister Rosa. Rosa was taken aback, not expecting Seo to call her that. The little girl's sweet, innocent voice warmed the woman's heart, giving Rosa a strange feeling. She had rushed all the way from the royal city to complete the task given to her by the princess, and Seo's voice and hospitality brought her some comfort. Rosa forced a smile and said, Saya, you're welcome. It's my duty, what I should do. Fang Cheng smiled at Saya's obedient and sensible demeanor. While Yuri went to find Alfred, Fang Cheng explained the situation to little Saya and asked her to greet Rosa and say something. The little girl nodded obediently. Fang Cheng had originally taught her to say, Sister Rosa, thank you for protecting me. Unexpectedly, little Saya added herself on her own. It seemed she had memorized Fang Cheng's conversation with the woman that afternoon. Ahem, Miss Alfred, please try it. It tastes quite good. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Please call me Miss Rosa, the woman said coldly. Fang Cheng, Mo Tong, Saya. Yuri, standing behind, was a little confused by the woman's words. There's something wrong. Although it was a bit strange, seeing the woman's indifferent expression, Fang Cheng decided to avoid trouble for the time being and said, Miss Rosa, come and rest for a while. Perhaps those with high strength often have slightly eccentric personalities, and Fang Cheng could understand it. A 21-year-old archmage was indeed very powerful. After all, even Bok's wife, Emily, at 37, only had a mental strength of level 4. Based on the information he gathered today, the woman, at the age of 21, had already reached level 5 in mental strength and possessed over 3,000 magic points. Her future achievements were undoubtedly limitless. She was definitely a rare magical talent. Most importantly, she possessed the rare high-damage talent of lightning attribute. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the woman didn't say anything more and went straight to Saya's side, sitting down directly. She didn't sit very close. The woman tilted her head and glanced at little Saya up close, remaining silent for a moment before shifting her gaze to the frozen, magical fantasy version, animated film that was playing. The other children seemed completely oblivious to the presence of another person beside them, or perhaps they were utterly captivated by the magical animated film. Sister Rosa, you can have some. Little Saya handed the woman a tray of meat skewers. Thank you, Saya. The woman looked at the innocent little girl beside her, her voice stiff yet gentle. Sister Rosa, you're welcome. How did you know my name? Did your older sister tell you? Perhaps because she missed her older sister so much, and knowing that she was sent by her sister's friend to protect her, Saya felt a little closer to Rosa and became more talkative. Rosa nodded. Looking at the meat skewers on the tray, her stomach growled inwardly. Little Saya picked up a skewer and took a bite, enjoying it immensely. Rosa saw this, picked up a skewer as well, looked around, and suddenly produced a silver needle and a cup filled with some kind of liquid. She placed the meat skewer in the cup, then inserted the silver needle, and then the woman put the devices away. Fang Cheng glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, somewhat speechless, and simply stopped looking. This woman, could she be paranoid? Being so cautious, as if afraid he'd poisoned her food? Unbelievable. But then Fang Cheng thought, with someone so cautious protecting Saya, his speechless and annoyed reaction wasn't so bad anymore. Sister Rosa, what's this? Nothing. Rosa shook her head, offering no explanation. After putting the utensils away, the woman, seeing Fang Cheng wasn't paying attention anymore, took a bite herself. The rich aroma of roasted meat filled her mouth. Rosa's eyes widened slightly. She quickly grabbed another piece of meat. The surface was golden and crispy, the aroma of oil filling the air, and the slightly spicy, charred flavor made Rosa's mouth water uncontrollably. Rosa ate quickly, swallowing 2 pieces before chewing them slowly. The tender muling mutton melted in her mouth, and the unique flavor of muling mutton burst forth, making it irresistible. Indeed, Rosa recognized it immediately as wood spirit lamb. Even more incredible was the sauce. It tasted unlike any other grilled meat she'd ever had before, fragrant but not greasy. It enhanced the lamb's natural flavor without compromising its freshness, leaving a lingering aroma in her mouth after swallowing. Those who knew Rosa only knew her as aloof, solitary, and incredibly powerful, with an almost fanatical obsession with strength. They were unaware of her passion for food. Of course, she would never have imagined this kind of food. It was simply meat skewers that Fang Cheng had quickly heated with several fireballs, grilling in less than a minute. Rosa was initially a little clumsy at eating the skewers, but after a couple, she couldn't stop. Soon, only bamboo skewers remained on the tray. Meanwhile, Zayasha next to her had only eaten 2 skewers. Rosa was gently panting. The grilled meat was still quite spicy and hot. Little Sao was stunned when she saw that most of the meat skewers on the tray had turned into bamboo sticks. Sister Rosa, aren't the skewers brother made delicious? Little Sao said happily. Rosa seemed a little embarrassed. Normally, she would remain silent and not explain herself, but seeing little Sao's innocent expression, she nodded gently and hummed in agreement. Sister Rosa, have some of this too. This is orange juice, it's really delicious. Little Sao took out a bottle of orange juice from the side and handed it to the woman. Rosa's purple eyes flickered with emotion at Sao's enthusiasm. Feeling a little thirsty, Rosa took the bottle, opened the cap, and tried a sip. It was indeed as little Sao said, delicious, refreshing, and sweet. Even in the royal city, Rosa had never tasted such a good drink. How is it? Not bad, right? Fang Cheng interjected, seeing that the woman's expression had softened after eating. It's indeed quite good, but don't expect me to protect you. Don't think you can bribe me with some food. Rosa said calmly. Perhaps you've poisoned it, the woman said casually. Didn't you just test it? Why would I need to poison you? You're not my enemy, Fang Cheng said helplessly. Apart from Her Highness the Princess, no one can be trusted, the woman said coldly. Judging from this, Rosa really is a loyal and fervent follower of Sharon. I didn't ask for your trust, nor did I ask you to protect me. Shaylin sent you to protect Saya and me, so I don't need your protection either. You'll protect Saya, right? Please don't call the princess by her name. I will naturally protect Saya. I despise men who need women to protect them. Well, I love being protected by women, of course I don't want you to protect me. My sister will protect me. Isn't that right, Saya? Will you protect your brother when you grow up? Yes, brother. Saya will study magic hard to protect you. Little Saya's tone was happy and firm. You, shameless. My sister is good to me, what does that have to do with you? Although I don't know what your relationship is with the princess, if you're hoping to gain my protection through the princess's sister, that's impossible. Don't worry, I don't need your protection, no matter who it is. Our relationship isn't that close. Rosa's chest heaved slightly, a little exasperated. You only need to be close to me to protect you? Rosa couldn't understand why the princess would entrust her sister to someone like this. Rosa immediately had the urge to grab Saya, who looked so much like the princess as a child, and carry her away. However, seeing the Frozen Asterisk, magical fantasy version, animation playing, Rosa temporarily abandoned the idea. What secrets did this projection crystal hold? Who made it? It was so astonishing. While eating her delicious skewers, Rosa had been paying attention to the projected images around her, which even made the air vibrate and produce sound. The figures projected inside were all perfectly cast, with every spell and hand gesture executed correctly. Rosa was bewildered. If this was a recording crystal, how could it record such an image, projecting an area the size of a city? How high must it have been filmed, and the angles were incredibly precise. If it was created by a person, that person must be a saint with profound magical knowledge, perhaps even a legendary saint mage. Rosa was puzzled, and she wanted to see the incantation and casting animation of the freezing spell she had just witnessed. If it was real, it would be of immense significance to the Crescent Moon Kingdom. The Crescent Moon Kingdom wasn't without forbidden magic, but it lacked powerful ice elemental forbidden magic. The current king, the future heir to the throne, was proficient in ice elemental magic. As one of the most talented students at the Royal Magic Academy, Rosa had long been a candidate for the kingdom's future law enforcement officer. Having often studied alongside the princess, Rosa had learned a great deal about the kingdom. Knowing that the situation in the Crescent Moon Kingdom is dire, the old king has passed away, and there's an urgent need for a powerful mage to step forward and deter other nations. If they could truly discover the forbidden spell of freezing the heavens and earth depicted in this scene here, then perhaps, with the kingdom's accumulated strength, it would still be possible to successfully unleash this forbidden spell. Moreover, she always felt this man was suspicious. His black hair seemed out of place here. Rosa always believed the saying, "Those who are not of our kind are sure to have different hearts," and the fact that he could produce such a mysterious projection crystal made it even more bizarre and unbelievable to her. At least in Rosa's view, the images projected by this crystal were absolutely priceless, containing a lot of real magic, not just random fabrications. If it weren't for the slightly different art style from real life, Rosa would even suspect that it was a real world, and whether another world existed beyond this one. However, the ice slime and other elements appearing in the images were consistent with the logic of reality. Fang Cheng didn't speak. He felt an inexplicable aura about this woman. She kept glancing back every now and then. At first, Fang Cheng thought Rosa was looking at him, but then he noticed that she was looking at his story crystal ball. An episode of Frozen is quite long. Although the story is captivating enough, children's attention spans are limited. They can't stare at one thing for an extended period. Generally, a 5 or 6-year-old child's focused attention span is about 20 minutes, while their unfocused attention span is longer. Even the most entertaining cartoons will eventually cause visual fatigue and distraction if watched for extended periods. Perhaps because the children were tired, Leo was the first, besides Saya and Moto, to notice the extra person around them. "Teacher Fang Cheng, who is this older sister?" Leo asked. Seemingly hearing Leo's question, the other children looked around. They all looked at the woman. Although they had seen this older sister talking with teacher Yuri that afternoon, the woman's cold and unapproachable demeanor had prevented the children from approaching to ask. Now that teacher Fang Cheng was here, things were different. Teacher Fang Cheng was very capable and could definitely protect them. Leo had always believed this, as had the other children. Hearing Leo's words, Fang Cheng thought for a moment. Since the goal was to protect Saya, he would definitely arrange accommodation for her to stay here. But under what identity? Or maybe I could have her teach here, specifically to protect these students? Never mind, I'll ask Rosa for her opinion when the time is right. This older sister is Sayanichan's friend, you can call her Rosanichan, Fang Cheng said, then fell silent. Good evening, Rosanichan. Good evening, Rosanichan. The children greeted Rosa warmly upon hearing this. Looking at the children's enthusiastic and lively appearance, Rosa felt nothing. She simply thought these children were quite lively and polite. Only the princess, or things related to the princess, could move her heart. If she were easily swayed by others' emotions, then she was unworthy of being strong, much less worthy of sharing the princess's burdens. To become strong, one must possess a cold heart, or at least one factor that influences it. One is enough, and that factor can only be Her Highness the Princess. Rosa always believed this, it was her creed, the principle she faithfully adhered to. However, Rosa still nodded. After all, these children were citizens of the Crescent Moon Kingdom, the future of the kingdom. The princess would one day become empress, and since the empress cared for her people, she too should look after them. The children weren't particularly disappointed that Rosa only nodded. Soon, their attention shifted to the food. Each child received a tray with skewers. So delicious. It was the children's first time eating skewers, but watching Fang Cheng and Saya enjoy them, they quickly became quite adept after only a couple. Teacher Fang Cheng, do you have meat skewers like this every night? Leo asked, his eyes shining. How could that be? It's because you guys are here today. Teacher Fang Cheng specially prepared this meal for you all to eat together, Fang Cheng said, against his true feelings. Thank you, Teacher Fang Cheng. Leo said. You're welcome. After exchanging a few words, everyone started watching the Frozen animated film again. 2 hours was quite a long time. Rosa and Leo didn't interact much more, everyone quietly enjoyed their skewers and watched the animation. After finishing their meal, Saya and Motong still clung to Fang Cheng's side. Fang Cheng held the two little ones and lay down on the grass to rest. The two little ones had already watched Frozen many times and were very familiar with the plot, so watching it again wasn't a must. As time passed, the light from the story crystal ball slowly faded. As the light from the story crystal ball faded, the children blinked, somewhat regaining their senses. Teacher Fang Cheng had shown them a new story crystal ball animation today, and they realized that animated stories weren't limited to those set in Big Tree Kindergarten. Moreover, this time the children were much more satisfied than before, even able to eat while watching. Previous episodes were only 10 minutes long, but this time, even with the children engrossed in watching, the time seemed to stretch on forever. Tonight, the children felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Teacher Fang Cheng was so kind to them. As the animation ended, Fang Cheng could no longer hear the background noise and woke from his dozing. Sitting up, he saw the two little ones beside him, fast asleep on the grass. It was already about 11 o'clock, it was indeed time to rest. The castle was still brightly lit. Fang Cheng checked the system's energy pool through the system, it still had 80% remaining. The children around him were looking at him. Fang Cheng said, "It's getting late. You should go to your dorms with teacher Yuli and go to sleep." Then Fang Cheng said to Yuri, "Yuri, I'll leave the children in your care. Let me know if anything happens." Yuri nodded. Fang Cheng then said to Rosa, who was quietly standing nearby, "Miss Rosa, why don't you go to the dormitory and rest with the children tonight? Yuri is there too, there are spare beds and blankets, though the beds are a little small. I'm sorry, you'll have to make do for now. I'll arrange something else tomorrow." "Thank you for your trouble," Rosa said. Fang Cheng almost felt uncomfortable with Rosa's politeness. "It's nothing, you must be tired from your journey," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Yuri, hearing this, pursed her lips, thinking that Rosa would probably be staying at the kindergarten from now on. Yuri hadn't felt this way before, but knowing that another woman was staying at the kindergarten, Yuri felt a strange, inexplicable feeling, a sense of melancholy. Rosa, seeing Fang Cheng smile, ignored her gaze instead fixed on little Saya sleeping on the grass beside him. "Brother." Little Saya's eyes were closed, her hands unconsciously reaching out, searching for something, her little face furrowed. "Saya, brother's here." Hearing Saya's call, Fang Cheng lowered his head, his large hand grasping Saya's small hand. The little one immediately wrapped her arms around Fang Cheng's arm, her expression softening with relief. Fang Cheng picked up the two little ones lying on the grass, and they clung to his neck as if by muscle memory. Then Fang Cheng said to everyone, "Let's go, let's rest. We'll clean up these tomorrow." He glanced at the trash on the grass. With a thought, the castle's dazzling lights went out, plunging the playground into darkness. The soft moonlight bathed the area, creating a truly drowsy atmosphere. Yuri naturally followed Fang Cheng's advice. Then the group went to the children's dormitory. Fang Cheng reminded the children to rinse their mouths in the bathroom and to be quiet when they went to sleep, before leaving. The children, having had their fill of food, drink, and play that evening, were very grateful to Fang Cheng and naturally listened to him obediently. "Miss Rosa, this bed is new, and the blankets haven't been used yet. Would you please make do here tonight?" Yuri said to the woman. After thinking for a moment, Yuri felt that calling the woman by her surname, Alfred, sounded too distant, so she hesitated for a moment and then called her by her first name. Rosa nodded, looking at the empty bed in the dormitory. Next to the empty bed lay a little girl, her adorable eyes looking at her intently. The other children, after lying down, still hadn't closed their eyes, curious about this pretty, purple-haired older sister. "Thank you for your trouble. I'm going out for some fresh air." With that, Rosa left the dormitory, disappearing off somewhere. Seeing the woman leave, Yuri didn't pay much attention. She turned off the light and said to the children, "Go to sleep and rest." Perhaps because it was their first night away from their parents and sleeping in an unfamiliar place, the children tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. However, because they had promised teacher Fang Cheng, the little ones remained silent, their eyes wide open, lost in thought. Perhaps children, like adults, have their own worries. Yuri sat cross-legged on the bed, watching the children slowly close their eyes and fall asleep. She then slowly closed her own eyes and began to meditate. The water elements in the atmosphere washed over Yuri's body like a tide, slowly merging into her body, and her magical power gradually increased. Rosa went outside and slowly circled the kindergarten. She saw some toys on the playground that she couldn't quite understand, and a sleeping lizard horse. The little lizard seemed to sense the woman's arrival, whimpering softly before falling asleep again. A water slime was nestled in its arms, seemingly wriggling and struggling. The little lizard only felt that this ball-like, moving thing was cool and comfortable. After walking around, Rosa randomly found a tree and began meditating. Fang Cheng carried the two little ones back to the bedroom. Both were fast asleep. They had been quite active today, going to the Whispering Forest with Fang Cheng and running 5 laps, so their tiredness was understandable. Even little Ink Eyes, at the 6th level of mental strength, was sleeping peacefully, eyes closed, her sleeping face serene, less aloof than usual. Gently pinching the two little ones' sleeping faces, Fang Cheng then cuddled them and fell asleep. At night, some people always suffer from insomnia. In a house in the slums, a tall, thin man lay alone on his bed, muttering to himself, Xiao Yin, Xiao and I hope that brat Leo doesn't cause trouble for Lord Fang Cheng. Tate will probably be thinking about me and can't sleep. Don't worry, boys shouldn't be too clingy to their mothers. You've spoiled him too much, the man said. No one would have guessed that Tate's mother, so humble and polite in front of outsiders, had this side to her. The next morning, Fang Cheng woke up early. The two little ones were still fast asleep, clearly exhausted from the previous day. Fang Cheng got out of bed, and the two little ones woke up immediately. Good morning, big brother, Xiao Shay said happily, full of energy. Mo Tong rubbed his eyes and quietly got up. Seeing Xiao Shay so energetic, Fang Cheng was in a good mood too. Since you're awake, get up and wash up quickly, and drink your milk, Fang Cheng said. He prepared 2 cups of milk made with attribute-less magic crystals and gave them to the two little ones. Okay, big brother. Now, whenever Fang Cheng remembered, he would make sure the two little ones drank milk or beverages made with attribute-less magic crystals, and he also asked them to remind him when they remembered. After all, water soaked in pure, attribute-less magic crystals does indeed increase a child's magic power very quickly. The two little ones' magic power is already close to 20 points, largely thanks to the magic crystal rewarded by the system and of course, also related to their body's absorption abilities. While the two little ones were brushing their teeth and washing up, Fang Cheng braided their cute little hair and went downstairs. Downstairs, he saw that the little lizard had somehow ended up at the door. Fang Cheng felt a pang of nostalgia. The day he first brought Mo Tong home, the little lizard had been waiting at the door like this the next day. Oh woo! The little lizard meowed at Fang Cheng, as if greeting him. Little lizard, you're so squashed carrying a water slime, Fang Cheng said, looking at the blue slime in the lizard horse arms. The little lizard wagged its tail, seemingly a little embarrassed. Fang Cheng left some breakfast fruit for the little lizard, picked up the slime and played with it in his hand. He cast a water balloon spell on the slightly shrunken slime, then tossed it forcefully. The blue slime arced through the air, flew over the castle, and landed directly in the kindergarten's pond. He quickly cooked a pot of delicious porridge in the kitchen, then went out to check on the dormitory. No one was there. The children were already up, chasing and playing on the playground. The trash left on the playground yesterday had been cleaned up, but a patch of grass was scorched, leaving a stark, bare expanse. That was where Fang Cheng's makeshift stove had burned last night. The morning air was fresh. Fang Cheng, with his sharp eyes, spotted 2 slimes hiding under a tree, and another roaming the playground. The children were chasing and playing, creating a lively and vibrant atmosphere. At that moment, a bluebird flew down from the sky near the Magic Academy. The children, with their keen eyes, quickly spotted Fang Cheng standing at the castle gate and greeted him loudly, calling out, Teacher Fang Cheng! Teacher Fang Cheng! Fang Cheng walked over and greeted the children. They surrounded him, not knowing what to say, just happy to be by his side, smiling. Fang Cheng arrived at the small patch of bare, burnt grass and cast a wood-based magic spell, Growth. A faint blue light emanated from his palm, and as he channeled his magic, green shoots began to grow from the charred, bare grass, until the entire patch was covered in green. Teacher Fang Cheng, you're amazing! The children exclaimed. This phrase had practically become their catchphrase. Of course, Fang Cheng still felt pleased by the children's admiring gazes. Little Qiao Ni and Qiao Yin's hair was already tied up. Fang Cheng looked around and saw Yuri seemingly talking to Rosa in the distance. Are you hungry? Let's have breakfast first. Leo, go and call teacher Yuri and that older sister over for breakfast. With that, Fang Cheng set up a table right there. Having the system space was great, he could set up a table and eat anytime, anywhere. Saya and Mo Tong ran over afterward, and once everyone was there, the group quietly ate breakfast. Both Yuri and Rosa thought the kindergarten food was indeed quite good, mainly because it tasted delicious. Even simple dishes were made wonderful by Fang Cheng. This morning, Fang Cheng didn't prepare a lavish meal, just meat porridge and milk. After all, yesterday's meal was quite oily, so a lighter breakfast was better. After breakfast, Rosa went off to wander off somewhere. Fang Cheng didn't mind, he trusted Rosa to protect Saya carefully, so it didn't matter. After letting the children play freely, he waited for Ailu and Shuyan to arrive. As the doorbell rang, Fang Cheng got up to open the door. The children followed him. After attending Ailu's birthday party yesterday, it was clear they had become friends with Ailu and were much more enthusiastic towards her. Eunice arrived, leading the 2 little ones. On the left was Ailu, and on the right was Shuyan. Seeing Shuyan arrive, Fang Cheng smiled. Good morning, Ailu and Shuyan. Fang Cheng greeted the 2 little ones. Good morning, big brother. Little Shuyan smiled and waved to Fang Cheng. Good morning, Ailu and Shuyan. The children greeted them enthusiastically. It was the first time the two little ones had experienced such a warm welcome from their peers. Little Ailu's eyes sparkled. Little Shuyan waved back warmly, her adorable, ladylike smile never fading. "Good morning, Mr. Fang Cheng. With Shuyan's father's permission, I've come to help Shuyan with her enrollment procedures." "Okay." Although the system task didn't specify how much money was required to enroll Shuyan, Eunice still brought 100 gold coins as tuition. Fang Cheng had no reason to refuse money offered so readily. Indeed, it's easier to earn money from nobles, they're so wealthy. "Miss Eunice, please pass this receipt on to Shuyan's father." "Yes, Mr. Fang Cheng." Eunice nodded. Class time arrived. Fang Cheng stood on the podium, looking at the 8 children sitting upright below. He was in a good mood. "The teacher has decided to take you on an adventure to the Whispering Forest today. Which child would like to tell us what our mission is?" As soon as Fang Cheng finished speaking, all the children eagerly raised their hands, except for Ailu, Shuyan, and Motong. This was Ailu and Shuyan's first day at kindergarten, and they watched the other children's enthusiasm with a mixture of curiosity and unfamiliarity. Ailu and Shuyan were both a little unfamiliar with sitting in a classroom for a group lesson. Although they had been taught by teachers before, it was always at home, not in a formal classroom. Of course, Ailu and Shuyan had already played together yesterday and were familiar with each other, so there was no need to reintroduce them in class. This morning, Yuri, Eunice, and Rosa sat quietly in the back, watching Fang Cheng teach the class. "Teacher, I remember, we need to collect 30 sweet flowers in the Whispering Forest and catch a magic-eyed rabbit," Leo said. Fang Cheng nodded and said, "This was a task your teacher assigned you a few days ago. But since we have new students at our kindergarten, you have more friends now. More people means more strength, so I've made the task a little more difficult. Today, all of you will work together to pick 40 sweet flowers, 1 magic-eyed rabbit, and 8 slimes in the Whispering Forest. Understood?" "Understood," the children replied happily. "Alright, now you can ask any questions you have," Fang Cheng said. "Big brother, what about Sister Shuyan who can't see? It's inconvenient for her." Fang Cheng was about to answer. "Elu, you have to call me Teacher Fang Cheng during class, not Big Brother." As a loyal fan of Fang Cheng, Leo stood up and said, then continued, "And you have to stand up when answering questions." Why are you interrupting me? Do I need you to teach me?" Elu said angrily, her little face showing her displeasure. Just as Leo was about to say something, Xiaoyan stood up as if to say something as well. Fang Cheng immediately raised his hand to stop her, saying, "Alright, listen to the teacher. Leo, next time you speak, please ask the teacher's permission first. Ailu and Shuyan are new classmates, they're unfamiliar with our kindergarten rules. It's my fault for not explaining it to them beforehand." Fang Cheng took the blame, admitting his mistake. He continued, "I believe you played together yesterday, got to know each other, and have become good friends. The teacher hopes that you will get along harmoniously and help each other in kindergarten, and not compare yourselves to each other. The teacher has told you before that everyone is different. We are familiar with the rules because we started kindergarten earlier than Ailu and Shuyan. The teacher hopes you will be more tolerant of your friends. Just like the teacher didn't expect you to completely follow all the rules when you first came to kindergarten," Fang Cheng said, slightly seriously. "I understand, Teacher Fang Cheng," Leo said, bowing slightly. Seeing Fang Cheng's serious expression, Leo understood the gravity of the situation. Although he usually liked Teacher Fang Cheng, his stern expression made him feel even more uncomfortable and afraid than being whipped by Teacher Yuri. "Alright, sit down, everyone. Regarding Ailu and Shuyan, I hope you can help them, set a good example, and guide them to adapt to kindergarten life. I also hope you can complete the tasks I assign together. Don't exclude them just because they are new classmates. Does everyone understand?" Fang Cheng asked. "Yes." Most of the children responded in unison, their eyes thoughtfully processing what Teacher Fang Cheng had said. Ayla blinked, her eyes reflecting the anger Leo had shown towards her accusations, which had subsided. Meanwhile, Eunice and Rosa, watching Fang Cheng patiently explaining things to the children, had strange glints in their eyes. "Alright, I know you don't want to hear this anymore. Ailu, your concerns are valid. I want to praise you for being worried about your friend Shuyan, who isn't feeling well. That deserves praise. If Shuyan isn't feeling well, we can help her. Remember, today's task is for all 8 of you to complete together. Okay, now we should discuss how to complete the task I assigned. I gave you time to think about it a few days ago. Teacher Fang Cheng, we should divide the work. We have 8 of us now. We can collect 40 sweet flowers. We can each pick 5 flowers, catch a magic-eyed rabbit together, and then each catch a slime." Xiao Yin raised her hand and said. Ailu, who was behind her, heard this and blinked, her eyes full of interest. "Teacher Fang Cheng, my father made me a cage to catch magic-eyed rabbits," Leo said in a voice softer than usual. "Xiao Yin's idea is excellent. It shows that little Xiao Yin has been diligently studying math with teacher Yuli. Leo also came up with a plan to catch the magic-eyed rabbit, having his father make him a cage. Teacher Fang Cheng, it's because Leo's father's leg was bitten by the magic-eyed rabbit, and he can only use crutches. He made it to get revenge. Johnny said in her childish voice. Fang Cheng, ahem, so the magic-eyed rabbit is so nasty, we should catch it even more and prevent it from hurting others. Fang Cheng cleared his throat and said, Teacher Fang Cheng, my Eunice is very powerful. Eunice can catch it quickly with magic. Ai Lu said. This is a task I'm giving you. I hope you will rely on your own strength first, and then seek help from adults, Fang Cheng said patiently. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore. Anyway, we're going on an adventure in the Whispering Forest this afternoon, so please get ready, kids. Following this, Fang Cheng led the children to learn about the characteristics of the magic-eye rabbit, the characteristics of various slimes, and the characteristics of the sweet flower. Fang Cheng quickly drew these three on the blackboard with colored chalk. The children listened attentively, and many already understood what they had learned from the cartoon. Today's task, teacher thinks, is relatively easy: picking sweet flowers. We all know what sweet flowers look like. And catching slimes. Teacher brought some home yesterday, from the slimes themselves. Besides carrots, the magic-eyed rabbit also likes roasted meat. It runs very fast and bites. These were the characteristics the teacher knew about the magic-eyed rabbit. Based on these characteristics, how can we catch it? Fang Cheng asked. Teacher Fang Cheng, we can put carrots or roasted meat in the cage and wait for the magic-eyed rabbit to enter before catching it. Teacher Fang Cheng, we can dig a trap, put carrots inside, and catch it when it falls in. Fang Cheng nodded and said, your ideas are all good. Can we just fight the magic-eyed rabbit and catch it? No, Fang Cheng answered directly. As for catching slimes, the teacher will give you gloves. Anyway, the teacher will observe your performance during the Whispering Forest practice this afternoon. Fang Cheng decided to wait and see how the children performed during the task. He had already said most of what needed to be said, the rest would depend on their performance and guidance during the task. After the class, Fang Cheng let the children play outside freely, giving them time to discuss how to work together to complete the afternoon's task. Fang Cheng told Xiao Shui and Xiao Modong to integrate into the group while completing the task, and the two little ones agreed. Then, Fang Cheng said goodbye to Yuri, Rosa, and Eunice, and went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Mr. Fang Cheng, let me help too. Eunice stood up and said. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, alright. Thank you for your trouble. It's an honor to learn cooking from Mr. Fang Cheng. His cooking is delicious, and I don't want to be idle here all the time, so I feel a little embarrassed. Fang Cheng waved his hand and said, Miss Eunice, don't think that way. You weren't obligated to do this, but I still appreciate your help. There's quite a lot going on in the kitchen. Hearing the conversation between Eunice and Fang Cheng, Yuri paused but didn't say anything. With Eunice's help, the meals were prepared quickly. Eunice truly lived up to her title as head maid, handling these tasks with ease. Most importantly, Eunice was very beautiful and had a great figure. While working together in the kitchen, the aroma emanating from Eunice had made her quite alluring, especially since she kept inexplicably recalling what Brother Bok had said. Eunice was also somewhat impressed by Fang Cheng's cooking skills. She hadn't even imagined that dishes could be prepared this way, so fragrant and delicious. Lunchtime arrived, and the children gathered in the dining hall to eat. Qing Ning and Betty were surprisingly absent today, perhaps they were busy with their studies. As usual, Fang Cheng sat with Xie Mo Tong, while Eunice, Ai Lu, and Xiao Shuyan sat together. Yuli and Qiao Ni Qiao Yin sat together. Today's lunch consisted of Dudalian seafood soup, boiled blackback sea bass, magic crystal rice, and spicy mixed vegetables. The children ate with great enjoyment. Fang Cheng and the two little ones fed each other as usual. Fang Cheng then paid attention to the two new classmates, Ai Lu and Shuyin. With Shuyan's company, Ai Lu seemed much more well-behaved, taking good care of Shuyin. Shuyin, with her eyes closed, quietly scooped her food with her little hands. Shuyan's movements were indeed slightly slower than other children, but she exuded a quiet temperament. Although slow, her movements made people willing to wait for and accept her. Shuyan also displayed excellent manners while eating, very ladylike, and the table was kept very clean. Seeing the relaxed and happy expression on Xiao Shuyan's face, Fang Cheng felt a little relieved. Sister Shuyan, is this really delicious? You should try some. Xiao Shuyan nodded. Sitting alone at a small table, Rosa looked at the food in front of her, smelled the aroma, and swallowed hard. The grilled meat skewers and drinks from last night had already amazed her. They were even better than the cooking of chefs in many high-end restaurants in the capital. To be honest, if Rosa received meals like this every day, coming from the capital to this relatively remote town wouldn't be unacceptable for her. On the contrary, she would feel that coming was the right thing to do. After all, for someone with a detached personality and little interest in many things, delicious food is a rare thing that can bring joy. "Brother, this dish is a little spicy, but it's also very delicious. Then eat slowly, eat more rice, so that Saya can grow taller quickly," Fang Cheng said softly. Rose's violet eyes flickered as she saw Fang Cheng's gaze towards Xiao Shui, her thoughts unreadable. After dinner, while waiting for the children to finish, Fang Cheng took them for a walk. Yuri went to clear the dishes, and Eunice offered to help. "I'm a maid from the Ephidia family. I've been good at these chores since I was little, so it's not a problem," Eunice said to Yuri. The two of them then cleaned up together. Fang Cheng and the children strolled slowly under the trees outside. Behind them, Ilo held Xiao Xian's hand. It was Xiao Xian's first day at kindergarten, and she seemed to be adjusting well. She and Ilo walked hand in hand behind her. The children seemed to like their new classmate, Xuyan. "Children, at 1:30 this afternoon, your teacher will wake you up. Then we'll all ride together in our kindergarten special carriage on an adventure to the Whispering Forest. Teacher Fang Cheng, I can't wait. Teacher Fang Cheng, I want to go to sleep now, so I can go after I wake up. Teacher Fang Cheng, look, it's a little lizard. Is it a little lizard pulling the carriage to take us there?" The little lizard in front was up to something, idly circling a tree like a child. Its slightly large body, spinning around the tree, its long tail swishing back and forth, looked rather comical. Upon closer inspection, a lush green slime was rolling on the grass at the lizard's feet, which it was kicking around like a ball. Leo and the others were already quite familiar with the lizard and weren't afraid its large body would hurt them. They knew the lizard was intelligent and wouldn't harm them. The children considered it a friend. Letting the children play freely, watching them happily playing around the lizard, Fang Cheng smiled. Xiao Shuyan didn't go over. Xiao Ila saw the scene and wanted to join in, but remembering Shuyan's discomfort, she said, "Sister Shuyan, why don't you rest here? I'll go play over there for a while." Xiao Shuyan nodded. Then, little Isla ran over to the little lizard and joined in the slime rolling game. As soon as little Isla left, little Shuyan stood quietly on the grass. Although her expression was calm, Fang Cheng could sense some anxiety in her unconsciously fidgeting hands as she gently clutched the hem of her princess dress. "Little Shuyan," Fang Cheng called softly. Hearing Fang Cheng's greeting, little Shuyan seemed to relax a little, raising her head to look at him. "Let's rest here for a bit," Fang Cheng said with a smile, patting Shuyan's hair. Little Shuyan nodded. Fang Cheng leaned against a tree and sat down. Little Shuyan stood there for a moment, seemingly sensing the movement, before slowly sitting down beside him. Seeing Shuyan's expression, Fang Cheng guessed that the magical item she carried might have a slight delay. He looked at the gem hairpin on Shuyan's head. Since he had promised Brother Bok and accepted Isla's wish, Fang Cheng wanted to heal the little girl's physical defect as quickly as possible. Fang Cheng suddenly said, "Shuyan, can Teacher Fang Cheng see your gem hairpin?" Upon hearing this, little Shuyan touched the gem hairpin on her head, looking somewhat nervous and hesitant. "Shuyan, Teacher wants to experience the world as you see it. Teacher promised you before that I would find a way to heal your eyes so that your voice can be heard." Fang Cheng used his adorable head pat skill on little Shuyan, stroking her head. Little Shuyan felt a warmth that she almost greedily desired. With Fang Cheng's large hand stroking her head, she seemed to be able to fully perceive Fang Cheng's appearance. The world she perceived suddenly became richer and more colorful. Little Shuyan wanted to call out Teacher Fang Cheng, but no sound came out when she tried to open her mouth. "Little Shuyan, can I take off your hair clip? I'll put it back on for you in a bit." Little Shuyan nodded, her face still a little nervous and scared, afraid that without the gem hair clip she wouldn't be able to see anything. However, under the effect of the cute head pat skill, Shuyan's affection for Fang Cheng increased by 10, Fang Cheng's affinity with his spirit form increased by 10, and considering Fang Cheng's encouraging words, even though she hadn't known him for long, she felt he was trustworthy. Teacher Fang Cheng's hand was very warm. It said that to heal someone's mind and body, you must put yourself in their shoes and empathize. Little Shuyan nodded. Fang Cheng stroked Shuyan's cute little head with one hand, and gently grasped the black gem-like bow hair clip on her head with the other. The hair clip was stuck tightly to Xiao Shuyan's hair, making it a little difficult to remove, presumably to prevent it from falling off during her movements. Fang Cheng used both hands to easily remove the hair clip. Even as Fang Cheng soothed her by patting her head, Xiao Shuyan hugged her arms, clutching the hem of her clothes, and squirming her little body. It was clear she was uncomfortable and nervous. "Little Shuyan, Big Brother will just try it out for a moment, and I'll put it on for you right away," Fang Cheng said gently, pulling Shuyan into his arms. Xiao Shuyan nestled in Fang Cheng's arms, instantly calming down as he stroked her head. Fang Cheng removed the black gemstone bow hair clip and examined it closely. The black gemstone on the hair clip did indeed resemble a dark eye, possessing the ability to sense light. Fang Cheng tried placing the hair clip on his scalp. Then, Fang Cheng simply closed his eyes tightly, without entering a meditative state. Fang Cheng's mind was completely dark. Because his eyes were tightly closed, he couldn't see anything in front of him. As the black gemstone on the hair clip touched his scalp, his brain suddenly sensed a signal, and the surrounding scenery slowly expanded outwards from him. He could feel Xiao Shuyan in his arms, but the color of Xiao Xian's purple hair seemed to have turned grayish, although he could still vaguely discern that it was purple. His own hair, on the other hand, appeared even darker. Wearing this hair clip, Fang Cheng could actually see the scene behind him. This meant that the black gemstone I granted the ability to perceive the surrounding world, displaying it in the mind within a limited range. The colors displayed were different from the real world, appearing grayish, and it probably required some mental energy. No wonder Shuyan had fallen asleep in his arms so quickly. Fang Cheng closed his eyes and sensed the world for a moment, finding that his perception range was only about 10 meters around him. He didn't know how far Shuyan's perception range was. In any case, this tool was rather pathetic for observing the world. It wasn't as wonderful as the world seen through children's own eyes, but it was certainly much better than being completely blind. Fang Cheng looked lovingly at little Shuyan sleeping in his arms and gently fastened the bow hair clip. As nap time approached, Fang Cheng scooped up Xiao Shuyan in his arms. Xiao Shuyan didn't resist and wrapped her arms around Fang Cheng's neck. It was unclear whether she was asleep or not, as she usually kept her eyes closed and couldn't make a sound. Meanwhile, the children playing slime with the lizard horse beast noticed Fang Cheng and Shuyan chatting. Fang Cheng looked at Shuyan with a hint of envy. Xiao Shui pouted, while Emotong looked somewhat helpless. At this moment, Yuri and Eunice came out. Seeing Shuyan seemingly asleep in Fang Cheng's arms, Eunice approached and asked with concern, "Mr. Fang Cheng, is Shuyan alright? I'll take care of her." "Hold her," Eunice said. Since Shuyan had come to the kindergarten, she had also taken on the responsibility of looking after both Shuyan and Ailu. Fang Cheng shook his head and said, "It's nothing, Shuyan is just a little sleepy. I'll carry her to the dormitory later, so as not to disturb her. She's not heavy." Eunice thought for a moment and nodded. After all, she could tell that the children here really liked this young man. Shuyan probably preferred being carried by Fang Cheng rather than by her. Eunice had witnessed Fang Cheng's ability to take care of children, so she felt relatively at ease. "Children, it's time for your afternoon nap. We'll head straight to Whispering Forest this afternoon." Fang Cheng called out softly, and the children immediately ran over and lined up. Instantly, only the lizard horse beast remained. Fang Cheng said to the lizard horse beast, "Be a good boy and rest. I'll need you to do some work this afternoon." The little lizard wagged its tail, understanding what he meant, and hugged a slime, lying down to rest. "Teacher Fang Cheng, am I sleeping here today too?" "I didn't bring a bed," little Isla said as she walked. Eunice, standing nearby, felt relieved. After all, Isla's willingness to rest at the kindergarten was a step forward, saving her the trouble of taking the little one back and forth. She just hoped she wouldn't be noisy later. "The teacher has prepared new beds and blankets for you all. Can you sleep next to Shuyan?" Fang Cheng said. Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng." Little Isla readily agreed upon hearing she could sleep with her older sister Shuyan. "Teacher Fang Cheng, is older sister Shuyan asleep?" Little Isla asked. Fang Cheng nodded. Shuyan was a little sleepy, she should keep quiet during her nap later. Then the group went to the dormitory. Rosa had disappeared somewhere. The dormitory was comfortably warm thanks to the central air conditioning. Fang Cheng gently placed Xiao Shuyan on a new bed, softly coaxing, "Xiao Shuyan, this is your special bed at kindergarten. Sleep peacefully, Ailu is right next to you." Xiao Shuyan was very well behaved. She was initially a little uncomfortable being placed on the bed by Fang Cheng, her hands moving unconsciously. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, her expression relaxed slightly. Fang Cheng covered her with a blanket, letting her hold onto it with her little hands. He then said to Ailu, who was watching her from beside him, "Ailu, you can sleep here." Fang Cheng pointed to the small bed next to Shuyan. Isla nodded, looked at the cartoon-patterned blanket on the small bed, climbed up herself, and even covered herself with the blanket. "Hurry up and take a nap. The teacher will wake you up later. If Teacher Yuri tells me that any child who doesn't nap, talks, or disturbs the other children's sleep, they won't be able to go on the Whispering Forest adventure this afternoon," Fang Cheng reminded the children. Then he said to Eunice, "Eunice, you can rest here too. There are empty beds, although they're all small, they'll do. Next time I'll buy a few slightly larger beds and put them here for you to rest," Fang Cheng continued. Before, there hadn't been a time, and Fang Cheng thought that Teacher Yuri couldn't sleep in the small beds at noon either. Although she could sleep comfortably, it wasn't a long-term solution. Eunice thought for a moment and said, "Mr. Fang Cheng, there's no need to trouble yourself to buy them. As for the beds, I'll just bring a few from Ephadiah's house tomorrow. Ephadiah's house has many guest rooms that have been empty. No one has slept in the new beds yet. I'll just tell the owner." Fang Cheng thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "That's fine too. Get some rest, both of you." Fang Cheng said, then took the two little ones, Saya and Moto, back to the small building in the back to prepare for their afternoon nap. He had the system Xiaoling set an alarm and kissed the two little ones' foreheads. "Saya, Moto, let's rest. Big brother." Fang Cheng hugged the two little ones and fell into a deep sleep. The two little ones clung tightly to Fang Cheng's arm and closed their eyes. Only at this moment did they feel that it was just them and their brother, no other children were taking Fang Cheng away, and their brother couldn't hug any other children. Master, it's time to get up. Perhaps knowing Fang Cheng was getting up for important business, Xiao Ling's voice was even a little sweeter today. As Xiao Ling's voice echoed in his mind, Fang Cheng opened his eyes and looked out the window. A sliver of intense sunlight pierced through the curtains, casting a bright line on the floor, making the midday sun's heat palpable. The two little ones were fast asleep, their arms wrapped around his. Even Xiao Mo Tong seemed to be asleep, making soft breathing sounds like someone in sleep. Saya, Mo Tong, wake up. Fang Cheng gently moved his arm and called softly. Big brother, are we going to the Whispering Forest? Yes, let's wash our faces and wake up. Seeing the two little ones' sleepy faces, Fang Cheng smiled. After washing their faces with water, the two little ones were a bit more awake. Fang Cheng went to the kitchen and asked Xiao She to make some ice hockey balls. Fang Cheng also used a lot of fruit and milk to make some fruit salad and ice cream. Then he went to the dormitory. Fang Cheng gently pushed open the door, and as if sensing his presence, the children's eyes all opened simultaneously, peeking at him. Fang Cheng couldn't help but chuckle, they were indeed in good spirits. Yuri was meditating cross-legged. Fang Cheng could sense the fluctuations of magical energy. Eunice longed to lie in bed and doze off next to Ailu. Alright, children, wake up. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, all the children opened their eyes and sat up, seemingly having waited a long time for him to say this. Fang Cheng was already prepared, and the little lizard was waiting at the castle gate, pulling the carriage. The children sat quietly in the carriage, each wearing a slime hat to shield themselves from the sun. Fang Cheng had cast the skill Elemental Spirits Protection on each child, protecting them from attacks by magical creatures. Yuri and Eunice were also in the carriage, while Saya and Mo Tong sat in their designated seats next to Fang Cheng. At this moment, Rosa appeared from nowhere, wearing a dark mage's robe and a hat, saying, I'm going too. Get in the carriage. Fang Cheng said. Inside the carriage, everyone happily enjoyed the fruit salad and ice cream that Fang Cheng had prepared for them. The carriage was already slightly full. The taste of ice cream filled their mouths, and Rosa licked her lips, feeling that she hadn't made a mistake coming here. Xiao Xuyan sat next to Ailu, eyes closed, quietly licking her ice cream. The carriage sped along quickly. The children, sitting in the back, watched with wide eyes as they approached the city gates. Many carriages passed by, and groups of people carrying weapons or spoils of war walked along the road. There were also some strong demi-humans, all of which filled them with curiosity and confusion. Armored guards patrolled the road. As they exited the city gates, two guards greeted Fang Cheng. They were the same two who had been on duty at the city gates before. The two guards watched the departing carriage, noticing the child in the back. They were both puzzled. What was this adult doing taking a child out? A short while later, the carriage stopped at the entrance to Whispering Forest. Beside them was the same somewhat dilapidated courtyard, with a worn wooden plaque at the entrance displaying the three words, Safe Zone. Alright, we've arrived at our destination. Children, get down. Fang Cheng stopped the carriage. There were also adventurers carrying weapons heading into the Whispering Forest nearby, who were curious about Fang Cheng stopping the carriage. Two small, pretty little girls were sitting beside him, and many more children were getting off in the carriage behind, which puzzled them. Of course, three beautiful women also attracted their attention. Whether it was Yuri, Eunice, or Rosa, they were all very beautiful women who would attract the attention of any normal man. Why normal men's attention? Because abnormal men have no interest in women, while normal men are interested in them. Teacher Fang Cheng, why did we stop here? There were many carriages parked in that courtyard over there too, Leo asked. Parking over there costs money. When you're traveling, every little bit helps, right? You still have to spend money when necessary. Fang Cheng constantly instilled this principle in the children. Little Leo seemed to understand Fang Cheng's words, but then, under everyone's gaze, Fang Cheng simply stored the entire carriage into his system space. Watching that large section of the carriage disappear, not only were the children stunned, but Eunice and Rosa were also somewhat dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the adventurers who were secretly glancing over were also filled with shock. However, they quickly realized that this young man must possess a magical storage item, and someone who can use a storage item must be a mage with magical power. Damn it, if only I had a magical storage item like this. That boar beast we hunted today was really heavy. An adventurer carrying a large sack grumbled, his gaze towards Fang Cheng filled with envy, but a hint of smugness crept in at the end. Come on, Wells, even if you had a magical storage item, you can't use it without magic power. You were lucky today, you actually stumbled upon a boar beast cub. A passing adventurer remarked, his voice dripping with envy. Hee hee, let's go to a used tavern for drinks today. My treat. Forget it, I'll try my luck inside. I have 2 kids at home, the pressure's a bit too much. Getting drunk will affect my performance tomorrow. Writer, wait a minute. Hearing this, the man called out to him, put his sack on the ground, drew his iron sword from his waist, and chopped down on the boar beast's leg. Take this back with you, it'll help the kids get some nutrition. It's a bit heavy for me anyway. You can buy me a drink next time. The man handed him a large pork leg, which, judging by its size, weighed at least 5 pounds. The man hesitated for a moment, then took it, saying, okay, Wells, wish me luck. From now on, you're my brother. It's nothing. We're all out here, helping each other out is important, especially for us adventurers without magic, we need to stick together. Wells, you spout such profound principles/truths, I never realized you were so insightful. Fang Cheng overheard their conversation and developed a slightly more favorable impression of the adventurers here. However, seeing Rosa and Eunice's shocked expressions, Fang Cheng asked somewhat doubtfully, is it strange that I put this carriage into my storage space? It's not like I'm the only one with a storage space, you all have them, don't you? I saw them. Rosa and Eunice exchanged a glance. Mr. Fang Cheng, ordinary storage items are quite small, they can't hold something this big, Eunice said. Well, mine isn't ordinary, so isn't that normal? Eunice and Rosa were both speechless, yet found it quite reasonable. How big are your storage items? Fang Cheng asked curiously. Mr. Fang Cheng, my storage item is about 1 cubic meter, Eunice said. Rosa didn't answer. That's about right, mine isn't that big either. Of course, the two women didn't believe this. They had seen the young man before them, taking out many tables, chairs, pots and pans from his storage space, and even managing to fit a carriage inside. They were both curious about what kind of storage device this young man possessed, and how the items inside were arranged. So, how much does a 1 cubic meter storage device usually cost? 500 gold coins, Eunice said. Holy crap, that's expensive. The Aphrodite family is really rich. Looks like I'd better be more careful in the future, I thought storage devices were ordinary. How many cubic meters is your young lady's storage device? 100 cubic meters, Eunice said after thinking for a moment. How much is that worth? Tens of thousands of gold coins. Rosa was shocked by Eunice's words. Even the princess's storage device wasn't that big. Just who was this young lady from the maid's family? Hearing Eunice's words, Fang Cheng suddenly felt he didn't need to be so cautious. Teacher Fang Cheng, when will we have storage items too? Leo asked. Children love listening to adults talk. When you grow up and become powerful magicians. Alright, let's go in, Fang Cheng said. The children looked at the tall, dense forest and bushes ahead, a mixture of anticipation and fear. The group walked on, Fang Cheng in front, the children in the middle, Yuri beside them, Eunice on the other side, closer to Ilo and Shuyan, while Rosa lagged behind, seemingly unwilling to be too close to those in front. A lightning purple staff suddenly appeared in Rosa's hand. She held it, her eyes scanning the forest aimlessly. As Fang Cheng led the children along, they soon came to a relatively open area. The light here was quite good, the trees weren't too dense, and there was a small stream nearby. Fang Cheng said, alright, children, remember your task? Now you can use your eyes to observe and find what we need to complete today's mission. With that, Fang Cheng took out the cage Leo's father had made, followed by several shovels, gloves, carrots, a piece of roasted meat, and a few small baskets, providing the children with the materials for their mission. After all, when he asked the children what their ideas were for catching the magic-eyed rabbits, some suggested digging a trap and using carrots or roasted meat as bait. The gloves were for catching slimes. The scenery here was beautiful, and the children's curious eyes were already searching and exploring. Only when Fang Cheng took out the items did their attention turn to him. Leo, in particular, looked at the cage his father had made, his body twitching with anticipation. Alright, children, you can start your tasks now, collect sweet flowers, catch slimes, and magic-eyed rabbits. Let's begin, Fang Cheng said, then sat down on a rock by the stream, waiting for the children to begin. Seeing Fang Cheng sit down on the rock, the children were taken aback. Wasn't teacher Fang Cheng going to join them? They had heard from their families, there are dangers in Whispering Forest, stay close to the teacher and don't wander off. Fang Cheng smiled encouragingly at the children. To Fang Cheng's surprise, Xiao Yin was the first to act. She stepped forward, picked up 2 small gloves, put them on, slung a small basket over her shoulder, and grabbed a shovel. Seeing Xiao Yin take the lead, the other children thought for a moment and then stepped forward to get gloves and shovels. After the children were all equipped, suddenly, Isla said, let's look around here first. I saw some sweet flowers. I'll go pick some first, Sister Shuyan, come with me. Isla said, taking Shuyan's hand and walking in one direction, seemingly unconcerned about encountering any danger. Eunice paused for a moment, then followed behind Ilu. Seeing Ilu's demeanor, Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised. He had to admit, Isla was quite mature and intelligent, the tallest among the children present. Having received proper upbringing at home, pampered children usually possess more courage and confidence than others. The other children saw that Ilu and Shuyan had already started picking sweet flowers. they also began to set off. Tate, let's go look for them too, Leo said. Tate nodded, and then they walked around, their eyes searching the ground. Sister Motong, let's go too, Seo said. Okay. Motong nodded. Kiawan and Kianai also went in another direction. At this moment, Yuri came over, her face somewhat anxious, and said, Principal, is this alright? They've all scattered. What if they encounter danger? Who should I go with? Seeing the anxious and worried look on Yuri's face, Fang Cheng reassured her, it's okay. I just cast a blessing on the children, animals and magical beasts won't attack them. Yuri breathed a sigh of relief and then said, shall I go with Kiawan and Kianai? Fang Cheng nodded. Fang Cheng had actually wanted Yuri to sit here with him. Just now, the system detected that the children were completing a task, directly creating various images of them in his mind, displayed like a computer monitor. Fang Cheng would then evaluate the children's performance, and the system would award rewards accordingly. Furthermore, to better protect the children's safety, Fang Cheng could remotely cast spells based on the real-time images of the children appearing in his mind. That's awesome. Having previously completed the task of recruiting student Xuyan, he received 100 exchange points, 100 gold coins, and 100 magic points. Currently, Fang Cheng has 184 exchange points and 1,570 gold coins. This also activated Xuyan's side quest. Student Xuyan successfully casts magic. Quest reward 100 exchange points. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng immediately spent 50 exchange points to redeem a small ice shield barrier. This creates a small, circular ice elemental shield around the target, resisting a certain degree of physical and magical attacks. As for why he redeemed an ice-type one, it's probably because ice shields are transparent, even in danger. Casting an ice shield barrier on the children would allow them to see the situation clearly. Fang Cheng felt the scene in his mind. Little Isla was holding little Xuyan's hand, walking in one direction. Sure enough, there were two sweet flowers growing beside a clump of trees. Little Isla, wearing gloves and holding a shovel, dug into the soil beneath the sweet flowers, loosening the soil, and then gently pulled one off, placing it back in the ground. As Xuyan looked at the flower in front of her, she was about to use a shovel to dig it up when little Isla stopped her. Xuyan-ji, let me do it. You're not feeling well, I need to take care of you. Little Xuyan shook her head at Isla's words. At this moment, Eunice's gentle voice sounded behind the two little ones. Isla, let Xuyan-ji do it. Although it's not convenient for her, she can still do this. Hearing Eunice's words, Isla nodded. Eunice smiled with relief. Isla has changed a lot these past 2 days. Eunice doesn't know if it's Fang Cheng's fault or Xuyan's, but Isla has changed so much. If she had known earlier, she should have suggested to Madame Emily that Xuyan be brought home to play with Isla. Little Xuyan picked up a shovel and carefully moved it around in the soil beneath the sweet flower, gently removing the soil as if afraid of harming it. Soon, a whole sweet flower was placed in Xuyan's basket. Sister Xuyan, let's go look around somewhere else, see if we can find any more sweet flowers, said Isla after Xuyan finished picking. Perhaps because Eunice was following behind, little Isla was quite brave. Little Xuyan nodded. The other half, Tate and Leo, walked in one direction, looking at the grass and trees around the forest. Suddenly, Leo's eyes lit up. Tate, look, isn't that a red mountain fruit? Leo pointed to a small bush, on which grew many small, round, red fruits. Tate nodded, her voice tinged with surprise. It really is a red mountain fruit. Teacher Yuri said it's edible, and tastes sweet and sour. Let's go pick them and take them home to eat together, Leo said. Tate hesitated upon hearing Leo's words, saying, Leo, we just ate the fruit salad and ice cream that Teacher Fang Cheng gave us. Teacher Fang Cheng has many fruits that taste even better than this. We don't know if this is any good. Let's finish Teacher Fang Cheng's task first, picking sweet flowers and finding out where the slime and magic-eyed rabbit are so we can figure out a way to catch them, Tate said. Leo thought Tate's suggestion made sense and, after thinking for a moment, said, let's pick some, try them ourselves first, and take them home for Mom and Dad. They'll be very happy, and the little lizard might like them too. Tate thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, saying, okay, let's hurry up, before those girls pick more and faster than us. We haven't even seen a single sweet flower yet. Leo said, then Tate, you go find some sweet flowers first. I'll pick some red berries and then we'll pick together. Tate nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side, little Qiao Yin held little Qiao Enai's hand and walked in one direction. Little Qiao Yin was a very independent child. They walked in one direction, looking at the dense foliage above, blocking out much of the sunlight. The forest was a bit cool. Seeing that no teacher was following behind, little Qiao Enai was a little scared and clung tightly to Qiao Yin, holding her sister's hand tightly. At this time, Qiao Yali was still talking to Fang Cheng and hadn't followed. Little sister, don't be afraid, Teacher Fang Cheng will protect us, Qiao Yin said. Being quite mature, she trusted that Teacher Fang Cheng wouldn't let them encounter any danger. Perhaps there was nothing dangerous here. Okay, I understand, sister. Hearing Xiao Yin's words, Xiao and I relaxed a little. Then their big eyes scanned the forest and bushes together. Sister, there's someone over there. Xiao and I spotted a muscular, shirtless middle-aged man not far away. The middle-aged man had a full beard, a blood-stained knife in one hand, and a rabbit in the other. Joni's voice attracted the man's attention. He paused, noticing two similar-looking little girls dressed in identical white tops and purplish-black skirts and pants not far away. After a moment's hesitation, the man looked around. Seeing no one, he approached. Sister, he's coming. Is he a bad guy? Will he take us away? Joni said fearfully. Let's run back. Xiao Yin saw the man approaching, and his appearance genuinely frightened her. Xiao Yin pulled Joni and quickly ran back the way they came. Seeing the two little girls run away, the man quickened his pace and gave chase. He shouted, "Little sister, don't run. It's dangerous here." Hearing this, Xiao Yin pulled Joni's hand and ran even faster. Fang Cheng observed this scene and inwardly praised Xiao Yin's swift reaction. However, Fang Cheng sensed that the middle-aged man meant no harm. He wasn't keeping up with Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni very quickly. If he truly intended to harm them, he would have caught up sooner. Perhaps he was just curious about two young girls in the forest. Shortly afterward, Xiao Yin saw a familiar figure ahead, which reassured her somewhat. She cried out anxiously, "Teacher Yuli, there's a bad guy chasing me. Xiao Yin, Xiao Ni, run behind me quickly." Yuli, hearing this, became tense and ran forward, shielding the two children behind her, her eyes fixed on the scene ahead. A short while later, Yuli saw a burly man with a full beard and bare arms, carrying a blood-stained knife in one hand and a dead rabbit in the other. Yuli frowned at the man's appearance. Seeing the two little girls hiding behind a woman, the man stopped. Upon seeing Yuli's face, his eyes flickered. "Don't misunderstand, I saw these two children and thought they were lost. I wanted to protect them, since there are many biting magic-eyed rabbits here, it's quite dangerous." Upon hearing this, Yuri's expression softened a bit. She said, "Thank you for your kindness. We're sorry to have troubled you. If there's nothing else, we'll be going now." Then Yuri said to the two children, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, "Don't be afraid. Did you hear that? That uncle meant no harm. Teacher will go with you to find the sweet flowers." "Yes, Teacher Yuri." Hearing Yuri's words, knowing that Teacher Yuri was willing to accompany them, the two children were very happy. "You want to find sweet flowers? I think I saw a few over there, but there are quite a few biting rabbits over there. The bigger ones can even breathe fireballs, so be careful." The man pointed in a direction. Hearing the man's words, the two children seemed to understand, their expressions excited, their eyes brightening. "Thank you. I'll take you with me," the man said. "No need to trouble yourself." With that, Yuri led Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni in another direction. The man scratched his head, his eyes lingering on Yuri's figure for a moment. After watching the three figures disappear, he thought for a moment, then left. "Teacher Yuri, why don't we go look for sweet flowers in the direction that old man pointed? There are magic-eye rabbits there," little Xiao Ni asked. Yuri said, "I don't know if what that old man said is true, and if there really are a lot of magic-eye rabbits, it would be very dangerous. We didn't bring the cage to catch them." Yuri said, actually she didn't believe what that man said. "Yeah, that old man isn't good-looking, and he doesn't wear clothes." Xiao Yin said, "Is that so? I don't like that old man either, he looks scary." But Teacher Fang Cheng said that everyone is different. Xiao Ni said, "Yuri, Xiao Yin, Xiao Ni, let's go, let's look somewhere else." Yuri suddenly didn't know how to respond to Xiao Ni. "Okay," little Xiao Ni replied. "Teacher Yuri, look, there are two sweet flowers over there," Xiao Yin said excitedly, seeing two sweet flowers standing next to a rock. "Sister, let's go pick some." Then, under Yuri's guidance, the two little ones successfully picked two flowers, and both smiled. Meanwhile, Saya and Moto were also searching for materials for today's mission. The little lizard followed behind the two little ones, wanting to protect them. Of course, the little lizard was closest to Saya, and in its mind, it wanted to protect her. "Sister Moto, isn't brother coming with us?" Saya asked. "Perhaps brother has other things to do. Let's go find them. Sister will protect you," Moto said. "Okay." Saya nodded. "Sister Moto, look, there's a grass slime over there." Little Saya's sharp eyes immediately spotted a small, greenish-yellow slime, about the size of a grapefruit, huddled under a bush not far away, wriggling and eating leaves. Little Saya put on gloves, easily picked up the grass slime with both hands, and placed it in her small basket. "Sister Mo Tong, we've found one, we're still 7 short. I wonder if the other kids have found them yet." "Never mind that for now, let's search this whole area first," Mo Tong said. The little lizard blinked its eyes at the slime in the basket on Saya's back and let out a soft chirp. "Little lizard, do you like this slime?" Saya, having received a necklace from her sister, easily understood what the little lizard meant. Aw, the little lizard nodded. That's a task our big brother gave us. We need to find 8. Little lizard, would you like us to find one more? The little lizard hummed in agreement, its big, round eyes searching, its long neck probing into the grass, looking again and again, as if it too was searching for something. Rosa slowly followed behind Saya. The children's actions were all playing out in Fang Cheng's mind. His original plan was to lead them as a group to search for the sweet flowers and slimes, which would prevent accidents and better protect the children. However, that would take too long. But with the system automatically displaying scenes of each child in his mind during missions, Fang Cheng could let them complete the tasks independently. This also fostered the children's independence and reduced their dependence on him. Of course, with Eunice, Yuri, and Rosa's help, Fang Cheng felt even more at ease. He could also remotely address any problems that arose from the system's images of the children. However, with several scenes flashing through Fang Cheng's mind simultaneously, he was feeling a bit tired. So, sitting here to rest allowed him to better monitor the children's progress. This area, located on the outskirts of the Whispering Forest, wasn't particularly dangerous. The animals, their deer, rabbits, and low-level magical beasts had probably been mostly wiped out by adventurers, as most relied on catching these to earn money. After observing for about half an hour, Fang Cheng stood up, ready to go find the children. They'd been active for half an hour and needed a rest. During that half hour, the children had been searching diligently without incident. Some adventurers saw the young children and considered checking on them, but seeing the adults following behind, they gave up, simply smiling and leaving. Meanwhile, Leo and Tate ventured a distance into the Whispering Forest and had a decent harvest. The two little ones had picked over a dozen sweet flowers and 2 slimes together, encountering 2 other adventurers along the way. They were somewhat surprised and curious to see the slimes and sweet flowers in Leo and Tate's baskets, noting that Tate and Leo's kindergarten uniforms were quite nice. Perhaps they were from wealthy families, but judging from Leo's dark complexion, he didn't seem particularly rich. However, seeing that the 2 children weren't accompanied by any adults, he curiously approached. Hey, you 2 brats, what are you doing? Don't you know it's dangerous here? Who brought you here? Where are your adults? An adventurer asked. I'm not a brat, I'm Leo. We're here to pick sweet flowers, catch slimes, and magic eye rabbits. Ha ha ha. Peter, this is funny. The earlier part is fine, but you 2 little brats trying to catch magic eye rabbits? Sometimes even I'm too scared to catch a really strong one. Where are your parents? You should probably go home. Where are your parents? Who brought you here? Another adventurer asked, thinking, could these be abandoned children? Leo, what are you doing catching these? What's the use? Even if you kids like sweet flowers, you don't need to pick them here. It's even more dangerous further in. You 2 little devils are pretty brave, even my kids wouldn't dare come here. Is this a task Teacher Fang Cheng gave us? Leo asked. Teacher? A task. That's interesting. The adventurer and his companion exchanged a glance. Could it be that someone is making them pick these things to sell for free labor? Another adventurer said skeptically. No way, look, their clothes are all the same, and there seem to be badges on them with words on them. Peter, do you recognize them? Peter, knowing his companion couldn't read, took 2 steps forward and looked at the kindergarten badge on Leo's chest. 11AI Magic Kindergarten. Uncle, do you know our kindergarten? Leo was excited to hear the man call out his school's name. Leo, that uncle only saw the words on our badge. Tate reminded him from the side. You little guy are quite observant. But I have indeed heard of 11AI Magic Kindergarten. It looks familiar. Isn't it the one on that poster/flyer? The Magic Kindergarten that gives 30 silver coins to the first 5 applicants, right, the man said, then, realizing the 2 children didn't understand, rubbed his nose. Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng really did give my family 30 silver coins, Leo said after thinking for a moment. 30 silver coins really? The man seemed somewhat shocked. I didn't expect it to be true, he muttered to himself. Thinking about this, the man became interested and said, Hey, Leo, right? Can you really learn magic at your 11AI Magic Kindergarten? Of course. Our teacher Fang Cheng knows a lot of magic, and so do Saya and Imotong. Leo said, his dark face beaming with pride. That's amazing. How many children are studying there? I think, 1, 2, 3. Leo recalled. 8. Tate said from the side. Right, 8. By the way, why are you asking this, uncle? Do you have any children you'd like to send to 11AI Magic Kindergarten? Leo asked, his voice brimming with childlike innocence. Well, I was just curious, the man smiled. Uncle just picked a few sweet blossoms on the way here, so I'll give them to you, the man said, pulling a few sweet blossoms from his pocket. The blossoms were crumpled from being squeezed. Tate saw the sweet blossoms the man had taken out, counted them in his mind, and thought there were about 4 or 5. He blinked, somewhat pleased. No, I want to pick them myself. This is our task, we should try to do things ourselves without help. That's what teacher Fang Cheng said. You little rascal, you're quite interesting. Fine, I underestimated you. You have guts. The man said in a grumbling tone, somewhat annoyed but also admiring. Alright, uncle, can't we talk to you? We still have a task to complete. Leo said, then went to the nearby bushes to observe and search. Then you go ahead and do your work, we won't bother you. The man chuckled, finding it amusing, and followed behind, watching. Tate, seemingly uneasy due to the presence of others, quickly caught up with Leo. Two male adventurers watched from a distance. Peter, you know what, this little boy is quite brave. He seems pretty strong too. When he grows up, he might become a powerful adventurer in Soto City in just a few years. One of the men said, glancing at the backs of the two boys searching in the bushes. The man named Peter nodded in agreement. Looks like we'll have something to talk about at the Adventurers Guild again today. We could tell them about the 30 silver coins for going to the 11 AI Magic Kindergarten, but they already have 8 kids studying there, so enrolling now is pointless. Last time they saw the flyer, everyone thought it was a scam. Luther, should we go hunting? Let's see if we can complete today's quest, hunt a couple of wild beasts, and earn some money for the day, Peter said worriedly. He didn't want to have come to Whispering Forest for nothing, it was already afternoon. Okay. Luther nodded in agreement upon hearing his companion's suggestion. Suddenly, turning his head, he saw a man with an anxious expression. Hey kid, don't go that way. There are biting rabbits over there. The two little boys were incredibly brave. They'd been searching in the bushes just moments before, but in the blink of an eye, while talking to their companion, they'd ventured even deeper into the forest. While this might not be a problem for an experienced, strong adult man, for two small boys, a single magic-eyed rabbit was a serious threat. A leaping rabbit biting their neck would be fatal. Really? Leo exclaimed excitedly upon hearing the man's words behind him. He immediately stopped and pulled Tate back. I knew it. Good that you're scared. The man sighed in relief, pursing his lips. Leo, pulling Tate along, put the shovel he was carrying into his basket and headed back. Under a tree, he picked up a cage hidden by leaves and continued walking in the direction ahead. No way, these two brats actually want to catch magic-eyed rabbits? Peter and Luther exchanged a glance and followed. Seeing the scene in his mind, Fang Cheng was quite impressed with Tate and Leo. Leo's courage was indeed extraordinary, perhaps because he hadn't considered the consequences of being bitten by a ferocious animal. Fang Cheng had asked them beforehand and knew this was the two boys' first time in the Whispering Forest, and their behavior had certainly surprised him. Of course, the other children were also very brave. From the image in his mind, Leo and Tate had collected about 10 sweet flowers, a pretty good harvest. There were also 3 slimes in their baskets, wriggling and squirming inside, unable to escape. Slimes have no intelligence or thought, they couldn't possibly imagine escaping. Leo and Tate walked forward together, each carrying one side of the basket and a small shovel in the other, observing their surroundings. Look, there's another sweet flower, Tate said to Leo, his voice soft and happy. Leo followed Tate's gaze and saw a sweet flower beside a small clump of red berries. But just as they approached, a huge rabbit suddenly emerged from the bushes, its head peeking out. Its round, black eyes revealed it to be a magic-eyed rabbit. The magic-eyed rabbit immediately bit into the thriving, blooming sweet flower, seemingly savoring it. It seemed completely unfazed by Leo and Tate's presence. Stop, my sweet flower. No, I'm going to catch you. Leo, in a moment of impulsiveness, grabbed the cage and ran forward. Tate, startled by Leo's sudden movement, released his grip on the cage. Damn it, kid, are you out of your mind? Two adventurers some distance behind, watching the two boys' path, shouted as they saw Leo charging forward. They quickly drew their swords and rushed towards Leo. The men pushed off with their feet, reaching Leo in less than 2 seconds. At this moment, Leo was less than 2 meters away from the magic-eyed rabbit. Startled, the enormous rabbit stopped eating its sweet flower and turned its head. A fireball the size of a ping-pong ball was spat out of its mouth, flying towards the two. It wasn't flying very fast, but it was quite close. Although the man could dodge, he had a little boy beside him and was worried the fireball might hit him, so he couldn't easily dodge. Seeing the fireball about to hit them, the man quickly swung his sword, preparing to block the small flame with the blade. He narrowed his eyes, confident he could block it. But just then, a circular, transparent ice shield suddenly enveloped the two. The ping-pong ball-sized flame struck the ice shield and instantly extinguished, disappearing without a trace, as if it had never existed. Even the ice on the shield didn't seem to melt at all. The man was completely stunned by the sudden appearance of the ice shield magic, blinking in disbelief. Peter, who arrived later, was equally shocked by the sight. The magic-eyed rabbit, after spitting out a fireball, seemed terrified when the ice shield blocked it. Then, recovering, it scurried away into the bushes on the other side. Seeing the rabbit's frantic movements, it was clear that it had slowed down considerably, as if the fireball had greatly depleted its energy, leaving it much weaker. However, by the time the two noticed the rabbit, it was already long gone. The man watched the ice shield shatter and disappear. He looked around. Besides his companion and the two boys, he saw no one else. After a moment, the man seemed to understand and said to Leo, "You little rascal, no wonder you weren't afraid. So you had a magician protecting you." "I know. It must be Teacher Fang Cheng protecting us," Leo exclaimed excitedly, his face beaming. "We were just being nosy." The man scoffed at Leo's excited expression, but the feeling of being protected by a magical shield for the first time, the sense of security from the ice shield being completely unaffected by the flame, filled him with a sense of longing. Luther, that was an ice shield spell, wasn't it? Although they didn't possess magic, they still had common sense. Probably. "Let's go, Peter, let's get back to our own business," the man said. "Why don't we join them in catching them?" Peter suggested. "Forget it, I'm not going to take advantage of kids. Their teacher might be watching, and if we upset that magician, we're in trouble." "Yeah, let's go." "Thank you, Uncle," Leo said as the two were about to leave. "You're welcome. I didn't really help much. If you want to catch magic-eyed rabbits, just keep going. There are magic-eyed rabbits around, so be patient," the man said, then walked off in the opposite direction. "Thank you both for looking after my two students." Fang Cheng arrived just then, watching the two departing figures, and said to the two adventurers. The two men were startled, turning around at the sound of his voice, only to be surprised again. A black-haired youth was smiling at them, his face fair and delicate. "No need to thank me, it was just something I did, and I wasn't really that helpful," one of the men said, realizing what had happened. "Sir, did you cast that ice shield just now?" Fang Cheng nodded, not denying it. "Sir, wasn't the spell you cast last time fire magic?" The other adventurer couldn't help but ask. "You know me. I saw you at the Adventurers Guild last time, sir, with two little girls." Fang Cheng nodded and said, "That's quite a coincidence. Would you like to join us?" No, sir, please continue with your work," one of the men said gratefully, then pulled the other man away. Fang Cheng watched the two adventurers leave, touched his nose, and wondered if he was really that scary. He'd wanted to chat with them and learn more about this forest. Once the two adventurers had walked a little further away, Peter asked, "Luther, why didn't we go with him? He's such a powerful magician, and he seemed very kind. That lord even invited us, why did we refuse? With his help, today would be much easier." "What nonsense are you talking about? Think about what that lord is here for. Catching a magic-eyed rabbit would be a piece of cake for him, but why send his student? He wants to train the children, we'd only cause him trouble. There's no need." "You're right. But that lord must be incredibly powerful, knowing magic of two elements. I heard from people in the guild last time that she brought two pretty little girls to the Adventurers Guild to register as adventurers." "Yeah, you don't know, those two little girls are so cute. If my daughter looks like them, all the hardship and toil will be worth it. Unlike that brat at home now, asking him to pour me a glass of water is a condition, he just wants to work his dad to death. Have you ever thought about sending your son there to study? Then I don't have tuition either. They've already recruited 8 students. The flyer said the first 5 were free and they even gave 30 silver coins." "That's true. Teacher Fang Cheng," Riot exclaimed with delight upon seeing Fang Cheng. The two little ones never expected to see Teacher Fang Cheng here. Saya and Mo Tong weren't with him either, which touched them deeply. Teacher Fang Cheng clearly valued them. "Rio, Tate, how did the harvest go?" Fang Cheng asked with a smile. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I picked 7 sweet flowers and a slime," Tate said. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I picked 5 sweet flowers and 2 slimes," Leo said. "Wow, not bad," Fang Cheng praised. "Let's go in and see if we can catch a magic-eyed rabbit," Fang Cheng said. "Okay," Leo happily replied, nodding vigorously. The 3 of them then walked forward. As Fang Cheng arrived, they ventured deeper into the area. Occasionally, they could see movement coming from the bushes, and vaguely make out the rabbit's rear end. It seems this is where magic-eyed rabbits often appear. "Set up your traps here according to your previous ideas," Fang Cheng stopped and said to the children, then found a tree and sat down. Yes, I understand, Teacher Fang Cheng," Leo exclaimed excitedly, picking up the cage and walking forward. Remembering the reminders his father had given him when making it, Leo placed the cage in a small clump of bushes and tossed in a piece of carrot and some roasted meat. Smelling the small piece of roasted meat, Leo swallowed hard. Then, Leo fiddled with the cage for a bit, then pulled Tate away and returned to Fang Cheng. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I've set a trap. We just need to wait here for the magic-eyed rabbit to crawl in," Leo said excitedly. Fang Cheng nodded and said, "You two can rest here for a bit," as he handed the 2 little ones 2 bottles of drinks. The 2 little ones were very happy. Fang Cheng observed the scene in his mind. Ha! Fang Cheng exclaimed, actually seeming to vaguely see Qing Ning and Betty in the image of Sheya Emotong. Fang Cheng suddenly remembered something. During yesterday's birthday party, Qing Ning had pulled Betty away, saying she needed to prepare for the academy's trials. She hadn't come to kindergarten for lunch today either. He hadn't expected their trial to be the Whispering Forest trial. Fang Cheng carefully observed the scene. From the system's viewpoint, it seemed he was observing the two little ones, Sheya and Emotong, from a third-person perspective, making it easy for him to spot Qing Ning and Betty. The two little ones were still scanning their surroundings, searching for quest materials. They didn't see Qing Ning and Betty in the distance. Fang Cheng glanced at the baskets on their backs. Their haul seemed good: a few sweet flowers, some chrysanthemums, and 3 slimes. Fang Cheng wasn't too worried about the little one's safety. First, Emotong's strength was unfathomable. Although Fang Cheng had only seen Emotong cast a fireball, the mental power level displayed on the system panel was stage 6, which wouldn't lie. Second, there was also the great mage Rosa following behind. Fang Cheng was still thinking that catching a demon-eyed rabbit should be a piece of cake for Emotong. The task would be a breeze. "Teacher Fang Cheng, it looks like a demon-eyed rabbit has come out." Just then, Tate whispered. Upon hearing this, Fang Cheng looked towards the cage, and indeed, a demon-eyed rabbit was cautiously sniffing around it. It was a gray demon-eyed rabbit, its sharp teeth clearly visible from its lips. A bite from it would be fatal. A child who accidentally got bitten could easily die. This gray demon-eyed rabbit was quite plump, no wonder it was so bold. After all, it's a case of the bold getting rich and the timid starving. The cage had only been released a short time ago, and this demon-eyed rabbit already dared to forage for food. Fang Cheng stood up. The rabbit seemed to suddenly hear the noise, tilted its head in Fang Cheng's direction, and spat out a fireball, attacking him. The rabbit, thinking the fireball would deter its enemies, darted into the cage to snatch the carrots and roasted meat inside. Just as its mouth touched the food, the cage door clicked shut, blocking its path. The rabbit panicked and struggled frantically inside, abandoning the roasted meat in its mouth. As if provoked, it spat out another fireball. The cage was made of wood, and the fireball ignited the grass on it, but the fireball was weak, the flame small from the initial ignition. Just as Fang Cheng saw the rabbit spit out another fireball, a water ball appeared above the cage, falling onto the fire and extinguishing it. After releasing the second fireball, the rabbit seemed exhausted, struggling weakly inside the cage. "Teacher Fang Cheng, you're amazing!" Leo and Tate exclaimed in praise. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I never imagined this magic eye rabbit could spit out fireballs. My dad didn't tell me." Leo ran up and looked at the magic eye rabbit in the cage. "Perhaps the magic-eyed rabbit your father encountered doesn't know magic?" Fang Cheng thought to himself. Generally speaking, rabbits are timid and belong to the bottom of the food chain. For self-preservation, when frightened or encountering an enemy, they will instinctively use their magic attacks, such as spitting fireballs. Young magic-eyed rabbits, however, don't know magic. Even magic-eyed rabbits that do know magic, while they can quickly condense it, have very little power. Their fireballs are also relatively slow, generally slow enough for a mage to communicate with the fire element and deprive them of control over it. However, Fang Cheng was somewhat taken aback by how easily this rabbit released its magic. Why didn't this kind of magical beast need incantations or actions to release magic, while humans certainly do? For example, Saya's ice ball spell requires incantations and actions, but magical beasts don't. Perhaps, it's because humans can speak, while magical beasts can't? Fang Cheng suddenly realized that with his system skills, he also didn't need incantations or actions to release system magic skills. Fang Cheng approached and saw the rabbit seemingly resting in its cage, its black eyes filled with fear. He shook the cage, instantly stunning the rabbit. He then shook it vigorously to completely incapacitate it, preventing it from biting anyone if it woke up later. He wanted the two little ones to carry it. "Looks like today's mission is almost complete. Leo, Tate, you two help carry this rabbit," Fang Cheng said. Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng," the two little ones happily replied. The two boys managed to move the cage relatively easily, they were quite strong. Fang Cheng glanced at the image in his mind and led the two boys in one direction. The image showed that Saya and Emotong had already ventured deeper into the area to search for mission materials. Perhaps confident in their abilities, neither Emotong nor Rosa told Saya they couldn't go deeper. Fang Cheng wasn't too worried. She planned to find Yuri, Xiao Yin, and Xiao and I first. Currently, Yuri was the weakest, a mid-level mage, and a water-based one at that. Eunice was a high-level mage, so Fang Cheng felt relatively at ease with her accompanying Ilu and Shuyan. "Teacher Fang Cheng, where are we going now?" After moving the cage for a while, Leo seemed a little tired and couldn't help but ask Fang Cheng. "Let's go find Teacher Yuri and the others first," Fang Cheng replied. "Okay," Leo responded. They walked about a few dozen meters more. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I feel like I can't carry it anymore." Leo finally couldn't help but say, his face flushed and covered in sweat. Tate, who was also moving the cage beside him, was also somewhat flushed, his white shirt soaked with sweat, but he didn't say anything. You should have said so earlier. Fang Cheng laughed. I've been waiting for you to ask for the teacher's help. Fang Cheng stepped forward and easily picked up the cage containing the demon-eyed rabbit, as if it were nothing in his hands. Should this rabbit be braised or roasted? Fang Cheng wondered, looking at the plump rabbit. However, he then remembered the system task. Would the system confiscate the magic-eyed rabbit? Xiao Ling, after submitting the task, do we need to hand over these rabbits and sweet flowers? No need. The task mainly focuses on training the children and developing their abilities in various aspects. No task materials need to be submitted, you can handle them yourself. Hearing Xiao Ling's response, Fang Cheng felt a surge of joy. Teacher Yuli, there really are a lot of sweet flowers here. That shirtless uncle wasn't lying to us. Xiao and I exclaimed excitedly, looking at the area where several sweet flowers were blooming along the edge of the bushes. Just now, they had encountered the disheveled, shirtless middle-aged man. After seeing him point in a direction, they didn't immediately head in that direction. Instead, after finding only a couple of sweet flowers around, they circled around a little before arriving at the direction the bearded man had indicated. This area seemed to have once been covered with sweet flowers. Many of the sweet flower petals had been bitten off, leaving only the stems and leaves visible, but some blossoms remained intact, suggesting they had only recently sprouted. Now, we've picked 10 sweet flowers, Xiao Yin said happily, picking the last one from the tree. Sister, can we stop picking? Xiao and I asked after thinking for a moment, her face beaming. Yes, according to the division of labor, the 8 of us will pick 40 flowers, so each of us only needs to pick 5. Xiao and I have 10 together. Xiao Yin said after thinking for a moment. Yuli, watching Xiao Yin do the math, looked pleased. Great. Now we just need to catch one more magic-eye rabbit, right? Xiao and I asked. Yes, Xiao Yin nodded, but the 2 little ones hadn't seen a single rabbit along the way. The 2 little ones looked around, their expressions somewhat dejected. Xiao Yin, Xiao and I, you've already done a great job. Besides, it wasn't said that everyone had to catch a magic-eye rabbit. It was just that the 8 of you had to catch one. Maybe the other children have already caught one. We've already completed the task teacher Fang Cheng gave us. Yuli comforted the 2 children. Yuli had seen magic-eye rabbits before. She knew that some of the larger ones were very powerful, and deep down, she didn't want the 2 children to encounter one. Although she had been diligently studying magic recently, she was still afraid that her reactions were too slow and she wouldn't be able to protect Xiao Yin and Xiao and I well if they encountered a highly aggressive magic-eye rabbit. Although the headmistress told her not to worry, she still felt a little uneasy without Fang Cheng by her side. I understand, Teacher Yuli, the 2 children said, their mood improving slightly after hearing Yuli's comforting words. Sister, is that a magic-eye rabbit? Just then, Xiao and I suddenly pointed excitedly at something, as if she had seen something. A gray rabbit peeked out from a patch of grass, and as if it had heard Joni's voice, it turned its head toward Joni. A pair of black eyes stared at Joni, who pointed at the magic-eyed rabbit, but the rabbit seemed unresponsive. When Yuri saw the black-eyed rabbit, she instantly held her breath, her nerves on edge. This magic-eyed rabbit looked to be an adult, capable of spitting fireballs, but something was strange. Despite clearly seeing Joni's movement, it hadn't attacked. Yuri was puzzled but also somewhat relieved. She mentally recalled the magic incantation. Teacher Yuri, is this the magic-eyed rabbit? Joni asked, turning her head. Joey also turned to look at Yuri. Hearing Joni's question, Yuri's heart tightened, her eyes fixed on the magic-eyed rabbit that seemed to be admiring the scenery. Joni had made such a loud noise, yet there was still no response. Yuri softly uttered, "This is the demon-eyed rabbit." Unexpectedly, as soon as Yuri spoke, the demon-eyed rabbit's ears twitched, and it hopped aside. The rabbit looked up at Yuri, and a ball of fire the size of a ping-pong ball attacked her, its speed not particularly fast. Water elementals wandering in this world, *0 and *UN% obey my command, water arrow. Yuri quickly chanted the incantation, her expression serious. A water arrow condensed in front of her and shot towards the fireball, its speed not slow. The fireball spat out by the demon-eyed rabbit was instantly pierced and extinguished by the water arrow, which continued its attack towards the rabbit. The demon-eyed rabbit jumped around in panic, but its speed was slow. It seemed somewhat weak after spitting out the fireball, and its movements became even more sluggish. Then the demon-eyed rabbit disappeared into the bushes and vanished from sight. Xiao Yin and Xiao and I did not pursue it. Seeing the magic rabbit disappear, Yuri breathed a sigh of relief, but was puzzled. Why did the magic rabbit seem unaffected by the noise Xiao Yin and Xiao and I made, or perhaps it didn't react at all, while she herself was immediately attacked with a fireball? Could the headmistress have done something to prevent the magic rabbit from attacking the children? No wonder the headmistress was so at ease, Yuri guessed. Teacher Yuri, you're amazing. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni exclaimed admiringly after realizing what had happened. That magic rabbit really could spit out fireballs. Teacher Fang Cheng was right. Teacher Yuri, was the magic you just used water arrow? It looked like an arrow being shot. Yuri nodded, then suddenly suggested, it seems there are magic rabbits here. Let's dig a trap together. Yes, I understand, Teacher Yuri. Xiao Yin's eyes lit up. She had thought of this idea during class. Teacher Yuri, where would be a good place to dig? Xiao Yin asked. Since magic-eyed rabbits frequent this area, which way do they usually go? Towards the bushes. Yuri nodded and continued, don't forget we have carrots, roasted meat bait can attract magic-eyed rabbits to come and forage. In that case, we can find a patch of bushes with loose soil to dig a trap, it'll be faster that way, Yuri suggested. Xiao Yin's eyes lit up when she heard Yuri's words, she already understood what she meant. Teacher Yuri, let's dig here. Xiao Yin circled every patch of grass in the area, picking a sweet flower along the way, and said, noticing a particularly soft spot, Xiao Yin, you found a great spot. Let's dig here. Yuri laughed. Fang Cheng smiled as he imagined Xiao Yin, Xiao Ni, and Yuri digging a trap with shovels. But suddenly, Fang Cheng frowned. Behind the three girls digging the trap for the magic eye rabbit, behind a tree, a figure was watching them, a smile playing on its lips. Seeing the two little girls and the woman digging so intently, the figure stealthily approached from behind, holding a thick, long rope, seemingly preparing a powerful strike towards Yuri. That figure was the same shirtless, bearded man from before. Holy shit! Even an idiot could see what this man was up to. How dare they target my people? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Fang Cheng's eyes. Just as the shirtless man, poised to pounce with the rope towards Yuri, a gleaming, translucent ice shield instantly appeared. Ah! The sudden appearance of the ice shield startled the man. His prepared lunge was already irreversible, and he crashed headfirst into the ice shield, landing a large bump on his head. At that moment, as if sensing something, Yuri detected the gathering of ice element as the ice shield appeared. She quickly scooped up the two children in front of her, one in each arm, and lunged forward a couple of steps. Teacher Yuri. The two children were startled by the sudden movement, confused. The man, having been hit by the ice shield, endured the sharp pain in his head. Seeing that the three didn't turn around, he quickly tossed the thick, long rope he was carrying into the nearby bushes, took a few steps back, and smiled. Yuri glanced at the ice shields that had appeared around them, then quickly looked behind her. She saw a slovenly man with a full beard, shirtless, and reeking of not having bathed in a long time, staring at them with an unpleasant smile. What do you want? Yuri asked, frowning. Her gaze swept over the man, noticing he was unarmed. I'm sorry, miss, I was just worried. You brought two little girls into the forest alone, I was afraid you might encounter danger. After all, I was the one who told you about the sweet flowers here, so I came to check on you. I'd feel terrible if you got hurt, the man said, scratching his head with a somewhat naive air. Looks like I was worrying too much. I didn't expect you to be such a powerful mage, miss. How about we team up? The man said, taking 2 steps back as he spoke. Fang Cheng, seeing this scene in his mind and hearing the man's words, turned ashen-faced. This guy looked uneducated but spoke so eloquently. Fang Cheng wanted to burn him to a crisp, but he also wanted to see how Yuri would react and how the two little girls, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, would behave. Hearing the man's words and seeing his expression, Yuri frowned. The ice shield protecting the three of them remained intact, and she vaguely understood what was going on. This man was definitely up to no good. Forget about teaming up, if you don't get lost, don't force me to fight, Yuri said coldly, staring at the man. Okay, I'm leaving now. The man, already feeling guilty and frightened after being hit on the head by the ice shield, felt a sense of relief upon hearing this and quickly turned and ran towards the woods as if fleeing. Teacher Yuri, that uncle was really strange, Joni said. Teacher Yuri, was that uncle a bad person? Xiao Yin asked after thinking for a moment. As the man left, Fang Cheng cancelled the magic of the small ice shield barrier. Without Fang Cheng's magic support, the ice shield shattered instantly and dissipated before even hitting the ground. That uncle was a bad guy. It's also the teacher's fault for not looking behind us and not noticing him approaching. Yuri looked at the vanished ice shield, still shaken by the thought of the man silently appearing behind her. Johnny blinked, her big, cute eyes looking a little bewildered. The man, being clever enough, sensed the danger and slipped away. Seeing the direction the evil man had fled in his mind, Fang Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile, and he took 2 steps to the side. A short while later, he saw a shirtless man running towards Fang Cheng, glancing back as he went. As the man ran, his gaze lingered on Fang Cheng for a moment, then fell on Leo and Tate behind him. Recognizing that the 2 children were wearing the same clothes as the 2 little girls who had been with the woman earlier, the man became somewhat uneasy. He lowered his head slightly, slowing his pace, seemingly not wanting Fang Cheng to notice anything amiss. He then moved slightly to the side, seemingly avoiding a direct confrontation with Fang Cheng. An ice shield instantly appeared, enveloping the man. The circular ice shield slammed into the ground, blocking his path and trapping him. This was Fang Cheng trying out a new use for the ice shield. It didn't move with the target's movement. "Oh, you think you can run away after doing something bad? That's too easy for you." Fang Cheng smiled, but his voice was unusually cold. The man was trapped by the ice shield. He frantically tried to break free, but the ice shield wouldn't budge. Looking at the ice shield binding him, and hearing Fang Cheng's words, the man realized that the young man before him had discovered what had happened. "My lord, spare my life. I was just momentarily blinded by greed. I didn't harm them." The man knelt before Fang Cheng, crying and pleading, his tone seemingly full of regret. "Judging by how skillfully you're trying to tie them up with rope, this isn't the first time, is it?" Looking at the shirtless, disheveled man kneeling, Fang Cheng felt nothing, only disgust. He couldn't bear to imagine what would happen if Yuri and Xiao were captured by this repulsive man. "Teacher Fang Cheng, what did he do? Why did you arrest him?" Leo asked, his eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of pity, as he watched the man kneel and cry out. Hearing this question, Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "Leo, this man just tried to use a rope to grab teacher Yuri and Xiao. What do you think we should do?" Fang Cheng asked. Leo's expression turned angry when he heard Fang Cheng mention the man's wrongdoing. Hearing his teacher ask what to do, Leo said uncertainly in a low voice, "Teacher Fang Cheng, should we eliminate him?" The man, who had thought things might be turning around, was surprised by the boy's even harsher words. His vision went black, and he cried out in despair, "Sir, spare me. I know I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Please give me another chance." "Eliminate him, that's a good word," Fang Cheng smiled, satisfied with Leo's answer. Then Fang Cheng continued, "Leo, Tate, you two close your eyes." Leo and Tate obediently closed their eyes and covered them with their hands. A bright flame instantly rose from Fang Cheng's palm. "No, sir. I was truly wrong. I'm willing to serve you like a slave." The man kowtowed repeatedly, his head almost bleeding. The man watched in terror as the fireball suddenly rose again from the young man's hand, taking steps towards him. The intense heat of the fireball rising from the young man's hand seemed to threaten the man with death. Despite the chilling temperature within the ice shield, the man felt utterly cold. "Scum like you doesn't deserve to live in this world." Fang Cheng finished speaking, and instantly 20 fireballs appeared within the ice shield, engulfing the man. The man's face contorted in terror. Before he could even scream, he was engulfed in flames and reduced to black ash. Indeed, those with wicked hearts leave black ashes even in death. Fang Cheng looked at the black ash on the ground, chanted a spell, and used a basic earth magic spell, Earth Movement, to cover the man's ashes. The ash did indeed smell rather foul. This was his second murder, yet Fang Cheng felt little emotional. Perhaps it was because neither the old woman nor the man before him had died in a particularly gruesome manner. "Alright, you can open your eyes now. Let's go find Teacher Yuri," Fang Cheng said to Leo and Tate, who were covering their eyes behind him. "Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng," the two children nodded in agreement, remaining silent for a moment. Fang Cheng didn't know if they had peeked, but it didn't matter. After all, it wasn't particularly bloody. In this world, injuries and deaths were commonplace in wars between nations, battles between mages, and struggles against magical beasts. "Teacher Fang Cheng, was that uncle eliminated?" Leo couldn't help but ask as they walked. Although Leo had covered his eyes, he probably understood that the man was dead, though he hadn't actually seen the body. "Yes, he was burned to ashes by a few fireballs, teacher." Fang Cheng didn't hide anything. "Teacher Fang Cheng, how did you know that uncle was a bad guy? Do you want to know what that uncle was trying to do?" Fang Cheng glanced ahead. In the distance, Yuri, Xiao and Xiao were digging a trap. However, Yuri was noticeably more alert than before, digging a few times every now and then glancing around. "Shh. Don't talk, don't let Teacher Yuri see you." Fang Cheng gestured to Riot and whispered. The two little ones nodded in unison. Then, Fang Cheng hid behind a tree, stealthily approaching Yuri, and picked up the long, thick rope that the man had discarded from the nearby bushes. When Yuri looked in his direction, Fang Cheng hid behind the tree again. Looking at the rope in his hand, Fang Cheng tugged on it, and watching Yuri's slender back, a wicked smile appeared on his face. He. Standing about 1.5 meters behind Yuli, who seemed oblivious to his presence, Fang Cheng suddenly lunged at her. "Ah!" Yuli cried out in surprise and panic. Fang Cheng pounced on Yuli, instantly embracing her. Yuli struggled fiercely, her head not looking behind her. Fang Cheng first used the rope in his hand to firmly tie Yuli's arms, immobilizing her, though he didn't use much force. "Yuli, you. Teacher Fang Cheng, what are you doing?" Xiao Ni's childish voice was full of confusion. Hearing Yuli's startled cry, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni also panicked, turning around and calling out. Then they looked at the person tying up Yuli's teacher. It was teacher Fang Cheng. "Ha! I heard Xiao and I's voice." Yuli was startled, looking back. It really was the principal. Yuli relaxed and gave up struggling. So, with Yuri blushing and embarrassed, Fang Cheng simply tied her up tightly. "Director, what are you doing?" Yuri said coquettishly, struggling slightly as Fang Cheng ran the ropes over her. "What do you think I'm doing?" "To teach you a lesson," Fang Cheng said. "If I hadn't released my ice shield and hadn't noticed that man, you would have been tied up somewhere long ago. I need to show you what happens when you don't pay attention to your surroundings." Fang Cheng moved closer to Yuri's face and gently pinched it. To be honest, when he was tying Yuri up, Fang Cheng accidentally touched her soft, voluptuous body, which really made him a little aroused. "Director, I know I was wrong, can you untie the ropes first? The baby is still here." Cough cough, "No. Watch this first." With that, Fang Cheng took out a crystal ball. He then called Leo and Tate over. The two little ones came over, remaining somewhat silent. Then, the crystal ball Fang Cheng had taken out began to play an image. The scene that had just unfolded caught everyone's attention. Join, Joni, and Yuri were digging a trap, with a man stealthily following behind. While Yuri and the others were not paying attention, the man quietly approached, grabbed the rope, and lunged at Yuri. Even knowing they were safe now, the four little ones were still on edge, very worried, seeing what had happened. Then, just as the man was about to pounce on Yuri, an ice shield instantly appeared, blocking his body. All the men were stunned, and immediately threw the rope into the bushes. Then everyone understood what happened next. "That uncle really is a bad guy," Xiao Yin said. "That uncle really was a bad guy." Leo said. "Did you encounter him just now?" Yuri, having seen the scene, understood what had happened. She hadn't expected the man to try to tie her up and throw the rope into the bushes. Yuri also realized that the rope binding her must have been the one the headmaster had picked up earlier. Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng eliminated the bad guy," Leo said excitedly, now understanding why Teacher Fang Cheng had called him a bad guy. "Thank you, Principal." "You're welcome. Be careful next time. This is a lesson learned." Seeing that the children understood, Fang Cheng began to untie Yuli. Yuli nodded obediently. While untying her, Fang Cheng's hand accidentally and subtly touched Yuli's soft, fragrant, and rounded body, making him reluctant to let go. "I'm sorry, Yuli, I accidentally tied the knot too tightly." "It's okay." Yuli blushed, her face burning with shyness. After untying her, Fang Cheng still seemed a little unsatisfied. The children didn't notice anything amiss, they just thought Fang Cheng was normally untying Teacher Yuli. Of course, it was indeed normal, Fang Cheng hadn't done anything. "Teacher Fang Cheng, we're going to dig a trap here, put bait, and catch the magic eye rabbit when it falls in," Xiaoyan said. Just then, Leo and Tate seemed to remember something, ran behind the tree, and brought back a cage. "Join in, Joni, look, we've caught the magic eye rabbit." "Really?" The two little ones quickly gathered around, squatting down to examine the magic eye rabbit in the cage. Yuri wasn't surprised, with the zookeeper around, catching a magic eye rabbit was quite normal. The magic-eyed rabbit lay dying in its cage. Joey and Joni observed it closely. "How did you catch the magic-eyed rabbit?" Joey asked, watching. Leo then excitedly recounted the story. "We put another cage in some bushes, and then put carrots and roasted meat inside. Then, not long after, the magic-eyed rabbit appeared, darted inside to find food, and oh yes, that magic-eyed rabbit can also shoot fireballs. When it opens its mouth, fireballs come out of the magic-eyed rabbit's mouth." Leo gestured. "We just encountered a magic-eyed rabbit too, and it could also shoot small fireballs. But Teacher Yuri extinguished them with water arrows." Joey quickly added, gesturing as she spoke. "It's a magic spell that Teacher Yuri has never used before." Joey said proudly, seemingly excited that they were the first children to see Teacher Yuri use water arrows. "Teacher Fang Cheng can use ice shields now. When Tate and I were looking for the magic eye rabbit, we encountered one too. It can also spit fireballs, and I was a little scared. Then an ice shield appeared in front of me. Teacher Fang Cheng was protecting us. We also encountered two older men. One of them stood in front of us to protect me. He even wanted to give us some sweet flowers, but I refused. I picked them all myself," Leo excitedly shared. Children this age don't have a large vocabulary, and their sentences are mostly connected by then and then. After speaking, Leo took off his basket to show the two little ones, Xiao Yin and Xiao and I. Leo's little basket was indeed almost full of sweet flowers. The sweet flowers seemed to be moving around inside, revealing glimpses of slime bodies underneath. "How many slimes did you catch?" Leo asked again. "We each caught one," Xiao Yin said. Perhaps because it was their first time completing a task, the children, having only been separated for a short while, were already sharing their experiences and insights. "Alright, children, it's about time we went. Fang Cheng said. Yuri had returned to normal, though a faint blush lingered on her face, and her gentle eyes held a subtle, unmistakable affection as she looked at Fang Cheng. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Leo picked up his basket again and, with perfect understanding, grabbed the cage containing the magic-eyed rabbits. Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni looked at the cage with the magic-eyed rabbits, then at the rather deep pit they had dug, their expressions hesitant, seemingly reluctant to leave. What's wrong, Xiao Yin, Xiao Ni? Fang Cheng asked, gently patting the two little ones' heads. Teacher Fang Cheng, that. Xiao Yin pointed to the pit they had dug together, which was about knee-deep. I want to finish this trap before I leave, and I also want to see if I can catch a magic-eyed rabbit. Johnny nodded her little head. Okay, let's finish this trap together. Fang Cheng understood what Xiao Yin meant. However, seeing the pit, although it was quite deep for the two little ones, it was easily achievable for the magic-eyed rabbit, even if it fell in. Given the rabbit's jumping ability, a simple hop would be enough to get it out. So Fang Cheng said, to save time, let me make this pit a little deeper. I know you can do it too if I give you time. After we finish this trap together, we'll go find the other kids. Fang Cheng said with a smile. The two little ones nodded obediently, their eyes brightening. Earth element floating in time. And *9 hashtag at, obey my command. Earth pit spell. As Fang Cheng performed the incantation, he cast a spell on the trap that Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni had dug. Under everyone's gaze, the soil in the pit automatically rose, and then an even deeper pit appeared before the children. Alright, if the magic-eyed rabbit falls in now, it shouldn't be able to jump out. Let's set the trap now. Fang Cheng said. Then, Fang Cheng guided the children to find some long, thin branches, as well as some leaves and grass. Under Fang Cheng's guidance, the children easily understood what he meant. They laid the long branches at intervals over the pit, then covered it with leaves and grass to create cover. Next, they carefully placed the carrots and roasted meat on top, making sure the bait didn't fall in. Okay, that's it. If a magic-eyed rabbit smells the bait and comes to eat, it will fall in. Teacher Fang Cheng. The children looked at the trap with a sense of accomplishment. They had worked together to create it. Teacher Fang Cheng, when will the magic-eyed rabbit come? Teacher doesn't know either. Maybe when the magic-eyed rabbit is hungry, it will smell the trap and come. Alright, let's leave this trap here. Let's go find some other children first, and we'll come back later to see if we've caught anything. Fang Cheng smiled at the children. Okay, Teacher Fang Cheng. The children replied. Yuli watched the scene from the side, wishing it could always be like this. Just seeing Fang Cheng interacting with the children, and the children's eyes full of affection and admiration for him, made Yuli feel a sense of happiness. Thinking about the young man untying her rope earlier, the feeling of his large hands on her body, made Yuli blush again. Then let's go. You all still have energy, can you walk? Yes. Although he said that, Fang Cheng still cast a light healing spell on each of them to alleviate their fatigue. Bathed in the holy light of the healing spell, Yuri seemed to recall the warmth of being cared for by the young man when she lay in her hospital bed. Looking at Fang Cheng, the girl's affection was impossible to conceal. Seeing Yuri's tender gaze, Fang Cheng patted Yuri's head, unleashing his adorable head pat. Good girl. Fang Cheng coaxed Yuri like a child. Yuri obediently nodded, truly like a little child. Comforting the hearts of his teachers and subordinates was something he, as the kindergarten director, had to do. To be honest, when Fang Cheng saw Yuri's tender, captivating eyes, if it weren't for the children beside him, he would have already been tempted to kiss her. Clearing his mind of distractions, Fang Cheng looked at the image in his mind and led the four children and Yuri in one direction. Although they were completing the assigned task together in the Whispering Forest, this short time had already been the longest Fang Cheng and Sayamoto had been separated from each other outside, and Fang Cheng was already starting to miss her. Fortunately, Fang Cheng could see Sayamoto in his mind, so he wasn't too worried. Moto and Saya walked, and the two little ones' observation skills were quite impressive. The little baskets on their backs were already full of sweet flowers they had collected, and in addition, there were 3 slimes. Their haul was quite good. However, they didn't encounter any magic-eyed rabbits along the way. What to do if they encounter the magic-eyed rabbit? In Zayasha's mind, although she knew she could dig traps or set cages, there was only one cage, made by Leo's father. Digging traps was an option, but the two little ones hadn't seen any magic-eyed rabbits, so they continued their search. Sister Emotong, do you think I can use ice hockey to knock it down if we encounter a magic-eyed rabbit? Well, maybe not. The magic-eyed rabbit will run away when it hears a sound. It takes some time for Zayasha to cast her spell, unless she can predict its route, or the magic-eyed rabbit just stands there and lets us attack, Emotong said. Although catching a magic-eyed rabbit would be easy for Emotong, she didn't want to reveal too much in front of Zayasha. She was afraid Zayasha would feel disappointed or become dependent on her, and she didn't want to expose her strength to Rosa later. When Zayasha was alone, Emotong became more talkative, explaining and guiding her like a parent. Saya nodded. Sister Mo-tong, you know so much. No, Saya could figure that out too. Sister Mo-tong. It's a rabbit. At that moment, Saya's eyes lit up as she saw a brown rabbit appear in the bushes ahead, looking around as if observing. Hearing Saya's words, the rabbit glanced at her, but seemed oblivious to anything unusual, making no move. Rosa, observing from behind, recognized the rabbit's eyes and size, confirming it was an adult magic eye rabbit that could breathe fireballs. Rosa tightened her grip on her staff, ready to unleash a lightning ball at any moment. With the staff's enhancement, Rosa could cast the lightning ball spell almost instantly. In the middle of the bushes, a white sweet flower bloomed, and the magic eye rabbit was nibbling on its leaves. Sister Mo-tong, may I cast a spell now? Sayo asked, her voice not quiet enough for the magic-eyed rabbit to hear, but it made no move to run away. This magic-eyed rabbit is really bold, it still thinks two children pose no threat to it. Not only did Mo-tong think this way, but Rosa behind her did too. However, generally speaking, young children pose no threat to the magic-eyed rabbit. On the contrary, the magic-eyed rabbit is a huge threat to children. It bites, and even bites intentionally. But this magic-eyed rabbit clearly saw Saya but didn't attack. Hearing Saya's words, Mo-tong nodded slightly, somewhat puzzled, and became wary. Then Saya began chanting a spell to release magic, wandering ice elements in this world. Obey my command, ice ball. Little Saya carefully finished the spell and performed the action. Ice elements gathered in front of Saya, and under her thought, an ice ball shot rapidly towards the magic-eyed rabbit, its speed surprisingly fast. The brown magic-eyed rabbit seemed oblivious to anything amiss, continuing to lick its sweet flower, only its ears twitching. A streak of icy light flashed through the air, swiftly striking the magic-eyed rabbit directly in the head. The rabbit cried out and immediately lost consciousness. The magic-eyed rabbit lay paralyzed on the ground, its limbs twitching slightly. Saya and Moto exchanged a glance. Moto Nichin did it. This. Rosa, standing behind, was also stunned, her expression turning serious. Her violet eyes were filled with astonishment. She hadn't expected that young Saya could already successfully cast magic, and that her control over magic was so high. Saya, Moto, is that you? It really is you. What are you doing here? Run! A familiar, anxious voice rang out. You too, run! It's Betty and Qingning. Hearing this, the two looked over and saw a group of people running towards them rapidly in the distance, their expressions anxious. Qingning was running in front, followed by Betty, a girl, and a boy. Seeing Saya and Mo-tong, Qingning was both surprised and incredulous. She had just seen Saya seemingly cast a spell to stun a magic-eyed rabbit, but Qingning's anxious expression only intensified. It was as if a ferocious beast was chasing them. And indeed, that was the case. In the distance, a pack of wolves was relentlessly pursuing Qingning and the others, and the angry howls of the wind wolves could be heard. Fang Cheng also saw this scene in his mind and ran in one direction. Although he was confident in Mo-tong and Rosa's strength, and had even cast the elemental spirit's protection skill on the two little ones, seeing this dangerous scene still made Fang Cheng's head spin. Teacher Fang Cheng, wait for us. Leo called out in confusion, quickening his pace. The children also started running. In Fang Cheng's view, Qingning and her group of 4 were being relentlessly pursued by 6 wind wolves, howling as if they harbored a deep hatred for them. Upon closer inspection, one of the boys was holding a cage containing a young wind wolf, which was being shaken and howling. Barrett, throw the pup to them. Understood, miss. Upon hearing this, the young man noticed the 2 little girls not far ahead of Qingning and seemed to understand something. He twisted his body, flicked his wrist, and threw the cage containing the wind wolf cubs towards the chasing pack. The cage flew through the air, and the wind wolf cubs howled, but the wolves' speed only increased. The cubs' cries fueled their resentment. Betty! Qingning suddenly stopped and called to Betty behind her. Understood, Qingning. Betty stopped and turned around. Her previously anxious expression calmed considerably as she chanted an incantation and performed the incantation. Wandering earth elementals, heed my command. Earth wall. A thick earthen wall, 3 meters wide and 2 meters high, rose behind the person bringing up the rear of the group. A science staff appeared in Qingning's hand. Facing the wolves that were rapidly closing in, Qingning, separated by the earthen wall, spoke earnestly, muttering incantations. Wind element wandering in this world. %* and hashtag. Hear my command. Whirlwind. A girl's sharp voice rang out. A cyan whirlwind condensed in front of the staff. Then, a cyan tornado appeared behind the earthen wall, sweeping towards the pursuing wolves. Mana! Qingning called out. Understood. The girl running alongside Qingning responded, then stopped, watching Qingning successfully cast the whirlwind spell, which was moving towards the wolves. Random fire elements in this world, heed my command. Fire rain. The girl's clear voice rang out. Her gaze focused on the whirlwind ahead, and she began to cast the spell. Then, a small patch of flames suddenly appeared above the whirlwind, falling like continuous raindrops. It worked, the girl named Mana said, seemingly delighted, as she looked at the appearing raindrops. A whirlwind whipped up flames, which spread throughout the entire whirlwind spell. Suddenly, the entire whirlwind transformed into a whirlwind of fire. The fiery whirlwind ignited the leaves blown through the air, attacking the wolf pack with considerable destructive force. Oh woo-woo! The lead wind wolf, seeing the approaching fiery whirlwind, showed a hint of fear in its eyes. However, a wind wolf cub, caged in front of it, had been tossed aside by the boy, howling in panic, about to be swept away by the fiery whirlwind. The wind wolf howled, pushed off with its hooves, a flash of azure light beneath its paws, and its speed instantly increased, appearing beside the cage in a flash, snatching it in its mouth. But the wind wolf was too fast, and the fiery whirlwind spread just as quickly. By the time the wind wolf reached the cub, the fiery whirlwind, with its immense destructive force, was already upon them, its gravitational pull lifting the adult wind wolf carrying the cage. The wind wolf and its cubs were swept into the air by the fiery whirlwind, howling in agony. The other wind wolves behind, seeing their companions and cubs caught in the whirlwind, let out a mournful cry, their eyes flashing with ferocity. They dodged the still blowing, but gradually weakening, fiery whirlwind, their feet glowing with azure light representing wind element. The four wind wolves increased their speed, their eyes fixed on the earthen wall before them. With a mighty leap, they prepared to launch a fierce attack. Holy crap! These wind wolves are really courting death. You might be courting death, but I will. The boy named Barrett, seeing the wind wolves leaping towards him, did a somersault to dodge a powerful attack from one. He then drew his sword from his back, preparing for close combat. Someone save me! Barrett shouted, his expression showing little fear, his eyes fixed intently on the wind wolf staring at him with ferocity. His sword pointed at the wind wolf. Meanwhile, 3 other wind wolves charged towards the girls behind them. The girl named Mana, seeing the wind wolves baring their claws and about to pounce, looked on in terror. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Ah! The girl screamed, clutching her head. At that moment, she couldn't think of any way to react, she currently had no close combat abilities. Seeing the girl fall, the wind wolf bared its fangs and pounced. Betty! Quick! Betty, watching from a distance, saw the wind wolf about to catch up with her, then glanced at Mana, who was lying on the ground about to be pounced on. Betty bit her lip, ran to a nearby tree, and began casting a spell as she ran. Just as the wind wolf was about to pounce on the girl, an earthen wall rose up in front of it. At the same time, the wind wolf's head slammed heavily against the thick earthen wall, letting out a howl, and it immediately lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Betty breathed a slight sigh of relief. Seeing the wind wolf chasing after her, Betty circled behind the tree. The wind wolf pounced, but Betty nimbly spun around, breathing heavily. For a moment, because of the tree separating them, they were locked in a stalemate. At this moment, Qing Ning stood still, watching a wind wolf pounce towards her from a short distance ahead. She glanced anxiously at Xie and Mo Tong behind her and urged, Xie, Mo Tong, run. The wind wolf is coming. Betty, be careful. Mana, hurry, and help. Qing Ning shouted, inwardly groaning. If Xie and Mo Tong weren't behind her, she could use her agility to fight off the wind wolf. But with Xie and Mo Tong behind her, Qing Ning couldn't just ignore it. She was afraid that if she dodged, the wind wolf would change its target. That bastard! Qing Ning cursed aloud. Of the 4 wind wolves, one was unconscious and unable to fight. Only the girl named Mana was capable of providing support. Hearing Qing Ning's warning, the girl named Mana, who was clutching her head in panic, finally reacted. Seeing the earthen wall before her and the wind wolf lying paralyzed on the ground, she understood. Seeing her companions each facing a wind wolf, everyone in danger, the girl forced herself to calm down. Random fire elementals. *@ at hashtag heed my command. Fireball. The girl hurriedly cast a spell, attacking the wind wolf near Qing Ning. The wind wolf seemed to sense her movement, easily dodging the attack. This was, in a sense, the disadvantage of a low-level mage. Low-level spells were easily dodged. The fireball, dodged, struck the ground and burned some leaves. The wind wolf, harassed by Mana's fireball spell, howled, even more enraged, and the blue light beneath its feet flashed again. This was the wind wolf's primary wind magic, Gale spell, which increased its running speed. Its claws were imbued with wind blade magic, making their penetrating damage even greater. Of course, for the wind wolf, this additional wind blade magic was somewhat redundant. Its claws and fangs were already sharp enough, and Gale spell mainly enhanced its explosive power. As the light beneath the wind wolf's feet flashed again, the wind wolf lunged, quickly appearing in front of Qing Ning, its claws aimed at her face. Meanwhile, Betty, on the other side, had almost exhausted her magic and no longer had the mana to cast spells like Earth Wall. While keeping watch on the wind wolf confronting her, she glanced at Qing Ning's situation out of the corner of her eye, and could only worry helplessly. Qing Ning gripped her azure staff, and the magic crystal on it glowed azure. A azure wind barrier appeared before her, repelling the onrushing wind wolves. The repelled wind wolf howled, its claws leaving a long gash on the ground. The intense pain fueled its ferocity. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng, who had been contemplating casting an ice shield on Qing Ning and Betty, stopped himself, deciding to observe further. Rosa, watching Qing Ning's staff, exclaimed in surprise. The staff was remarkably effective. An alchemist must have imprinted a wind-resistant spell on it. That's why Qing Ning was able to instantly unleash a wind spell and repel the wind wolves. Rosa lightly gripped her lightning purple staff, her eyes calm. She wasn't worried. If she wanted, she could easily deal with the wind wolves. On the other side, the boy named Barrett, sword in hand, had already exchanged blows with the wind wolf for several rounds, surprisingly evenly matched. The boy had well-developed muscles and agile movements, showing he was training towards close combat. "You little beast, you're really persistent. Don't you know when to stop?" The boy cursed, glancing at his clothes torn by the wind blades. He gripped his sharp iron sword tightly and charged forward, swinging it at the wind wolf's neck. The wind wolf howled, leaping away from the boy's attack, then quickly turned and continued its assault. The boy, panting heavily, was exhausted. Running with the cage and then exchanging blows with the wind wolf had taken a toll on his stamina. Meanwhile, the wind wolf, having been repelled, became even more ferocious upon seeing Qing Ning and relentlessly pounced on her again. This wind wolf had fought humans before and knew it couldn't give them a chance to breathe and unleash their magic. Qing Ning cursed as she watched the wind wolf bar its fangs in charge. "That beast! Shaya, Mo Tong, why aren't you leaving yet?" Qing Ning glanced at Shaya and Mo Tong, who were still watching, and said anxiously. "Sister Qing Ning, I'm here to help you," Shaya said. "Sister Mo Tong, Saya, I want to cast ice ball magic. Can it repel the wind wolf?" "Try it." Mo Tong didn't say no. "Okay." Hearing Mo Tong's words, Saya's face was full of seriousness. "Freezing ice elements in this world, %, obey my command, ice ball." What is Saya saying? Qing Ning was secretly anxious. She took out a bead from her storage item, ready to throw it in front of the wind wolf. An icy ball swept past Qing Ning's ear, ruffling her hair. Then, a miserable howl was heard. The wind wolf's lunging body suddenly froze, then it was knocked back a distance in the air and crashed heavily to the ground, slowly drawing blood. This sudden change made Qing Ning stop throwing the bead. Her eyes widened as she looked back, her expression full of shock. This, not only Qing Ning, but also Mo Tong beside Saya, and even Rosa behind her, were filled with shock. Their bodies straightened. Fang Cheng paused for a moment, even seeing the scene in his mind. Little Saya, was it that powerful? Qing Ning looked at the wind wolf in front of her, which was slowly losing its life force, her expression a mixture of shock and confusion. If she wasn't mistaken, it was a rapidly flying ice ball that had directly hit the wind wolf, almost piercing its body. The wind wolf had a bloody hole the size of the ice ball in its neck, the flesh almost mangled from the impact. "Young miss, come help me. I can't hold on much longer," Barrett cried out, seeing the wind wolf fall beside Qing Ning. Betty and the wind wolf were still locked in a stalemate around the large tree. Mana had already cast several fireballs, but after missing, she was helpless and at a loss. Hearing Barrett's words, Qing Ning snapped out of her daze. She decided to deal with the two wind wolves first. Next, because two people were holding them off, Qing Ning didn't have enough time to cast spells. With the help of her companions, the two wind wolves were slowly worn down to death by Qing Ning's windblade magic. "I told you, why bother? You little wind wolf, if you knew what was good for you, you would have run away earlier. Why did you have to fight us to the death? Now look what happened, you're dead, I'm alive. What a waste. I could at least collect your fur and tusks to sell for money." Sigh. Barrett wiped the sweat from his brow, walked straight to the wind wolf in front of him, stepped on its head and shook it, sighing. "All right, Barrett, hurry up and tidy up the area." Qing Ning frowned and said, "Yes, sir." Looking at the surrounding environment, there were still some small leaves and branches, and the bushes were burning with flames. Barrett began chanting, "Water elementals wandering in this world," and, #heed my command, rain spell. Then raindrops fell from the sky above where the fallen leaves and fires had started, extinguishing the flames. That's right, Barrett was a water mage. Initially, his water magic was somewhat lackluster, as his spells weren't very powerful. Therefore, when teaming up with others at the academy, teachers usually required him to team up with a fire mage. This was so that if an emergency occurred in the forest and fireballs were needed, they could clean up the area afterward, extinguishing the fire and minimizing damage to the forest. However, Barrett wasn't content to be just an insignificant, invisible sprinkler, so he embarked on a path of physical training. Looking at the corpses of the mad wolves around them, the group felt a renewed sense of relief and excitement. "Including that wind wolf cub, we've hunted 6 wind wolves today," exclaimed the girl named Mana excitedly. "Including the 3 we hunted before, our ranking should be secure in the top 3 now. Don't get too cocky. Don't forget you almost lost your lives just now." Qing Ning said, pouting. She wasn't satisfied with the danger they had just faced. This record is somewhat exaggerated. Thinking of something, Qing Ning turned around and saw Saya and Mo Tong wearing slime hats. Qing Ning walked over. Saya, Mo Tong, what are you doing here? Where's your brother? Sister Qing Ning, we're here to catch magic eye rabbits to complete the task our brother gave us. Saya blinked and said, our brother is resting on a rock. He'll look for us later, Saya replied. Looking at the magic-eyed rabbit at her feet, Qing Ning was filled with questions, but glancing at Barrett and Mana, she suppressed her doubts, hoping they hadn't noticed Saya's ice ball spell. Young miss, do you know her? What an adorable little girl. How did she end up here? Those two's parents are so irresponsible, said the boy named Barrett. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. I told you before we formed the team not to meddle. Qing Ning frowned, already growing impatient. Is Ailu here too? Qing Ning asked. Yes, Ailu and Shuyan went somewhere else to find quest materials. That bastard. Qing Ning cursed, somewhat worried and annoyed. She couldn't understand how Fang Cheng could bring Ai Lu, who was going to school the next day, and Shuyan, who had physical disabilities, to such a dangerous place. Oh, my niece Qing Ning, you're cursing me behind my back again. Fang Cheng emerged from the bushes, a faint smile on his face, looking at the annoyed Qing Ning. Fang Cheng wasn't angry at all now. Thinking of how Qing Ning had shielded the two little ones earlier, her anxious and urging expression, Fang Cheng found his niece Qing Ning truly adorable. Brother, I missed you so much. Seeing Fang Cheng appear, Saya quickly ran over and hugged him tightly. Saya baby, you've worked so hard. Brother missed you too. Fang Cheng gently patted the slime hat on Saya's head. You jerk, bringing the children to such a dangerous place. Where's my Ailu? Where's my sister Ailu? Seeing the young man and his sister's intimate scene, Qing Ning glanced around, not seeing her sister, and said with a slightly angry expression, don't worry, your sister is fine. She's with Shuyan, completing the task I assigned them. Your head maid is with them, protecting them. Fang Cheng smiled. Qing Ning felt that Fang Cheng's sudden appearance was intentional. Why did he have to come now, after the Wind Wolves had been defeated? Qing Ning had witnessed Fang Cheng unleash a barrage of ice balls and knew his strength was considerable. Humph. If anything happens to my sister or Shuyan, you're finished. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Qing Ning felt slightly relieved. Qing Ning glanced at Shaya, then turned back to look at the Wind Wolf with a bloody hole the size of an ice ball in its neck. Just then, a hurried, rough voice came from behind Ephidiah. Duva, are you alright? Everyone turned to look, and a short, stout middle-aged man, wearing a trench coat and gold-rimmed glasses, was rushing towards them. Surprisingly, he was quite fast. His hair was slicked back and slightly disheveled by the wind, and sweat beaded on his forehead, making him look rather comical. Andre, you should have come sooner. Now you're late. Qing Ning called the man by name, speaking bluntly. I'm so sorry, students. Tammy's team also encountered a pack of wind wolves. The situation was urgent, so I provided support and rushed over immediately. Thankfully, you're all right. The man, seeing the wind wolf carcasses scattered on the ground and checking that the students were unharmed, seemed relieved. He was genuinely worried. Fang Cheng found the man's appearance quite amusing. Was this Qing Ning and the others' teacher? He certainly looked somewhat comical, lacking the dignified and kind demeanor of a teacher. Fang Cheng then used a mid-level detection skill on the man. Name Andre. Gender male. Age 34. Magic power 2361. Mental strength tier 3. Elemental affinity 63/100, 63% fire, 52% earth, 1% water. This was a mid-level mage. His mental strength was surprisingly similar to Qing Ning and Betty's, but his physical magic power was significantly greater. Andre? Fang Cheng vaguely seemed to have heard this name before. After thinking for a while, he remembered that Qing Ning had mentioned this teacher as a lecherous old man. Fang Cheng looked at the man, whose expression seemed somewhat remorseful. At this moment, the man's gaze turned to him, his eyes showing some surprise. Ephidiah, is this your friend? Andre asked, vaguely recalling Qing Ning scolding the black-haired youth in the distance. It's none of your business. You don't care when you should. The short, stout man chuckled sheepishly, wiping the sweat from his brow. Perhaps aware of his negligence, he wasn't angry at the girl's temper. He coughed and said to the students behind him, Betty, Mana, Barrett, let's hurry back to the assembly point. Today's trial is almost over. Yes, Teacher Andre, Barrett replied weakly. Did you kill all these wind wolves? Andre asked, looking at the wind wolf corpses on the ground. Yes, we killed them together, the boy continued, his expression somewhat excited. Hearing the boy's words, Andre's face lit up with joy. Very good, the top 3 rewards in this trial should be guaranteed. What are you waiting for? Quickly collect the magic cores and right-side fangs from these wind wolves and get back to the group. Andre urged. Hearing their teacher's words, the group quickly ran to the wind wolf corpses and began fiddling with them. Betty drew a dagger from her waist and worked on the wind wolf's head, eventually extracting a blue stone-like object. Humph, I'm going back to school first. I'll come find you after class. Qing Ning glanced at Xiao Shui and Mo Tong beside Fang Cheng, then ran to a wind wolf, casting a wind blade at the corpse. A blue stone appeared. Qing Ning picked it up. Alright, let's hurry up and go, time's running out. Andre said. Teacher, these wind wolf corpses are worth quite a bit of money, Barrett said. Andre was also a bit troubled. These wind wolf carcasses were indeed worth some money, the pelts could be sold, and the meat was popular in the commoners' district, but it wasn't particularly valuable. Combined, they were worth at most 30 silver coins, which he completely disregarded. However, his storage space wasn't very large, it couldn't possibly hold all 6 wind wolf carcasses. Although he knew that Miss Ephidia's storage space was more than enough, he figured she wouldn't want to store these blood-soaked, stinking corpses. Never mind, they're not worth much anyway. We'll apply to the academy later for a subsidy, and you can sell the magic cores you collected, Andre said. Alright. The boy from Barrett seemed reluctant to part with the magical beast carcasses. Uncle Fang Cheng, Saya, Mo Tong, we're going back first. Senior Yuri, we're going back first. Betty greeted Fang Cheng and, seeing Yuri arriving from behind, also greeted her. I'm leaving first, Qing Ning said, following Betty. Leaving behind a ground littered with the corpses of wind wolves. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, but didn't bother with anything. He simply went forward and collected all the wind wolf corpses into his system space. For him, there was no issue of soiling the system space. His system space was a storage area with 1,000 slots. Items occupied these slots. What you put in looked the same when you took them out. Fang Cheng couldn't see the specific contents of the space, only an icon would appear in the system item inventory when an item was put in. Meanwhile, Qing Ning and Betty, on their way back with the others, had slightly furrowed brows, seemingly lost in thought, looking somewhat preoccupied. Qing Ning, don't worry, your sister will be alright. Sister Eunice is strong enough to protect Ailu and Shuyan. Teacher Fang Cheng isn't someone who doesn't think things through, Betty comforted her. Betty, didn't you see it just now? Qing Ning asked. What? Betty asked, somewhat puzzled. Saya's ice hockey technique. I didn't see it. Didn't we see Saya use ice hockey technique before? Betty asked doubtfully. I'll tell you when we get back. Big brother, look, we've collected so many sweet flowers, and slimes too. Just now, Saya even hit a magic eye rabbit with ice ball. After Qing Ning and the others left, little Saya looked up at Fang Cheng and said happily. Big brother, look. We've collected so many sweet flowers, and other pretty flowers too, and slimes. Just now, Saya even hit a magic-eyed rabbit with her ice ball spell. After Qing Ning and the others left, little Saya looked up at Fang Cheng and said happily. Then, little Saya took off the basket on her back, revealing a small pile of sweet flowers. The white sweet flowers were neatly arranged, with some chrysanthemums and dandelions sorted around them. Looking at the neatly arranged flowers, Fang Cheng felt the basket itself became even cuter, and Saya holding it was even cuter. Big brother, we caught 3 slimes. They're in Sister Mo Tong's basket. Little Saya said excitedly. Saya is so great. Fang Cheng patted Saya's head, the image of Saya's performance still vivid in his mind. And my little Mo Tong is amazing too. Fang Cheng took off the cute slime hat Mo Tong was wearing, ruffled her hair, and then put it back on her. Mo Tong pouted, somewhat speechless, and said nothing. Saya, we caught a magic eye rabbit. Using the cage my father made for me. Yuri arrived with Leo and Tate, and Leo excitedly announced upon seeing Saya and Mo Tong. It seemed like they had to share with every child they saw that they had caught a magic eye rabbit using a cage made by their father. We caught one too. Saya happily replied, pointing to a magic eye rabbit that seemed to have fainted on the ground, her big eyes fixed on the cage they were moving. The group quickly gathered around the magic eye rabbit on the ground. Wow, is this magic eye rabbit dead, or just unconscious? Xiao Yin asked. Saya, how did you do that? Tate asked. Several children surrounded the demon-eyed rabbit that Saya had knocked down, their eyes filled with curiosity. Some even touched it tentatively with their fingers. Fang Cheng looked at the brown demon-eyed rabbit on the ground, walked over, and touched its belly. It still had a heartbeat. To be honest, Fang Cheng was a little afraid that the rabbit might suddenly wake up and bite the children. Having learned his lesson from being bitten by a rabbit before, Fang Cheng really didn't like this demon-eyed rabbit. The best way to deal with it was to braise it and make a dish. Fang Cheng wouldn't lecture the children about protecting animals. In this world, the relationship between these low-intelligence magical beasts and humans was basically that of predator and prey. Alright, I see everyone has basically collected all the materials for the task the teacher assigned. We'll head back now. Fang Cheng took out a bag, picked up the demon-eyed rabbit from the ground, threw it into the large cloth bag, and then looked at the baskets on the children's backs. Let's go find Elu and the others first, then we'll meet up. Yay! The children were delighted to hear Teacher Fang Cheng's words. Having walked for so long in the Whispering Forest, they were all a little tired and wanted to go back. Teacher Fang Cheng, what's the reward for completing the task? Let's find Ailu and the others first, then we'll go back. Fang Cheng replied with a smile, showing no impatience. Miss Rosa, we're getting ready to go back. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Cheng greeted Rosa, who was walking alone behind him. Rosa nodded, silently following behind, looking at Saya ahead, lost in thought. Eunice, we've been searching for so long, why haven't we seen any magic eye rabbits yet? Ailu, holding Xuyan's hand, had been searching in the forest for a long time, even collecting many sweet flowers and catching 2 slimes, but they hadn't seen a single magic eye rabbit. Ailu's expression grew impatient as she spoke. Ailu, perhaps they're all hiding. It's okay if you can't find them, just do your best. Ailu and Xuyan, you've already tried very hard to find them. Sigh. Ailu sighed like a little adult. I'm going to find the magic eye rabbit. Ailu declared. Good luck. You've done a great job. It's okay if you don't find it yet. Maybe other kids have already caught one. Didn't Teacher Fang Cheng say that as long as you catch one magic eye rabbit together, the mission is complete? Even if only one person catches one, it counts as a team effort. Eunice comforted her with a slightly helpless smile. As a high-level mage, she and Qing Ning had been to the Whispering Forest many times, so Eunice was quite familiar with it. Under Eunice's deliberate guidance, they deliberately headed towards safer areas where magic eye rabbits weren't present. Just then, Ailu heard Fang Cheng's voice. Ailu, Xuyan, you're here. We should go back. Fang Cheng led everyone, following the images in his mind and the system's guidance, to 2 little girls wearing slime hats and carrying small baskets, observing the bushes. Ailu turned around and saw Fang Cheng and his group, along with many children, all of whom looked surprised and delighted. Teacher Fang Cheng. Ailu greeted Fang Cheng excitedly. Eunice was surprised and relieved to see Fang Cheng arrive. She had been worried that Ailu would continue searching for the demon-eyed rabbit. Because Qing Ning's awakened demi-human bloodline was that of a demon-eyed rabbit, Eunice was actually unwilling to capture and kill such magical beasts. Ailu, Xuyan, you've worked hard. Let's go. Today's mission is complete, we should go back. Fang Cheng called out. Miss Eunice, thank you for your hard work. Fang Cheng turned to greet the woman. Really? The mission is complete? Little Ailu was a little confused, as Teacher Fang Cheng hadn't checked her and Xuyan's baskets. Ailu, Xuyan, we caught 1 demon-eyed rabbit. No, 2. Leo said excitedly to the 2 little girls. Look, the magic-eyed rabbit in that cage is the one we caught. Following Leo's gaze, Ailu saw the gray rabbit in the cage, looking somewhat lifeless. What do you think Ailu will say? Image should be here. I'm tired of talking about generating electricity with love. Why are you all so stubborn, like oxen, refusing to give me any electricity? The rabbit had long, distinctive ears. Ailu blinked. Why is the rabbit kept in a cage? Ailu looked at the caged magic-eyed rabbit, seemingly feeling sorry for it, and asked Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng thought for a moment. Perhaps Ailu had a special attachment to rabbits, like the rabbit doll he had given her for her birthday. Ailu's older sister had rabbit ears and had awakened her demi-human bloodline. Fang Cheng could understand Ailu's feelings. Because if it's not kept in a cage, this magic-eyed rabbit will bite. Fang Cheng explained patiently. Really? Little Ailu asked Fang Cheng, her emerald green eyes looking at the caged magic-eyed rabbit with a mixture of pity and affection. Really, I was bitten by a magic-eyed rabbit yesterday, and it bled. You can ask Saya if you don't believe me. Fang Cheng finished speaking and showed little Ailu a faint tooth mark on his arm from the magic-eyed rabbit bite. Thankfully, the teeth marks were faint, but still there. Perhaps in a little while, the bite marks on her arm would heal completely. Saya nodded at Ailu after hearing Fang Cheng's words. Saya understood Ailu's meaning. Perhaps Ailu wanted to release the magic-eyed rabbit from its cage, but Saya wouldn't agree. Yesterday, the magic-eyed rabbit had bitten her brother, causing him to bleed a lot. She hated the magic-eyed rabbit, so today, defeating it not only didn't put pressure on Saya, but she was also somewhat happy, able to avenge her brother. The magic-eyed rabbit is very bad. It bit my father's leg, and he can only use crutches now. Leo added. Fang Cheng asked, Ailu, do you want to release it from its cage? Ailu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Alright then, I'll let this magic-eyed rabbit out later and see if it bites. If it does, then I'll put it back in its cage, okay? Fang Cheng said suddenly after thinking for a moment. Fang Cheng noticed the other children's looks at the magic-eyed rabbit. They seemed to think the fluffy rabbit was cute and harmless. So he simply opened the cage containing the magic-eyed rabbit to let everyone see it. Although he had explained to the children in class that magic-eyed rabbits bite and are dangerous for children, only Saya and Mo Tong had witnessed it firsthand. Fang Cheng had just seen the magic-eyed rabbit move slightly, perhaps it was playing dead again. Remembering that the system skill Elemental Spirits Protection was still active on the children, even if they touched the magic-eyed rabbit directly in front of them, they probably wouldn't be attacked. If it did attack, it would likely only attack people other than the children. After all, adults don't have the protective effect of elemental spirits. Following this, Fang Cheng mentally prepared himself and, under everyone's gaze, opened the cage and reached into the magic-eyed rabbit to pet it. Before Fang Cheng's hand even touched the magic-eyed rabbit's fur, the rabbit suddenly turned its head, letting out a piercing, unpleasant screech, and bit Fang Cheng's hand with lightning speed. Even though Fang Cheng was mentally prepared, he was still startled by the sudden attack of the demon-eyed rabbit. Although his reflexes suggested he could dodge, he didn't want to. The demon-eyed rabbit then bit Fang Cheng's hand. Fang Cheng winced in pain, and blood began to flow uncontrollably from the bite wound on his arm. Oh no, the demon-eyed rabbit had bitten an artery. Fang Cheng immediately pulled his hand away and closed the cage. The demon-eyed rabbit struggled inside, but the children had no time to look at the ferocious and unruly rabbit. Big brother. Teacher Fang Cheng, you're bleeding, the children said worriedly. When little Isla saw the blood flowing uncontrollably from Fang Cheng's hand, her pity for the demon-eyed rabbit lessened, and she looked at Fang Cheng's hand with concern. Headmistress, let me help. Yuri stepped forward urgently, grabbed Fang Cheng's hand, and began chanting a spell. Water elements adrift in this world, #Yuan, heed my command, % water healing. As Yuri finished speaking, a pale blue light emanated from her hand, illuminating Fang Cheng's wound. Fang Cheng felt a cool, comfortable sensation on his arm, dispelling the stinging pain from the demon rabbit's bite. The bleeding wound quickly stopped, and then it healed completely. Alright, thank you, Yuri. Fang Cheng smiled at Yuri, wiping the blood from his arm. The wound had indeed healed, but a faint teeth mark remained visible, which would disappear in a day. You're welcome. Yuri's face flushed slightly, wondering if she had acted impulsively and worriedly. Teacher Yuri, that's amazing. Is that water-based healing magic? The children looked at Teacher Yuri with admiration, and Xiao Yin asked. Yuri nodded and said to the children, this is a level 3 water-based healing spell, water healing, which can accelerate wound healing. Influenced by Fang Cheng, Yuri had now habitually explained things to the children, regardless of whether they understood or not, at least leaving some impression. Moreover, these children had already received magical exposure from teachers through various cartoons at kindergarten, and had a basic understanding of magic. To be honest, Yuri hadn't cast water healing on anyone in a long time. Just now, the speed at which Fang Cheng's wound healed after her spell surprised and amazed her. When did her water healing become so powerful? Rosa and Eunice, watching Yuri's healing spell, stared wide-eyed in surprise. They hadn't expected this kind-hearted, gentle, and unassuming girl to be so skilled in magic. After this little incident, little Isla didn't insist on letting the rabbit out of its cage. After all, little Isla was smart enough to know that if it bit her, it would hurt a lot. This demon-eyed rabbit was a bad rabbit. Big sister is a bad rabbit too, but she won't bite, little Isla thought to herself. Seeing that it was getting late, it was time to prepare to go back. However, we'll be taking the children home soon, and before that, we need to submit a system task. Alright, children, the magic-eye rabbit is a dangerous little monster. Its bite hurts terribly. It can even be life-threatening. So don't be fooled by its cute, fluffy appearance, it can bite. Okay, now, children, please put your little baskets in front of me. I need to count them, and I'll give you some small rewards later, Fang Cheng said. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the children immediately took their little baskets down and placed them neatly in front of him. Eureka and Eunice were also watching from behind. Although they were familiar with the magic-eye rabbit and sweet flowers, they were curious about which child had picked the most and how much each child had harvested. This was also a kind of fun. Alright, who's first? Teacher will count in pairs. First up is Xiao Yin and Xiao and I. Let me count. Fang Cheng took Xiao Yin and Xiao and I's basket to the front, counted, and said, our little Xiao Yin and Xiao and I picked a total of 11 sweet flowers and 2 slimes. Good job. Very brave. Fantastic. Next is Tetrayo, who collected 13 sweet flowers, caught 3 slimes, and 1 magic-eye rabbit. Let's congratulate them. They did a great job on today's mission. Fang Cheng said in an amazed tone, trying to inspire the children. Leo, seeing the gaze directed at him, puffed out his chest proudly. Tetrayo's face was serious, as if he had received a great honor. Very good, let's see what happens next. Our Ilu and Shuyan picked a total of 13 sweet flowers and 3 slimes. Congratulations to them. Great job. Ilu and Shuyan worked together very well. Ilu is getting better and better. Shuyan was also very brave. Finally, our Saya and Motong. They picked a total of 12 sweet flowers and caught 3 slimes and 1 magic-eye rabbit. Congratulations to them. The children looked at Saya and Motong with amazement. Saya knocked down the magic eye rabbit with her ice hockey spell. I hope you all study magic diligently in class so that when I assign you tasks, you can use your own magic to solve problems, Fang Cheng continued, summarizing. Fang Cheng was quite satisfied with the children's performance today, especially their fearless demeanor. Meanwhile, Fang Cheng mentally opened the system task, preparing to submit it for completion. Educational task: lead your students to collect 30 sweet flowers in the Whispering Forest outside Soto City and capture a magic-eyed rabbit. Task reward: all-seen elemental natural space, 100 magic points. Fang Cheng saw the task submission button light up and immediately clicked submit. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing the task and receiving the rewards: all-seen elemental natural space, 100 magic points. Ding! Congratulations, student, for completing the task for the first time. The student reward system has been activated, and the reward for this task has been issued to the student. Each student receives 10 magic elements and 10 magic points. This magic reward will be distributed during the kindergarten nap time. Ding! Congratulations to the student for completing the task for the first time. Reward increased to 100 magic elements and 100 magic points. Each student receives 10 exclusive exchange points. Ding! Congratulations to the student for completing the task for the first time. Reward increased to 100 exclusive exchange points. A series of system notifications left Fang Cheng a little bewildered, a little surprised, no, extremely surprised. But now wasn't the time to be dazed. Looking at the children looking at him with excited and expectant eyes, Fang Cheng knew they were eagerly awaiting his reward. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng said, "Today's reward is that you can take home the sweet flowers and other plants you collected, and the little baskets and hats your teacher gave you are also yours." Yay! Thank you, Teacher Fang Cheng. You're welcome. Of course, you can't take the slime you caught home. I'll trade this for it. With that, Fang Cheng spent 1 gold coin to exchange for a rainbow lollipop from the system. It was actually a bit expensive. Rainbow lollipops, rainbow-shaped lollipops with 7 different flavors in one. Their sweet and refreshing taste always lifts the spirits, making them a favorite among children. Made with high-quality plant-based ingredients, these candies can provide children with some nutrients. Note: while they taste great, don't overindulge, as they can cause tooth decay. After reading the instructions, Fang Cheng immediately took out 8 lollipops. Seeing the bright, rainbow-colored lollipops in Fang Cheng's hand, the children's eyes lit up. Although they had never seen them before, they seemed to instantly understand what Fang Cheng was holding. These super delicious rainbow lollipops are a reward from your teacher. Fang Cheng then gave one to each child. Thank you, Teacher Fang Cheng, the children said carefully, holding their beautiful rainbow-like candies. You're welcome, Fang Cheng said with a smile. I hope you children will continue to work hard. Study diligently, can you do that? Yes, the children responded in unison. The children's innocent yet enthusiastic voices echoed through the forest, startling a few birds into chirping and flying away. Of course, Mo Tong was somewhat perfunctory, but at least he was cooperating. Behind them, Yuri and Eunice saw the young man looking at the children with a gentle and loving smile. The children's bright, hopeful eyes brought smiles to their own lips. Rosa's lips also unconsciously curved slightly. This person isn't so bad, he has some skill, Rosa thought. Alright, we have to go back now. Are you ready? Ready! Then Fang Cheng collected all the slimes the children had caught into a large cloth bag, tied it up, and fastened it around the little lizard's neck to let her drag it. Then he had the children each carry their own small baskets, preparing to go home. Fang Cheng led the group back to their original route through the forest. The children's legs looked a little sore, but they persevered. Reaching a spacious area, Fang Cheng, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, took out the carriage. Finally, I can ride in the carriage. I can barely walk anymore, little Leo said. You're so useless, Isla said. I can still walk. I can catch the magic-eyed rabbit. Leo retorted. Me too. The magic-eyed rabbit doesn't dare show its face in front of me. Humph. Fang Cheng found it both amusing and speechless. Alright, get on the bus quickly. You're all tired, go back and rest. Because the carriage was a bit crowded, Saya and Emotong still sat in their reserved seats next to Fang Cheng. The children sat in the carriage, their baskets at their feet, clutching the pretty rainbow lollipops that teacher Fang Cheng had given them. It smells so good. Little Joni brought her little nose close to the transparent wrapper of the lollipop, smelling a sweet aroma. Eureka and the others looked at the lollipops in the children's hands, curious about what they tasted like. Girls all love sweets. They knew that anything given by Fang Cheng wouldn't taste bad. If only I were a child. This thought suddenly flashed through their minds for a second. To be honest, they were actually a little envious of these children at that moment. This kind of trip and treatment was something they never experienced when they were young. However, Yuri noticed that Xiao Yin seemed preoccupied. Little Chiao Ni, on the other hand, was in great spirits, holding a rainbow lollipop, her face full of joy and excitement. Just then, Yuri seemed to remember something. Chiao Yin and Chiao Ni hadn't checked the trap yet, and it seemed the headmistress had overlooked it as well. Besides that, Yuri couldn't think of anything else that might be making little Chiao Yin so troubled. Yuri wondered if she should remind the headmistress. But it was already getting late, and everyone was already on their way back. Yuri patted Chiao Yin's head without saying anything, deciding to comfort her later. The children's expressions were full of happiness along the way. Fang Cheng was also in a good mood. As for why he was in a good mood, of course, it was because tomorrow was Sunday, and he could rest at home all day. Besides that, the system's student reward system was activated. Fang Cheng controlled the carriage while simultaneously monitoring the system panel in his mind. With his powerful mental and spiritual abilities, he naturally possessed the ability to multitask. Next to the system panel, a new interface for the student reward system appeared, displaying information for each student, and each student also had a dedicated redemption point. For example, name, Saya. Gender, female. Age, 4 years, 6 months, and 1 day. Weight, 16.6 kilograms. Height, 104 centimeters. Status, good emotional state. Mental strength, Tier 2. Magic power, 16/16. Elemental affinity, 89/100. Water element 89/100. Ice element 89/100. Wood element 50/100. Earth element 41/100. Exclusive exchange points, 100. According to Xiaoling's explanation, these exchange points are rewards for the children. Fang Cheng can use these points to exchange for suitable magical items based on the child's development. Today's task reward from the system was 100 magic element and 100 magic power, and 100 exclusive exchange points for each child. It can be said that this directly gave the children a windfall, and Fang Cheng was even a little envious. This also means that every child who hasn't yet awakened their magical sense will do so after the reward takes effect, and those who have already awakened will see their magic power increase by 100. That's pretty amazing. It means that after tomorrow's nap, Xiaxue's magic power will be at least 116. The same goes for Mo Tong, she'll probably be stunned by her sudden increase in magic power tomorrow. As for the other children, they won't be attending kindergarten tomorrow, they'll be resting at home, and the reward will take effect a little later, the day after. In short, this system is a complete early childhood magic development system, even providing each child with a dedicated exchange point reward to ensure fairness. This means Saya has 100 exchange points. Fang Cheng can use these points to redeem suitable items in the shop, but they can only be used on Saya, not on other children, and certainly not on himself. If discovered, the system will automatically reclaim the reward. However, comparing this to other systems, Fang Cheng felt the system was too stingy with him, its host, but incredibly kind to the children. Fang Cheng was now secretly looking forward to receiving a huge wave of rewards after the children's magical senses awakened and Saya's dark eyes were certified as a beginner mage by the system. Now, Fang Cheng almost wished the system would immediately issue another batch of tasks for the children, but unfortunately, the task system wasn't active at the moment. Fang Cheng drove the carriage along the way. On the way back, the children looked at the scenery outside the carriage. They all felt that today was an unforgettable day, filled with many experiences and knowledge. Today was the first day Fang Cheng led the children on an adventure and mission in the Whispering Forest. The children's knowledge grew, and a seed of confidence was planted for their future. However, thinking back, he had used a fireball to kill someone again today. He wondered if anyone would come looking for him or cause him trouble. Fang Cheng wondered to himself. He returned the way he came. The guards seemed to be different from the two he had been on duty, but this time they nodded slightly when they saw Fang Cheng and didn't stop him. Fang Cheng naturally greeted the two guards with a smile. "Teacher Yuri, what is that place?" Joni asked, looking out the car window. There were many people carrying weapons and dressed in various ways going in and out of that building. "That's the Adventurers Guild." "The Adventurers Guild?" Joni was a little confused. "What's the Adventurers Guild?" "It's a place where many adventurers gather, an organization where there are many adventure quests. Completing quests earns you coins and other items, and it's also a place to gain honor," Yuri patiently explained. The other children, hearing Ms. Yuri talking about things that interested them, all perked up their ears to listen. "Ms. Yuri, I want to be an adventurer when I grow up and earn lots and lots of money," Leo exclaimed. "I want to earn lots and lots of money too." Tate, Joan, and a few other children chimed in. Yuri naturally understood their family circumstances and could understand why they had such a strong desire to make money. "When you grow up," Yuri began, about to say something. "Money, is this it? I have a lot at home. Now that we're friends, I'll give each of you one next time." Little Elu, hearing everyone's voices, thought for a moment and pulled a golden coin from her pocket. It gleamed brightly. "Yuri!" The children stared wide-eyed at the gleaming gold coin that Ilo had pulled out. What's this? Leo asked. He'd seen money before, but only bronze and silver coins. He'd never seen a gold and silver coin before. This is a gold coin. Didn't you say you wanted to make a lot of money? How come you don't recognize this? Ailu said, somewhat puzzled. Hearing the two children's conversation, Eunice and Rosa both smiled faintly, just smiles, without any hint of disdain. They understood why Leo didn't recognize it. Teacher Yuri, is this golden coin a gold coin? Leo asked after thinking for a moment. Yes, Yuri nodded. Seeing Isla say she wanted to give one to each of them, she didn't know what to say. Although she was the teacher, she didn't know what to say. She didn't know whether she should stop Isla's actions, and she glanced at Eunice. Eunice then said, Elu has a lot in her piggy bank. If Elu is willing to give it to you, I'd be happy to oblige. She manages the money in her piggy bank herself. Rosa was slightly taken aback. She knew this little one's family was wealthy, but she hadn't expected them to be this wealthy. Even a young child had a piggy bank that looked like it only contained gold coins. What was the background of the Ephadiah family? Were they corrupt officials, or were they involved in some shady dealings? Should she investigate? The kingdom's treasury wasn't exactly overflowing, Rosa thought to herself. Gold coins? Little Leo was already calculating 100 copper coins equaled 1 silver coin. How many silver coins can 1 gold coin be exchanged for? 100, little Joan said at this moment. Xiao Yin, how did you know? My dad taught me, of course. He's really good at math. He told me that 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 100 silver coins, and 1 gold coin can buy a whole room full of crisp cookies. Xiao Yin then spread her arms wide in a gesture. So much. Leo's eyes lit up. Fang Cheng naturally heard the children's commotion. Fang Cheng thought for a moment. Perhaps earning money and learning could be done simultaneously for the children. Fang Cheng remembered the quests he'd seen at the Adventurers Guild. Some of them were quite simple, and with his guidance, his children could do them and earn some money. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng suddenly changed the direction of the carriage, heading towards the Adventurers Guild's gate. The children noticed the change in the carriage's direction and fell silent, curiously watching the scene outside. There were indeed many adults outside, strangely dressed, some carrying swords, others bows and arrows, some in armor, others in tattered clothes, some carrying large sacks, and others in mage robes. After seeing teacher Fang Cheng stop at the Adventurers Guild, the children looked at the people outside, hesitant to get off, as some of the muscular men looked rather fierce. Alright, let's get off and go inside. Weren't you curious about what the Adventurers Guild was? Teacher will take you inside. Didn't you want to make money? You can exchange the sweet flowers you picked in the Whispering Forest for money here. Seeing the somewhat timid expressions on the faces of the children, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, Fang Cheng said gently, Teacher Fang Cheng, really? Leo, get out of the carriage. When has Teacher Fang Cheng ever lied to us? Tate whispered in Leo's ear. He. Leo picked up his small basket and got out of the carriage. You guys go ahead, I'll stay here and keep watch, Rosa suddenly said. Thank you, Miss Rosa, Yuri replied, slightly taken aback. The group then got out of the carriage, and immediately 8 children and 3 young people gathered at the entrance of the Adventurers Guild. This group immediately attracted the attention of a large number of passers-by. Kyle, look, there are so many children over there. That little girl is so cute. Why are there children like that? It's dangerous. Someone might accidentally bump into them and get hurt. They are really cute. I was talking about that one. Which one are you talking about? That one, the twins. I'm talking about the little girl with silver hair. The one with green hair is cute too. 2 young adventurers sitting by the roadside outside smiled like uncles. Those children are wearing the same clothes. I wonder what they do. Are the patterns on their hats slimes? I didn't expect them to be so cute. Guess who they are? Look at those figures. I wish they were my wives. One of the young men glanced at Yuri and Eunice beside the children. You're not even as handsome as me, but you've got wilder ideas. When did black hair become so popular? I'll get mine dyed someday. Is that a maid? I wish I had a maid like that to serve me. 2 patrolling soldiers passing by saw this and walked straight over. Then their eyes fell on Fang Cheng, and they slowed their pace, hesitating as they walked. Fang Cheng had the children line up, then entered the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild was as usual, filled with groups of people, busy and chatting. They glanced at Fang Cheng, paused, and then noticed the group of young children behind him, looking somewhat surprised. They had been at the Adventurers Guild for a long time and had never seen so many children brought here. Did this young man think it was a playground for kids? Someone recognized Fang Cheng from before and whispered to the person next to them. The butler at the counter greeted Fang Cheng with a smile. Just moments before, as Fang Cheng led the children into the Adventurers Guild, the system suddenly issued a quest. Side quest: Ding, please lead your students to register an adventurer team at the Adventurers Guild under the name 11AI Magic Kindergarten, with teachers as the lead and children as the main participants. Complete at least 2 Adventurers Guild quests each week. Rewards will be distributed based on quest completion. Note: if the Adventurers Guild has no suitable quests, you can manually create your own. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng walked directly to the counter and spoke to the butler. Could you please register an adventurer team for me? Yes, sir. It will cost 10 silver coins. The butler glanced at the children behind Fang Cheng but said nothing. Please name your adventurer team, sir. The butler said respectfully. Let's call it the 11AI Magic Kindergarten team. Yes, sir. The butler nodded, then wrote something on a piece of paper, before taking out a badge and handing it to Fang Cheng. You've registered it, sir. This badge is your team emblem, and the numbers on it are your team number. This is a level 1 team, so it's bronze. As the team completes enough missions, the badge quality can be upgraded, allowing you to accept higher level missions. The butler explained. Fang Cheng took the badge and nodded, he understood. Then Fang Cheng asked, do you still have missions for collecting wind wolf corpses? Yes, we do. A complete wind wolf corpse costs 10 silver coins, and one with a magic core costs 15 silver coins, the butler replied. Do you still have any sweet flower picking quests here? Fang Cheng asked again, without taking out the wind wolf corpse from his spatial storage. The steward seemed a little surprised, but still replied, we recently received an order to collect sweet flowers. We'll take as many as you want, but the price is a bit cheap, 1 copper coin per flower. Fang Cheng nodded, not surprised at all, since this was near the outskirts of the city, making it convenient to collect sweet flowers. Then he turned to the children behind him who were listening intently to Fang Cheng and the steward's conversation and said, children, did you all hear that? You can sell the sweet flowers you pick here for money. The children, of course, heard everything, especially little Leo, whose eyes widened at the thought of selling them for a copper coin. Although he wasn't good at math, he knew that 2 copper coins could buy a crisp cookie. That meant the sweet flowers he'd collected could sell for several copper coins, enough to buy at least 3 crisp cookies. Teacher Fang Cheng, I want to sell. Me too, the children exclaimed one after another. The steward at the counter, seeing the children, gestured to a woman nearby. The woman then came out and said, sirs, how many sweet flowers have you sold in total? Let me calculate for the children. Fang Cheng nodded and said, thank you for your help. Could you help count them for the child who wants to sell? The woman looked at the children's expectant expressions and smiled unconsciously, nodding. Children, who wants to sell sweet flowers? Come to Auntie, the woman said to the children. Auntie, I want to sell. I want to sell. Leo was the first to step forward. The other children, initially hesitant and shy, started calling out one after another, Auntie, I want to sell too. After seeing Leo take the lead. Don't rush. One at a time. Seeing the children's lively and adorable expressions, the woman couldn't help but smile. Auntie, I have 7. Yes, that's right. Here are 7 copper coins. For your parents or for you? The woman looked at Leo and then at Fang Cheng. For the children. They picked these themselves, Fang Cheng said with a smile. The woman nodded and counted out 7 copper coins, handing them to Leo. Leo carefully accepted the coins, his face full of excitement. Next, except for Mo Tong, who didn't go up and put all the sweet flowers in Sheye's basket, the other children lined up to sell all the sweet flowers they had collected. Although the sweet flowers are edible and taste very sweet, earning copper coins through their own labor was a first for the children, and they were all very happy to sell them. Oh, Miss Yuri, it's you, Miss Yuri? It's been so long. Everyone's missed you. At this moment, a man near the Adventurers Guild noticed Yuri beside the children, finding her somewhat familiar, and approached her. Yuri paused, then, seeing the man, frowned slightly and said in a gentle yet indifferent tone, long time no see, Mr. Buzz. Fang Cheng looked over curiously and saw a man of about 23 years old, dressed in a nice, plain robe, approach him with a hint of surprise. The man's gray hair was neatly combed, his face fair, and he possessed a strangely incongruous air of refinement, a hint of roguish charm. His gaze towards Yuri was full of eagerness. Upon hearing the man in the plain robe's words, a woman and 2 men, who were with him, stepped forward and said kindly, Yuri, it's been a long time. When will you find some time to join us on a mission deep in the Whispering Forest? We've been waiting for you. Your water healing magic is too powerful. After experiencing your water healing magic, now whenever we get injured, we think of you, said one of the burly men. No, I'm not even one of your team members. I have other things to do right now and don't have time to complete the mission with you, Yuri said, glancing at the children who were looking at them curiously. Well, Yuri, that's not right. You can't just quit after one try, said one of the women, her face somewhat dark, her narrow eyes looking at Yuri with disdain. Hearing this, Fang Cheng objected. What do you mean? You're forcing someone to complete the mission with you even though they don't want to. Fang Cheng stared at them. Suddenly, countless flames erupted around them, enveloping them and instantly making the entire Adventurers Guild scorching hot. My lord! I dare not, I dare not. This is a misunderstanding. The man in the plain robe forced a stiff smile, his eyes filled with terror. The scorching flames surrounding him felt as if they were about to burn him alive. Miss Yuri, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, my lord. Without any chanting, countless fireballs suddenly appeared around them. The others weren't much better off. Large beads of sweat instantly appeared on their faces, their expressions terrified, whether from fear or the intense heat of the flames, it was unclear. The Adventurers Guild fell silent instantly. The deacon at the counter, seeing the flames surrounding those people, hurriedly wiped his sweat, wanting to step forward but hesitant to. At least a high-level mage. When did such a talented individual appear in Soto City? The deacon mentally scanned his memory for any information about this person. Go find the guild master immediately. The deacon said to a woman beside him. Yes, I'll go right now. The woman said sternly. The woman then quietly slipped away. Then don't bother us. Seeing the fireball's deterrent effect was good, Fang Cheng waved his hand, and the fireball disappeared, signaling them to leave. As the fireball vanished, the temperature in the Adventurers Guild instantly dropped. Okay, sir. We'll leave right away. We definitely won't disturb you. The man in the plain robe said hurriedly. He then led the way out of the Adventurers Guild, and the others quickly followed. Mo Tong, seeing how casually and swiftly Fang Cheng released the small fireball magic, blinked, her little head seemingly lost in thought. Yuri, seeing the figure blocking her way, smiled sweetly. For a moment, everyone in the Adventurers Guild who glanced over felt the summer heat lessen. The children's sweet flowers were all sold out, and the adventurer team had completed their registration. The atmosphere among the adventurers was somewhat tense. Those who had been chatting earlier were now subtly eyeing Fang Cheng and his group. Fang Cheng didn't like being the center of attention, and since there was nothing else to do, he said to the children, "Let's go. We're going home." Okay. Then Fang Cheng led his group away from the Adventurers Guild. As Fang Cheng and his group left, the lively atmosphere of the Adventurers Guild began to return somewhat. After they came out, the lizard horse let out a cry at Fang Cheng. "Shall we go, little lizard?" Fang Cheng said. Rosa sat quietly inside the carriage, seemingly resting with her eyes closed. The children boarded the carriage, and Fang Cheng prepared to take them home. Although the little incident earlier had slightly dampened everyone's spirits, overall, everyone was in a good mood, especially the children. It was their first time exploring the wilderness, collecting sweet flowers, searching for and catching magic-eyed rabbits, experiencing nature, visiting the Adventurers Guild, and most importantly, exchanging the sweet flowers they collected for copper coins. They even received praise from teacher Fang Cheng and a super rainbow lollipop as a reward. All of this made the children incredibly happy. The children sat in the carriage, playing with the copper coins in their hands, completely captivated. "I have 7 copper coins now. I can earn money too. Father and mother will be so happy," Leo said excitedly. "I have 8 copper coins. I'm going to give the money to Mom," Tate said. "I have 6. I'm going back to ask Daddy to take us to buy food," Joni said. Elu blinked, looking at the copper coins in her hand with curiosity and care, and asked, "Eunice, why are these different from the money I have? They're so ugly." "Eunice, this currency is different." Eunice suddenly realized she had made a mistake. The Ephodiah family was never short of money, so Eunice hadn't taught Ilu about money, the types of currency, or exchange rates. Little Saya and little Emotong sat next to Fang Cheng. Even before getting on the bus, little Saya had wanted to give Emotong's share to her older sister. "Sister Emotong, let's split it in half. There are 14 copper coins in total. Sister Emotong, you get 7, and I get 7. Saya, you keep them. I don't need the copper coins. But can Saya give them all to brother?" Hearing this, the little one looked at Emotong and asked. Emotong. Emotong nodded. "Brother, here you go." Little Saya held out the copper coins to Fang Cheng. "Saya, aren't you keeping them for yourself? You can buy whatever you want." "Saya doesn't want to buy anything right now. Brother doesn't have any money, so Saya's earnings are for you." Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then took the coins and put them into his spatial storage. "Then thank you to my Saya baby and Emotong baby." Fang Cheng smiled. "Brother will keep these for you for now. Next time you want to buy something, or need money, just tell brother." Fang Cheng said. "Okay, brother," little Saya said happily. Then, as the carriage traveled along, they soon arrived at the commoners' district of Soto City. The children in the carriage saw the familiar buildings and roads, their eyes lighting up with excitement. "I haven't been home all day. I miss father and mother a little," Leo said expectantly. "Me too, I miss my mom," Tate said. "I miss my dad too," Joanne said. Hearing the children talking behind him, Fang Cheng suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned to the children in the back seat and said, "Kids, tomorrow is Sunday. You know that, right?" "Ah!" Leo exclaimed, then let out a deflated ah. Join Tatter and the others did the same. "You'll have a day off tomorrow, right, Teacher Fang Cheng?" Leo said listlessly. "Correct. So you can rest well at home today and tomorrow. Don't forget to study while you rest." "Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng." Having experienced Sundays like this once, they understood. They were now used to going to kindergarten every day, and missing a day felt like a struggle, not just physically but also mentally. Leo's house was the closest to the route. "Teacher Fang Cheng, I'm almost home." Leo looked out the carriage window. He could already see his front door. The carriage stopped at Leo's house. A woman was twisting hemp rope by hand, and a large man was sitting on a low stool, also twisting rope by hand. "Father, Mother, I'm back." Leo jumped off the carriage. "You're back, so what? What's with the screaming? You'll be lame from jumping. Help me twist hemp rope later," a somewhat burly woman at the door said to Leo. The burly man, seeing the carriage, immediately used his cane to support himself and stood up. Fang Cheng didn't linger. He left the cage containing the magic-eyed rabbit, then greeted Leo's parents and drove away. "Thank you, sir," the couple bowed loudly towards the carriage. Looking at the magic-eyed rabbit in the cage, a surge of impulse rose in Leo's father's eyes. He said directly, "Roast this rabbit now for a snack with our drinks." Leo's mother said nothing, but began gathering firewood from the pile at the door, preparing to start a fire. Then, they successfully escorted Tate home. From afar, they saw a woman peering out the door, Tate's mother. She was already waiting at the door, following the usual afternoon return time for the children. "Tate, are you all right? Did you miss Mommy?" Tate's mother hugged her child. "Yes, Mommy, I missed you. Mommy, look, I earned money." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, Teacher Fang Cheng." Then, they successfully escorted Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni home. Their father was asleep in bed. Hearing the sound of a carriage outside, their father, Xiao Ke, quickly sat up and went out to greet them. "Daddy's home. You're back so early today." Xiao Yin's eyes lit up with surprise as she saw her father emerge from the house. The two little girls ran towards their father. Xiao Ke didn't look well, his dark circles were quite pronounced. Seeing his two daughters, Xiao Yin and Xiao Ni, running towards him so lively, he smiled, and suddenly seemed more energetic. "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, Ms. Yuri," the man said gratefully. "Goodbye, Mr. Fang Cheng and Ms. Yuri." "You're welcome. We'll be going now." "Dad, look what this is. Copper coins and a slime hat. Mr. Fang Cheng gave them to you again, right? You must thank Mr. Fang Cheng and Ms. Yuri in the future, okay? Listen to Ms. Yuri. We earned this," Xiao Yin said to her father. "How did you earn that?" Joker asked with a smile. Having not seen his two daughters for 2 days and a night, Joker felt empty inside. Seeing them now brought him peace. Looking at his well-behaved daughters, Joker found them adorable, especially since they had been at the 11 AI Magic Kindergarten. Their faces were fuller, their skin glowed, and they weren't as thin anymore. Joker was very grateful to Fang Cheng. The children from the working class area had all been dropped off. Fang Cheng looked back at Yuri in the carriage and said, "Yuri, come back to the kindergarten with us. Don't go home. We'll go buy 2 beds for you and Rosa later, and make room for each of you. Just rest at the kindergarten. It'll be more lively with more people. You're always alone at home anyway," Fang Cheng said. Yuri nodded, her ears turning red. Eunice saw the slightly shy Yuri and a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Yuri, is there anything you need to pack at your house?" "Nothing." Yuri glanced at Eunice and Rosa before replying. "Then let's go." Only Ilu and Shuyan remained in the carriage. It was Ilu's first time in the Commoners District, and she couldn't quite understand what she saw. Why are the clothes here so ugly and old? What is Leo's mother doing, twisting rope? The houses here are so short and dark. As for Shuyan, she closed her eyes, looking at the super lollipop in her hand, a smile playing on her lips. Relying on her senses, she couldn't fully perceive the fast-moving air around her as the carriage moved. Her attention was solely focused on the rainbow super lollipop. Despite her visual and vocal problems, Shuyan's senses of smell and hearing were more acute than the other children's. The sweet lollipop with its various fruit flavors, offered to her, made Shuyan want to lick it, yet she was reluctant to open it now. Fang Cheng then drove the carriage out of the Commoners District and into the commercial area of Soto City. After inquiring, and with the guidance of head maid Eunice, the group arrived at a small furniture shop. After consulting with the 2 women, they bought 2 beds and 4 wardrobes. Since the beds and wardrobes were for their use, it was necessary to ask for their opinions on which styles they preferred. Fortunately, they weren't too picky about these things. Fang Cheng didn't hide his selections and immediately stored the wardrobes in his system space. This completely stunned the shopkeeper, whose eyes had been gleaming with greed. "This customer, the total is 80 silver coins," the shopkeeper said, not daring to overcharge. They then bought some quilts, bedding, and toiletries. In the commercial area, there were also vendors selling flowers and plants. "Sweet flowers, 10 copper coins for 4, hee hee," a man in linen clothes said in a funny voice. Believe it or not, 2 adults with children actually went to buy some. Little Ilu, sitting in the carriage, saw this and suddenly said to Eunice, "Eunice, I want to eat sweet flowers, buy me some." Fang Cheng laughed immediately. Perhaps Ilu had thought it was funny and sold her sweet flowers when she saw other children selling them. Now, seeing them for sale and other parents buying them with their children, she wanted to buy some too. Not only Yuri, but Rosa was also somewhat speechless, while Eunice wasn't surprised. She quickly bought the flowers for Ilu and even washed them clean with water magic. Little Ilu took the sweet flowers, tore off a petal, and put it in her mouth. "Sister Shuyan, you should eat some too." Little Ilu tore off a petal from her sweet flower and put it to Shuyan's lips. Eunice had also given 2 flowers to Emotong and Saya, who were in front of her. "Big brother, would you like some?" Little Saya, imitating Ilu, tore off a leaf and held it to Fang Cheng's mouth. Fang Cheng nodded. To be honest, Fang Cheng had always known that children like sweet flowers, but he had never tried them himself. Sweet flowers are a common plant in the forest, with a strong fragrance. They are a common ingredient in sugar making, and the petals themselves can be eaten directly. Fang Cheng opened his mouth and put a petal in. The petal was still a bit chewy, and the taste was indeed sweet with a refreshing plant fragrance. No wonder a single flower could sell for the price of a crisp cookie. In the Whispering Forest, many sweet flowers had already been harvested. Although sweet flowers grow very quickly, some adventurers completely looked down on them, and wouldn't stoop to harvesting them for a mere 1 or 2 copper coins. After buying their things, the little lizard pulled the carriage, leading everyone back. Fang Cheng first took Eluz Ivan and Eunice back to Ephidiah's house. "Mr. Fang Cheng, would you like to come in for some tea before you leave?" Eunice invited. "No need, next time," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Then they returned to the kindergarten. It was already evening. After getting off the carriage, the little lizard was exhausted, its nose steaming. "Little lizard, you've had a hard day, go and rest." Fang Cheng patted the little lizard's head and gave it some fruit. Fang Cheng saw Rosa and Yuri, thought for a moment, and said to them, "I'll take you to choose a room first." Yuri nodded and said, "Thank you, headmistress." Rosa nodded slightly. To be honest, Fang Cheng was a little unsure how to arrange things. Because the castle kindergarten offered accommodation, but all the rooms were activity rooms. Even if no one was living there or using them, some rooms were still too large and didn't feel like rooms. If there was only a bed and a few cabinets, they would look really empty. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng said, "Any empty room in the castle is fine to stay in. Also, Saya and I live in the small building in the back, any empty room there is available." Little Saya knew that teacher Yuri was also staying at the kindergarten today, and she skipped along beside Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng then took them to see the small building. This small building caught Yuri and Rosa's attention. This was Yuri's first time seeing it up close. She had seen it before, but never been inside. The small building in the castle's backyard was an ordinary 2-story building, not very large. Rosa didn't seem particularly interested, but she glanced at Fang Cheng and frowned slightly. After seeing it, Yuri thought about how staying here would mean being with the headmistress, and her face flushed slightly. Fang Cheng opened the door and led them inside. The first floor had a living room, 2 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a shower room, which Fang Cheng showed them around. The rooms were all empty, without any furniture. Without letting them choose immediately, Fang Cheng led them upstairs. There was one empty room upstairs. "That's the room Saya and I stayed in." "This one's empty," Fang Cheng said, showing them the room and pointing to the bedroom opposite. "Rosa, is there anything you like here?" Rosa shook her head. Fang Cheng smiled, observing their expressions as they toured the room. Fang Cheng could tell that Rosa probably didn't want to live so close to him. "Yuri, why don't you stay here? It'll be convenient for Saya to come and play with you tonight," Fang Cheng said. "Saya has been asking us a lot of times, why doesn't Yuri-sensei stay with us? She must be bored at home all by herself," Fang Cheng chuckled. Saya blinked, a little confused, as if trying to recall if she had really said that. Besides Saya, Xiao Motong pouted. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Yuri's eyes lit up with excitement, and she quickly nodded, replying, "Then I'll trouble you. I often want to play with Saya at home too." Yuri was somewhat tempted, but seeing that Rosa hadn't made a choice, she was a little shy and embarrassed to say it. So Fang Cheng simply made the choice for her. Fang Cheng then arranged the cabinets and bed, placing the blankets and bedding on the bed. He then said, "Yuri, you tidy up first. I'll take Rosa to see the other rooms." Yuri nodded. Watching Fang Cheng lead Rosa and the others out of the room, Yuri looked at the new bedding on the bed, jumped up excitedly, and buried her face in the blankets. Yuri closed her eyes, thinking about living with Principal Saya and the others from now on, and her heart was filled with uncontrollable joy. Fang Cheng led Rosa up to the castle and showed her the rooms, but most of the castle's activity rooms were quite large, while some offices were smaller. Rosa still seemed a little dissatisfied. Fang Cheng suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, he said, there's a security room next to the kindergarten gate, with a restroom inside. Would you like to go take a look? Rosa nodded, as if remembering something. Fang Cheng then led Rosa to the security room. The room in the security room was quite nice, though small, suitable for one person. This will do, Rosa said. Okay, then Miss Rosa will be staying here for a while. Please call me if you need anything. Fang Cheng was quite pleased that Rosa was staying in the security room. After all, she was a free bodyguard, and her presence improved the kindergarten security. Rosa nodded. Miss Rosa, please tidy up. I'll call you for dinner later. No need, you can bring it over later, Rosa suddenly said. Seemingly feeling this request was inappropriate, she added, I prefer to be alone. I'm not just eating for free, please let me know if you need anything. Fang Cheng suddenly thought of something and said, since Miss Rosa has said so, I'd like to trouble you with picking up and dropping off the children from school from now on. We went to the children's homes together today, right? You know the route. Rosa didn't expect Fang Cheng to actually make a request of her, and it was just to be her driver. Yuri used to do this, running back and forth twice a day was exhausting. Since you live here, you're part of our kindergarten too, right? Yuri has other things to do, she has to teach the children and sometimes cook. I need to cultivate, I don't have that much time. Yuri and I will take turns, Rosa said. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, okay, don't worry, the food at our 11 AI kindergarten will definitely not be bad for you. Miss Rosa will be well fed and watered. I'll bring you the food later. Rosa nodded. If it weren't for the delicious food, she would have wanted to kick Fang Cheng out as soon as she heard his words. She, a high-ranking mage in one of the kingdom's younger generation of law enforcers, was being made a driver for a bunch of little brats, taking them to and from school, and they were just commoners. She'd be a laughingstock if word got out. Fang Cheng then left the guardhouse. Fang Cheng was in a pretty good mood. Now Yuri wouldn't have to get up so early every day to drive the carriage. Fang Cheng hummed a tune. Seeing the carriage parked on the road, he released the slimes inside. The slimes, placed on the ground by Fang Cheng, began to wriggle and move around unconsciously. They seemed to have an innate sensitivity to elements. For example, the water-type slime wriggled and crawled towards the pool. The lush green grass-type slimes crawled in all directions, as there were plants all around the kindergarten. The earth-type slime went towards the sandy area. It's quite amazing, considering they have no intelligence. However, the children were quite productive today, catching quite a few slimes, more than a dozen in total. Suddenly, the kindergarten gained some more small lives and added a splash of color. Slimes can move, so let's consider them lives for now, and there's no need to worry about them being damaged by the children, since they are creatures without intelligence or the ability to feel pain. Then Fang Cheng went up and took out the bag containing the magic-eyed rabbit he had caught that day. As soon as Fang Cheng got the bag, the magic-eyed rabbit struggled and tore at it. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then cast a small ice ball spell, smashing it into the bag. The demon-eyed rabbit inside immediately went still. Fang Cheng then went to the kitchen and told the two little ones to go out and play for a while. He then prepared to cook the demon-eyed rabbit. After all, he didn't want Saya and the others to see a bloody scene. Should he roast it, stew it, or stir-fry it? Fang Cheng quickly skinned the rabbit and cleaned out its internal organs. Then, after thinking for a moment, he muttered to himself, I'll roast you first this time. The rabbit meat surprisingly had no unpleasant odor and was tender. So, Fang Cheng mixed soy sauce, oyster sauce, sugar, 5-spice powder, and other spices into a sauce and spread it on the rabbit's surface. Then, Fang Cheng used 2 sticks to skewer the rabbit and controlled the heat with a fireball spell to roast it. It must be said, food roasted with fireball magic is incredibly fragrant, and it doesn't contaminate the meat. Fire elemental fire is a clean energy source with no pollution. After finishing this dish, Fang Cheng made 3 more. Then he placed the food on a plate and took it to Rosa. The security room door was open, but the inner room door was closed. Fang Cheng said something, then placed the food on the outer table, along with a bottle of drink, and left. Shortly after Fang Cheng left, the door opened slightly a crack. Seeing Fang Cheng gone, Rosa opened the door, sniffed the air, and immediately spotted the golden brown, crispy roasted rabbit legs on the plate, emitting an enticing aroma. Rosa's eyes lit up with surprise, and she sat down at the table to enjoy them. There were 4 rabbit legs, 1 for each of them except Fang Cheng. The 2 little ones seemed to be searching for slime on the playground. They didn't seem to notice Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng called out, Saya, Mo Tong, let's go eat. Coming, big brother. Little Saya shouted loudly, running towards Fang Cheng. Saya, what were you doing just now? Big brother, we were looking for slime, but it all disappeared in a flash. Saya only found 5, little Saya said. It might have run far away, or it might be hiding somewhere. Next time, let's have a slime finding contest and see who finds it the fastest. Okay. Big brother, it smells so good. Fang Cheng led the 2 little ones into the kitchen. The moment the little ones entered, they smelled the aroma of food, especially the rich scent of roasted rabbit. Saya, guess what we're having today? Fang Cheng asked with a smile, gently pinching Saya's delicate little nose, making the little one giggle. Big brother, it's roasted rabbit. Saya stood on tiptoe, her gaze falling on the golden brown roasted meat on the stove. Saya immediately recognized that the meat resembled the magic-eyed rabbit, except it was missing a leg. Big brother, why is it missing a leg? Big brother went to deliver food to Sister Rosa first. She likes to eat alone, Fang Cheng said. Alright, let's go back and eat. Then Fang Cheng carried the cooked food into the living room of the small house. He placed it on the dining table in the living room. Fang Cheng said to Saya, go see if Teacher Yuri is in her room. Call her down for dinner. Okay, big brother. Little Saya replied happily, then skipped upstairs to find Teacher Yuri. Little Saya was quite happy that Teacher Yuri was staying here tonight. Teacher Yuri, big brother is calling you for dinner. Little Saya went upstairs and entered Teacher Yuri's room. The door was ajar, and little Saya immediately saw Teacher Yuri sitting on the bed, seemingly lost in thought, a faint blush on her face. Of course, little Saya couldn't understand why Teacher Yuri was shy. Yuri was slightly startled by the familiar yet childish voice, snapping out of her reverie. Then she heard little Saya calling her for dinner. A peculiar feeling suddenly welled up inside her. Usually at home, she would just eat something simple by herself in the evenings, sometimes a piece of fruit or a crisp cookie to tide her over before practicing magic. Looking into Saya's pure, deep blue eyes and seeing her happy expression, Yuri felt a warm current welling up inside her. She smiled, stood up, and walked over. Let's go. Saya, let's go eat. Yuri patted Saya's little head. Saya had taken off her water slime hat, revealing a pair of adorable, delicate silver cat ears. To be honest, Yuri felt a little tempted to touch those cute little ears. However, she restrained herself. It smells so good, Yuri exclaimed, seeing that the table was already set with bowls and chopsticks, and Fang Cheng and Mo Tong were already seated and waiting. Thank you for your hard work, Principal, Yuri said somewhat shyly. Don't be shy. We're already so familiar with each other. It's not like it's our first time eating here. Relax. Just make yourself at home in this kindergarten, Fang Cheng said. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Yuli smiled and nodded, saying generously, thank you, Director. Ugh, why call me Director? We don't have to work now, so there's no need to address me like that during our breaks. It's too formal. Then what should I call you? Mr. Fang Cheng seems a bit unfamiliar too. Yuli sat down at the table and suddenly said, seeing Fang Cheng's smiling face, how about just calling me Brother Cheng? Upon hearing this, Yuri seemed to agree. For her, Fang Cheng's kindness had stirred a subtle affection within her, a feeling of seeing him as an older brother, perhaps mixed with gratitude and a touch of admiration. Thank you, Brother Cheng, Yuri said softly, surprisingly naturally. Hearing Yuri's gentle voice call him that, Fang Cheng felt a tingling, almost euphoric sensation. Yuri had a well-developed figure, and Fang Cheng remembered from his previous assessment that she was 19 and he was 21, so calling him Brother Cheng was perfectly reasonable. Brother Cheng. Brother, can I call you that too, my sir? Hearing Yuri's conversation with Brother, Saya seemed to find the name amusing and even repeated it. No, thank you. I still prefer Saya calling me Brother. Fang Cheng felt a little strange hearing Saya call him Brother Cheng. Alright, let's start eating, Fang Cheng said. Aren't we going to invite Miss Rosa? Yuri asked. Her? No need to invite her. It's better for just the 4 of us to eat. Besides, she likes peace and quiet, and I don't like her bad temper. I already took the food to her, Fang Cheng said, then picked up the remaining legs from the plate of roasted rabbit on the table. He placed 1 leg each on the plates of Saya, Moto, and Yuri. Thank you, big brother, Saya said happily. Thank you, Cheng Ji. Yuri echoed after hearing Saya's words. Little Moto didn't say anything, but simply placed a golden shrimp ball from her bowl into Fang Cheng's bowl as a token of gratitude. Big brother, let's eat together. No need. This rabbit isn't just legs. To me, it's all rabbit meat, it doesn't matter where you eat it. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Try this demon eye rabbit meat, see if it's delicious. Fang Cheng picked up a piece of rabbit meat and put it in his bowl, then put it in his mouth. Meanwhile, outside, Rosa was enjoying her meal alone, quite content. She loved the feeling of eating slowly and peacefully, undisturbed and free of noise. Rosa looked at the roasted rabbit leg in front of her. The outside was roasted to a crispy perfection. Taking a bite, the delicious sauce and the juices flowing from the cut surface instantly awakened her taste buds. A gentle chew produced a crisp sound in her mouth, the juices overflowing and creating an incredible flavor combination with the sauce. In short, it was delicious. Rosa's eyes lit up with surprise. She never imagined that the demon-eye rabbit from the Whispering Forest could be so delicious when roasted like this. Rosa chewed faster and faster, the aroma of the rabbit meat filling the air more frequently and intensely. She couldn't resist taking another bite before finishing the first, creating a fascinating cycle of chewing even faster, which she couldn't stop until she swallowed the meat, the unforgettable flavor still lingering on her lips and teeth. Rosa smacked her lips, then grabbed a roasted rabbit leg from the plate, biting into the remaining meat. She closed her eyes and chewed slowly, a happy and satisfied smile appearing on her face. It seemed that all her usual ladylike reserve was completely irrelevant in the face of such delicious food. These shrimp balls are delicious too. Rosa shoveled a few mouthfuls of rice into her mouth. She was very satisfied with this dinner. Eating alone made the experience even better, and Rosa truly felt it was worthwhile. Suddenly, the resentment she felt towards Fang Cheng for having to pick up the children from school vanished. Even in the royal city, it's hard to find such delicious food. Rosa didn't have time to eat at restaurants every day when she was in the royal city, and it would have cost her a lot of gold coins. Meanwhile, everyone was happily enjoying their dinner. Big brother, it's so delicious. Have a bite. The little guy grabbed a half-eaten rabbit leg with his soft, white hand and stretched it out to Fang Cheng's mouth. If it's good, eat more. Next time we go to Whispering Forest, we'll catch 2 more magic-eyed rabbits and roast them. Fang Cheng didn't refuse and took a bite. It's all thanks to Saya this time. Brother saw it firsthand, that ice ball spell knocked down the demon-eye rabbit in one go, so amazing. Fang Cheng praised. Hee, who told that naughty demon-eye rabbit to bite brother until he bled? Little Saya seemed to have thought of something, pouted, and said somewhat angrily, "Next time, Saya wants to go and catch a few more," the little one said. Fang Cheng readily agreed. After all, hunting meat in the Whispering Forest would save some money on food. Most importantly, Fang Cheng still harbored some resentment towards the demon-eyed rabbit, having been bitten twice and bleeding. He'd heard that roasting rabbits entwined with blue silvergrass would infuse the meat with the grassy aroma, making it even more delicious. He wondered if it was true. I forgot today, Fang Cheng thought. Next time I catch a demon-eyed rabbit, I must remember to pick some blue silvergrass and roast it together. They ate and chatted together, not adhering to strict rules like not speaking while eating or sleeping during breaks. Yuri also proactively told Fang Cheng about some of the little incidents she'd encountered earlier. The people she'd met at the Adventurers Guild were a group called the Azure Wind Team. Yuri had been teaching children, and since her family didn't have much money left, she didn't charge the children tuition. Life had always been rather difficult, so Yuri decided to take on adventures and accept orders to complete quests. However, Yuri was previously only a novice water mage and her basic water magic was rather weak. She was essentially defenseless and dared not venture into the Whispering Forest, which required a carriage and that cost money. But Shaylin had given Yuri an intermediate-level healing water spell. Yuri learned water healing, and thus decided to earn some money by healing others' wounds with it to improve her life. Previously, Yuri charged 5 copper coins per water healing spell, which was quite popular in the Adventurers Guild, much cheaper than healing elsewhere. However, because Yuri's magic power was limited, she could only cast it a maximum of 3 times a day, earning only about 15 copper coins. Then one day, the Azure Wind Adventurers team noticed Yuri and earnestly invited her to join them in the Whispering Forest to hunt down a pack of wind wolves. They even promised Yuri a silver coin as a reward if the task was successful. Yuri initially refused, feeling there was danger involved, and she was already content with 15 copper coins. She didn't want to take the risk, as she still had to teach the children. However, the 4 adventurers were very sincere, and Yuri reluctantly agreed. Throughout the journey, the 4 men did indeed protect Yuri very well. But after killing 3 wind wolves, all 4 were injured. The woman only suffered minor injuries that would heal in less than a day. The other 3 were more seriously injured and needed treatment. After healing them, Yuri clearly stated that her magic power was almost depleted. But then the woman demanded that Yuri cast a water healing spell on her, persisting relentlessly, wanting Yuri to exhaust her magic power. The other 3 men didn't react much, seemingly ignoring her, and didn't try to reason with her. Finally, seeing that the other side outnumbered her and that she would have to ride back in their carriage, Yuri had no choice but to agree, only saying, "I'll use the water healing spell on her when we get back to the Adventurers Guild." The woman snorted and reluctantly agreed. "And then what?" Fang Cheng asked, a surge of anger rising within him. He regretted not scalding that woman back then. Yuri's expression then softened with anger as she said, later, at the Adventurers Guild, "That woman said she'd only get paid if I used water healing technique on her first." Yuri had no choice but to exhaust her ninja magic to cast water healing technique on her. Then the woman only gave her 20 copper coins. She even said my water healing technique was completely useless, she didn't feel any healing on her wounds. After that, I hailed a carriage to go home, and that's when I ran into you, Cheng Ji. Yuri's voice softened as she spoke, as if her anger had suddenly subsided. Fang Cheng nodded. He had been wondering what Yuri had been doing. It turned out she had exhausted her magic after what had happened. So today was only the second time I'd met that Azure Wind Adventurer team. Yuri nodded. They're shameless. Next time you see them, don't be polite. I'll make them return the rest of the money. Fang Cheng said indignantly, recalling the only woman in the Azure Wind team at the Adventurers Guild earlier that day. She was indeed very mean, and the three men weren't any better, so unreasonable and their words were like farts, unable to control that woman. Yuri nodded. She wasn't so angry anymore after saying it, and seeing Fang Cheng's protective attitude, she felt a warmth in her heart. Next time I see her, Saya will hit her with an ice hockey shot too. Little Saya waved her rabbit leg and said, "Thank you, Saya." Yuri couldn't help but smile. After everyone finished dinner, Yuri took the initiative to clear the dishes. Fang Cheng didn't stand on ceremony at the table. After waiting for a while, Fang Cheng took the two little ones and Yuri for a walk outside. It was already dark. He didn't know when it had started, but there were now many fireflies flying around the kindergarten at night. He didn't know where they came from, and there were quite a few of them. He hadn't seen many before. "Big brother, the fireflies are so pretty, carrying their lanterns." Fang Cheng nodded in response. Fang Cheng didn't turn on the lights in the castle kindergarten. They just walked quietly together. He glanced at the light in the security room, it was on. He wondered what Rosa was doing. The evening breeze was refreshing, and the faint, sweet scent of Yuri wafted to his nose. This stirred something within Fang Cheng. Should he talk to Yuri about their feelings tonight? The thought suddenly popped into Fang Cheng's mind. He secretly wondered if Yuri would accept his confession. Could he finally escape his single status? That was a question to consider carefully. After all, finding a partner. Once you're in a relationship, you have to be responsible for the other person, tolerate their little quirks and flaws, and sometimes you have to give up something. Although Fang Cheng hadn't yet discovered any flaws in Yuri, sometimes women are completely different when you're in a relationship versus when you're not. In his past life, Fang Cheng had witnessed couples who got along very well before being together, treating each other with respect. However, after getting together, they would argue and even fight every day, both feeling wronged. One felt that since they were together, they should share everything, eating together, staying up late together, reading together, and even sharing money. Of course, the main problem was that after getting together, the woman would demand more, wanting to control everything, including finances, and making unreasonable demands on the man according to her own self-centeredness, seeking to assert her dominance in the family. From the smallest things, not being allowed to spend a single penny, not being allowed to eat snacks or drinks, not being allowed to eat what the woman liked, having to eat what the woman ate first, and only eating what was left over, to not being allowed to rest whenever he wanted. She demanded that the man also sleep for 5 hours if she slept for 5 hours herself, and so on. Furthermore, she couldn't have her own thoughts, everything she did had to be done with the woman in mind, and she would get angry and irritable if things didn't go her way. No wonder someone said that what you gain, you also lose. Love is a walled city, those outside want to get in, and those inside want to get out. Fang Cheng looked at the two little ones beside him and patted their heads. At this moment, the little lizard noticed the group and, seemingly bored, wanted to join in the fun. Xiao Shay saw the little lizard and called to it. The little lizard chirped, came to Xiao Shay, and surprisingly bent its neck, chirping again, as if to express something. "Little lizard, do you want me to sit on it?" Xiao Shay asked happily. The little lizard nodded. "Sister Mo Tong, are you coming up too?" Little Mo Tong shook her head. Watching the little lizard carrying Saya stroll across the playground, enjoying the breeze, Fang Cheng thought that such days weren't bad. After walking for a while, Fang Cheng said to Saya, "Saya, we need to go back and rest." "Okay, big brother." The group returned to the small building. Watching Yuri go into her room, Fang Cheng also returned to his bedroom. "Big brother, are you going to sleep already?" Little Sao asked. "Of course not, it's still early, I haven't even taken a bath yet," Fang Cheng said. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng said to Sao, "Sao, why don't you ask to play with teacher Yuri for a while?" Little Sao thought for a moment and nodded. "Well, you haven't taken a bath yet, and teacher Yuri hasn't taken a bath either. Why don't you go teach teacher Yuri how to use the washing machine?" Fang Cheng said, as if he had just thought of something. Sao nodded and asked, "Sister Mo Tong, are you going with Sao?" Mo Tong shook her head and said, "Sao, you go ahead, I'm not very familiar with teacher Yuri, I don't want to go." "Okay then, Sister Mo Tong, big brother, I'll be right back," Little Sao said. Yuri was resting in her new room, reading a book, preparing to take a bath after resting for a while. "Teacher Yuri, have you taken a bath?" Little Sao asked. Yuri was a little confused. Why was Little Sao asking this? However, she still said, "Saya, not yet? What's wrong? Ms. Yuri, after you take a bath, Saya will teach you how to use the washing machine, okay?" Washing machine? Yuri had never used one before, but the kindergarten kitchen had dishwashers and such, so she roughly understood what it meant. Yuri smiled and nodded. Suddenly remembering something, Yuri asked, "Saya, do you usually bathe yourself or does your older brother help you bathe?" Hearing Yuri's question, Saya thought for a moment and replied, "Before, my brother would help us bathe, but now he says I'm all grown up and need to learn to bathe myself." Yuri nodded, then suddenly said, "Saya, let Yuri-sensei help you bathe, we can chat together, and then after the bath, Saya can teach me how to use the washing machine." Saya thought for a moment and said, "I'll go ask my brother." Yuri smiled and said, "Go ahead." Hearing this, Saya excitedly ran back to her bedroom. In just a few seconds, she saw her brother. Then, Saya happily said to Fang Cheng, "Brother, Yuri-sensei wants me to bathe with her, and then after I change my clothes, I'll teach Yuri-sensei how to use the washing machine." Fang Cheng smiled and said, "Go ahead. Remember to bring your clothes." "Okay." Saya nodded, then went to the wardrobe and found a little nightgown. "Sister Mo Tong, are you going with Saya?" "Saya, you go ahead. We'll take a bath together tomorrow." Mo Tong shook her head and patted Saya's hair. "Then Saya will go. I'll come back after teaching teacher Yuri how to use the washing machine." Little Saya said, running towards Yuri's room. "Teacher Yuri, I'm here. Let's take a bath." Watching the little one skip around happily, Fang Cheng smiled. Yuri looked at little Saya, whose eyes were full of seriousness, gently ruffled Saya's hair, and said nothing more. From Saya's attitude towards Fang Cheng from a young age, it was clear how deep Fang Cheng's love for little Saya was. No wonder Sayo's mind was filled with thoughts of her older brother. Even Yuri herself occasionally pictured the black-haired youth. Although they hadn't spent much time together, thinking of him always brought her a sense of peace, and she could sense a faint but undeniable bond between them. Yuri suddenly wondered how Shaylin would feel seeing this scene, and for a moment, she couldn't help but feel curious about what it would look like. She rarely heard Sayo mention her older sister anymore. Before meeting Fang Cheng, when Sayo was still at Yuri's school, Sayo talked about her older sister every day. Yuri's thoughts seemed to drift back to the past. At Yuri's school, after class, the children were playing in the open space. "Saya has weird ears. My mom said not to play with her, or we'll become weird too, little monsters." Leo waved his little fist and shouted at Tate, Join, and Joni. "You can't play with Saya, understand?" Leo frowned, his dark face showing his displeasure. The children exchanged glances, then hesitated before nodding at the silver-haired, cat-eared little girl in the classroom. "Sister Nian Nian, why aren't they playing with Saya?" "Saya, don't worry about them. I'll play with you." A girl in coarse cloth clothes with pigtails comforted Saya loudly. "Saya, my dad said my family back home is raising a lot of silkworms again. If this magical awakening fails, I'll go back home to help raise silkworms. Some of the silkworms are really cute, I'll give you a few," the little girl said, wiping her nose. "Okay, thank you, Sister Nian Nian." Little Saya smiled. Big sister bought some food for Saya, "Saya will bring you some tomorrow." Yuri, concerned for Saya, sat near her after class. She could hear Nian Nian and Saya's conversation. Who would have thought that the next day, Nian Nian, having failed to awaken her magical senses and lacking magical talent, was taken back to her hometown by her father. During recess, only little Saya remained. As Saya's teacher, Shaolin's good friend, and because little Saya was cute and sensible, Yuri naturally paid close attention to and cared for little Saya, spending time with her during recess and telling her stories. "Teacher Yuri, when will Nian Nian come back?" "Teacher Yuri, there are still a few days of rest left. I want to stay home with my older sister." "Teacher Yuri, my older sister took me to eat grilled fish yesterday." "Teacher Yuri, I think my older sister is the prettiest." "Teacher Yuri, my older sister bought me a new hair clip." "Teacher Yuri, is learning magic hard?" "My older sister meditates until very late every night." These were things that Xiao Shi used to say to her, mostly about her older sister. But now, her older sister has almost been replaced by her older brother. Perhaps, this is a good thing. If Fang Cheng weren't around, perhaps Shaylin would have asked her to take care of little Sayo. Compared to now, Yuri no longer had the confidence to make Sayo happy and fulfilled every day. After all, Shaylin had jokingly mentioned it to her before. "Yuri, what is it, Shaylin? If one day I have to leave Sayo's side because of something I have to do, can you take care of Sayo?" The silver-haired girl asked with a smile. "Of course you can. Sayo is so cute and sensible." Yuri smiled and replied casually, her tone confident. Yuri used to think she was quite capable of taking care of children, but now, compared to Fang Cheng, she felt somewhat ashamed. Yuri shook her head, regaining her composure, deciding not to think about it anymore. Looking at Saya, who was blinking her pure eyes at her, Yuri chuckled softly. Alright, Saya, why don't you try giving teacher Yuri a bath? Okay. Little Saya nodded happily. Teacher Yuri, let's wash quickly. After I learn how, I'll go give my brother a bath. Okay, Saya, bathing is actually very simple. First, use shower gel, apply it to your body, then wash and rinse. Yuri's gentle voice sounded. Saya, let me help you wash first. Okay, thank you, teacher Yuri. Little Saya nodded. When Saya and Saya lived at Yuri's house before, Yuri had helped Saya bathe. Teacher Yuri, are so big. Little Saya looked at Yuri, who was bathing her, and blinked, looking at Yuri's chest. Yuri, looking into Saya's pure, deep blue eyes, and then at her own chest, Yuri, though a little girl, felt a pang of shyness and embarrassment at Saya's words. Unconsciously, her hand, which was bathing Saya, moved slightly closer to her chest, trying to cover it up. Teacher Yuri, will Saya's chest grow this big when she grows up? Saya looked at her chest. Probably. Really? Saya blinked. Saya, like your brother said, everyone is different. Yuri thought for a moment and then quickly began bathing Saya. Because Saya bathed every day, she was very clean, and even without bathing, she smelled sweet and milky. Yuri quickly finished bathing Saya and changed the subject, asking her other questions. She didn't want Saya to continue talking about topics that made her a little shy, and topics she didn't know how to explain to the little one. Alright, Saya's all clean now. Yuri-sensei will dress you so you don't catch a cold, Yuri said. Even though it was summer, Yuri was still worried about the little one getting cold at night. No need, Saya. You watch me wash. It'll be quick. Actually, bathing an adult is the same as bathing a child. Just apply bath gel and rinse with water, Yuri said softly. Saya, can you dress yourself? Yuri tried to distract Saya, hoping to dissuade her from bathing her. Yes, I can dress myself. Little Saya put on her clothes after receiving them. Teacher Yuri, look. I'm wearing the pretty nightgown my brother bought me. Little Saya happily touched her little dress. Yes, I see, Yuri replied softly. And so, Saya chatted with Yuri. Under Saya's gaze, Yuri quickly and somewhat awkwardly finished her bath. Teacher Yuri, let's hurry up and do the laundry. Saya will teach you how to use the washing machine. Saya wants to go back quickly and help her brother take a bath, little Saya said crisply, without a trace of shyness on her face. Okay, Yuri smiled at Saya's eager expression, her thoughts a mix of emotions. She had originally intended to teach Saya about the importance of maintaining distance between boys and girls, and the rule that boys and girls shouldn't bathe together. But then she remembered that Saya wasn't unaware of this, she had even seen Saya shyly naked in front of her before. Teacher Yuri, first put the clothes in, add the detergent, close the lid, and then press this button and this one. Big brother said to press this button if there are many clothes, and then the washing machine will start spinning. After it's finished spinning, you can hang the clothes out to dry. Saya explained as she operated the machine. Yuri nodded, put the clothes in, and watched Saya operate the machine. After watching Saya operate it, water appeared in the washing machine, and then it started spinning, washing the clothes inside. Thank you, Saya, I know how now. Yuri affectionately patted Saya's head. Ms. Yuri, you can ask Saya if you don't understand anything. The little one said happily, sounding like a little adult. Seeing the mix of surprise and slight disappointment on Zayasha's face, Fang Cheng hesitated for a moment, then said, Yes, Zayasha, come and rest. Fang Cheng patted the bed. Seeing Fang Cheng's invitation, the little one's attention was immediately diverted. She happily took off her little shoes and got into bed. Then, as if out of habit, she hugged Fang Cheng's arm. A cool, comfortable feeling instantly swept over Fang Cheng's entire body. Fang Cheng gently stroked Zayasha's cute little head. Zayasha, being very clingy, rubbed her head against Fang Cheng's palm. Then, as if remembering something, Zayasha excitedly said, Big brother, next time Zayasha will help you wash. Hearing this, Xiao Motong looked at Zayasha with a smile, not surprised that she said this. In the steamy, hazy bathroom, little Saya was diligently massaging Fang Cheng's back with her soft little hands. Brother, is Saya strong enough? Fang Cheng, enjoying the massage with his eyes half closed, nodded, habitually praising little Saya, recalling the scene of little Motong massaging his legs beside him. Of course, Fang Cheng said aloud, No, Saya is a girl, girls can't bathe boys. But, Saya wants to be brother's bride. Then I can bathe brother. Little Saya thought for a moment and said, Saya, who told you that? Fang Cheng's face flushed slightly. Looking at little Saya's clear, bright blue eyes, her delicate, smooth silver hair, and her pretty little nose. The scene of first seeing little Saya when he was lying on the roadside after transmigrating was still vivid in his mind. Bathed in the hazy sunlight, the scene before him, the little girl's innocent head, so different from his previous understanding and experience, and her silver hair shimmering slightly in the sunlight. The cute, pointed pink cat ears on her head made Fang Cheng think he was dreaming. He instinctively reached out and touched Saya's head. Thinking about it, Fang Cheng inexplicably thought of Saya possibly getting married when she grew up. Thinking of this, Fang Cheng, his paternal instincts ignited, didn't want to dwell on it. This is what teacher Yuri told me. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, but becoming a boy's bride is okay. Well, Fang Cheng already knew that children these days were so precocious. He found Saya's words somewhat amusing but not surprising. That's something for Saya when she grows up, Fang Cheng said gently, patting Saya's head. Saya will grow up, the little girl said earnestly. Suddenly, Zayasha seemed to remember something and said, Big brother, Ms. Yuri's chest is so big. Zayasha blinked and touched her chest with her little hand. Seeing Zayasha's action, Fang Cheng instantly had a picture in his mind. Big brother, why is Ms. Yuri's chest bigger than big sister's? Why is Qing Ning's chest flat? The little one still looked a bit confused. Even though Yuri had explained it to Saya earlier, the little one still wanted to ask again, facing his older brother. Big brother is always right. Well, it's because Sister Qingning hasn't grown up yet. Sister Qingning is only 13 years old, and she's still studying at the Magic Academy across the street. Teacher Yuri is several years older than Sister Qingning. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and slowly replied after hearing the little one's question. However, judging from Qingning's appearance, Fang Cheng felt that even if she grew a few more years older, she would probably still be quite flat-chested. However, the conversation had somehow veered towards a somewhat strange direction, but Fang Cheng still tried his best to answer and explain the little one's questions. The little one nodded. To avoid the conversation going astray, and since it was getting late, Fang Cheng tried to divert the little one's attention. He took out pure magic crystals from his system space and made a cup of magic water for the two little ones, Seo and Motong. Alright, it's getting late. You must be exhausted from exploring the Whispering Forest today. Have a drink and we should go to sleep, Fang Cheng said gently with a smile, handing the water cups to the two little ones. Big brother. The little one took the cup, obediently agreeing, holding it with both little hands, and sipping it slowly. Little Motong also took a cup and finished it in a few gulps. Every day, Fang Cheng consciously made sure the two little ones drank water infused with attribute-less magic crystals. The two little ones would remind Fang Cheng when it was time to drink. So now they were quite used to Fang Cheng's occasional magical water. The magic power within the two little ones was also increasing considerably. Through his detection skill, little Saya's magic power had reached 17 points, while little Motong's was slightly higher at 26 points. Little Motong's growth rate was a bit fast. She probably secretly meditated and cultivated her magic power while Fang Cheng was asleep. So competitive at such a young age, Fang Cheng remarked. However, even after diligently cultivating for a while, the magic points gained were less than what was awarded from completing a single task to activate the student reward system trial, a full 100 points. Tomorrow, after the two children's afternoon nap at kindergarten, they will feel an extra 100 magic points appear in their bodies. Of course, the two little ones won't be able to feel the exact magic value, but they will still sense the increase in magic within their bodies. Fang Cheng felt a sense of anticipation. When Xiao Motong discovers the sudden surge in magic within her body, she will be amazed and amazed. Thinking of this, Fang Cheng patted Motong's hair. Suddenly, he said, Motong, it's time for bed. Tell us a bedtime story, and tomorrow your brother will give you a big surprise. Motong blinked, thought for a moment, and nodded. She never refused Fang Cheng's requests. She was still a little curious about the big surprise he mentioned. After all, her brother always managed to produce some magical things. However, the story wasn't because of the surprise Fang Cheng mentioned. Xiao Sheye finished her magic water at this time, and Fang Cheng took away their cups. Seeing Motong nod, Saya was overjoyed. Sister Motong, what story are you going to tell today? Little Saya's eyes lit up. Brother, are there any surprises in Saya's stories? Then, remembering something, little Saya asked Fang Cheng. Yes, Fang Cheng smiled. Then Saya will tell one too, the little one said confidently. Okay. Seeing Saya's shining eyes, Fang Cheng was curious about what story she would tell. It was a rare occurrence for Saya to volunteer to tell a story. Xiao Motong thought for a moment, then got out of bed and took out a children's book she had bought last time from the drawer. Motong had previously told Saya a story about a magical tree, which she had listened to with great interest. Motong climbed onto the bed with the book. She placed the book in the middle of the three of them. Then, looking at the pictures and words on the cover, she began to tell the story, Kingdom Guardian. In the New Moon Kingdom, once upon a time, there was a commoner boy named Ollie. This little boy Ollie was very timid from a young age. In the village, he was terrified of even the slimes and the crops from afar. Xiao Motong looked at the book, turning the page one by one as she told the story. Ollie is no longer timid. He became a powerful and brave magic warrior, slaying countless invading monsters and defending the city against foreign enemies. The king bestowed upon him the honor of guardian of the kingdom, protecting the safety of the Crescent Moon Kingdom. Little Emotong's childish yet somewhat magnetic voice slowly faded, and the story ended. Sister Emotong, your story was so beautiful. Emotong smiled at Sheye and said, Sheye, it's your turn to tell a story. Emotong had never heard Sheye tell a story before and was quite looking forward to it. Little Sheye blinked, then began to tell the story without pausing, as if she had already thought of what she was going to tell. A long, long time ago, there was a little pig. It had a round head, big ears, a upturned nose, and a chubby body. Little Sheye wasn't looking at the book, her azure eyes seemed lost in reminiscence as she told the story, which flowed surprisingly smoothly. So that's it. Hearing this story, Fang Cheng smiled as he watched little Sheye diligently trying to recall the tale. Little Sao was indeed telling the same story Fang Cheng had first told her, the one about the little pig who wouldn't take a bath. That story was how Fang Cheng successfully bridged the gap between him and Sao, and even managed to coax the crispy biscuit from her hand. The little girl was telling the story so earnestly, and Fang Cheng was completely absorbed, lost in memories. I only remember telling this story to Saya several times to save on the number of stories I wanted to share, but Saya always listened very attentively. The little pig looked at itself, feeling dirty and wanting to make friends. The little white goose said, "Come on, I'll take you to take a bath." The little white goose led the little pig to the pond and splashed water all over it. The little pig was finally clean, and the little white goose and the little rabbit wanted to play with it. Saya recounted the story while recalling her memories, and Fang Cheng and Emotong listened intently, almost falling asleep. Saya's storytelling truly captivated everyone's attention. Saya's soft, childlike voice was crisp and adorable, and combined with the children's story, it had a unique charm. Saya could even sense the tone of the animals in the story, slightly changing her voice and intonation for each character, telling the story vividly. It was truly wonderful and adorable. Big brother, I'm done. After a pause, little Sao swallowed hard, looking at Fang Cheng happily. Her bright blue eyes blinked, as if waiting for his praise. Sao, you've worked hard. Your story was so good. I didn't expect you to remember the story I told you last time about the little pig who wouldn't take a bath. You're amazing. You even know how to change your tone depending on the character. Fang Cheng praised with a smile, pinching little Sao's cheek. Fang Cheng then took out a small cup of water for Sao and Emotong to moisten their throats. Hee. Hearing Fang Cheng's praise, little Sao took a sip of water and smiled happily. Sao, your story was so good. Emotong said at this moment, her eyes filled with laughter and surprise. Little Emotong's storytelling style was relatively even, with a gentle, low voice. Little Sheye, on the other hand, was telling a story for the first time, and her voice was lively and expressive, with inflections and a touch of theatricality. Both stories were unique and enjoyable to listen to. Thank you, Sister Emotong. Sister Emotong's stories are so beautiful, Sheye loves them. Brother, you haven't told us a story in so long. Can you tell one too? Little Sheye asked, snuggling her head against Fang Cheng's shoulder affectionately. Okay, it's a promise. Brother will tell one story and then go to sleep, okay? Going to bed so late won't help you grow tall. Seeing little Sheye's pleading request, how could Fang Cheng refuse such a reasonable request? So, after thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng searched his memory for a story. Then, brother, tell us another story about a little pig, the same little pig. Little Sheye nodded, her eyes shining. The little pig was lazy and didn't like to work. While all the other animals were planting crops in the fields, it was sleeping soundly at home. The little rabbit came to the little pig, don't you love eating corn? It's time to plant corn. I don't want to plant it, it's too tiring, the little pig said, squinting its eyes. Ugh, you big lazy bones. The little rabbit shook its head and left. The next day, the little pig was sleeping when the little rabbit came again. Little pig, I want to plant an acre of corn, but I also need to plant radishes. Could you please help me sow the corn seeds? Okay, the little pig agreed. The little pig went to the field and helped the little rabbit sow the corn seeds. A few days later, the rabbit came to the pig again. I'm sorry, my corn needs fertilizing, but I'm very busy. Could you please fertilize it for me? Okay, the pig agreed. The pig went to the cornfield and fertilized the corn. A few more days passed, and the rabbit came to the pig again. Pig, my corn needs weeding, but I'm too busy. Could you help me weed it? Sure, the pig agreed. The pig went to the field and helped the rabbit weed the cornfield. Autumn arrived in the blink of an eye, and the crops in the fields were ripe. The rabbit came to the pig again. Pig, my corn is ripe, but I have so much to harvest, I'm too busy. Could you help me harvest the corn? Okay, I'll help you harvest, said the little pig. The little pig went to the cornfield and broke off the ears of corn one by one, putting them into baskets. After harvesting 1 acre of corn, he had filled 6 baskets. Just as the little pig was about to ask the little rabbit to carry the corn home, the little rabbit said, "Congratulations! You've had a bumper corn harvest. Hurry up and take the corn home." The little pig was confused. "Isn't this corn yours? How can it be mine?" the little rabbit said with a smile. "You planted the seeds, fertilized the soil, weeded the fields, and you harvested it yourself, so of course it's yours. It's because you were lazy and didn't want to plant it that I asked you to help me." "Oh, is that so? Thank you so much." The little pig looked at the baskets of corn and was very happy. "I'll plant more next year, lots and lots." The story is finished. This is the story of the little pig planting corn, Fang Chang said with a smile, looking at the two little ones who were listening intently. "Brother, that was so nice." Xiao Shay said happily, coming back to her senses, seemingly wanting more. "Saya, what do you think of this little pig? Would you like to be friends with such a little pig?" Fang Chang asked. Saya thought for a moment and nodded. "Although this little pig is lazy, she's very helpful to her friends. She's very diligent when she helps them." "That's well said." Fang Chang hadn't expected the little one to have such a good summarizing ability, and he was quite pleased. "But, big brother, is the little rabbit the kind of rabbit Qing Ning had when she was little?" It's the kind of rabbit from Bear Paradise, not the kind of rabbit Qing Ning had, nor the kind of rabbit like the demon eye rabbit." Fang Chang glanced at Saya, feeling that the little one's ideas were becoming increasingly imaginative and daring, like the little bunny Qing Ning used to have when she was little. Fang Chang imagined what Qing Ning looked like as a child. She probably looked cute too. He thought he'd bought a bunny ear headband and kept it in his spatial storage. He could give it to Isla to try next time. Isla wearing the bunny ear headband probably looked a lot like Qing Ning as a child. "Alright, Seo and Moto, lie down quickly, turn off the light and go to sleep," Fang Chang urged, turning off the light. Fang Chang turned off the light, and the two little ones quickly lay down and closed their eyes. "Big brother, are there many stories in this world?" In the dark bedroom, little Seo blinked and suddenly asked. "Yes, many, many. What if one day all the stories are finished?" Stories are endless. Every leaf, every blade of grass, every little animal has its own story, and with time, these stories accumulate and grow. Everyone has their own story. Besides that, we can also create and imagine stories. Fang Chang lay on the bed, stroking the little guy's head. "Big brother, what are creating stories and imagining stories?" Little Saya blinked and asked. Fang Chang thought for a moment and said, "Well, once upon a time, there was a beautiful little girl named Little Saya. She had beautiful silver hair and cute cat ears. One day, she came to a dense forest, where there were many cute little animals. Little Saya met a beautiful golden butterfly. The golden butterfly fell in love with this beautiful and cute little girl at first sight. So, that beautiful butterfly followed our little Saya all the time." Fang Chang lay on the bed with his eyes closed, casually making up a story. Little Saya heard her brother's story featuring her, praising her beauty and cuteness. Her little face lit up with joy, and she hugged Fang Chang's arm, giggling. "Big brother, Saya didn't notice any butterfly following me," Little Saya said happily. "So this is a story your brother imagined, a story he made up." Fang Chang ruffled Saya's hair. Little Saya blinked thoughtfully. "Brother, can Saya make up a story too?" "Of course. Everyone can make up stories. Good and interesting stories attract many people and become very popular. They can even be published as books," Fang Chang explained. "What kind of story does Saya want to make up?" Fang Chang continued. "Saya wants to tell you that her older sister came to her side, and when Saya grows up, she becomes a very, very powerful magician, becomes brother's bride, and lives happily ever after with brother and sister," Little Saya said. Fang Chang paused for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry, Saya's older sister will return to Saya's side soon and find her. That Rosa's sister was sent by your older sister to protect Saya, wasn't she? Your older sister must miss Saya very much, so Saya doesn't need to worry." Fang Chang ruffled Saya's hair. Instead of responding to Saya's promise to become his bride when she grew up, he shifted Saya's attention to her older sister. "Yes, Saya knows. Thank you, big brother." Little Saya nodded obediently. "Alright, it's getting late, let's go to sleep," Fang Chang said with a smile. "Yes, big brother, Saya is already asleep," Little Saya said, closing her eyes. The room, even with the lights off, wasn't pitch black. A small potted plant on the windowsill emitted a soft, bluish glow, casting a warm, hazy light on the room. "Good night, Saya, Mo Tong. Good night, big brother. Good night, big brother." The three of them fell asleep, and the bedroom fell into peaceful silence. The night was very deep. In the room opposite Fang Cheng's bedroom, Yuli lay on the brand new wooden bed, covered with a new quilt, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Her face would flush red one moment, and then her brows would furrow slightly, as if she were thinking about something. On the castle's rooftop terrace, a purple-haired girl sat cross-legged, eyes closed, gazing at the deep blue sky and the bright silver moon, lost in meditation. In the commoners' district, the families of Leo, Tate, and Joni slept unusually peacefully that night. That evening, Leo's father, who had received the magic-eyed rabbit from Fang Cheng, invited the families of several other children attending the kindergarten to his home for dinner. He treated everyone to magic-eyed rabbit meat, and the children gathered at Leo's house. The children chatted about what had happened at kindergarten, and seeing their happy and excited expressions always brought great comfort to their parents. They were also deeply grateful to Fang Cheng. They had been somewhat anxious and worried the night before when their children hadn't returned, but seeing their children so lively and happy, the parents were completely relieved. Tate, the super rainbow lollipop that teacher Fang Cheng gave us as a reward is so delicious. Leo exclaimed excitedly, licking the round, colorful lollipop with his little tongue, his eyes shining. Anything teacher Fang Cheng gives you must be delicious. I'm saving it for tomorrow, Tate said, swallowing hard. His rainbow lollipop was still at home. You little rascal, eating candy now, dinner's coming up later. Leo's mother scolded, feeling that her son had no sense of thrift. Johnny and Xiao Yin, seeing Leo licking his lollipop, also felt a strong urge to eat one. Xiao Yin said, Johnny, let's share one, and we can save the other one together. Sister, okay, let's eat it after dinner, Johnny said in her childish voice. Joni. The next day, while it was still barely dawn, Fang Cheng's ears twitched slightly. He faintly heard rustling sounds, then felt the little one sleeping beside him lightly sit up and get out of bed. Fang Cheng's mind gradually cleared. He slightly opened his eyes, turned his head, and saw Xiao Shui just step out the door, a cute little cat ear disappearing from his sight. Xiao Shui woke up so early today, Fang Cheng thought. Then he heard some sounds coming from the bathroom outside. Looks like Xiao Shui drank some water last night and needed to pee, Fang Cheng thought. He checked the system time in his mind. It was only 5:40, still early morning. He could sleep a little longer. Fang Cheng kept his eyes closed, not falling asleep. Instead, he opened the system panel, looking at the functions and uses of the various items in the system shop. Furthermore, each child now has 100 exclusive exchange points, and we need to think carefully about how to use them effectively. Fang Cheng looked at the item shop section for the students' exclusive exchange points, which displayed some recommended items suitable for children. Magic chocolate bean, price 1 exchange point, 1 bean. A sweet, magically infused chocolate bean loved by children. It increases magic power by 5 after use. Only effective for young children. Maximum of 1 use per day. Exceeding this limit will not have an effect. 4-leaf clover bracelet, price 10 exchange points. When worn, increases the child's happiness by 1 and wood element affinity by 1, increasing the child's absorption of wood element. Blue water slime bracelet, price 10 exchange points. When worn, increases the child's happiness by 1 and water element affinity by 1, increasing the child's absorption of water element. Bamboo dragonfly, price 20 exchange points. When worn, grants brief levitation and flight. During use, increases wind element affinity by 2 and wind magic proficiency by 1. These are all quite fun and suitable for young children. Today is Sunday, and as expected, the system hasn't issued any daily tasks. Fang Cheng remembered that the reward item from yesterday's task was still in his system space and he hadn't checked it yet. He then looked at his system inventory, where a glowing, multicolored door was shimmering. It was the item the system reward from yesterday, all-seen natural element space. Fang Cheng clicked to use it, and then Xiao Ling's voice sounded in his mind, Master, please choose an activity room as the location for the all-seen natural element space. Fang Cheng understood Xiao Ling's meaning and planned to install this item in an activity room on the second floor of the kindergarten castle. All-seen natural element space is a special item designed for young children to cultivate and sense the magical elements in the atmosphere. Each child can use it for a maximum of 1 hour per day, and all natural scenes can be set within it. For example, a snow mountain scene can be set up to experience pure ice element, increasing a child's ice element sensitivity by 200% during use. A lava fire scene allows for the experience of pure fire element. In addition, there are thundercloud scenes for lightning element, ocean scenes for water element, hurricane scenes for wind element, forest scenes for wood element, and rocky desert scenes for earth element, and so on. All of these can be modified according to Fang Cheng's ideas, making it quite powerful. The only drawback is that this all-scene elemental natural space can only have 1 scene set up at a time, making it unsuitable for children with different elemental magic to use it simultaneously. However, this full-scene elemental natural space is also available in the system shop for 500 exchange points, which is relatively expensive, considering that this item is generally only suitable for young children. Items unsuitable for adults are usually cheaper in exchange points. It seems the full-scene elemental natural space is indeed very powerful. Fang Cheng, looking at the items in the system shop with half-closed eyes, then sensed that Emotong beside him seemed to have heard Saya's movement and sat up. However, Emotong didn't get out of bed to go to the bathroom like Saya did. Instead, she began meditating. Fang Cheng clearly felt the fire element in the bedroom space slowly gathering around Emotong. Little Emotong was also silently reciting the meditation mantra Fang Cheng had taught her. She's really working hard, Fang Cheng thought. Then he heard the light, skipping footsteps of little Saya, sensing that she had returned to the bedroom after going to the bathroom. As soon as Zayasha entered the room, she saw her older sister Motong was up. Her eyes lit up, and she was about to say something, but seeing Motong meditating cross-legged, she didn't speak. Instead, she obediently climbed back onto the bed and sat next to Fang Cheng. She also began to meditate cross-legged, silently reciting the incantation for children's magic meditation. Fang Cheng sighed, feeling a little embarrassed to go back to sleep, but also worried that waking up abruptly would disturb the two little ones. So Fang Cheng simply closed his eyes and entered a meditative state. Fang Cheng didn't need to sit cross-legged for meditation. Normally, sitting cross-legged is for improving concentration and better focusing on communicating with the magical elements in the atmosphere, drawing them into one's body and absorbing them. However, Fang Cheng, with his passive skill of pan-spiritual meditation, didn't need to go through that trouble. After meditating for half an hour, Fang Cheng checked his magic power panel and saw that it had increased by 15 points, reaching a critical point for the day. He then opened his eyes, preparing to wake Motong and Zayasha to stop meditating. Half an hour of meditation is enough for young children, they need a balance of work and rest. Besides, Fang Cheng plans to let the two little ones experience the new prop, full scene elemental natural space, later. Speaking of which, I always wake up earlier on my days off. Fang Cheng checked the time, it was only 6:10. Normally, when he has classes, he doesn't get up until almost 7 o'clock. Good morning, Saya, Moto. You're working so hard so early in the morning. Fang Cheng opened his eyes, turned his head slightly, and smiled at Saya and Moto. Good morning, big brother. You're awake. Little Saya looked at Fang Cheng with surprise upon hearing his voice. Good morning, big brother. Moto also stopped meditating and turned to greet Fang Cheng. They both understood that if Fang Cheng got up and saw them meditating, he would definitely tell them to stop, so they stopped consciously when they saw him get up. All right, let's get up. Fang Cheng patted the two little ones' heads, then changed into some loose clothes and went out. Before leaving, Fang Cheng specifically reminded the two little ones. Today is a rest day, you can wear whatever clothes you like, you don't need to wear your school uniforms. Fang Cheng said and walked out of the room. Okay, big brother. Xiao She was very happy to be able to wear different pretty dresses today, and Emotong was the same. After all, loving beauty is every little girl's nature. Fang Cheng walked out of the room and noticed that the door opposite, which was usually open, was now closed. He suddenly realized that Yuri was already staying here. Fang Cheng went to the bathroom to wash up quickly, then went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Then the two little ones changed into their pretty dresses and also went to wash up. Sister Emotong, teacher Yuri is still sleeping, should we wake her up? Xiao She asked happily, seeing the closed door opposite and remembering that teacher Yuri had stayed here yesterday. Let's not, Emotong said hesitantly. Let's go wash up first. Emotong continued. Okay, Emotong, sister. Perhaps hearing the noise outside and feeling embarrassed to stay asleep, Yuli opened the door. Hearing the two little ones washing up in the bathroom, she yawned, looking somewhat listless. Yuli had heard someone come downstairs and knew Fang Cheng had already gone down. She went to the bathroom and saw the two little ones each standing on a low stool, brushing their teeth in front of the mirror. Xiao Sheye looked at teacher Yuli in the mirror, her eyes brightening, and quickly spat mouthwash into the sink. Teacher Yuli, your eyes look a little dark? Xiao Sheye asked. Hearing Saya's words, Yuri looked at herself in the mirror on the sink, slightly startled. She did indeed have dark circles under her eyes, making her look a little tired. She hadn't slept a wink all night. Hearing Saya's words, Yuri thought for a moment and said, Teacher Yuri was cultivating all night and didn't get much rest, did she? Yuri made up an excuse. She couldn't very well tell the children that she was excited about staying here for the first time last night. Her mind was racing, and she hadn't slept a wink. That might make Saya and the others think she didn't like staying here, Yuri thought. Saya dried her face with a small towel after washing up and said, Teacher Yuri, although learning magic is important, you also need to rest, okay? If our big brother finds out we're secretly learning magic without resting, we'll get scolded. Okay, thank you for reminding me, Saya. Yuri smiled, feeling a little more awake and more energetic. Seeing the cute little one so concerned about her first thing in the morning warmed Yuri's heart. It was so much better than the slightly lonely feeling at home when she woke up to an empty house, only the sound of her getting up. Saya and Moto, your dresses are so pretty today. Thank you, Teacher Yuri. Teacher Yuri's dress is pretty too, little Saya exclaimed excitedly. Moto, while rinsing her mouth, glanced back at Yuri and nodded, a greeting. Today, little Saya wore a pure white cloud pattern tulle dress, and little Moto wore a black dress, their favorite colors and styles. Shall I help you comb your hair and braid it? Yuri asked with a smile. Okay, teacher Yuri, my brother is preparing breakfast. The little girl agreed. She was quite familiar with Yuri and wanted her help with her hair. She also knew her brother worked hard preparing breakfast and didn't want to trouble him. Thank you, teacher Yuri, but I'll do it myself, Moto suddenly said. It was her day off, and she didn't want to braid her hair or bother anyone. After all, her brother actually preferred long, straight black hair. Yuri was taken aback. This was actually the first time she'd heard Emotong call her teacher Yuri. She smiled, Emotong is amazing. Then Emotong picked up a comb from the sink and casually combed her long, black hair. Her hair immediately became straight and smooth. Emotong's hair was much softer now, thanks to the nutrition she received at kindergarten. Her physique would also improve after her magical senses awakened. I'll go downstairs and wait for you then, Emotong said before going downstairs. Fang Cheng was downstairs preparing breakfast. Yuri and Rosa were here today, so he wanted to prepare a small breakfast for their first day. As a way of welcoming them, this was Fang Cheng's way of hospitality. Of course, the more lavish the breakfast, the more food Xiao Shaya and Emotong could enjoy, and he could enjoy it too. It was a win-win situation. He'd recently earned some gold coins and completed system tasks with fairly generous rewards, so it was worth a small celebration. Fang Cheng purchased some ingredients from the system and then began to cook. Prioritizing Zayash's favorite foods, Fang Cheng spent 1 gold coin from the system to buy 20 plump, aged black-backed bass, intending to make several servings of fish rice porridge. Black-backed bass are a type of fish that only lives in clear waters and are a major source of fish meat in various delicacies on the Zio continent. Their flesh is delicious and not fishy. It is said that the darker the color of the scales on their backs, the older the fish is. Experienced fishermen can always distinguish the best catch by the color of the scales. After steaming the prepared fish meat, he ground it into a paste. He then added crushed magic crystal rice and some chopped cabbage, cooked it for 2 minutes until the ingredients were fully cooked, and added a little powdered sugar. A sweet and delicious fish rice porridge was ready. Fang Cheng took a bite. The tenderness of the fish meat combined with the smooth texture of the magic crystal rice porridge, plus a touch of sugar, would definitely be very appealing to children. Zayasha should love it. Next, Fang Cheng prepared milk, a plate of fish dumplings, beef chops, yellow radish, and hot and sour noodles. Seeing Emotong come down, Fang Cheng's eyes lit up. Emotong looked beautiful today, even more so than before. Fang Cheng felt a sense of accomplishment. I raised her. After all, she looked completely different from when he first brought Emotong home. Emotong's hair was now darker and shinier, her face smoother and fuller, her lips rosy, her complexion healthy, and her body no longer frail and thin. Taking her out, it was obvious she was well cared for. However, Fang Cheng was a little surprised that Emotong came down alone. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Is teacher Yuli awake?" Emotong nodded. Fang Cheng had almost finished preparing breakfast. Things were quick when the heat was just right. Seeing Emotong's naturally flowing long black hair, paired with her delicate oval face, she was indeed very beautiful. However, Emotong's hair was currently unadorned, with a few stray hairs that had flown up from waking up. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then used Emotong's exclusive exchange points from the system to exchange for a red maple leaf hair clip for 10 points. Tong Tong, I have a gift for you. This hair clip is for you. Fang Cheng beckoned to Emotong. Emotong walked over to Fang Cheng's side, blinking as she looked at the red maple leaf hair clip that had suddenly appeared in his hand. She could feel a fluctuation of fire element energy emanating from the fiery red maple leaf hair clip in her brother's hand. Her heart fluttered slightly. Fang Cheng looked at Emotong, whose head only reached her waist, gently smoothed the stray hairs on her little head with his fingers, and then clipped the hair clip into her hair. It's nice, really pretty. Fang Cheng looked at the fiery maple leaf adorning Xiao Emotong's long, beautiful hair and thought it was indeed beautiful. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Emotong smiled and hugged his waist. Thank you, brother. Although Xiao Emotong didn't particularly like bright red decorations, she liked anything her brother gave her. After wearing this hair clip, Xiao Emotong's mental strength was higher, and her sensitivity to magical elements was stronger even when she wasn't meditating. She could clearly feel the magical element of fire within the hairpin, merging into her body and automatically attracting fire elements from the atmosphere to gather on it. My brother always manages to produce something magical and amazing. Is this the surprise my brother prepared for me during yesterday's story time? Xiao Emotong thought happily. Perhaps I should start learning the energy of Saya's storytelling. After all, I felt like I was just going through the motions and doing it to get the job done before. Emotong thought. In short, Xiao Emotong was very happy early in the morning. After Fang Cheng put a hair clip on her, a faint smile remained on her lips. This was truly rare for Emotong. Let's wait for Saya and teacher Yuri in a bit, Fang Cheng said to Xiao Imotong. Okay, Xiao Imotong nodded, her mind racing with thoughts of how to tell stories in the future. Acting out roles and using nuanced intonation to tell stories vividly wasn't really her style. She pondered this in her mind. Although there was a dining table, they didn't usually eat breakfast at home. Instead, they chose to eat under the big tree on the playground outside, where it was cooler. Fang Cheng stored the prepared breakfast in his system space. Soon after, he heard 2 footsteps coming downstairs. It was Yuri and Xiao Saya. Fang Cheng immediately noticed Xiao Saya wearing a white dress with cloud patterns, her little head adorned with 2 cute braids truly adorable. Then he looked at Yuri. Yuri felt Fang Cheng's gaze on her, and her steps downstairs became a little shy. Today, Yuri wore a light blue dress, her hair casually tied in a bun, not styled much, giving her a somewhat languid look. However, Fang Cheng was taken aback when he noticed the slight bluish dark circles under her eyes, suggesting she hadn't slept well. Yuri, didn't you sleep well last night? Are you not used to the place? Fang Cheng asked with concern. A slight thrill rose in Yuri's heart at Fang Cheng's question. She was delighted to be noticed and cared for so early in the morning. No, I'm used to the place. I cultivated a little late last night. Thank you for your concern, Brother Cheng, Yuri said somewhat apologetically. Brother, Teacher Yuri just told Saya that Teacher Yuri cultivated diligently all night and didn't sleep. Little Saya said at this moment. Saya. Yuri called softly, a little embarrassed. Yuri, practicing magic is important, but you also need to balance work and rest. It's not worth ruining your health and getting sick. Not only me, but the children will worry. Saya told me this because she was worried about you, Fang Cheng said to Yuri with a slightly admonishing tone. I know, Brother Cheng, I'll make sure to rest, Yuri said, her head slightly bowed and her face a little red. She hadn't actually practiced much last night, she'd been lost in thought all night and only managed a short while of cultivation before dawn. Okay, that's good. Have breakfast and then go back to your room to rest. You have dark circles under your eyes and don't look very energetic, Fang Cheng continued. Okay. Sensing Fang Cheng's sincere tone, Yuri obediently nodded, a warm feeling welling up inside her. The slight tension and restraint she felt while staying here eased. Alright, everyone's finished washing up, let's go have breakfast under the trees over by the playground, it'll be cooler there. Big brother, Zayasha responded excitedly. They all walked out the door together, heading towards the playground. Zayasha noticed the beautiful, fiery maple leaf hair clip on Emotong's head, which looked like it was on fire. The fiery maple leaf hair clip truly stood out beautifully against Emotong's long, straight, and glossy black hair. Emotong, you look so pretty with this hair clip on. It's like a burning fireball. Xiao Shei's eyes lit up as she stared at the hair clip, her bright blue eyes shining with joy for Emotong. Xiao Shei immediately guessed that it was a gift from her brother to Emotong, but she wasn't jealous at all. She knew that if Emotong had a gift, her brother would definitely prepare one for her too. Thank you, Shei. I'll ask my brother to get you one later. It's a surprise from yesterday's story time, Emotong said with a smile. Okay. Xiao Shei nodded. Hearing the 2 little ones' conversation, Fang Cheng smiled. Xiao Shei didn't immediately ask for a gift. Fang Cheng ruffled Xiao Shei's hair. Teacher Yuri did a really nice job braiding your hair today, Fang Cheng praised. Hee, my brother did a really nice job too, Xiao Shei said happily. Yuri smiled beside him. The group walked towards the playground. Reaching a tree, Fang Cheng set up a small table. He then laid out the breakfast he had prepared that day. Looking at the security room door, which was open, Fang Cheng said, Yuri, could you please go see if Rosa is here and call her to have breakfast with us? Okay, Yuri nodded. They walked towards the security room. Fang Cheng took out the utensils and served everyone. Big brother, it smells so good. I've never had this before. Of course. Today we have rice porridge made with fish, Saya's favorite ingredient, and these are fried dumplings filled with fish too, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, little Saya swallowed hard, her mouth watering as she looked at the food on the small table. Eat first if you want. This is for you, Saya. You can have more if you're still hungry. This is for Hitomi. Eat your fill. Big brother, should we wait for teacher Yuri and sister Rosa? Little Saya asked hesitantly after hearing Fang Cheng's words. No need. Big brother has already portioned out the food for them. They can eat their own portions later. Don't worry, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Okay. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the 2 little ones started eating. Soon after, Yuri returned from the security room, but Rosa wasn't there. What's wrong, Yuri? Isn't Rosa here? Miss Rosa seems still sleeping. She said to just bring breakfast to that table, Yuri said. Fang Cheng was a little surprised to hear this. He hadn't expected Rosa to still be sleeping, but perhaps Rosa wanted some peace and quiet and didn't want to come out to eat with them. However, Fang Cheng said to Yuri, "See? Miss Rosa is a great mage. She must practice diligently usually, but she's still sleeping in. So, when it comes to practicing magic, a balance of work and rest is essential for success. You should rest more in the future." Fang Cheng smiled. "Okay, Brother Cheng." Yuri nodded. For a moment, she really felt that perhaps she should reduce her practice time and rest more. Usually at home, Yuri would eat something quick as soon as she got home and then meditate until she was mentally exhausted before going to sleep. This is why Yuli stayed up all night and was noticeably listless. Normally, with sufficient sleep, occasional late nights wouldn't be a big problem, and she wouldn't be this tired with obvious dark circles under her eyes. Of course, this is also related to Yuli's somewhat inadequate nutrition. Before meeting Fang Cheng, Yuli's life was quite frugal, and her meals weren't very good. It was only after starting kindergarten that her lunches improved. Everyone sat down to eat breakfast together. Yuli stared blankly at the abundant breakfast laid out before her. On the table were milk, fried dumplings, hot and sour noodles, steak, and fish and rice porridge. There was also fruit, some of which Yuli had never eaten before. "Try this hot and sour noodles," Fang Cheng said, picking a small bowl of hot and sour noodles from a large bowl and handing it to Yuli. As her older brother, he felt it was his duty to take care of his younger sister. According to their ages, Yuri is practically his younger sister, and she started calling him Cheng Ge, Brother Cheng, now. However, Fang Cheng always felt that the title was a little strange and awkward to say. He decided to let Yuri call him Chengage next time. Chengage sounds a bit better than Cheng Ge, Brother Cheng. Fang Cheng put another fish dumpling in Yuri's bowl, thinking to himself, "Try it, we're so familiar now, don't be shy. I prepared a lot today." Fang Cheng said, "Yes, thank you, Chengage. Brother, this is so delicious. If it's good, eat more. You can try all of these." Fang Cheng always felt a sense of accomplishment from the little one's praise. They enjoyed breakfast together. Today's breakfast was more substantial than usual. With Yuri beside him, Zayasha still liked to talk to her brother as usual, but she spoke less than before. Yuri savored the sumptuous breakfast, the delicious flavors filling her mouth. She gradually relaxed and began to enjoy it. Actually, Yuri and Fang Cheng didn't eat at the same table very often. Once at Yuri's house, and usually at kindergarten, Yuri ate with Xiao Yin and Xiao and I. Soon, everyone had drunk a glass of milk and finished their meal, their bellies full. Fang Cheng himself was quite satisfied with his meal. It was fair to say that being proficient in preschool cooking was a blessing for both children and his own appetite. He was entirely benefiting from the children's skills, otherwise, the skill wouldn't be sold so cheaply. After everyone finished eating, Yuri prepared to clean up. Fang Cheng said, "Yuri, could you take Rosa's portion over? Saya and I will clean up with you." Yuri thought for a moment and nodded. She was quite obedient to Fang Cheng these days, although she felt a little embarrassed to have him clean up. "After you take it over, go home and get some rest and sleep. Don't tire yourself out," Fang Cheng said with concern. "Okay, I know, Cheng Ge," Yuri replied softly. Then Yuri took Rosa's breakfast to the security room. As soon as Yuri left, little Saya rubbed her tummy and said, "Brother, I'm so full." The fish and rice porridge was so delicious, and the fried dumplings were yummy too. "There's still some left, we can save it for lunch," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "Where are Deqing and Xiao Qing today? Maybe it's a day off, and Deqing and Xiao Qing are still sleeping. Deqing and Xiao Qing are so lazy." Xiao Shaya tilted her head and thought for a moment before saying, "Deqing and Xiao Qing can be diligent sometimes," Fang Cheng said as he tidied up, storing the items in his system space. The little girl nodded upon hearing Fang Cheng's words. "Brother, what surprise are you going to give Shaya?" Shaya told a story yesterday. Seeing Fang Cheng hide everything and disappear, Shaya reminded him in a clear voice, her bright blue eyes full of anticipation. "Haha, you finally couldn't resist, could you? Brother has already prepared something for you." Fang Cheng smiled and gently pinched Shaya's cute little cheek. He. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Shay laughed shyly, as if amused. "This is it." A pure white snowflake-shaped hair clip suddenly appeared in Fang Cheng's hand. The hair clip was shaped like an ice crystal, a white snowflake, seemingly magnified like a real snowflake falling into his palm, with a faint shimmering luster. A slight coolness spread through his palm. This was also obtained from the system using 10 of Shay's exclusive exchange points. It could increase her sensitivity to ice elements. "Big brother, it's so pretty." Xiao Shay's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the hair clip. "Shay, let me put it on you." "Okay, big brother." Fang Cheng carefully clipped the snowflake hair clip into Shay's hair. Although Shay's hair was silver, similar in color to the snowflake, it still looked quite nice, like a snowflake gently landing on Shay's silver hair. A pretty snowflake decoration adorned her hair, giving her a light and lively feel. Today, Saya wore a beautiful white dress with cloud-like patterns, her silver hair adorned with snowflakes, making her look like a pure little angel. It looks beautiful. Thank you, big brother. Little Saya felt her hair clipped back, her rosy cheeks beaming with a sweet smile. Big brother, please kneel down. What's wrong? Fang Cheng obediently squatted down and asked. Put. With a soft put, Fang Cheng felt a little drool on his face and the soft touch of Xiao Shei's lips. Big brother, Shei loves you the most, Xiao Shei said. Then, after thinking for a moment, she added, and I love big sister the most too. Xiao Shei was already quite experienced, she knew that if she said that, her brother would tease her and ask about her big sister. Mo Tong, standing to the side, blinked and looked at the other side of Fang Cheng's face. Little Mo Tong watched Saya's actions, thought for a moment, and seemed to realize she'd learned something. She'd only hugged her brother's waist. Unexpectedly, Saya kissed Fang Cheng directly. Fang Cheng, seeing little Mo Tong looking at his face, seemed to understand what she was thinking. So Fang Cheng said, Tong Tong, you didn't kiss your brother when he gave you a gift. He then squatted down, looked at Mo Tong, and pointed to his cheek. After all, he had to treat them equally, they were both his sisters. He couldn't very well let Saya kiss him and then not let Mo Tong kiss him. However, it was actually because Mo Tong was more mature and affectionate, so Fang Cheng now quite enjoyed teasing her. He always liked seeing her expressionless face, yet with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Sometimes, it made Fang Cheng feel like his own mind was younger than Mo Tong's. Of course, this feeling wasn't so bad after all. Seeing Fang Cheng's actions, Mo Tong, as expected, walked towards him expressionlessly and gently pressed her little mouth against his cheek. Haha, alright, you're full. Go play with your toys for a while, take a walk to digest, whatever you like. Free time. Later, your brother will take you to play with a new, magical toy, Fang Cheng said with a smile, gazing at the clear blue morning sky, feeling cheerful. Brother. Xiao Sheye nodded excitedly. Sister Mo Tong, let's go play. Okay. Mo Tong nodded. Sister Mo Tong, let's go find where the little lizard is. Okay. Then, Xiao Sheye skipped and hopped around the kindergarten, holding Mo Tong's hand. She kept touching the snowflake hair clip Fang Cheng had put on her head, as if afraid it would fall off. Sheye treasured the things her brother had given her. Fang Cheng smiled slightly as he looked at the lively little Saya. He called out to Saya, who had run a short distance away, Saya, you can get some fruit for the little lizard. Okay, big brother. Fang Cheng leaned against a tree, wondering what to do on his day off. He felt there were some unimportant things he hadn't done. Bored, he plucked a blade of grass and his hand touched something soft. The texture was peculiar. A lush green slime was wriggling as Fang Cheng touched it. Curious, Fang Cheng picked up the slime and held it in front of him to examine it. A slime the size of a grapefruit rested in his palm. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to have no organs other than a body. It didn't even have a mouth. Its surface was a lush green sphere, somewhat transparent, like gel. Fang Cheng was genuinely curious about this peculiar creature from another world. Did this slime really lack intelligence? It certainly didn't appear to have any nerve tissue. Move again and I'll eat you. Fang Cheng muttered to the wriggling slime in his hand. The slime continued to move. It truly lacked intelligence. Fang Cheng, possessing an animistic nature, seemed to be able to convey his meaning to living beings in a way that they could understand. For example, when communicating with the little lizard and the azure windbird, they seemed to understand Fang Cheng's meaning in tone. It seems they really don't have intelligence, so I'm relieved. I heard slimes can be used to make many snacks, like sugared slime, slime jelly, fried slime fritters. So Fang Cheng started experimenting with this slime. First, he exchanged for a syringe from his system space. His excuse was that he needed a syringe to inject seasonings to make the food taste better for his child. The system seemed to reluctantly give him one, but it cost a gold coin, which was a bit expensive. Actually, slimes do have some uses in many situations, as a common ingredient in alchemy for making potions. For example, the Adventurers Guild's order board had a quest to collect slime condensate. Fang Cheng remembered that collecting the outer skin of 10 water-type slimes yielded a reward of 5 silver coins, and collecting 100 milliliters of water slime condensate yielded a reward of 50 copper coins. Fang Cheng weighed the slime in his hand, it was about half a pound. If converted into slime condensate, it would probably be about 200 milliliters, worth about 10 copper coins. Fang Cheng thought about how to test it. He then used a syringe to prick the slime's body and try to extract the liquid. A pale green, transparent liquid appeared in the syringe tube. Fang Cheng then took out another syringe. Since the condensate was said to be acidic and corrosive, he exchanged baking soda for water from the system. Baking soda is also an ingredient in food preparation, it becomes alkaline when diluted with water. Acid-base neutralization sounds scientific, acidic and corrosive liquids usually lose their corrosiveness after neutralization. Fang Cheng thought. The slime, now drained of water, remained motionless in Fang Cheng's hand. Fang Cheng injected several vials of baking soda solution into the slime. Because the syringe needle was very small, it didn't puncture the slime, although it did swell slightly. Intrigued, Fang Cheng set up the table and began his experiment. Using the ice hockey spell, he froze the slime. He cut it into pieces with a knife, and a pile of shimmering green ice shards appeared on the table. Little Ling, if a child eats this, won't they be poisoned? There shouldn't be any safety issues, right? Fang Cheng asked, knowing that Little Ling would usually provide an answer when it came to children. Master, it won't be poisonous. It might cause blisters on the tongue, Little Ling replied. It seems he might have added too little soda water, Fang Cheng muttered to himself, guessing. Little Ling. Fang Cheng looked at the ice on the table, pinched a small piece, and tasted it. He pursed his lips. It had a slightly sour taste, with a hint of bitterness from leaves and grass, and a refreshing aroma. Adding some sugar might actually improve the taste. Just then, Fang Cheng faintly heard a familiar, childlike voice coming from outside the nearby wall. Sister Shuyan, we're almost there. Hearing Ailu's voice, Fang Cheng frowned. It's a day off today. It seems that after 2 days at kindergarten, little Isla really finds home boring and kindergarten much more fun. Early in the morning, Fang Cheng arrived shortly after finishing breakfast. Living so close really has its downsides. Luckily, Leo and the others live far away, otherwise Fang Cheng believed that if those little devils lived closer to the kindergarten, he probably wouldn't have a peaceful day off either. But it would be nice if she came to play. Mainly, Fang Cheng was worried that little Isla would cause trouble, get into conflicts with Zayasha and the others, disturb his peace, and disrupt his and his sister's happy and harmonious life. Although, little Isla is quite cute. But she's still not as cute as his own little Shea and Emotong. His two little sisters, Shea and Emotong, are both very sweet and considerate. Fang Cheng looked at the slime ice in front of him, sprinkled some powdered sugar on it, and ate a piece. The taste was neutralized, it wasn't so sour anymore, and had a slightly icy, grassy flavor. This is roughly what grass slime tastes like. It's not inedible. However, Xiaoling said it might cause blisters on a child's tongue. It should be fine for adults, right? Fang Cheng ate a few more pieces, then plated them up. Following the principle of not wasting the rest, he planned to take them to the security room table for Rosa to dispose of. He wondered if Rosa would eat them. Saya and Emotong went to play with the little lizard. He didn't see the two little guys. Fang Cheng then went to the security room, leaving the plate of slime crushed ice on the table. Rosa's dormitory door was still closed, and the breakfast Yuri had brought her was still on the table. Fang Cheng knocked on the door and said, Rosa, I invented a new delicacy. It's on the table. Get it for me later and try it. Okay, you can leave it there, thank you. Rosa's calm voice came from inside. How rare, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Rosa must be really satisfied with the food here. Fang Cheng then walked out of the security room and happened to see Xiao Isla holding Xuyan's hand at the main gate. Xiao Isla seemed to be walking a little fast, holding Xuyan's hand, as Eunice wasn't keeping up. Xiao Isla reached the iron gate, gripped the bars, and pushed them with her little hands, but there was no response. Just then, she saw Fang Cheng coming out of the security room and excitedly called out, Teacher Fang Cheng, please open the gate. Why are you here so early? Today is a rest day, no classes. Fang Cheng said with a slight sigh. I brought Sister Shuyan here to play. Home isn't as fun as kindergarten. There are lots of fun places here, Xiao Isla said confidently, her bright green eyes wide. You make a good point. I asked Sister Shuyan, and she wants to play too, Xiao Isla continued. Perhaps because it was early morning, Xiao Isla seemed very energetic. Hearing Xiao Isla's words, Xiao Shuyan nodded shyly to Fang Cheng, a sweet smile spreading across her face. She waved and gave a slight bow. Xiao Shuyan is really mature. Fang Cheng felt a pang of heartache. The task concerning Xiao Shuyan must be completed as soon as possible. He went forward and opened the door. Since you're here, please come in, he said. Eunice approached and greeted Fang Cheng somewhat apologetically. Good morning, Mr. Fang Cheng. I'm so sorry, Isla woke up wanting to come to kindergarten to play. Her owner was also bothered by Isla's noise and asked me to bring them here to ask if it's convenient for you to bother us. I'll keep an eye on them. Eunice gave a slight bow. It's alright, it's convenient. I also quite like little Ailu and little Shuyan. Of course, they're welcome to come and play, Fang Cheng said with a smile. After all, Brother Bok was a straightforward person, so kind to him, seemingly always creating opportunities for him, although he didn't seem to have any feelings for him, perhaps. Come on in, Fang Cheng invited. The three of them entered through the door. Fang Cheng looked down at the two little ones. Today, Isla was wearing a bright green dress, a small rabbit-shaped bracelet on her wrist, and her green hair, not braided, was loose over her shoulders. Little Shuyan was wearing a violet dress, her hair tied up in a ponytail with a black gemstone hair clip, and holding a rainbow lollipop in her hand, the wrapper still unopened. It was the lollipop Fang Cheng had given the children as a reward yesterday, but surprisingly, little Xian hadn't eaten it yet, still holding it in her hand. Little Shay and little Moton's lollipops were also untouched in their drawers. Teacher Fang Cheng, I want to play on the climbing frame, little Isla said as she entered the kindergarten. Go ahead. Teacher will play with Shuyan and talk to her for a while, okay? Fang Cheng asked Ilu for her opinion. Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng, but Sister Shuyan's eyes aren't working well, so she can't play on the climbing frame with Ilu, little Isla said. Little Shuyan was with Teacher Fang Cheng, and with an adult looking after her, little Isla felt at ease. However, more than that, she couldn't wait to experience again the feeling of being carried away by the clouds on the cloud climbing frame. After saying that, Xiao Isla ran towards the toys near the cloud-shaped climbing frame. Fang Cheng looked at Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian had also overheard Fang Cheng and Ilu's conversation. Instead of following Ilu, she stood quietly in front of Fang Cheng, her little face turned towards him, eyes closed, her little hands fidgeting with the stick of a rainbow lollipop. Xiao Xian, did you have breakfast this morning? Fang Cheng reached out and patted Xiao Xian's head. Xiao Xian paused for a moment and gently shook her head. At this moment, Eunice said, as soon as Isla woke up this morning, she insisted on coming to kindergarten to play. Isla and Shuyan didn't eat breakfast either, they said they weren't hungry yet, so we didn't urge them. Master asked me to bring some egg custard and fruit sandwiches made at the manor. I'm bringing some to share with everyone. Eunice then produced a basket filled with neatly arranged pastries, which looked quite appetizing. Fang Cheng nodded and said, thank you for your kindness, Brother Bok. Then let them eat when they're hungry. We can save them too. I made a few extra breakfasts this morning, and we still have some left. Eunice, did you have breakfast this morning? You can try some, Fang Cheng suddenly asked. Eunice hesitated for a moment, then shook her head, not yet. I haven't eaten today either. I probably ate too much last night, so I'm not hungry this morning and don't have much of an appetite. Then later, Eunice, you can try the hot and sour noodles I made this morning. They taste pretty good and can whet your appetite. Let's go set up a table over at Isla's place and rest, Fang Cheng said. Eunice thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Eunice was still wearing her pretty maid outfit today, which accentuated her figure beautifully. Little Shuyan, let me hold your hand, Fang Cheng said gently. Upon hearing this, little Shuyan unhesitatingly let go of the hand holding the lollipop and offered her hand to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng took Shuyan's hand and slowed his pace, walking towards Ilu. When Fang Cheng reached the tree near the cloud climbing frame, little Ilo had already climbed 2 or 3 cloud steps. Although little Ilo had successfully climbed it before, Eunice still said with some concern, Ilu, be careful, pay attention to safety. Okay, Eunice. Little Shuyan sensed that Isla seemed to have climbed quite high, and her expression was a little worried. Don't worry, even if Isla falls, teacher can catch her with magic, Fang Cheng reassured Little Shuyan. Little Shuyan nodded. Fang Cheng took the table out of his spatial storage and set it up again. He laid out the breakfast he had made that morning. There was still some hot and sour noodles left in the large plate, some fried dumplings, a piece of steak, and half a small pot of fish and rice porridge. As soon as it was set out, the aroma of the breakfast wafted through the air, reaching Xiao Shuyan and Eunice, who hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Little Ilu, however, didn't notice. She was focused on climbing the cloud-shaped climbing frame, much faster than the first time she climbed. It must be said that Ilu's reaction time, motor skills, and balance were quite good. Qingning's motor skills were also excellent, probably due to some genetic factors, and of course, also because Isla's family was wealthy and she received adequate nutrition. Fang Cheng greeted her, Eunice, Xiao Xian, come and try the breakfast I made this morning. There's some left, I hope you won't mind. It's all fresh and hasn't been smudged with saliva. Hearing Fang Cheng's familiar words, Eunice nodded, glanced at the young man before her, and said softly, Mr. Fang Cheng, you're too kind. It's our honor to have your breakfast. Eunice felt that the young man before her spoke very sincerely, without any affectation. Normally, people wouldn't be so polite as to use vulgar language to directly express that the food wasn't smudged with saliva. Don't be shy, have a taste. Seeing Fang Cheng's warm invitation, Eunice thought for a moment and then sat down on the grass. Is Little Shuyan hungry? Doesn't it smell delicious? Little Shuyan stood quietly beside Fang Cheng, sniffing, her eyes closed as she savored the breakfast Fang Cheng had prepared on the table. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, she nodded. Fang Cheng took out 2 clean bowls and spoons, handing one to Eunice across from him. Eunice accepted it and politely thanked him. Then, Fang Cheng scooped a small bowl of fish and rice porridge and had Little Shuyan sit at the table. Little Shuyan, have a taste, Fang Cheng said gently. Little Shuyan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Do you want Big Brother to help you feed me? Fang Cheng asked. Xiao Shuyan shook her head, then placed the rainbow lollipop on her lap, picked up a spoon, and slowly scooped up a mouthful of rice porridge, putting it in her mouth. One mouthful after another, Xiao Shuyan's eyes remained closed, and she couldn't speak, her actions alone offered little expression of emotion. However, after tasting it, Xiao Shuyan's movements quickened. Although her movements remained ladylike, it was clear that she enjoyed the fish and rice porridge. The porridge had stimulated her appetite, and she was starting to feel hungry. Before long, the small bowl of sweet and fragrant fish and rice porridge was completely devoured by Xiao Shuyan. Try this. Fang Cheng picked up Xiao Shuyan's bowl, added a small bowl of hot and sour noodles and 2 fried dumplings, and placed them in front of her. Across from her, Eunice enjoyed her breakfast while watching Fang Cheng care for Xiao Shuyan, thinking that this young man truly showed love and care for a child. No wonder so many children here adored this young man. Even Ailu, a difficult child to care for, who had only known Fang Cheng for 2 or 3 days, harbored a liking for him and was relatively obedient to him. Of course, she herself found her interactions with this young man quite comfortable. Whether it was working together in the kitchen, his willingness to share cooking tips and techniques, or their brief daily interactions, there was a unique and endearing quality to them. Eunice, lost in thought, took a bite of the hot and sour noodles. The numbing spiciness, the savory aroma, the sour yet not greasy flavor, it instantly whetted her appetite. Hunger intensified. Mr. Fang Cheng, this hot and sour noodle, it's delicious. Eunice's eyes lit up. Every woman is a foodie, and Eunice, having grown up in the Crescent Moon Kingdom, had never tasted hot and sour noodles before. Mr. Fang Cheng, what is this dish made of? Looking at the long, chewy, translucent noodles in front of her, whose texture was completely different from noodles, Eunice couldn't help but ask. Actually, it's a bit complicated and time-consuming. The main ingredient is sweet potato, but it involves some processes. Just tell me when you want some, and I'll make it for you, Fang Cheng said. After all, she could easily obtain sweet potato noodles directly from the system. Is it just made from sweet potatoes? Eunice asked, somewhat puzzled. Although Soto City doesn't produce many sweet potatoes, other towns in the Crescent Kingdom specialize in growing them. Sweet potatoes are easy to cultivate and don't require much farmland management, making them invaluable during droughts and famines. Yes, it's made from sweet potatoes. Incredible, right? I'll tell you more later. This hot and sour noodle dish wasn't made on the spot either. It's made from some ready-made ingredients I brought from my hometown. Just add seasonings, water, and boil it, Fang Cheng explained with a smile, chatting casually with Eunice. Xiao Shuyan's ears twitched slightly as she quietly ate, listening to Fang Cheng and Eunice's conversation. Wow, I'm going to fly again. A joyful voice rang out. Immediately attracting everyone's attention, Fang Cheng looked up and saw a pure white cloud, accompanied by a small tornado, rising from the cloud climbing frame. It then drifted towards Ailu. The tornado gently lifted Ailu, and little Ailu sat on the cloud. The cloud tornado carried Ailu around twice before returning her to the grass. So much fun! Little Ailu's eyes were full of excitement. Then, little Ailu looked towards Fang Cheng. Teacher Fang Cheng, what are you making? It smells so good. I want to eat. Little Ailu sniffed, her eyes lighting up. Then come and eat, Fang Cheng said. In the sweltering summer heat, little Ailu's face was sweating from climbing the cloud climbing frame. Eunice saw this, took out a towel, and wiped Ailu's face clean. Little Ailu sat down beside him. Fang Cheng said to little Ailu, isn't the cloud climbing frame at our kindergarten fun? Teacher Fang Cheng, it's so much fun. It feels so good to fly in the sky. Little Shuyan ate quietly, feeling a little envious. She actually wanted to try it too, but the people around her were always very careful, afraid she might fall. Alright, are you hungry? Let's have breakfast first, Fang Cheng said to little Ailu. So far, little Ailu has been quite easy to handle, not disturbing Fang Cheng's peace and quiet, which has put him in a good mood. What's this? Little Ailu asked curiously, looking at the food Eunice was eating and the ingredients on the table. Eunice explained to Ailu, not wanting little Ailu to keep bothering Fang Cheng. Eunice, it's delicious. Little Ailu's eyes lit up when she tasted the hot and sour noodles. Seeing that Xiao Shuyan was eating and didn't need her care, Xiao Ailu ate her breakfast with peace of mind. Eunice looked after Xiao Ailu. Fang Cheng looked after Xiao Shuyan. Teacher Fang Cheng, where are Shaya and Emotong? Xiao Ailu asked curiously. They went to play with the little lizard. Having already ridden in the carriage, Ailu knew that the little lizard was a lizard horse beast. I want to go play with them later. Xiao Ailu nodded. After the birthday party and yesterday's adventure in the Whispering Forest, the children had basically become friends and playmates. Then Xiao Ailu began to eat seriously. Because it was their first time eating breakfast prepared by Fang Cheng, everyone ate quite well. The fish and rice porridge, hot and sour noodles, and other dishes on the table were all devoured by the three of them. Fang Cheng had originally said to save some for lunch. I'm so full, Teacher Fang Cheng. Can I come here for breakfast every day? Little Ailu said cheerfully, rubbing her tummy. Ailu, Teacher Fang Cheng doesn't have time every day, he needs to rest too, Eunice immediately said. Hearing Ailu's words, Fang Cheng was a little unsure how to respond. Refusing directly wouldn't be good, but agreeing directly wouldn't be either. What if he sometimes slept in and ate breakfast haphazardly? Eunice, didn't you say that everyone eats breakfast every day? Doesn't teacher Fang Cheng eat breakfast when he's resting? Perhaps because Fang Cheng was there, Eunice fell silent upon hearing Isla's words, unsure how to respond. Otherwise, she would definitely have given Isla a private lecture. Of course, it's also possible that Eunice herself longed to eat Fang Cheng's breakfast every morning. After all, the breakfasts eaten daily at the mansion, while delicious and plentiful for most people in Soto City, had become rather monotonous over time. Fang Cheng's breakfast today had truly whetted Eunice's appetite, making her want to eat more. Previously, Eunice not only looked forward to having lunch at the children's house, but now, with a slightly greedy desire, she could also enjoy the young man's cooking for breakfast. Although it was just a small expectation, Eunice knew that this would cause Fang Cheng considerable trouble. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng said, "Ilu, it depends on luck. If teacher Fang Cheng isn't up to make breakfast, I'm sorry, we usually just eat bread. Teacher Fang Cheng, you can ask Eunice to make it. Eunice gets up very early every day and cooks. Teacher Fang Cheng, you can teach Eunice how to make breakfast." Little Isla blinked her emerald green eyes, continuing halfway through her sentence, "That way, teacher Fang Cheng, you can rest too, and we can all eat together after Eunice makes breakfast." It has to be said, little Isla was quite articulate and knows how to give orders. From observing her interactions with the other children the past few days, she seems to have a subtle potential for leadership. "Eunice needs to rest too," Fang Cheng said. "Mr. Fang Cheng, I think Isla's suggestion is good. I'm fine with it. My master also told me that you can order me around as you please. Making breakfast is a maid's duty," Eunice said. Fang Cheng thought about it and it seemed like a good idea. If he could teach Eunice how to cook, he might not have to cook every day anymore. Although he didn't mind the work, cooking every day sometimes took up time, and he got tired of it. After everyone finished eating, Eunice offered to clear the table before Fang Cheng could even react. Eunice put the dishes into her storage container and said, "Mr. Fang Cheng, I'll take the dishes to the kitchen to wash them." Fang Cheng hesitated for a moment, then said, "Thank you for your trouble." "You're welcome. It's my duty. Leave these things to me from now on," Eunice said earnestly. "We'll see," Fang Cheng didn't refuse. Eunice had helped out in the kitchen before, so she knew how to use some of the utensils. "Then could you please look after Ilu and Shuyan?" "Don't worry, they're safe at the kindergarten," Fang Cheng said. "By the way, Eunice." "What is it?" Eunice looked at Fang Cheng with a smile. "Could I try the souffle and sandwiches you prepared earlier?" "Ah, okay, compared to Mr. Fang Cheng's breakfast, I felt it was a bit lacking, so I took it back," Eunice said, blushing slightly, then took out a basket from her storage item. "Did you make this, Eunice?" Fang Cheng asked, somewhat surprised. Eunice nodded shyly. "The taste should be pretty good," Fang Cheng said with a smile, taking the basket from Eunice's hands. "I'm going to wash the dishes first," Eunice said, blushing slightly as she walked away. Looking at little Ilu, whose beautiful eyes were wide with a slightly bewildered expression, Fang Cheng said to Ilu, "Ilu, go play. Go see where Saya and the little lizard are. I want to talk to your sister Shuyan." Little Isla thought for a moment, "Then I'll go find them." "Teacher Fang Cheng, please don't bully sister Shuyan, okay?" "Don't worry, teacher Fang Cheng might bully you, but he won't bully your sister Shuyan." Fang Cheng joked with Xiao Ilu. "Humph, I'm not afraid of you bullying me. Eunice is very powerful. My dad is also very powerful. If you bully me, Eunice will use magic to destroy you." Xiao Isla said fiercely in her childish voice, then ran away. It was probably obvious that Fang Cheng was just joking with her. Watching Xiao Isla's little figure running off to play, Fang Cheng smiled, not taking Isla's words to heart. He glanced at the somewhat quiet Shuyan beside him. Fang Cheng looked at the side quest again. It was time to think of a solution. Side quest, Isla's wish, help Isla's friend Shuyan so that the student Shuyan can overcome her physical defects and gain the ability to observe visually and express herself vocally. Quest reward, 500, magic points, 500, exchange points, elemental spirit's blessing. The rewards were quite generous. "Little Shuyan, big brother will take you on the swing for a while." Little Shuyan nodded. Fang Cheng took little Shuyan's hand and slowly led him to the wind swing. As soon as Fang Cheng reached the wind swing, the swing, which had been still, suddenly seemed to sway as if a gust of wind had blown by. Fang Cheng sighed a little and went over to hold the swing still for a moment. "Little Shuyan, big brother is going to carry you up now." Little Shuyan nodded. Fang Cheng gently picked up little Shuyan. Little Shuyan was quite light, probably because he didn't exercise often, although he didn't look thin or frail compared to his peers. He gently placed little Shuyan on the wind swing seat. He let little Shuyan hold onto the swing's armrest. Then Fang Cheng sat down as well. Fang Cheng put one arm around Xiao Shuyan's shoulder, and Xiao Shuyan instead held onto Fang Cheng's arm with one hand, while clutching a rainbow lollipop in the other. The wind-swept swing began to sway and bounce between them. Fang Cheng was somewhat silent. Xiao Xian couldn't speak, and sometimes couldn't express her needs clearly. But regardless, Fang Cheng knew that Xiao Xian's need was to see the world and express herself. The rare gemstone props adorning Xiao Xian's hair ultimately had a limited visual range and a certain delay, because the prop sensed the surrounding scene and then transmitted it to Xiao Xian's mind. This required mental energy, so Xiao Xian was often sleepy and relatively quiet. Now, perhaps having just finished breakfast, Xiao Xian was sitting on the swing leaning against Fang Cheng, her eyes closed. To be honest, Xiao Xian's eyes were usually closed. Fang Cheng really didn't know if she was asleep when she wasn't standing. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng simply hugged Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian didn't resist, instead, she obediently leaned against Fang Cheng, clutching her lollipop in her hand. Xiao Xian, why aren't you eating your lollipop? Big brother has many more here, and there will be many more opportunities to reward you in the future, Fang Cheng said gently, ruffling Xiao Xian's hair. Xiao Xian opened her mouth as if trying to make a sound, then nodded. Fang Cheng felt a pang of sadness and heartache. Little Xian, how about Big Brother peels it for you? Try this rainbow candy, it should be delicious. Fang Cheng said softly. Little Xian looked at the rainbow lollipop in her hand and nodded reluctantly. Fang Cheng recalled the last time he put the hair clip on Little Xian's head, seemed to think about something, and suddenly said, Big Brother will give you a rainbow toy with many beautiful colors later. Fang Cheng roughly understood why Little Xian was reluctant to eat the rainbow lollipop. He vividly remembered when he took the black gemstone bow hair clip from Xian's head and put it on himself. When he used this prop to observe, he could perceive the scene within a 10-meter radius around his head, even the scene behind his head, but the colors of the observed world deviated from the colors of the real world as perceived by our eyes. It appeared grayish, as if all the colors had been covered by a layer of grayish black and white, yet there were still some differences in color. At that moment, Fang Cheng's props could sense that Xian's purple hair had turned grayish, though the purple color was still faintly discernible, while his own black hair appeared even blacker. Perhaps the rainbow lollipop made the colors Xian perceived richer and brighter. Therefore, Fang Cheng somewhat understood why Xian didn't open and eat the rainbow lollipop. Of course, this was just Fang Cheng's guess. After all, little Xian couldn't speak or communicate, so Fang Cheng could only understand based on her actions and expressions combined with his own experience. As for why Fang Cheng let little Xian eat the lollipop, firstly, he was worried that the rainbow lollipop would easily fall from her hand. Secondly, he was afraid that if little Xian didn't eat it, it would melt in the summer. Or perhaps it would be eaten by little AI Lu. Thirdly, no child dislikes candy. And fourthly, of course, it was the lollipop's function. Rainbow lollipop, a rainbow-shaped lollipop with 7 different flavors in one. Its sweet and refreshing taste always lifts the spirits, making it a favorite among children. Made with high-quality plant-based ingredients, it provides children with certain nutrients. This lollipop can improve a child's mood and also provide some nutrients. Fang Cheng gently peeled off the transparent wrapper of the rainbow lollipop and handed it to Xian. Little Xian, try it. Little Xian gently took it and tasted the flat rainbow lollipop with her little lips. A sweet aroma mixed with different fruit flavors stimulated little Xian's taste buds, making her feel happy. How is it? Is it delicious? Fang Cheng asked, seeing little Xian earnestly enjoying the rainbow lollipop. Little Xian nodded vigorously. Then she tilted her head back and put the rainbow lollipop in her hand to Fang Cheng's lips. Fang Cheng understood what Xiao Xian meant. Xiao Xian, you eat it. Big brother takes a big bite of lollipop, you know, Fang Cheng said, ruffling Xiao Xian's hair. The rainbow lollipop near Fang Cheng's lips moved a little closer, but Xiao Xian shook her head. Okay, I'll eat it then. Don't cry when you take a big bite, okay? Fang Cheng chuckled. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Xian smiled sweetly. What a gentle little girl, Fang Cheng thought to himself. Then, after a moment's thought, he brought his mouth to the rainbow lollipop in front of him and took a bite. This lollipop was hard, and Fang Cheng had to use a little force to bite it, making a crisp sound as he took a big bite. The rainbow lollipop was now only half left. Xiao Xian still had a sweet smile on her face, seemingly happy to see Fang Cheng sharing the rainbow lollipop with her. Fang Cheng chewed on the lollipop. He had to admit, it tasted really good, a blend of fruity flavors, refreshingly sweet. Even after taking a big bite, it wasn't cloying at all, and he didn't feel thirsty. His mouth was filled with the aroma of the lollipop. Seeing the smile on Xiao Xian's face, Fang Cheng felt a warmth in his heart and couldn't help but pat her little head again. You can eat the rest. Big brother has eaten a lot and his tummy is almost full. Xiao Xian nodded. Fang Cheng used his body to control the wind swing, swaying Xiao Xian back and forth. Swings are a popular toy for children, and they also have a calming effect. Just like when a young baby cries, a mother usually likes to hold the child and gently rock them from side to side and up and down, which easily soothes the child and stops the crying. Xiao Xian quietly ate the lollipop in her hand. And so, Fang Cheng didn't speak, but instead asked Xiao Ling in his mind. Xiao Ling, is there any way to restore Xiao Xian to normal? Master, there's probably no way for now. Ha! Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised to hear this. Even Xiao Ling can't help? After Master recruited Xuyan as a student, the system automatically scanned the student's status. Actually, Xiao Xuyan has received a kind of inherited curse. Once Xiao Xuyan becomes a mage, her body will naturally be freed, returning to normal, and she will also receive some kind of inherited magic. So Master, please complete the task as soon as possible. Why do I have to complete the task so quickly? Fang Cheng feels that Xiao Ling is being a bit deliberate. Completing the task will naturally allow this cute little one to reach the mage level faster. Xiao Ling said matter-of-factly. Isn't there any other way? Fang Cheng asked. He didn't know how long it would take for Xiao Xian to reach the mage level. However, knowing that Xiao Xian's body would return to normal once she reached the mage level was something that could put his mind at ease. Regardless of the method, the master and student need to complete tasks to earn exchange points, allowing the little one's strength to quickly rise to the level of a mage, or to exchange for suitable magical items, or even to let the little one learn spatial magic, Xiao Ling continued. Fang Cheng and Xiao Ling then exchanged ideas in their minds, gaining some understanding. The first method, as Xiao Ling suggested, would allow Xiao Xian to reach the mage level, at which point the inherited curse would naturally be lifted, and her body would return to normal. The second method involved using 2,000 exchange points to exchange for a bloodline purification crystal and a magic dissolving essence, two magical items that could lift Xiao Xian's inherited curse, but would also cause her magical power to disappear. Because Xiao Xian had inherited a curse, her body had already awakened magical perception and even possessed magical power. Fang Cheng naturally rejected the second method, as he didn't have that many exchange points at the moment. The third method was to teach Xiao Xian the ability to comprehend spatial magic. Spatial magic not only allows one to sense spatial scenes but also to generate sound using space. According to Xiaoling's explanation, it's similar to a magic crystal, using air vibrations to produce sound. Fang Cheng understood somewhat after hearing this. Was there any item that could alleviate Xiao Xian's sluggishness? Because her observation of the world through magic was delayed, Fang Cheng told Xiaoling about his experience using Xuyan's black gem item. Master, this works. Why didn't you say so sooner? Fang Cheng was somewhat pleased. Then a purple crystal appeared on Fang Cheng's system panel, worth 100 exchange points. A strengthening crystal, capable of enhancing the effects of magic items. This feels like a game I played in my previous life. Master, don't worry about the details. Then exchange it. Can I use Xuyan's exclusive exchange points? Fang Cheng asked. Yes, Master. Your intention has been detected that this item is for student Xuyan. You can use student Xuyan's exclusive exchange points, Xiaoling's notification sounded. Fang Cheng took out the purple enhancement crystal he had exchanged. It shimmered brightly in the sunlight. How do I operate it? Operating it directly is a bit troublesome, Master. You need to learn alchemy skills. Then how can I operate it more easily? Fang Cheng asked again. Master, put the enhancement crystal and Xuyan's items into the system inventory. Use your mind to use the enhancement crystal, enhancing the items in your inventory. Hearing Xiaoling's words, Fang Cheng was shocked. The system inventory actually had such a function? This system was becoming more and more like a game. Fang Cheng had reason to suspect that the system must have scanned his memories of playing online games and borrowed a game system from him. He had never noticed this before, but in any case, it was much more convenient than painstakingly enhancing items by learning alchemy. After all, logic is important in the real world, but it's probably unnecessary in the system space. So Fang Cheng put the enhancement crystal away again. Xiao Xian had also sensed Fang Cheng taking out a crystal and was curious about what it was. Fang Cheng said to Xiao Xian, Little Xian, can Big Brother take another look at your bow-shaped gemstone hair clip? Hearing Fang Cheng's words, this time Xiao Xian nodded without hesitation. Fang Cheng gently removed Xiao Xian's hair clip. Xiao Xian instantly felt darkness around her and instinctively snuggled closer to Fang Cheng. Don't be afraid, it'll be over soon. Big Brother will show you a magic trick, Fang Cheng gently comforted her. Then he put Xiao Xian's bow-shaped black gemstone hair clip into his system inventory. He used an enhancement crystal with his mind. He aimed at the bow-shaped black gemstone hair clip in his system inventory. Enhancement begins. The enhancement crystal disappeared from his inventory. The black gemstone hair clip subtly changed its appearance. Did Xiaoling successfully enhance it? Fang Cheng asked somewhat uncertainly. After all, less than a second had passed. Master, the enhancement is complete. You can take it out and try out the effects. Fang Cheng took it out with relief, somewhat expectant. Then a bow-shaped gemstone hair clip appeared in Fang Cheng's hand. Unlike before the enhancement, the central, dark gem, resembling a black eye, now shimmered with a purple luster, no longer pure black. Fang Cheng decided to test the effect, sticking the hair clip to his scalp and closing his eyes. Fang Cheng simply closed his eyes, and the surrounding scene appeared in his mind. Feeling the colorful images in his mind, Fang Cheng couldn't contain his joy. He shook his head again, testing for any image transmission delay. The effect greatly satisfied Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng removed the bow hair clip from his scalp. He gently said to Xiao Xian in a joyful tone, "Big brother prepared a surprise for Xiao Xian, guess what it is?" Xiao Xian nuzzled her head against Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng gently put the bow hair clip on Xiao Xian's head. As the upgraded bow-shaped gem hairpin adorned Xiao Xian's beautiful purple hair, light instantly flooded Xiao Xian's mind from darkness. Unlike the previous hazy, gray scenes in her mind, a world of complete, realistic colors appeared. The leaves of the trees were emerald green, the swing she sat on was deep green, and the older brother behind her had shiny black hair. The morning sun was reddish yellow. The scenes surrounding this space were transmitted to Xian's mind through the gem hairpin. Even the white steps of the cloud climbing frame beside her were no longer a dull white, but pure white. Xiao Xian had seen light before, so once again experiencing the real, beautiful colors transmitted in her mind, she was moved to tears, despite her young age. "Xiao Xian, did you like the magic trick Big Brother performed?" Fang Cheng gently wiped away the glistening tears from Xiao Xian's face with the back of his hand, speaking softly with a touch of tenderness. Little Xian nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, one day, little Xian's body will return to normal. She'll be able to see again and sing again. Big Brother won't lie to you," Fang Cheng said gently with a smile. Little Xian turned her head and snuggled into Fang Cheng's arms, hugging him tightly and nodding. "As long as you study magic diligently with Big Brother, you'll get better faster," Fang Cheng said encouragingly. Little Xian nodded, hugging Fang Cheng even tighter and rubbing her face against his chest. Little Xian, older than all the children in the kindergarten, was born into a noble family and received strict etiquette training, making her more mature than other children her age. Later, due to her physical defect, the precocious Little Xian became even more sensitive and mature. She only thought about not causing trouble for her father and diligently studied many things. Because of her physical defect, she was always in a low mood. Although her father cared for her, he no longer had time to spend with her. The maids who looked after her at home also forbade her from doing much, fearing she might get hurt. Little Xian was very well behaved, trying her best not to trouble others, but she still felt a little down when being cared for. Only Fang Cheng made Little Xian feel warm and secure, and he didn't let her physical disability prevent her from exploring the Whispering Forest with her friends. That was Little Xian's first time in the Whispering Forest. She picked sweet flowers herself, and the older brother praised her and rewarded her with delicious rainbow lollipops. "Little Xian, get down and walk around, see how it goes, whether you're more agile," Fang Cheng said, lifting Little Xian off the wind swing. Just now, Fang Cheng had worn the upgraded item and found that the surrounding scenery changed almost instantly with his movements. Little Xian's movements should be more agile, not so sluggish anymore. Little Xian stood on the grass, a little reluctant to leave, as Fang Cheng lifted her down. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Xian took a few steps, savoring the newly unfolding images in her mind. She felt a pang of longing. The older brother's smile in her mind was so handsome, his skin so fair and fair. Xiao Xian took a few steps, but her attention remained fixed on Fang Cheng. However, even though her attention was on the older brother, Xiao Xian could still sense the change. With each step she took, the images in her mind instantly shifted, without any delay, making her exceptionally excited. Previously, although Xiao Xian could see things through the hair clip her father had given her, there was always a noticeable delay. For example, if a cup fell in front of her, she would first hear the sound of it shattering before she saw it fall and break. Because of this, Xiao Xian had to be very careful when moving around, basically always needing someone to hold her hand. Now, the clever Xiao Xian had discovered the change without any delay. This also meant she didn't need to be led around by others while walking, nor did she need anyone's help. She could play with toys on her own without anyone worrying. Little Xian was very happy. Following Fang Cheng's words, after taking a few steps, Little Xian returned to his side, standing quietly on the grass, a sweet smile on her face. "See? Big Brother didn't lie to me, did he?" Fang Cheng patted Xian's head and smiled. Little Xian nodded vigorously, as if afraid Fang Cheng wouldn't feel her response. "Come on, Big Brother will take you to play with the toys in our kindergarten." Little Xian wasn't able to play much before because of inconvenience. "Let's try them now," Fang Cheng said, holding Little Xian's hand. Little Xian was very well behaved, and Fang Cheng liked this obedient, sensible, and strong little girl very much. Feeling her big brother's large hand, Little Xian gripped Fang Cheng's hand tightly, nodding happily and shyly. "Eat your candy first. There aren't many left. Big Brother will give you more as a reward tomorrow," Fang Cheng said somewhat apologetically, seeing Xiao Xian holding a rainbow lollipop that she had already chewed most of. However, it was late, and it wasn't appropriate to keep holding it in one hand. Although Fang Cheng could exchange for more rainbow lollipops at any time, he wanted to be as fair as possible at this moment. He couldn't let Xiao Shuyan get two while the other children only got one, even though he had taken a big bite. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Xiao Shuyan obediently imitated him, bringing her little mouth to the rainbow lollipop and taking a bite, making a crisp sound. Then, she chewed it a few times, took another bite, and finished the rainbow lollipop without any regret. For most children, this lollipop would be licked for a long time. Xiao Shuyan chewed on the lollipop, the sweet taste of various fruits filling her mouth. With Fang Cheng holding her little hand, Xiao Shuyan felt very happy. Seeing that Xiao Shuyan finished her lollipop in no time, Fang Cheng smiled and told her to throw the stick into the kindergarten's trash can. Then, Fang Cheng led Xiao Shuyan to try out the various toys at the kindergarten. First was the cloud-shaped climbing frame. The two went to the cloud-shaped climbing frame. Try it. Don't be afraid, Big Brother will protect you. Even if you fall, Big Brother guarantees you won't get hurt. Fang Cheng encouraged Xiao Shuyan. Xiao Shuyan was envious when Xiao Aila was carried down by the white cloud tornado. After all, no child dislikes playing. Xiao Shuyan nodded upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, then lifted her little feet and began to climb the cloud-shaped climbing frame. Fang Cheng stood guard behind her, giving her confidence. Xiao Shuyan seemed to adapt quickly to the seamless movement of the equipment. This was understandable, perhaps it was because when she could see, her body was as agile as Xiao Ailu's. Xiao Shuyan continued climbing, and seeing Fang Cheng below seemed to give her courage. Before long, she had climbed more than a dozen cloud steps, reaching a height of over 3 meters. Xiao Shuyan looked at her older brother, who was slowly shrinking in size, and wasn't afraid. She continued climbing, believing that even if she fell, her older brother would protect her. She now truly believed her older brother's words. Because of this belief, she overcame her fear of heights. Xiao Shuyan lifted her feet and climbed upwards with effort. The feeling of movement made her feel very comfortable. She hadn't done such a high-altitude climb in a long time. Sweat began to bead on Xiao Shuyan's forehead. She grew increasingly excited, and a slight ache spread through her legs. Fang Cheng watched from below, finding Xiao Shuyan's exercise enjoyable and amusing. Xiao Shuyan continued to persevere. In a short time, she had reached the top of the cloud climbing frame. Then, to Xiao Shuyan's anticipation, a white cloud tornado swept upwards towards her. It gently lifted Xiao Shuyan up. Xiao Shuyan wasn't afraid at all. She sat on the cloud, and the cloud tornado carried her around a few times before finally landing her on the grass. Xiao Shuyan gave Fang Cheng a bright smile and ran to his side. Xiao Shuyan could already jog, her agility was comparable to most children. Was it fun? Fang Cheng asked with a smile. Xiao Shuyan nodded. Fang Cheng took out a tissue and wiped the sweat from Xiao Shuyan's face and forehead. Xiao Shuyan was sweating quite a bit, perhaps because she hadn't exercised like this in a long time. Feeling Fang Cheng's care, Xiao Shuyan clung to his arm with one hand. Seemingly remembering something, Fang Cheng used his detection skill. Name, Shuyan. Gender, female. Age, 5 years, 5 months, and 24 days. Magic power, 6. Status, joyful. Mental strength, tier 2. Elemental affinity, 81/100, 81% lightning, 81% wind, 20% water. Perhaps due to the blessing of clearing the white cloud climbing frame, Xiao Shuyan's magic power had increased compared to the last detection. Most importantly, her joyful emotional state made Fang Cheng very happy as well. However, Xiao Shuyan's elemental affinity is lightning and wind, meaning she's suited to be a dual elemental mage specializing in both. I also need to find a way to help Xiao Shuyan sense space and learn spatial magic. But this requires some magical items and exchange points. I'll ask Xiaoling later. As for exchange points, Sun Xie, Emotong, and Shuyan Aila will all receive a 100-point increase in magic power as a system reward, meaning these little ones will soon be certified as novice mages. Fang Cheng was looking forward to receiving a generous reward of exchange points. Little Shuyan, shall we go play something else? Or should we rest? Fang Cheng asked. Little Shuyan pointed to the slide in the direction of the playground, so Fang Cheng took her hand and led her towards the playground. Little Shuyan, being led by Fang Cheng, walked with a cheerful gait. Even with her eyes closed, her joy was palpable. Just then, Eunice, having finished washing the dishes, came out of the kindergarten's castle and was surprised to see Little Shuyan being led by Fang Cheng. Eunice's gaze held surprise. She felt like she had missed something again. Eunice knew Little Shuyan well, and in the past few days, she had never seen Little Shuyan step so lively and joyful. Eunice could clearly feel Little Shuyan's excited emotions. Mr. Fang Cheng, what did he just do again? Eunice wondered to herself. However, seeing Xiao Shuyan so happy, Eunice felt happy for her too. She genuinely liked and cared for this sensible and pitiful little girl. Where has Xiao Aila gone? Not seeing Xiao Aila with Fang Cheng, Eunice walked towards him, worried that Xiao Aila had run off to cause trouble elsewhere. Then let's play on this magical adventure slide together. Xiao Shuyan nodded happily. So Fang Cheng led Xiao Shuyan up the steps and down the slide. Xiao Shuyan's smile never faded. Fang Cheng found it very heartwarming. Mr. Fang Cheng, where did Isla go? Eunice asked, approaching. Xiao Isla went to play with Saya and the others. Don't worry, it's safe here, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Eunice nodded and said, yes, I'm just worried that Isla might cause trouble and bully Saya and the others. It's alright, Isla is quite sensible. I trust her. She can take good care of Shuyan too. Hearing this, a sweet smile unconsciously appeared on Eunice's face. Perhaps this was why the children all liked this young man. The young man trusted the children, so the children trusted and liked him and were willing to listen to him. Eunice felt she should learn from the young man's mindset. Of course, Eunice's main concern was that Ilo and Saya might have a conflict, causing trouble for the young man, especially since she knew Saya's identity. Let's go find them and see what they're doing, Fang Cheng said at this moment. Now that Xian's condition had improved slightly, and she was more mobile than before, Fang Cheng had played with Xian for a while, and he was also preparing to go find Saya and the others. Eunice naturally nodded and walked alongside Fang Cheng. Seeing Xiao Xian holding Fang Cheng's hand tightly and looking happy, Eunice smiled and said, Mr. Fang Cheng is really popular with children. We haven't known each other long, and Xiao Xian already likes you so much. Not at all, it's just that I like children too. Liking is mutual. I like them, and they feel it, so naturally they'll like me too. Being liked by children is a happy thing. Feeling the children's affection makes me very happy too. Little Shuyan is so well-behaved, sensible, and strong. I believe no one dislikes her. Fang Cheng said, praising Little Shuyan again. Little Shuyan blushed, her fair face turning rosy. Eunice smiled slightly at the shy Xiao Shuyan. Then Fang Cheng led Xiao Shuyan and Eunice to search the playground. At this moment, a commotion slowly arose. A group of students from the Soto City Magic Academy, who were passing by, were watching from the large iron gate of the kindergarten, craning their necks to curiously observe the scene inside. Bick, look. There's a grass slime over there. Oh, look. Let me see. That little girl with purple hair is so pretty. And that maid is quite nice too. A bespectacled boy said, looking at Fang Cheng and his group in the distance inside the iron gate. Fang Cheng was quite far from the iron gate and could only hear the noise. Today was a rest day, a day when the students of the Magic Academy were off to go home. Naturally, they gradually became curious about this whimsical building and the uniquely styled cartoon characters on the walls, and wanted to go inside for a look. Just then, a cold female voice rang out from the security room next to the gate, shut up, it's so noisy. As the woman's chilling voice fell, four lightning balls, crackling with lightning, appeared in the air above the large iron gate. The lightning balls collided instantly, producing two loud explosions. The students around the gate immediately fell silent, too terrified to speak. The area outside the gate instantly became quiet again. Some of the curious students gathered outside the kindergarten exchanged glances, their eyes filled with fear and surprise. They quickly took a few steps back from the gate. The commotion naturally attracted Fang Cheng's attention. He glanced over, saw no one was hurt, and decided to leave it alone. It was for the best. Fang Cheng himself wasn't one to be disturbed. However, he would still remind Rosa to be careful later. It must be those students disturbing Rosa. She lives in the security room, she's probably still sleeping, Fang Cheng explained. Eunice nodded. Unexpectedly, Miss Rosa's strength was so high. Xiao Xian, having heard Fang Cheng's words, understood the commotion. Holding Fang Cheng's hand, she continued following him. Soon, the group arrived at the side of the castle and, sure enough, saw Saya, Emotong, and Isla gathered in front of the little lizard. The little lizard faced the three children. Little lizard, are you full? Little lizard, come carry us and play. I'll give you some delicious fruit later, Isla said to the little lizard. The little lizard chirped, its tail wagging as if it understood the children's meaning. Saya was clearly the most fond of the little lizard. Only Saya cared about whether it was full. This green-haired little girl only wanted to sit on its back and ride on it. Although the little lizard didn't dislike it and was quite willing to play with these little children, the little lizard nuzzled its head against Saya's hand, then lay down. It chirped, gesturing for Saya to sit on its neck. Little Sayo happily sat on it, the little lizard's neck remaining still. I want to get on too. Then little Ai reached out and hugged the other side of the little lizard's neck, then tiptoed up and climbed on as well, sitting behind little Sayo. Little Emotong watched as the two little girls didn't go up. The little lizard slowly raised its head and chirped at little Emotong beside it. Why aren't you coming up? Come on up, I'll give you a ride. It asked, a hint of doubt in its voice. Little Emotong shook her head. You guys play, but be careful. Saya, hold on tight to the little lizard, okay? Don't fall, little Emotong said in a cautionary tone. Okay, Sister Emotong, little Saya replied, hugging the little lizard's neck. The little lizard then ran towards the playground, taking little Saya and Ellie for a spin. Little Mo Tong quietly followed behind, casting fireballs in her hands. She probably felt this childish activity was a waste of time. It was better to cast more spells to practice and increase her magic consumption, thus increasing her magic power. Big brother. Just then, little Saya saw Fang Cheng and his group approaching. Little Saya greeted Fang Cheng excitedly. Fang Cheng smiled and nodded. Saya, did you feed the little lizard some fruit? The little lizard noticed Fang Cheng at this moment and came over to him, nuzzling his arm affectionately. The little lizard didn't dare nuzzle Fang Cheng's face, afraid that if it raised its head too high, the two little creatures sitting on its neck would fall off. Fang Cheng patted the little lizard's head. Big brother, the little lizard ate 6 pieces of fruit. Little Saya said happily. Thank you for your hard work, Saya. From now on, Big brother can leave the feeding of the little lizard to you. It's no trouble at all, Big brother is the one who's working hard. Leave it to Saya. Little Saya nodded happily. Good morning, Sister Shuyan. Want to play together? Little Saya invited, seeing Shuyan being led by Fang Cheng. Little Shuyan squeezed Fang Cheng's hand, hesitating upon hearing Saya's invitation. Little Mo Tong watched as Xiao Shuyan and Fang Cheng seemed to have grown very close, their little hands clasped tightly, reluctant to let go. She pouted and then cast another fireball spell, playing with it. She then merged 2 small fireballs into 1 large fireball. Eunice noticed this and stared in disbelief at Mo Tong's skillful casting of magic and effortless control over the fireball spell. Sister Shu Yin, do you want to come up? You can hug my back, Ai Lu will protect you. Little Ai Lu said. Little Shu Yin, go play with everyone. Fang Cheng said. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, little Shu Yin immediately nodded and walked towards little Ai Lu. Her steps were no longer slow, she nimbly climbed onto the little lizard's neck and sat behind little Ai Lu. Seeing little Shu Yin's agile movements, Eunice's eyes widened in surprise. Little Ai Lu also noticed that Sister Shu Yin's movements had become faster and more skillful, and she was quite happy. Little lizard, let's go. Little Ai Lu, sitting in the middle, gave the order. The little lizard, its neck lowered, carried the 3 little creatures on its back towards the playground, circling it. Be careful. Fang Cheng reminded them. Then, looking around, he noticed a water slime wriggling where the little lizard had been resting. He picked it up. He weighed it in his hand, touched it, and rubbed it. Eunice, standing nearby, didn't follow the little lizard and the others. With Shuyan around, little Isla was usually more obedient, setting a good example. She noticed Fang Cheng's actions were a bit strange. Mr. Fang Cheng, what's the purpose of putting slimes in the kindergarten? Eunice asked. Hearing Eunice's question, Fang Cheng grinned, glancing at Eunice's impressive figure, and said, Eunice, the purpose of slimes is big. No, it's a lot. Ha! Eunice was a little confused by Fang Cheng's words. According to Eunice's understanding, slimes did have some uses, but they were mostly used in alchemy. Eunice couldn't imagine what use they would have in a kindergarten. Could this young man be an alchemist? This slime, not only can it decorate our kindergarten and add vitality, but it can also be used as a toy for the children. They can play games like rolling slime, or throwing it to see who can throw it the farthest, practicing their motor skills, and so on. Hearing Fang Cheng's explanation of the slime's uses, Eunice felt that what the young man said made sense. She hadn't expected that such a simple slime would have so many uses in Fang Cheng's eyes. Mr. Fang Cheng is truly insightful and quick-witted, Eunice praised. It's nothing, I just put myself in a child's shoes and discovered how to play with this slime, Fang Cheng chuckled. Of course. Besides, it can also be a toy for adults. Fang Cheng grinned. An adult toy? Eunice asked, somewhat puzzled. Eunice, feel it. Fang Cheng used a water ball spell to clean the water slime in his hand, making it clear and bright. Fang Cheng handed the slime to Eunice. Eunice took it, a little confused. Feeling the soft, bouncy texture of the water slime in her hands, Eunice couldn't resist squeezing it. Does it feel relaxing when you squeeze it? Meanwhile, Mo Tong, standing beside the two, gave Fang Cheng a disdainful look. Noticing Mo Tong's gaze, Fang Cheng smiled blankly at her, seemingly not understanding why Mo Tong was looking at his dearest brother with such an expression. Mr. Fang Cheng, it seems there's something. Eunice nodded, looking at the slime in her hand. Her gaze fell on the bulge in her chest, and she suddenly froze, her cheeks inexplicably turning bright red. Noticing Eunice's gaze seemingly fixed on her chest, Fang Cheng coughed and continued, of course, I've recently discovered an even more amazing use for slime. What? Eunice whispered. Slime can be eaten. Eunice's cheeks flushed even more, recalling the hints that the family head, Bok, had given her a couple of days ago. Eunice understood perfectly well that the family head wanted to match her with the young man before her. While Eunice felt some goodwill and admiration for Fang Cheng, she didn't harbor any romantic feelings for him. But why was she blushing and having wild thoughts after hearing the young man's words? Eunice felt a little pathetic. I really mean it's edible. I tried some grass slime this morning, and it tasted pretty good. Let's experiment with this water slime together later, Fang Cheng said earnestly. Eunice nodded, somewhat sobering up, and handed the water slime back to Fang Cheng. How is it? Feels pretty good, right? Doesn't it give you a sense of stress relief? Fang Cheng asked sincerely. Eunice thought for a moment and nodded, Then, Fang Cheng and his group walked out of the playground. It was a little past 8 in the morning, and Fang Cheng was thinking about what to do today. Watching the students pass by outside the kindergarten, Fang Cheng suddenly remembered something and asked Eunice, is today Qing Ning and Betty's day off? Is Qing Ning home? Yes, Miss Qing Ning came back last night and is probably still sleeping. Fang Cheng nodded and didn't ask any further. Fang Cheng actually had a pretty good impression of Qing Ning now. Just because of how she stood in front of Saya to protect her when they encountered the pack of wind wolves yesterday, even if Qing Ning scolded him a few times, Fang Cheng shouldn't hold it against her. Besides, she had given him a lot of gold coins. Moreover, Fang Cheng hadn't really given in to Qing Ning all along, he still had to argue with her when necessary. Speaking of which, he hadn't visited Mrs. Duva's place for the past few days. He had mentioned to Betty last time that he wanted to invite her family over for dinner, and today being a day off, the timing was perfect. He might as well do it today and have a lively gathering. Fang Cheng had been getting to know his niece, Betty, for a while now, but he wondered if Brother Red and Mrs. Duva knew. Brother Red had mentioned wanting to introduce his daughter to him last time, but he wasn't sure what he meant. Betty was too young, and Fang Cheng didn't dare to think about it. Fang Cheng planned to take Zayasha to Betty's house later to invite them. It was peak time for students to go home from the Magic Academy, and Mrs. Duva's general store was probably busy right now. He'd go find them later. Meanwhile, Betty had gotten up early to help sell things at her family's general store. Yesterday, their team had killed 8 wind wolves, ranking second in points and earning a good reward. This proved her strength. She only needed to pass one more assessment before the end of the semester, and she would basically be able to study at the Magic Academy in the new Moon Kingdom's capital. Betty was very much looking forward to it. Last night, upon hearing Betty's results, Red and Mrs. Duva felt both happy and worried. However, it was still something to celebrate. Betty's father, Red, said that since it was his day off, they had to celebrate, so he wasn't going to work at the Chamber of Commerce. Rand was currently sitting behind the shop counter, showing off his muscular physique, his eyes fixed on the students who came in to buy things. Hey kid, hurry up and buy what you need, don't stare at my daughter like that. You're so young, you should focus on your studies. Red warned, displeased, seeing a boy's eyes light up as he looked at his beautiful daughter. If Fang Cheng were here, he would definitely complain. He wondered who it was that boasted about seducing Betty's mother at 15 and getting Mrs. Duva pregnant with Betty. Never mind, Betty, you go rest, I'll do it. Father, are you sure you can do it? You're so careless, Betty said doubtfully. Hearing his daughter's words, Red paused, then said, your father was deliberately careless to give your mother a chance to be more attentive. Don't you understand? Besides, isn't there Priya? Red glanced at the busy shop assistants nearby. Anyway, why don't you sit at the counter? Your mother won't be back for a while after grocery shopping. Alright, kids, just ask me if you want to buy anything. Reed stepped forward and spoke in a gruff voice to the boys surrounding Betty. Uncle, I suddenly remembered I forgot to bring money. Uncle, I want to buy, I also forgot to bring money, I'll go home and get some. Seeing Reed's eyes widen, seemingly radiating murderous intent, a handsome boy was so frightened that he abandoned his purchase and made an excuse to leave. These little brats. Reed watched the students run away, a displeased expression on his face. Next time I see him, I'll teach him a lesson. The children were playing with the little lizards on the playground. Fang Cheng set up a table and began experimenting with different ways to cook water slime. Yuri went back to her room to rest. As for Rosa, no one knew what she was doing in the security room, she hadn't been seen coming out. Xiao Emotong sat down under a tree next to Fang Cheng and began cultivating again. Emotong is really serious about cultivating, AI Lu couldn't keep it up, Eunice said to Fang Cheng, glancing at Emotong. Eunice roughly understood why Emotong was so skilled at casting magic, it was probably related to her usual diligence, though it still seemed unbelievable. Emotong, she's quite self-disciplined, Fang Cheng smiled. Then he picked up a syringe, drew half the liquid from the slime, and injected the other half with baking soda water. This ratio should eliminate the sour taste, right? Fang Cheng thought to himself. Eunice watched Fang Cheng's actions with a look of confusion. She had never seen the syringe Fang Cheng held before. Fang Cheng then used ice ball technique to freeze the water slime, took out a plate, and crushed the slime into ice powder, all under Eunice's astonished gaze. Fang Cheng took out a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of the water slime ice, and put it in his mouth. A cool sensation filled his mouth, followed by a taste similar to sea salt, completely different from the astringent taste of the grass slime leaves. Perhaps it was because the ratio of soda water was just right, the taste was quite good this time. Fang Cheng then asked Xiao Ling, this food shouldn't cause any symptoms in children, right? Won't it cause mouth ulcers? Xiao Ling was silent for a moment before saying, Master, after scanning, this food is harmless to young children, it's safe to eat. Hearing Xiao Ling's words, Fang Cheng was relieved. He figured the ratio of the slime gel to soda water was indeed a perfect 1:1. Fang Cheng was somewhat incredulous. His casual, impulsive idea had actually worked, making slime edible. Noticing Eunice's incredulous expression, Fang Cheng smiled and said, Eunice, want to try some? It tastes pretty good. Eunice was curious, but the idea that slime was edible was truly beyond her comprehension. In her understanding, the liquid inside slime was corrosive, contact with ordinary skin would cause blisters, itching, and rashes. After thinking for a moment, seeing that Fang Cheng only had a spoon, she shook her head. That's a pity. It really does taste good. Next time I can teach you how to make this dessert, Fang Cheng said casually. Dessert? When did slime become a dessert? If that's true, then slime and crops would be easy to clean out, wouldn't it? Eunice thought. If Eunice hadn't noticed there was only one spoon on Fang Cheng's plate, she would have really wanted to try the food. After all, her relationship with this young man wasn't close enough to share a spoon. Eunice was a rather conservative woman. The young man said that, except for certain professions, most women in this world were quite conservative and faithful. Fang Cheng glanced at Xiao Mo Tong, who was cultivating, sighed, and walked over to her. He said to Xiao Mo Tong, Tong Tong, come try the new dessert your brother made. Mo Tong opened her eyes, somewhat helplessly. This brother always liked to disturb her cultivation, although she was quite happy to be disturbed, so she wanted to cultivate next to Fang Cheng. Fang Cheng scooped up a spoonful of slime-shaved ice and brought it to Mo Tong's lips. Without thinking, Xiao Mo Tong ate it. She had been standing nearby and naturally knew it was made of slime. She hadn't expected that slime could be turned into something edible in her brother's hands. If she had this ability, she would have preferred to go outside the city to catch slimes to eat. Xiao Mo Tong thought inexplicably. Xiao Mo Tong tasted the flavor in her mouth. It was icy cold and slightly salty, not bad at all, with a refreshing feeling. How's it going? Can you eat it? Mo Tong nodded, then closed her eyes again, the meaning of which was self-evident. She wanted Fang Cheng to do his own thing and not disturb her cultivation. She had just used a few fireball spells, and now was the perfect time to cultivate and increase her magic power. Fang Cheng looked at Mo Tong and said, I told you to balance work and rest. Go run a couple of laps, and I'll have a surprise for you at noon. Mo Tong opened her eyes again, a hint of helplessness flashing in her dark pupils. She was both amused and exasperated that her brother was trying to get her to exercise and rest more with another surprise. However, after thinking about it, she remembered that her brother usually suggested exercising more in the morning. So Mo Tong stood up and silently walked to the track to run. This little one. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng also started running beside Mo Tong. Come to think of it, he hadn't exercised this morning either. It's always good to get some exercise. Running along, Xiao Mo Tong remained silent. She couldn't quite understand her brother's thought process. 1 minute he was making slime, the next he was suddenly running. Sigh. Mo Tong sighed inwardly. Mo Tong, guess what surprise your brother has for you at noon? Running was a bit boring, and being with his sisters made Fang Cheng's mouth never stop. It's definitely 100 times better than all your hard training today. It's a day off, no need to be so lazy. Fang Cheng said, patting Xiao Mo Tong's head as they ran. Mo Tong. Although she didn't understand the meaning of one, Xiao Mo Tong could roughly discern its meaning from the context. However, in Xiao Mo Tong's mind, cultivating magic to become a powerful magician meant there was no such thing as a skill that didn't require effort. What kind of surprise could be 100 times better than today's hard work? Brother, I'm not a child, I don't like to play, Mo Tong said, then silently ran off again. Hey, of course brother knows you don't like to play, but it's just that today is a rest day, so rest a bit. Don't you think the morning sun is beautiful? Mo Tong looked up at the gradually rising orange-red sun on the horizon, which was coloring the white clouds in the sky, turning them red, and she couldn't help but be lost in thought. Brother, sister Mo Tong, what are you doing? Just then, Xiao Shaya and the others, sitting on the little lizard, ran alongside Fang Cheng, and asked, We're running to exercise. Fang Cheng turned to the little ones looking at him and said with a smile. Xiao Xuyan smiled at him, while Xiao Aila looked curious. I want to run and exercise too, little lizard, can you put me down? Xiao Shay asked the little lizard. The little lizard chirped and stopped, then lowered its head to let the little one down safely. Xiao Shay climbed down, and Xiao Ailu and Xiao Xian followed. Seeing Fang Cheng running, they wanted to do the same. Then let's run together and exercise. Fang Cheng smiled slightly. Sister Xuyan, let me hold your hand and run with you, Xiao Ailu said. Xiao Xian nodded without refusing. At first, Xiao Aila deliberately ran slower, but seeing that her sister Shuyan seemed to run faster and better than before, as if she didn't need to slow down, Xiao Aila became a little confused. Fang Cheng glanced back and said, "When we run, we need to swing our arms. That will make us run faster. If we encounter wind wolves in the future, we can run away faster too. Of course, we're stronger than wind wolves, so we can catch up with them and defeat them even faster." Fang Cheng demonstrated, increasing his running speed slightly. Swinging arms also improves the children's balance. "Ailu, believe me, your sister Shuyan can run by herself now. Try it if you don't believe me," Fang Cheng said to the little one behind him. "Sister Shuyan, is that okay?" Little Shuyan nodded. Little Ailu then let go of his arm, and then saw Sister Shuyan swing her arms, speeding up as she ran towards teacher Fang Cheng. Her speed was surprisingly fast. Seeing the children's enthusiasm, Fang Cheng became curious about which of the little girls was the fastest. So he said, "Let's have a race. Let's see who catches me first. Later, I'll let her try the new snack I just made." Hearing Fang Cheng's words, the three little ones who had been carried by the lizard became very enthusiastic, their faces serious as they sped up to chase after him. Only Xiao Mo Tong seemed unconcerned. Knowing Fang Cheng as she did, she figured the new treat was probably the slime smoothie they just had. She'd already eaten some, and besides, it was best for her to run last. Whichever of the three little ones came in last would probably be discouraged. Then that wretched older brother could comfort and hug them in front of the other kids to win their favor. Xiao Mo Tong wasn't going to let him get away with that so easily. Fang Cheng then led the little ones on 3 laps around the track. The little lizard followed behind, though it thought its master and the kids were running too slowly. The little ones ran with all their might. After 3 laps, Fang Cheng noticed that Xiao Shaya was initially the fastest, and Xiao Ai Lu was also quite fast and had great stamina, ultimately coming in first place. In comparison, Xiao Shuyan's speed was now about the same as Qiao and Ai's. Their running ability was already comparable to that of a normal young girl. As for Xiao Motong, she lagged behind Xiao Shuyan by 2 feet and came in last. After 3 laps, the children were all sweating and a little hot. "Let's rest for a bit," Fang Cheng said to the children, handing each of them a tissue to wipe their sweat. At this moment, Eunice also came over. Seeing the children wiping their sweat themselves, she took out 2 towels from her spatial storage, intending to wipe Isla and Shuyan's faces. "Eunice, I can wipe my sweat myself," Xiao Isla said, seeing that Xiao She was wiping her sweat herself. "Shuyan, do you need me to help you wipe yours?" Eunice asked. Shuyan shook her head. After thinking for a moment, Eunice put the towels away. Taking care of them was her job and duty as a maid. Seeing that they didn't need her help, Eunice felt a mixture of happiness and complicated emotions. Fang Cheng then took out the water slime he had just made and added some orange juice. He divided it into several cups. He said, "Little Isla got first place. Try this, orange juice water slime smoothie." Orange juice water slime smoothie? The children were a little confused, looking around for the slime on the playground. "Anyway, it's edible. Little Ailu, you go first." Fang Cheng handed a cup and spoon to Ailu. Little Ailu happily accepted it. Then he passed it to Saya, Shuyan, and Motong according to their rankings. "Eunice, you try some too." This time, Eunice took it. "How does it taste?" Watching the children scoop up the smoothie with their spoons, Fang Cheng asked. "Teacher Fang Cheng, it tastes a little strange, and a bit salty." Little Isla frowned slightly as she ate, but then took another spoonful. "Big brother, it's delicious." Little Sao felt that as long as her brother's food wasn't too bitter, it was delicious, and she fully supported him. Little Shuyan took a bite and then gave Fang Cheng a sweet smile, nodding. Little Motong savored it without saying a word. Head-maid Eunice tasted it and was somewhat surprised. Surprisingly, this slime was actually quite edible, with a refreshing sea salt flavor. The cool, refreshing taste combined with orange juice was actually not bad. It just might not be suitable for children's palates. However, in the end, the children all finished the orange juice slime slush. After the children rested for a while, Fang Cheng said to Saya, "Saya, let's go see Aunt Duva. It's been a long time since we've been there. Let's invite Aunt Duva and Sister Betty to have lunch with us today." Okay. Little Saya was very happy. She liked Aunt Duva and Sister Betty very much. Aunt Duva had given her some cookies last time, and little Saya remembered it. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, little Ilo blinked. She knew that Fang Cheng was probably taking little Saya out. She also knew Sister Betty, she was her sister's good friend. So she said, "Teacher Fang Cheng, I want to go too." Ilu, Teacher Fang Cheng went out on business. "We agreed before he came," Eunice said somewhat helplessly. "It's alright, Eunice, let's all go together. It's not far, we'll be back soon. But we can't be naughty or willful outside, we have to be polite," Fang Cheng said to the little ones, mainly speaking to Ilu. He trusted Zayasha and Zayashwian, and Zayamotong didn't like causing trouble outside. "Okay, Teacher Fang Cheng. Isla quickly agreed upon hearing Fang Cheng's words. Then Fang Cheng and Eunice led everyone towards the kindergarten gate. Fang Cheng opened the gate but didn't see Rosa. There were quite a few students passing by along the way, but they were all rather quiet, perhaps because they had all heard or seen the lightning magic exploding on the gate. As soon as Fang Cheng and his group came out, the eyes of the passing students were drawn to them. Fang Cheng didn't mind and led them straight to Betty's general store. He wondered if Brother Red was home today. Soon, Fang Cheng arrived at Betty's family school general store with a group of people. The little ones following behind attracted a lot of attention. Each little girl was incredibly pretty and cute. Those who had seen the 11 magical kindergarten guessed that these beautiful girls were students there. The general store was quite crowded, with many students from the Magic Academy coming and going. As soon as Fang Cheng entered, he saw Red, a familiar yet somewhat robust man, standing on the shelves. He was busily fumbling with the students, retrieving items from the higher shelves. The other students, however, were quietly waiting in line. Before Fang Cheng could even greet Red, he heard a familiar girl's voice. "Uncle Fang Cheng, what brings you here?" The girl's tone was surprised and delighted. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she quickly shut her mouth. But this voice immediately drew everyone's attention in the shop. All eyes were involuntarily drawn to it, and then completely captivated. Fang Cheng was accompanied by a stunningly beautiful maid and 4 pretty, adorable little girls. It was hard not to notice them. The 4 exquisitely beautiful little girls each had their own unique charm, and everyone in the shop was instantly charmed. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of Reed, who was retrieving items from the shelf. She had just heard her daughter's voice and was wondering when her daughter had gotten an Uncle Fang Cheng. However, upon seeing the black-haired young man before her, she instantly understood. Wasn't this the Fang Cheng she had been eagerly trying to introduce to her daughter? When did her daughter start calling him uncle? This was bad. Had her daughter gotten to know Fang Cheng recently? Reed was puzzled. Wasn't her daughter supposed to be studying at the Magic Academy? Seeing Fang Cheng, Red was pleasantly surprised. He had originally planned to invite him to his son's kindergarten, 11 kindergarten, for a meal, but the young man had arrived early. It seemed he and Fang Cheng were indeed kindred spirits. Red immediately greeted Fang Cheng. "Young Fang Cheng, you're here. Come, have a seat." He handed his things to a waiting student, ignoring the others waiting in line, and walked straight to Fang Cheng, then pulled him to a table in the shop. "Priya is in your care," Red said to a woman at the opposite shelf. Priya was a shop assistant. Seeing the maid and 4 little girls beside Fang Cheng, Red's gaze faltered. This maid looked familiar. Wasn't that green-haired little girl behind him the little princess of the Ophidia family? Upon seeing this, Red instantly remembered that this maid seemed to be a maid from the Ophidia family. This relieved Red, who had thought his little brother Fang Cheng had gone astray. "Little girls, come and sit down. Betty, go get some juice cookies," Red called out. "Yes, father." Betty immediately sat up from behind the counter, feeling a little guilty, and went to the back room to get some pastries. "Brother Red, why are you being so polite? I'll be right there, I won't keep you from doing business." Fang Cheng was a little surprised by Brother Red's enthusiasm. Hey, young brother Fang Cheng, sit a little longer. We haven't seen each other in a long time, let's catch up. It won't delay your business at all. We still have employees in the shop, and besides, they won't miss a little time while they're shopping." Red. The student customers who came to buy things nearby were speechless upon hearing Red's words, thinking, why wouldn't we miss a little time? But at this moment, they really didn't miss a little time, and even hoped it would slow down, because their eyes were fixed on the 4 cute and delicate little girls, unable to look away. They're just too cute. The shy little girl with silver hair and cat ears. The little girl with green hair and emerald eyes was confident, lively, and spirited. The little girl with purple hair and closed eyes possessed a gentle and well-behaved air. The little girl with long black hair had a cool and aloof demeanor. Each had her own unique charm. Their gazes darted from one little girl to another, as if they couldn't get enough of looking at them. For a moment, they even wished they could stay a little longer. Why don't we have a little sister like that at home? They thought to themselves. You boys, hurry up and go home after you've bought your things. Don't stare at little girls and scare them, Red said to the group of energetic teenagers. Of course, Red was mainly talking to the boys. He had been looking at his daughter earlier, and now he was looking at these little girls. They weren't focused on their studies at all. It was really unacceptable. They didn't seem to have the same dedication to their studies as his daughter. Red thought to himself. Hearing Red's words, the students didn't dare say anything. After all, anyone who could run a general store across from the Magic Academy must have some kind of powerful background. Some of the little girls seemed embarrassed by their gazes, and for a moment, some of the students felt awkward about looking at them and making them uncomfortable. Fang Cheng had never seen Red like this before. Wasn't he afraid of offending these students and making them never buy anything here again? It seems Brother Red has some influence. He's not afraid of affecting business and losing money, Fang Cheng thought to himself. The group sat down. The tables in the shop were a bit small, generally only accommodating 4 adults per table. Red gestured for everyone to sit down, then moved a separate chair for himself. Betty then brought out some juice, tea, and snacks. Good morning, Betty. Saya greeted Betty. Good morning, Saya. Betty smiled at Saya. Good morning, Betty. I want some juice, Ailu said. Good morning, Ailu. I'll pour you some, Betty replied. Ching Ning was Betty's good friend, and little Isla was also quite familiar with Betty. Betty, when did you meet Fang Cheng and Saya? Red raised an eyebrow, asking with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Brother Red, I took the kids to the Whispering Forest for some training yesterday and met Ching Ning and Betty, Fang Cheng replied. Red scratched his head and nodded, not asking any further questions. Betty blushed upon hearing Fang Cheng's words, her eyes filled with gratitude. She felt this uncle understood her so well. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Red then asked curiously, young brother Fang Cheng, are these little girls your students now? Not bad. Fang Cheng nodded, I also want to thank brother Red for his help. Fang Cheng was referring to the time he asked Red to distribute flyers. You're welcome. I did hand out flyers, but it had very little effect. It was mainly thanks to Fang Cheng's skills. When the flyer distribution order was posted, Reed had paid special attention to it, even asking his wife. He learned that the flyers didn't seem to have much effect, as she had heard that very few people had enrolled at 11AI Magic Kindergarten. Fang Cheng and Reed chatted. 4 little girls shared the snacks on the table, with Eunice watching over them. Betty went back to the counter to collect money. Little Shuyan picked up a shortbread, came to Fang Cheng, and gently offered it to him, giving him a sweet smile, as if asking, Big brother, do you want a cookie? Thank you, Little Shuyan, Fang Cheng smiled, taking the shortbread. He didn't refuse Little Shuyan's kindness, refusing might make her sad. He didn't lean in to let her feed him either. Little Shuyan's actions attracted the attention of the other children. When did Xiao Shuyan and Fang Cheng become so close? Betty, sitting at the counter, also observed the scene. The customers shopping around them looked at Fang Cheng with envy and jealousy, while also wondering how this little girl with her eyes closed could discern directions and seem to see clearly. Reed glanced at Fang Cheng with some envy and said, Little brother Fang Cheng, you're truly enviable. When Betty was this little, I enjoyed the same treatment. Not at all, not at all, it's fine now. If all else fails, you and your wife can always try for a second daughter, Fang Cheng joked. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Reed's eyes lit up, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Was this idea feasible? He'd have to discuss it with Leah tonight. Brother, have some. At this moment, Xiao Shay took her glass of juice and handed it to Fang Cheng. Thank you, Shay. Fang Cheng wouldn't refuse Shay's kindness. Here you go, teacher Fang Cheng. Xiao Ailu also brought over a cookie. Fang Cheng took it and said thank you. Xiao Motong sat quietly to the side, without saying anything. Her mind was more mature, unlike that of a child who was easily influenced. Feeling some envious glances, Fang Cheng took a sip of his juice. Then he said, Brother Red, I shouldn't disturb your business any longer. I should head back now. I mainly came here to invite your family to my castle for a visit, a meal, and a chat. Red, realizing what Fang Cheng meant, thought for a moment and said, Alright then, I'll have Leah cook a few dishes to take over when she gets back. Fang Cheng was about to refuse when Red continued, I was originally planning to visit your house and invite you to my place for a meal, but you came first. It seems, Brother Fang, you share my idea. However, you have a lot of people, and my place is small, so it's inconvenient. We'll eat at your place. Leah can prepare the food, she'll be back soon after she goes grocery shopping, Red said with a smile. Oh, that's too kind of you. It's settled then, come over when you're done. We'll head back to prepare. Fang Cheng said, getting up to leave. Seeing Fang Cheng stand up, the other children also stood up, having naturally heard his voice from the side. Reed thought for a moment, and seeing that there weren't any fun toys around, he didn't try to stop them, saying, Then I'll trouble you, little brother Fang Cheng. I'll call Leah Betty to help later. Fang Cheng nodded without refusing, and then led the group away. Reed's generosity in treating him like family surprised and touched Fang Cheng. After all, he had only met Reed once before. The group returned the way they came, the 4 children skipping and jumping along the way. With friends their own age by their side, they were in good spirits. There were fewer students on their way home. However, anyone who saw Fang Cheng and his group would give them a second glance. After all, Fang Cheng's handsome black hair, Eunice's beautiful maid outfit, and the 4 adorable children, each with their own unique charm, were all eye-catching. On the way back to kindergarten, the 4 little ones' eyes fell on the cartoon drawings on the wall. They saw Elsa unleashing ice and snow magic, and a big sister in a uniform radiating electricity. Big brother drew this. That's Princess Elsa. The little one proudly introduced the drawing, seeing little Ella looking at it intently. Although little Xuyan's eyes were closed, she could still observe it, and the colors were accurate. Looking at the brightly colored and beautiful cartoon drawings, their admiration for the older brother grew even stronger. Eunice already knew these drawings were by Fang Cheng. After all, she had never seen such a childlike style of art before. Seeing the children's eyes filled with affection, Eunice wondered why this young man seemed to possess skills that children particularly loved, as if he were specifically there to cater to them. No wonder he was so popular with children. However, Eunice was also a woman who quite liked children. She also felt a good impression of Fang Cheng, and even suddenly thought that if her future partner were Mr. Fang Cheng, having both a son and a daughter wouldn't be bad. Her thoughts seemed to have taken a sharp turn, making Eunice blush slightly. She would never have had such thoughts before. It was because recently, the head of the family seemed to be subtly hinting at something, expressing a desire to match her with Mr. Fang Cheng, although it hadn't been explicitly stated. "Eunice, what are you thinking?" Eunice admonished herself inwardly. Besides herself, even Yuri seemed to like this young man. Although Eunice and Yuri had only known each other for a few days, it was clear that the girl greatly admired and liked Mr. Fang Cheng. Furthermore, even the young lady seemed to be muttering about the jerk Fang Cheng when she got home that night. And so, Eunice's thoughts slid all the way back to the kindergarten. Back at the kindergarten, Fang Cheng said to the 4 children, "We have guests coming to visit our kindergarten at noon. I need to prepare lunch now. You all play together in the kindergarten." "Okay, big brother." "Okay, teacher Fang Cheng." Shortly after Fang Cheng left, Mrs. Duva returned to the general store carrying a large bag of groceries. "Leah, you're back. Young Fang Cheng just came by and invited us to his kindergarten for a meal and a visit. Why don't you go help out?" Mrs. Duva was a little confused. Weren't Fang Cheng, Saya, and the others coming to visit for a meal? Then Reed explained to his wife. Mrs. Duva, hearing Reed's explanation, was even more pleased with Fang Cheng, realizing he shared the same thoughts as Reed. She was also happy, not expecting that Fang Cheng and Betty had met the day before. She glanced at Betty with a smile. Betty somewhat understood the meaning behind her mother's look. Whether it was her mother bringing her milk or her father's casual mentions of Fang Cheng, the girl had a vague idea of her parents' intentions, yet she wasn't entirely sure. This time, however, Betty wasn't impatient. Instead, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she avoided meeting her mother's gaze. "I'll go help prepare now. Betty, would you like to come along?" Mrs. Duva asked. "Mother, you go first. I need to go see Ching Ning later," Betty replied. Mrs. Duva nodded. Then, carrying a large bag of groceries, she headed towards Fang Cheng's kindergarten. Fang Cheng went to the kitchen, wondering what to prepare. After counting the number of people, the 4 little ones, Yuri, Eunice, Rosa, Betty, Ching Ning, Brother Red, Mrs. Duva, and himself, there were 12 of them. He'd have Eunice go back and ask Bok and Emily if they had time to come. Although he'd heard they were always quite busy, and Ching Ning and Isla were always being cared for by the family's maids. But cooking a few more dishes was always a good idea. As for what to cook, Fang Cheng flipped through the children's cooking recipes in his mind and had an idea. He prioritized the tastes of Saya and the others, but the adults would also need some, just with added seasonings. Fang Cheng started by cooking rice with magic crystal rice, and then began using gold coins to buy and select ingredients from the system. Meanwhile, Eunice looked at the 4 little ones, hesitating whether to go to the kitchen to help Fang Cheng, but if she went to help, the 4 little ones would be left unattended. Just then, the doorbell rang outside the kindergarten gate. Everyone's eyes turned to look. "It's Aunt Duva," little Saya said happily. Eunice went over to check. She recognized the woman ringing the doorbell. She'd seen her before. It was the mother of the young lady's best friend. Although Eunice wasn't familiar with Mrs. Duva, she'd seen her several times. A long time ago, she'd even taken Ching Ning to the school store to play with Betty. Rosa was sitting in the security room. When Fang Cheng took Saya and the others out, Rosa had secretly followed them from a distance, seeing them enter only the school store and then return. Hearing the doorbell ring, Rosa frowned. Seeing a still attractive woman carrying a large bag of groceries, Rosa glanced at her briefly but ignored her, her gaze returning to little Saya on the playground. Little Saya is so cute. Rosa could never get enough of looking at little Saya, seeing her always reminded her of the princess. Speaking of which, she hadn't even contacted the princess since arriving here. Rosa took out a crystal ball, very similar to the one Fang Cheng had shown her last time. This is a communication crystal, with only 2 more chances to contact the princess. After using it twice, the engraving on it will be erased and disappear, losing its ability to transmit messages. Rosa thought for a moment and then put it away. It wasn't time to contact the princess yet, she needed to observe a little longer. Just then, the communication crystal flashed, as if receiving a message. Rosa saw this and quickly returned to her bedroom, closing the door. She channeled a wisp of magic into the communication crystal. Instantly, an image appeared. The scene was a terrace at night, where a beautiful silver-haired woman in a gorgeous light blue dress appeared, her gaze gentle as she looked ahead. Then the woman spoke. Rosa, did you find Saya and Mr. Fang Cheng in Soto City? How is Saya doing? Is she happy? If you saw her, please let Saya talk to me. Shaylin's eyes were filled with longing and worry. Then, Sharon paused for a moment before saying, Saya, I missed you. Have you been a good boy/girl? I've been watching over you and hope you're happy every day. Don't worry about me. I'm living in a very big palace now, look. Then the scene shifted, revealing a brightly lit, magnificent palace. Soon, I'll bring you back, and we'll live together in this beautiful palace. I'll treat Saya to lots of grilled fish and other delicious food, Sharon said gently. Rosa's eyes lit up when she saw the princess before her. Hearing the princess's gentler tone than usual, Rosa's eyes were filled with adoration and love. The princess is so beautiful. Normally, Rosa wouldn't dare look directly at the princess. Although this was a communication crystal, it wasn't real-time communication. Instead, the image was pre-recorded using the crystal and then transmitted to another crystal to be displayed. Rosa snapped out of her reverie when the communication crystal's screen went dark. The image of the princess still lingered in her mind. However, since the princess had already sent a message, Rosa naturally wanted to complete the princess's task as quickly as possible. After all, Rosa could feel the princess's longing for Saya, just as she herself longed for the princess. I'll finish recording today and send it to the princess, Rosa thought to herself. Outside, Eunice opened the kindergarten gate to greet Betty's mother. Good morning, Mrs. Duva, it's been a long time, Eunice greeted Mrs. Duva with a smile. Oh, it's Miss Eunice, good morning. Mrs. Duva was somewhat surprised to see the head maid of the Aphidia family opening the door, but she also greeted her. Aunt Duva. At this moment, little Saya came to her side and greeted the woman warmly. Inside the security room, a woman with purple hair was secretly recording little Saya through the window. Good morning, Aunt Duva. Little Elle greeted the woman. The woman looked at the children's bright smiles. Good girls, Auntie's made you something delicious to eat today, Mrs. Duva said gently, waving the bag of groceries she was carrying. Seeing the 4 children and the woman through the security room window, Mrs. Duva smiled at her. This kindergarten was certainly quite popular. If they came to her house for a meal, there probably wouldn't be enough room. Looking at the unique, colorful castle and the various large, whimsical toys that fascinated her, Mrs. Duva felt exceptionally happy, as if she wanted to return to her childhood and experience playing with these toys again. However, Mrs. Duva had come with a mission. She looked at Saya and asked, Saya, where did your brother go? My brother's in the kitchen, Aunt Duva, let me take you there. Little Saya said cheerfully. Thank you for your help, little Saya, Mrs. Duva said kindly. No trouble at all, the little girl said happily. Then little Saya led the way to the kitchen. Upon arriving at the kitchen, they indeed saw Fang Cheng busy preparing some ingredients. Mrs. Duva had toured the kindergarten castle along the way. She was quite surprised to find that this young man's kindergarten was indeed beyond her expectations. Fang Cheng was somewhat surprised to see everyone arrive. Brother, Aunt Duva is here. Mr. Fang Cheng, as I told you, I'll cook today. I'm quite confident in my cooking skills. Mrs. Duva, come along. I'm going to make some hometown dishes for you to try. Thank you all for your hard work today, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Mrs. Duva thought for a moment and nodded. After all, it was her first time in someone else's kitchen, and to be honest, she was a little overwhelmed by the somewhat novel equipment. Mr. Fang Cheng, let me help too, Eunice said. Big brother, I'll help too. Teacher Fang Cheng, me too, little Ilu said. Fang Cheng thought for a moment. He might need Eunice to prepare lunch when he was busy in the future. So he agreed. It was also a good opportunity for Eunice to learn while she was there. Of course, as the head maid, Eunice herself was quite skilled in cooking. However, Fang Cheng couldn't think of anything the little ones needed help with right away, as the ingredients for his cooking were basically already prepared. But seeing the groceries Mrs. Duva was carrying, he thought for a moment and said, okay, then you can help Aunt Duva wash the vegetables. Little Saya nodded. I'll help too, said little Ilu. Little Shuyan nodded. Little Moton, however, felt it was a bit unnecessary. Those vegetables could be washed in a few seconds. She knew there were those metal bins in the kitchen that could quickly clean vegetables. Little Moton said casually, I'm going to the restroom. Then the people in the kitchen began to busy themselves with their tasks. The kindergarten kitchen was large enough that several people could easily prepare dishes at the same time. After showing Mrs. Duva how to use the utensils and stove, Fang Cheng and Mrs. Duva busied themselves preparing their own dishes. Eunice watched from the side, helping out as she went. On the floor, the 3 little ones were diligently washing some ingredients. Eunice looked at little Isla squatting on the floor washing the ingredients with a hint of satisfaction. This was the first time Isla had done something like this. Fang Cheng had set a simple task for the little ones, not asking them to wash many ingredients, but after less than 3 minutes, little Isla seemed to be getting bored and couldn't keep going. So tiring. I don't want to wash anymore, it's not fun, Isla said, stopping what she was doing and standing up. Little Saya and little Shuyan, on the other hand, were silently persevering. Little Ilu, standing up, curiously wandered around the kitchen, sometimes looking at what Mrs. Duva was making, sometimes looking at what Fang Cheng was doing. Teacher Fang Cheng, what are you making? Fang Cheng didn't say anything about Xiao Isla slacking off, leaving the other 2 children behind. Every child's willpower is different. I'm making fish balls. Fish balls? They're balls made from fish meat, they're really delicious. Xiao Isla nodded, seemingly understanding. 2 minutes later. Big brother, we're done washing. Thank you, sweetheart. Go and rest and play, wait for lunch, it'll be delicious. Xiao Shay, seeing that Sister Motang hadn't returned yet, thought about going to find her. Then, big brother, I'm going to find Sister Motang. Xiao Ilo had been curiously watching everyone in the kitchen. Hearing Fang Cheng's words and seeing Xiao Shay run out, she also wanted to play. So she said to Xiao Shuyan, Sister Shuyan, let's go play. Xiao Shuyan glanced at Fang Cheng. Little Shuyan, thank you for your hard work, go on. Fang Cheng said at this moment. Fang Cheng knew that after what happened this morning, little Shuyan probably wanted to stay with him now. That's how children are, they become more attached to whoever treats them well, and even better. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, little Shuyan nodded to Xiao Ailu. Then she slipped out of the kitchen with Xiao Ailu. The 3 of them began to busy themselves in the kitchen. The children were playing in the kindergarten, occasionally one of them running back to the kitchen to peek, then running out again. Time passed slowly, and the kitchen filled with the aroma of various delicious dishes, their fragrance enticing and mouth-watering. Seeing that it was almost time, Fang Cheng said to Eunice, Eunice, go and invite Brother Bok and Emily, see if they'll come, and also urge Betty, Ching Ning, and Brother Red to come. Eunice looked at the various prepared dishes already laid out on the counter beside her, nodded, and said, yes, Mr. Fang Cheng, I'll go now. Then Eunice walked outside. Having been helping in the kitchen, Fang Cheng's culinary skills had truly broadened Mrs. Duva's and Eunice's horizons. They hadn't realized there were so many ways to cook ingredients, and so many intricacies involved. Eunice was a little reluctant to leave, wanting to go back to the kitchen to learn more. After all, she knew Fang Cheng still had 2 dishes to cook. Cooking was an essential skill for a maid, and she had specifically studied it before. Eunice walked out of the castle. Eunice paused, then saw Ching Ning and Betty playing with the little girls on the playground. Eunice thought for a moment, then walked towards Ching Ning and Betty. Young Miss Betty, Eunice greeted the 2 girls. Eunice, why didn't you wake me up this morning? I heard from Isla that Fang Cheng's breakfast was delicious. What a pity I didn't get to eat it, Ching Ning said, her expression somewhat regretful. Isla had boasted for quite a while about how delicious her breakfast was when she saw her arrive. Eunice was somewhat speechless. Since Ching Ning had grown up, Eunice hadn't woken her up in a long time. However, Eunice, naturally understanding the young lady's personality, didn't respond to that question. She simply said, are the head of the family and Madam home? I'll go and invite them to dinner. Mr. Fang Cheng has prepared a very lavish meal today and specifically asked me to invite them. Never mind them. My father and mother happened to be out when I got up, they won't be back for another 2 days. Ching Ning said nonchalantly, her tone seemingly cheerful. Ching Ning was indeed quite happy today, as her parents weren't home and it was a day off. It meant no one would be watching her, and she could do whatever she wanted. Eunice nodded. It seemed the matter of inviting the head of the family and Madam was off. However, Betty's father hadn't been invited yet, and Eunice remembered the task Fang Cheng had entrusted to her. Miss Betty, how's your father doing? My father will be here soon. I'll go and call him now, Betty said after thinking for a moment. After saying that, Betty didn't go through the main gate, but instead walked towards the direction next to her family's general store, and with a single leap, she scaled the wall. At the same time, the system's alarm music rang in Fang Cheng's mind, and the image of Betty scaling the wall flashed through his mind, causing him to lose his composure. Sister Betty is amazing, little Saya exclaimed, noticing Betty's actions. When I grow up, I can climb over there too, little Isla said crisply, looking at the direction Betty had just scaled. Ching Ning was somewhat puzzled, as this wasn't like Betty's style, it was more like hers. Betty was a rather well-behaved and polite person. Perhaps it was just a habit. Mr. Fang Cheng, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. Just the smell is so appetizing, Mrs. Duva said, looking at the various dishes Fang Cheng had prepared. Mrs. Duva's cooking skills are also quite good. It smells so good, my mouth is watering. It seems everyone is in for a treat today. Fang Cheng smiled. Mrs. Duva was delighted to receive Fang Cheng's praise and smiled. In her eyes, Fang Cheng's culinary skills were absolutely professional. Then, Mrs. Duva suddenly said, Mr. Fang Cheng, I heard that my daughter met you in Whispering Forest yesterday. Yes, yes, we met yesterday. Mr. Fang Cheng, what do you think of my daughter? Eunice had already left, and now that no one else was in the kitchen, Mrs. Duva thought for a moment and asked directly. Women her age tend to prefer simple and direct thinking. Besides, knowing how good Fang Cheng's cooking was, if she could play matchmaker, Betty would be in for a treat, and she could also benefit from it. Well, I think my niece Betty is quite lovely. She's very polite, and her magical talent is quite impressive. She's already a mid-level mage at such a young age, her future achievements are limitless. Fang Cheng was a little confused, wondering what Madame Duva meant by asking him, and praised her politely yet genuinely. You look about the same age as Betty, so don't call her niece. I mean, do you think my Betty is pretty? Should Auntie play matchmaker for you too? Madame Duva was straightforward, even addressing Fang Cheng as Auntie. Hearing Madame Duva's words, Fang Cheng's body stiffened, and he looked at the woman before him in shock. This is amazing. Fang Cheng thought to himself. Betty is 14 years old, 15 years old, by Chinese reckoning. What year is that? It seems that whether on Blue Star or the Zeo continent, anyone over 14 years old can freely date if both parties are willing. That startled me. Holy crap, I suddenly got the approval of my future mother-in-law. No, I mean Mrs. Duva. I've never felt so close to having a girlfriend before. Some people say that winning over the mother-in-law is like winning over half the battle in marriage. Suddenly, he remembered Red's enthusiasm for him. Others say that if you win over both the mother-in-law and father-in-law, the marriage is practically guaranteed. In this world, without cell phones or the internet, relationships between men and women aren't often complicated. Most ordinary people meet briefly, spend time together, develop feelings, and eventually get together. Or it might be an introduction by parents, the children take a liking to each other, feel they're compatible, and become partners. Of course, there are also many free love relationships, where people who work or adventure together find a kindred spirit and come together. Aunt Duva, isn't Betty a bit too young? Isn't it too early to introduce her to someone? Fang Cheng said. Hearing Fang Cheng call her Aunt Duva, the woman's smile widened. She said, Betty is still young, but she's old enough for free love. Back in the day, your brother Red and I were only 15 when we got pregnant with Betty. The woman spoke casually, as if she completely regarded Fang Cheng as a junior. Fang Cheng was speechless. Being called Aunt Duva and then Brother Red all at once had confused him about the generations. To be honest, Fang Cheng was genuinely a little tempted. After all, who wouldn't like a vibrant and beautiful young woman like Betty? Although she was still a bit green, he could mature with time. There was no way around it, it was just male nature. Besides, this country allowed polygamy, though it required a noble title. Commoners could only have one wife, and when a noble married, the wife had to take her husband's surname. The crystal palace that was every man's dream. However, Fang Cheng dared not agree so easily. After all, Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong were watching over him, and he had to consider their feelings. Of course, most importantly, Yuri herself was also interested, Eunice was a little, and Shaylin was a little, well, Rosa, although she had a bad temper, was also very pretty. Besides, Betty was too young. Even if she had feelings for him, they would only be fleeting thoughts. After all, Betty already called him uncle, and he had to act like an elder. How could an elder have feelings for a junior? Although Fang Cheng felt he would always be a boy. Just as Fang Cheng was about to say something to Mrs. Duva, Eunice entered. Fang Cheng breathed a sigh of relief, somewhat puzzled that Eunice had arrived so early. Mrs. Duva said nothing more. Mr. Fang Cheng, Miss, and Miss Betty have arrived. Miss just said that the head of the family and his wife had important business to attend to this morning and have been out for 2 days, so they are not home. Miss Betty went home to call Mr. Reed. Okay, I understand. Thank you for your hard work, Eunice, Fang Cheng said with a smile. Eunice smiled gently and shook her head. Just one last dish. Once it's done, we can eat. Everyone's in for a treat today, and the kids are probably drooling. While Fang Cheng and the others were cooking, the little ones peeked into the kitchen again. Seeing the fragrant dishes, even Isla couldn't resist asking Fang Cheng if she could try some. Fang Cheng gently declined, saying, sometimes, the more delicious the food, the more worth the wait. Sharing it with everyone is a true happiness. Of course, it would be different if Zayesha wanted some. However, Zayesha usually wouldn't make such requests. She would only wait to eat with her brother, or for him to feed her. Fang Cheng put the prepared black-back sea bass into the pot, added some spices, and a little bit of crushed Yunnan chili pepper, not too much, afraid it would be too spicy for the children, and put it in a glass bag of ground chili powder. Instantly, the already fragrant dish became even more intensely aromatic. The powder in the glass pouch was a spice exchanged from the system. Its original form was a small, vibrant purple flower with downward-facing blossoms, a posture said to protect its fragrance. Fang Cheng swallowed hard, smelling the aroma of the dish. He then used a fireball spell to further heat the pot, speeding up the cooking process. Eunice and Madame Duva fell silent, their mouths were also watering from the aroma alone. Alright, we can prepare to take it out now, Fang Cheng said, taking the wanmantang boiled fish out of the pot and plating it. Let's eat it under the tree outside today, it'll be cooler there, Fang Cheng said to Eunice and Madame Duva. The two naturally nodded. Fang Cheng waved his hand, storing all the dishes on the counter into his system inventory. The dishes on the counter vanished instantly. Mrs. Duva was filled with shock. She wasn't an ignorant woman, and seeing this, she even slightly regretted her earlier words. The person possessing such a storage space item was naturally a magician. Only magicians could use storage magic items. And clearly, Fang Cheng's magical storage item was expensive, perhaps indicating an unusual status. The cooking methods he used also seemed unlocal. Many of the dishes Fang Cheng prepared today were ones she had never seen before. Mrs. Duva only hoped her daughter would find an ordinary partner and live a peaceful life. Fang Cheng put away the dishes on the counter, then stored the bowls and chopsticks from the cupboard into his space, along with the magic crystal rice that had been steamed in the rice cooker. Then the three of them walked outside together. Outside the castle, the four little ones were still playing with Qing Ning in the playground. Strangely, Rosa was also there, watching. Wasn't she always someone who preferred peace and quiet? Perhaps he wanted to see Zayesha more. Fang Cheng said to Madame Duva, "It seems Brother Red and Betty haven't been seen yet. Madame Duva, why don't you go back and urge them? That's the downside of this other world. If it were on Earth, a phone call or a text message would suffice. Although this world has communication tools, they are generally expensive and unaffordable for most people." Mrs. Duva nodded and was about to go when Fang Cheng said, "Mrs. Duva, no need. Brother Red and Betty are here." Mrs. Duva paused, looking at the kindergarten gate. "No one's coming in," Mrs. Duva said, somewhat puzzled. "They're over there," Fang Cheng pointed in a direction. Mrs. Duva looked in the direction Fang Cheng was pointing and saw a girl in white and a strong man nimbly scaling the wall. The man even did a somersault. It was her daughter and husband. Mrs. Duva felt a little embarrassed. And how did her daughter become so skilled at scaling walls? Judging from Brother Reed's agile and powerful movements, he must be quite skilled. Seeing everyone had arrived, Fang Cheng said, "Eunice, could you please go and call Qing Ning and the other children? It's time to eat. Tell them to wash their hands." Eunice nodded. Fang Cheng then quickly redeemed a large dining table from the system. This table was designed for the children's height. They went to the shade of a large tree. The shade was cool, and a refreshing breeze greeted them. He arranged a large dining table and chairs from his system space. Fang Cheng laid out all the dishes he had prepared for the day on the table. Instantly, the table was filled with fragrant aromas, each dish releasing its own delicious flavor. The colorful and delicious food on the table was incredibly tempting. Fang Cheng also set out drinks, all chilled. "Brother Fang Cheng, you've worked hard. I could smell the aroma from afar. I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so impressive." Betty approached with her father, and Reed greeted her warmly with a smile. Reed saw many dishes laid out on the table. Some were familiar to him, made by his wife, but many more looked unfamiliar. He guessed Fang Cheng had also cooked them. He had been talking to his daughter on the way here, and she had mentioned Fang Cheng's excellent cooking. "Not at all, I've gotten used to it and it's done quickly. Mrs. Duva's cooking is also excellent. This stew smells mouth-watering," Fang Cheng laughed. "Brother Fang Cheng, don't be modest. I brought 2 bottles of wine. Let's have some together today. This is a treasured collection I've kept for years, it tastes quite good." Reed carried 2 bottles of red wine. Seeing the sumptuous meal Fang Cheng prepared, and feeling his hospitality, Reed was very happy. "Alright, let's have a drink together later. Brother Reed, please have a seat." Fang Cheng hadn't tried the wine from this other world before. Then Fang Cheng gestured for Betty and Mrs. Duva to sit down. "This smells so good." Reed couldn't help but drool looking at the table full of dishes. "Wait a little longer, let's eat slowly together." Eunice, Qing Ning, and the children went to wash their hands. Yuri was still resting. Currently, only Betty's family was seated. "Betty, could you please go and call Saya and tell teacher Yuri to come down for dinner?" "Okay, I know. I'll go call her, Uncle Fang Cheng." Betty nodded, then quickly got up and left. With her parents and Uncle Fang Cheng sitting there, she suddenly felt an invisible pressure and fled to call Saya. Seeing the familiar interaction between Fang Cheng and their daughter, Reed and Mrs. Duva were quite pleased. Observing further, they increasingly suspected that Fang Cheng and their daughter might have known each other for some time. "Brother Fang Cheng, isn't my daughter beautiful?" "Brother Reed's daughter is indeed beautiful, she must be very popular at school." Fang Cheng grinned. Sure enough, both Brother Reed and Mrs. Duva seemed to have that intention, leaving Fang Cheng somewhat puzzled. Fang Cheng picked up a glass and poured Reed some wine first, trying to distract him. "Brother Fang Cheng, do you have any interest in becoming in-laws with me?" Reed laughed heartily upon hearing Fang Cheng's approval of Betty. Fang Cheng's hand trembled as he poured the wine. Mrs. Duva, standing nearby, was somewhat shocked that her husband was even more direct than she was. This. Brother Reed, be careful Betty doesn't get angry if she hears this, Fang Cheng said suddenly after a moment's thought. Reed's voice immediately lowered, and he glanced back to see if Betty was behind him. Fang Cheng found Reed's anxious expression, worried his daughter might hear, somewhat amusing. It seemed he really cherished his daughter. So, Brother Fang Cheng, what do you think? I think matters of the heart should be left to nature. We should support Betty when she meets someone she likes. Betty is still young. Reed nodded. Brother Fang Cheng, do you have someone you like? Reed asked. Well, let me think about it, Fang Cheng said somewhat vaguely. He was really struggling to keep up, but didn't want to refuse outright. Reed stroked his chin, seemingly deep in thought. Teacher Fang Cheng, I've washed my hands, they smell so good. Little Ailu and Little Shuyan ran over at this moment. Little Ailu couldn't take her eyes off the fragrant food in front of her. Little Shuyan twitched her nose, glanced at Fang Cheng with a sweet smile, and wanted to sit next to him, but she knew this older brother usually sat with Sheye and Emotong. The well-behaved and precocious Little Shuyan didn't go forward. Yes, come sit down. This must be the little princess of the Ephodiah family, so cute. Seeing the two little girls, Red snapped out of his reverie and stopped talking about that topic. Uncle, who are you? Have you seen me before? Ailu asked, somewhat puzzled. She didn't mind this tall, broad-shouldered uncle. He wasn't as handsome as teacher Fang Cheng. Red had seen little Ailu before. After all, Betty and Qing Ning had been good friends for 6 or 7 years, and he had even visited the Ephodiah family. Hearing Ailu's question, Red chuckled but didn't reply. He just thought little Ailu was quite adorable. Every father is basically a doting father, and there's always a certain tenderness towards young girls. Yes, they're studying here with me now. They're playing here today on their day off, keeping my sister's company, Fang Cheng replied with a smile. Who's this little girl? What happened to her eyes? Reed asked curiously, his tone showing concern. Hearing that Reed seemed to be talking about her, Xiao Xian smiled politely at Reed and gave a slight bow. This is Ailu's sister, the daughter of the Ephodiah family head's brother, named Shuyan. She's also studying here with Ailu. She has some temporary eye problems, but they'll be fine in a few years, Fang Cheng said. It's alright, little one, everything will be fine. Reed comforted her. Madame Duva, standing to the side, looked at Xiao Xian with a look of concern and pity. Ailu, Shuyan, come sit here. Rest for a while. Your faces are all sweaty and red from playing, Fang Cheng said gently, pointing to 2 seats beside him. The 2 little ones must have had their faces washed by Eunice earlier. Her hair was a little damp on her forehead. The 2 little ones nodded and sat down beside Fang Cheng. Looking at Xiao Xian, who seemed to have no visual impairment even with her eyes closed, Reed became curious again. Xiao Xian sat obediently beside Fang Cheng, her heart filled with joy. Xiao She and Xiao Modong had probably gone to call Yuri. They might be a little late. I'll let Eunice sit in my spot later, then I'll sit with Saya. Not long after, Saya and the others arrived. Saya trotted over, followed by Emotong, Yuri, Eunice, Betty, Qing Ning, and even Rosa, who seemed to be holding a crystal ball and recording something. Fang Cheng had a vague guess in his mind. Big brother. Before they even got close, little Saya called out happily, like a fledgling returning to its nest. Upon getting closer, she became a little shy when she saw Red and Madame Duva standing there. Red, standing to the side, looked over and was stunned to see the several beautiful women approaching. He recognized Qing Ning, and he had seen Eunice before. Besides them, there was a purple-haired woman in a dark mage's robe, and another woman in a light blue dress. They were all stunningly beautiful women. No wonder Fang Cheng hadn't immediately agreed. Back then, his parents had introduced him to Leah, and he'd been captivated by her slender figure the first time he saw her, agreeing on the spot. Reed glanced furtively at Fang Cheng, noticing he seemed to be merely smiling at the silver-haired girl. Reed's hope rekindled. He looked again at the woman with the gentle, flaxen hair, then at the purple-haired woman in the dark mage's robe. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Reed turned and saw his wife glaring at him. Reed shrank back, not daring to look again. Madame Duva pursed her lips. Seeing so many beautiful, elegant women at Fang Cheng's kindergarten, she felt a little insecure about her daughter, and somewhat embarrassed for having acted as a matchmaker for Fang Cheng and her daughter in front of the young man. Perhaps Fang Cheng already had a girl he liked among them. Saya ran to Fang Cheng and hugged her older brother tightly. A cool sensation washed over him, and Fang Cheng touched Saya's little forehead and picked her up. Then he stood up and said to Eunice, who was approaching, Eunice, why don't you sit between Ailu and Shuyan and take care of them? You're more familiar with their eating habits. Eunice, seeing Fang Cheng pick up Saya, naturally understood his meaning and nodded. Rosa behind him, her gaze calm, though a crystal ball was somewhat incongruously placed in her hand. Given her unapproachable aloofness, no one questioned her, because their attention was already drawn to the table laden with dishes. It smelled so good. Today, Fang Cheng prepared the following ingredients: wanmantang boiled fish, sakura shrimp and scallops, sweet flour stuffed chicken, with spirit lamb stir-fried with mushrooms, grilled fish, kinky farmhouse dishes, squirrel fish, and almond tofu, each dish a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Fang Cheng didn't know where he got the recipes from the cooking skills he'd redeemed from the system, but following them was always a safe bet. As for Mrs. Duva, she prepared a secret sauce steak, vegetable salad, pea soup, a fruit platter, ham slices. "Everyone, sit down and let's eat," Fang Cheng called out. A distinct sound of the little one swallowing hard could be heard. Yes, hurry up and sit down. I can't wait." These words didn't come from Qing Ning's mouth, but from Xiao Ailu. Xiao Ailu's delicate, impatient face, combined with her words, made everyone smile. Then everyone began to take their seats. The dining table was spacious enough for everyone. Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong sat next to Fang Cheng. Those familiar with Fang Cheng knew that those were the reserved seats for Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong next to him. Next to Xiao Shay was Rosa, and to Xiao Motong's left sat Yuri. Once everyone was happily seated, their eyes met, and a slight silence fell over them. The little ones seemed a bit bewildered by the atmosphere. Although they were drooling over the table full of food, no one seemed too shy to start eating first. This was a common situation at meals. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng said, "It's rare for everyone to get together, so please eat whatever you like. Don't be shy or act like outsiders. Today's a day off, so let's have a meal together and try the cooking of Betty's mother and me. Get started. Little Ailu, help yourself to whatever you want. Look how hungry you are," Fang Cheng said, placing a mushroom on Ailu's plate. "Thank you, Teacher Fang Cheng." Seeing Fang Cheng give her the first bite, little Ailu looked very happy and thanked him sweetly. Little Saya, on the other hand, didn't seem unhappy at all. This was an attitude Qing Ning had never received before, making her pout. Then, after thinking for a moment, Qing Ning also picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of grilled fish in Saya's bowl. "Saya, big sister got you a piece of grilled fish." "Thank you, big sister Qing Ning." Little Saya smiled at Qing Ning. Little Ailu pouted at this. Seeing this, everyone found it amusing and smiled. "Everyone, start eating. No need to fuss, just relax. Try this boiled fish, it's a specialty from my hometown." At Fang Cheng's invitation, everyone started eating. "Teacher Fang Cheng, it's delicious." Little Isla took a bite of the mushroom Fang Cheng had put on her plate, her emerald green eyes sparkling. "If it's delicious, eat more," Fang Cheng said with a smile. "Brother Fang Cheng, your cooking is superb," Red praised. Then Red opened a bottle of wine and poured Fang Cheng a glass. He then asked, "Is there any lady who drinks?" The women shook their heads, but Red didn't mind. "Father, please drink less," Betty reminded him. I know, haha." Upon hearing this, Red quickly took a big gulp of wine, his face instantly turning red. "Brother Fang Cheng, my daughter Betty is also an only child and hasn't made many friends with boys. I'd appreciate it if you could take good care of her in the future, otherwise, I'm worried she won't be able to find a boyfriend." "Father, what are you saying?" Betty's face flushed red, a mixture of embarrassment and anger at her father's unexpected words. Eunice and Yuri were taken aback by Reed's words. They looked at the seemingly honest-looking middle-aged man before them, and appeared to see what he was up to. Then they looked at the slightly blushing Betty. The man's honest smile made them feel a little cunning. Rosa, however, was completely absorbed in the food before her, a crystal ball on the table reflecting her surroundings. "Fang Cheng, don't worry, Brother Red, Betty is a very sensible and intelligent girl." That was all Fang Cheng could think of. Red laughed. "How about this, I'll have Betty recognize you as her older brother? You and Betty don't look that far apart in age. Don't call me uncle, it makes you sound too old." Brother Fang Cheng looks very young. "Betty, what do you think? Call me brother. Didn't you always want an older brother when you were little? Now father has found one for you." Red chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. Mrs. Duva, standing to the side, covered her eyes speechlessly at her husband's behavior, but said nothing. After all, she thought it was feasible. If they couldn't be together, she could have him as a younger sister. Young Master Fang Cheng seemed quite good to his younger sister. Hearing her father's words, Betty felt a little shy, but thinking back to her time with Fang Cheng, despite not having spent much time together, she genuinely felt a strong liking for him. Being Fang Cheng's sister seemed like a pretty good idea. But had she told her father when she was little that she wanted an older brother? She couldn't remember. Hearing her older brother Red's words, Fang Cheng naturally agreed. He then said, "Of course. I'd be very happy to have a sister like Betty." Fang Cheng also felt he was still young, and being Betty's older brother was just right. Sometimes, it felt a little strange if Betty always called him uncle. Girls these days mature earlier, and Betty's appearance was actually similar to that of a recent high school graduate from Blue Star. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, Betty felt a surge of happiness, then softly called out to him, "Brother Fang Cheng." Sitting next to Fang Cheng, Xiao Modong silently gave him a disdainful look, then her dark eyes swept over the smiling Reed. In the sweltering summer heat, Reed suddenly felt a chill. Looking around, he noticed the black-haired girl seemed to be looking at him with coldness, and the flaxen-haired woman with a good figure seemed to be looking at him with resentment. Suddenly, Reed, who had been somewhat tipsy, sobered up after taking a large gulp of wine. He then took another sip, trying to become even more drunk. Hearing Betty call him Brother Fang Cheng responded and then said, "If Betty needs any help in the future, just tell me. Don't be shy." Now that she'd accepted him as her brother, Fang Cheng naturally wanted to show his support. Although Betty had called him uncle before, he'd always considered her a little sister. The usually lively, youthful, and outgoing Betty nodded shyly. Qing Ning, watching the interaction between the two, felt a pang of resentment, but since Betty's parents were so happy, she couldn't say anything and could only enjoy the delicious food in front of her. Xiao Sheye blinked, knowing that Betty was about to become her brother's little sister. Seeing that Fang Cheng had also accepted his daughter as a sister, Reed said nothing more, simply raising his glass to Fang Cheng. "Brother Fang Cheng, let's drink. Let's each keep to our own things. You're my brother Red, and also Betty's brother." Red was really a little drunk. It was just red wine. Fang Cheng looked at the red wine in his glass. He picked up the glass and took a sip. The pure fruity aroma filled his mouth. It also had a slight burning sensation in his throat, so it must have some alcohol content. The little ones and Yuri were drinking milk drinks that Fang Cheng had already placed on the table. Fang Cheng had also prepared ice cubes so they could add more themselves. In the end, everyone stopped talking about the wine and instead chatted about how delicious the food was and how it was cooked, making small talk that wasn't really family stuff. Fang Cheng kept putting food on the little ones' plates. The little ones also put food on Fang Cheng's plates. Little Isla didn't sit next to Fang Cheng. Instead, she picked up food, circled around, and placed it in Fang Cheng's bowl. Little Shuyan, influenced by little Ilu, did the same. The adults present were quite envious. After all, these four little ones were all adorable, chubby-cheeked children, and receiving their affection was something to be proud of and feel happy about. Qing Ning ate happily, yet felt a pang of unease. However, she clearly noticed that little Shuyan's movements were much more agile than before, though she didn't voice her doubts. Ever since meeting Fang Cheng and the others during the Whispering Forest trial yesterday, Qing Ning and Betty had many questions in their minds. They were surprised and curious about Saya's strength, curious about Fang Cheng's strength, and also curious about the somewhat unapproachable woman in a mage's robe at the table. Although, at this moment, this purple-haired woman was preoccupied with eating and seemed slightly less aloof. "Brother, I'm full. Teacher Fang Cheng, I'm full too," little Ilu also said. Children always have small appetites. The adults ate half, but the children were already full. "Now that you're full, go take a walk, play, and rest. Just be careful not to run," Fang Cheng reminded them. "Okay, big brother," Xiao She said, and Xiao Ilu also came down. "Big brother, can I go check on the little lizard with some fruit?" "Of course, go ahead." Fang Cheng smiled. "I want to go too," Xiao Ilu said. Having eaten their fill, the children were basically thinking about playing. Then Xiao She and Xiao Ilu went to look for it. Seeing that Xiao Motong was still eating slowly, Xiao She didn't call her sister Motong to go. Perhaps because Xiao She had spent a considerable amount of time with Motong, she sometimes understood that Motong seemed to dislike or be uninterested in many things. Today, when she was playing on the little lizard, Motong didn't want to climb back up. The little ones are all very clever. Little Saya's soft little hands picked up some fruit from the table, and little Ilu also took two before they went to find the little lizard. "Saya, let's go together," little Ilu said to little Saya. "Okay," little Saya nodded. Watching them walk away, Eunice then said, "I'm finished eating, I'll go watch them." With that, Eunice nodded slightly and, without waiting for Fang Cheng and the others to say anything, followed the two little ones. It seemed she was indeed quite worried about little Ilu. Actually, Eunice wasn't really worried about little Ilu. If it were just little Ilu alone, Eunice wouldn't be so nervous. She was really afraid that little Ilu and little Saya would play together, given little Ilu's princess-like temperament. She was afraid they would quarrel and that little Ilu would bully little Saya. After all, Eunice knew that little Ilu was the princess of the family, and little Saya was the real little princess. And if little Ilu bullied little Saya until she cried, Eunice wouldn't know how to explain it to Fang Cheng. Of course, there was also the concern about little Ilu's safety. After all, Eunice knew that little Saya knew ice hockey and could use it effectively. In short, Eunice was still very worried about their safety. Seeing Saya leave, Rosa ate a few more bites and said, "I'm done eating. The food today was really good. I'm going to check on Saya." She then picked up the crystal ball from the table and got up to leave. "Thank you, Rosa," Fang Cheng said, then urged everyone to continue eating. "Little Shuyan, would you like to sit here with your big brother?" Eunice and little Ilo had left, leaving little Shuyan alone. Fang Cheng said to her. Little Shuyan nodded and happily sat down. Soon, after a while, everyone was full and sat languidly in their chairs. Brother Fang Cheng, this is truly satisfying. This is the first time in my life I've eaten so much delicious food. I've had some wine, and I'm a little sleepy. I'll go back and rest soon. Red said, slightly tipsy. That's fine too. Let's get together more often next time. Brother Red, let's have a meal together sometime. Haha, next time Brother Red will treat you to drinks at the newly opened Kingya Tavern in Soto City. Red grinned. Madame Duva thanked Fang Cheng, then hurriedly took Red home, telling her daughter Betty to stay and help clean up, afraid Red might say something foolish again. Finally, only Xiao Shuyan, Xiao Motong, Betty, and Qing Ning remained. Qing Ning's gaze shifted, and she suddenly said, I'm going to check on Isla and the others. Then she slipped away. Qing Ning seemed a little embarrassed as she left. Fang Cheng chuckled. Betty said, Qing Ning has never done housework at home. Fang Cheng said, it's alright, I wasn't expecting Miss Qing Ning to help anyway. He continued, let's tidy up together. Betty nodded gently. Xiao Shuyan couldn't speak, but just smiled and nodded at Fang Cheng. Xiao Motong was aloof, only giving a soft sigh. My little Sao is really supportive. Fang Cheng sighed inwardly. Then everyone worked together to clear the table of dishes. Fang Cheng assigned tasks to everyone. First, clear the dishes, then he directly stored them in his system inventory, intending to take them to the kitchen to wash later. Betty tidied up quickly, seemingly quite adept at housework. Soon, everything in the area was organized and stored in Fang Cheng's system space. Betty then grabbed a broom and swept the area as well. Thank you for your hard work. Fang Cheng patted Xiao Shuyan's head and smiled at Betty. Not at all, Brother Fang Cheng, you've worked so hard today. This is the best meal I've ever had. Betty said. It's alright, as long as everyone enjoys the meal. I'll go to the kitchen first and wash the dishes. Brother Fang Cheng, I'll go with you, I'll wash them. My mother taught me how to wash dishes at home. Betty said. Fang Cheng shook his head and said, come on, there's a dishwasher there, I'll show you. We don't need to wash them. A dishwasher? Betty asked curiously. Then, Fang Cheng and his group headed towards the kitchen. Little Xian followed closely beside Fang Cheng. Being close to her big brother made her very happy. Little Motong walked quietly along Fang Cheng's other side. The group entered the kitchen. Under Betty's curious gaze, Fang Cheng opened a uniquely shaped metal box and placed the dishes he had just arranged inside. He closed the door, pressed a button, and immediately heard the rumbling sound of running water. When he opened it again, the dishes were sparkling clean. Brother Fang Cheng, is this a dishwasher? It's amazing. Where can I buy one? Betty asked. Perhaps because she considered Fang Cheng her brother, Betty's questions were more affectionate. I brought it from my hometown. I don't think they sell them here, Fang Cheng said after thinking for a moment. Where is Brother Fang Cheng's hometown? Betty blinked. It's a very far away place, maybe I can never go back. For me now, this is my home, Fang Cheng said, showing no sign of reluctance. Betty nodded, seemingly understanding. By the way, Betty, what mission did you complete in the Whispering Forest yesterday? Fang Cheng asked curiously, remembering something. It was a mission organized by the school for our advanced class to hunt wind wolves deep in the Whispering Forest, Betty said. So, Betty, how did your team do in the trial this time? Not bad, our team came in second, Betty said happily. The kitchen was cleaned up, and Fang Cheng and Betty chatted as they walked out. Fang Cheng was quite interested in the Magic Academy, though he hadn't looked into it much before. Since Betty was here, and he'd taken her in as a little sister, they could naturally talk more. So, Betty's graduating soon? Fang Cheng asked curiously. Yes, if I rank in the top 5 in the final exams at the end of the month, I can go to the Crescent Moon Advanced Magic Academy in the kingdom. Good luck, Betty. Betty nodded. You can tell me if you have any difficulties with your studies, Fang Cheng said. Fang Cheng used a detection skill on Betty. Name, Betty. Gender, female. Age, 14. Magic power, 581. Mental strength, tier 3. Elemental affinity, 80/100, earth element 80%, wood element 62%, water element 40%, etc. Compared to what Fang Cheng observed last time, Betty's magic power had increased considerably, but in Fang Cheng's opinion, it was still somewhat insufficient. Thinking that Betty had recognized him as her older brother today, he should give her a small gift as a token of his appreciation. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng redeemed a small earth element hair clip from the system and gave it to Betty. It was a thick, brown slime with a cute design. It cost 10 exchange points and could increase her sensitivity to earth elements. Betty, consider this a small gift, Fang Cheng said, handing the hair clip to Betty. Betty looked at the brown slime in Fang Cheng's hand. It was rather cute and didn't seem like a very valuable item. After thinking for a moment, Betty accepted it. Thank you, brother Fang Cheng. You're welcome. I just gave one to Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong this morning, they're both my sisters. Being called brother by a young girl put Fang Cheng in a good mood, and he smiled. Betty, let's go. I want to go back and rest. Qing Ning's voice came from afar. Qing Ning and Eunice's group walked towards Fang Cheng. It's too hot today. I'm going back to sleep on an ice bed. Let's go, Betty, Qing Ning said, sounding a little annoyed. Indeed, it was early June, and the midday sun was already extremely intense. Little Ailu, who had gone to visit and care for the little lizard, had sweat dripping from her forehead. In contrast, Xiao Shay, thanks to her necklace, hadn't sweated at all. Yuri held Xiao Shay's hand, while Eunice led little Ailu. Rosa was nowhere to be seen, they didn't know where she had disappeared to. Thinking about it, they had finished their meal, and it was time to go home and rest. Betty said to Fang Cheng, brother Fang Cheng, thank you for your hospitality today. I'll be leaving with Qing Ning now. Go ahead. Come visit often when you have time. Come here for lunch every day. Don't worry, we won't tell your parents, Fang Cheng said with a smile, seemingly very knowledgeable about young people these days. Humph. Qing Ning, who had approached, pouted upon hearing Fang Cheng's words. Betty nodded. Then she pulled Qing Ning away. Elu, are you going home now? Qing Ning asked, turning back. I don't want to go home, I want to play here. Little Elu said. Then I'll be leaving now. I won't worry about you anymore. If anything happens, just tell Eunice. Qing Ning didn't say anything after hearing Elu's words, on the contrary, she seemed quite happy. Eunice, I'm leaving Elu and the others in your care, Qing Ning said. I understand, miss. I will take good care of them, Eunice nodded. Then Qing Ning and Betty happily headed towards the kindergarten gate. Qing Ning, you seem very happy today. Of course. My parents aren't home today, and that troublesome little Ailu isn't going back either, so no one's bothering us. Betty, Teacher Fang Cheng, I want to watch Elsa's cartoon. Little Ailu approached Fang Cheng and said, Ailu, we should go back. Eunice said somewhat helplessly. No, no. Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, it's okay, then go wash your faces and go to your dorm to rest. I'll put on some cartoons for you. Yay! Teacher Fang Cheng, you're so kind today. Little Ailu was very happy. Then she ran into the castle and headed to the bathroom. Eunice looked at Fang Cheng apologetically. Fang Cheng gave her a it's okay look. He'd let them rest in their dorm today, because the system's magic power increase effect wouldn't take effect until after their afternoon nap at kindergarten. Fang Cheng also wanted to see what changes they would undergo as soon as possible. Then the group went to the dormitory for the children to rest. The dormitory had automatic temperature-controlled air conditioning. It's so cool. Little Isla washed her face, took off her little shoes at the door, and walked barefoot into the dormitory. Fang Cheng said, all right, everyone, go sit on your beds and rest. Now I'll play a story for you. Hearing Fang Cheng's words, little Shuyan also went to her bed and climbed on. Shay and Motong, you can go too. Brother will rest here today. Okay, brother. Xiao Shay and Xiao Motong went to rest on their small beds. Beds had been reserved for them, and this was their first time resting in the dormitory. Fang Cheng then took out the frozen crystal ball and activated it. Looking at Eunice and Yuri, Fang Cheng said, you two find a bed to rest too. The two girls nodded. They were already familiar with Fang Cheng and didn't need to be so formal. Fang Cheng drew the curtains, and the blue light emanating from the crystal ball instantly transformed the dormitory into a new fairytale world. The children sat quietly on their beds, watching. Even lying down didn't obstruct their view. The children seemed to have read this story many times. Xiao Shuyan and Xiao Ilo had only read it once, but each time they read it, it still captivated their attention. And each time, they gained something different from it. At this moment, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Yuri went to open it. Miss Rosa, Yuri greeted. Rosa nodded and hummed in agreement. Her eyes lit up as she watched Frozen playing in the dorm room, then she walked over and sat down on an empty small bed. Fang Cheng was a little confused about this woman's thought process. It was so strange. Ever since she'd seen the legendary forbidden magic, the heaven and earth freezing technique, in Fang Cheng's story Crystal Ball, Rosa had been longing to get the crystal ball from him to study it closely. She had originally planned to have Saya record the video, but with so many people around, Rosa temporarily abandoned that idea and decided to observe the animation first. Rosa sat down, not greeting Fang Cheng, glanced at Saya, then looked at the image projected on the crystal ball. A princess wielding the power of ice and snow was playing on a snow slide with her younger sister. Rosa silently took out a crystal ball. Fang Cheng ignored them and sat on Saya's small bed, watching with her. Fang Cheng stroked Xiao Shay's little head. Xiao Shay lay obediently on Fang Cheng's lap, looking at Princess Elsa with a smile on her face. The dormitory fell silent for a moment, broken only by the background noise from the story crystal ball vibrating in the air. Fang Cheng turned it down to the lowest setting. Gradually, as they watched, the little ones began to feel sleepy. Xiao Ailu, who had been sitting on her bed watching, was now lying on her small bed. Xiao Shay, lying on Fang Cheng's lap, seemed to be falling asleep as he stroked her head. After all, it was after lunch, and the children had exercised in the morning, so it was normal for them to be sleepy. Xiao Motong was already lying on her bed with her eyes closed. It was unclear whether she was asleep or not. As for Xiao Shiyan, she had also lain down, and Fang Cheng was even more unsure whether she was asleep. Gently, Fang Cheng gently moved Xiao Shay to a comfortable position on her small bed, then went to turn off the story crystal ball. The screen vanished instantly, and the background noise disappeared as well, plunging the dormitory into silence and darkness, a perfect environment for sleeping. "Everyone, take a nap," Fang Cheng said softly. Then, feeling a chill, Fang Cheng looked over as if sensing something. Rosa's beautiful eyes were fixed on him, seemingly displeased. Fang Cheng was a little confused. Rosa closed her eyes, said nothing, put away the crystal ball, and lay down on the small bed to rest. Just now, during the scene in the story where the heaven and earth freezing technique was playing, Rosa had recorded it halfway before Fang Cheng turned it off. "Looks like I should have Fang Cheng buy me one of these crystal balls. The dormitory is crowded, Rosa doesn't want to stay long, but it's too hot outside. It's more comfortable to rest here. Luckily, the kids aren't too noisy, so it's tolerable," Rosa thought to herself. Fang Cheng sat on Saya's small bed. Little Saya lay on the small bed, her clear blue eyes looking at Fang Cheng, then snuggled closer. She patted the small pillow next to her head. "Big brother." The little one whispered softly. Fang Cheng looked at the small bed. He was rather thin, but the two of them could squeeze in and sleep comfortably. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng lay down. Xiao Shay's eyes curved into crescents as she turned to her side and hugged Fang Cheng. As soon as he lay down, Fang Cheng felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. Being with Xiao Shay always made him feel exceptionally safe. Perhaps, in this world, Fang Cheng's sense of security and belonging, being all alone, came partly from Shay. Perhaps he was a little tired from cooking today. Fang Cheng quickly fell asleep. Xiao Shay did the same, burying her head in Fang Cheng's arm, closing her eyes, and soon began to breathe softly. For Xiao Shay now, her sense of security, love, and belonging also came from Fang Cheng. Yuri glanced at Fang Cheng and Xiao Shay with a hint of envy. Perhaps Fang Cheng doesn't have those kinds of thoughts. All of Fang Cheng's emotions and love are focused on Shay and the others, Yuri suddenly thought. However, being able to live with the young man in the kindergarten was already a blessing enough, to eat Mr. Fang Cheng's cooking every day, and to feel his care. "Yuri, what more could you want?" Yuri silently told herself. Yuri glanced at Eunice. She knew that the woman in the maid outfit was a high-level mage. A woman's intuition told her that Fang Cheng might like a woman like this. It seemed rather interesting. Yuri wasn't completely oblivious to what the head of the Aphidia family had said to the young man last time. For a moment, the dimly lit dormitory, usually quiet for afternoon naps, became unusually quiet. Everyone had their eyes closed, seemingly fast asleep. While the little ones slept, the system's rewards began to activate. In their dreams, the children seemed to have entered a vibrant, colorful world, countless points of light merging into their bodies. If Fang Cheng were to use his detection skill now, he could see the magic power within the little ones rapidly increasing. As if sensitive to magical elements, Xiao Motong, who was resting, was startled awake. Noticing the sudden surge of magic power within her, Xiao Motong blinked in confusion. The magic power within her didn't feel weak or unstable, it was completely hers. This phenomenon truly exceeded Motong's comprehension. She slightly turned her head and glanced at Fang Cheng on the bed beside her. Could this be the surprise her brother had mentioned? It was more of a shock than a surprise. Motong never imagined she would experience something so absurd. The sudden surge of pure magic power within her, without warning, and without the use of any rare treasures or tools. Brother is getting more and more mysterious. Little Motong thought. Little Motong opened her eyes, staring at Fang Cheng sleeping beside her, embracing Saya, lost in thought. Hazy and indistinct, Fang Cheng felt a tickle on his nose, followed by a muffled yet clear laugh. "Teacher Fang Cheng! Teacher Fang Cheng! Wake up! So lazy, Teacher Fang Cheng, hee hee." Fang Cheng opened his eyes, slightly awake. He saw a delicate little face, her pure emerald green eyes shining slightly. "Oh, it's little Ailu." Fang Cheng smiled slightly and called out softly. "Hee hee. Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng." Little Ai Lu said crisply, a smile spreading across her face, unexpectedly adorable. Sometimes, a child just woken up is exceptionally cute, perhaps stemming from the blissful feeling of being well fed and rested, finding beauty in everything. Of course, sometimes a child just woken up isn't cute at all, but rather from the boundless energy restored after a good meal and sleep, wanting to cause trouble and play. Little Ai Lu was perhaps the former, a very cute child just woken up. Little Saya was still nestled in his arms, but when Fang Cheng looked at her, he was met with a pair of bright blue eyes, smiling at him. "Big brother." Little Saya called softly. "Good girl." Fang Cheng patted Saya's head, then sat up. He noticed that everyone seemed to be awake by now. Xiao Xian sat up, her little hands fiddling with the hair clip in her hair. Perhaps while sleeping, she had gently adjusted the clip so it wasn't stuck to her scalp. Fang Cheng got out of bed and stood up, saying, "Get up now that you're awake." He glanced down and noticed Xiao Motong staring at her. Fang Cheng then half-squatted down and patted Xiao Motong's head. He received a look in return that said, "I'm not a child anymore." In the dormitory, Eunice and Yuri were also sitting on their small beds, and Rosa didn't see her again. Fang Cheng felt Rosa had been acting strangely lately. "Get up, I'll treat you to fruit ice cream later." "Teacher Fang Cheng, is the ice cream delicious?" "Of course it's delicious." Fang Cheng pinched Xiao Ila's cheek, and Xiao Ila didn't object. Then Fang Cheng went into the kitchen and quickly made a tub of ice cream. The little ones, as usual, washed their hands in the bathroom and then followed Fang Cheng. They couldn't help it, following Fang Cheng meant getting something delicious, and the little ones loved it. They watched Fang Cheng's busy work. Xiao Ila suddenly remembered something and asked Xiao Xian beside her. "Shuyan, where's your rainbow lollipop?" Xiao Xian pointed to her mouth and made a gesture. Hearing Xiao Ila's question, Fang Cheng thought for a moment and said, "I kind of want a lollipop today. I ate my morning lollipop with Xiao Xian." "Xiao Ilu, did you eat your lollipop?" Fang Cheng asked while making ice cream. "I ate it with Sister Shuyan yesterday." Xiao Ilu pouted. Seeing Xiao Ilu's slightly aggrieved look, Fang Cheng chuckled, "It's okay if you ate it. Next time, teacher will give you lollipops as a reward. This ice cream is even tastier than a lollipop, especially in this hot weather." "Really?" "Of course, really." Xiao Ilu cheered up again. "Brother, do you want a lollipop?" "My lollipop is in the drawer, I haven't eaten it yet. I'll give it to you later," Xiao She said. Xiao She and Xiao Motong's lollipops were in the drawer yesterday. "No need, brother has more," Fang Cheng said with a smile. Soon, he cut up some fruit, added milk, and then used ice ball magic to freeze it directly. The ice cream was ready. The ice cream emitted a sweet, cool aroma. He prepared a spoon and a cup for each child. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng said, "Take your ice cream to Teacher Yuri, Sister Eunice, and Sister Rosa. She might be at the security room next to the gate. If she's not there, it's okay, I'll get you a bigger portion later." The children exchanged glances and nodded. "Teacher Fang Cheng, there are 4 of us here, so 3 of us should go. Let Sister Shuyan stay here and wait for us," Little Isla said, blinking her eyes. Fang Cheng looked at Little Isla with some surprise and nodded. "Then Xiao Shuyan will stay here and wait for you." Xiao Shuyan nodded, without objection. On the contrary, she was very happy to be with her big brother. Xiao She knew that Xiao Shuyan was different from other children, so she also had no objections. Xiao Motong glanced at Xiao Ilu, looking at her with a different eye. Then the 3 children went outside together, each holding their ice cream. Fang Cheng smiled, took out a cup, and began preparing ice cream for the children, making sure each serving was generous with fruit pieces. The women outside also successfully received the ice cream offered by the children. "Alright, let's go see if Rosa is in the security room." The little girls walked and talked, mostly Saya and Isla chatting. Moto mostly watched from the sidelines. Isla was quite the talkative type. Generally, children who overcome shyness and stop suppressing their feelings tend to be talkative. Moto was no ordinary child. "Rosa, I don't like her. She doesn't seem to talk much," Isla said. "Rosa, my older sister sent her to protect me and my older brother. She must be very strong," Saya said after thinking for a moment. The 3 friends arrived at the security room. There was another door inside the security room. "Sister Rosa, are you there?" Rosa, who was cultivating in her bedroom, slightly twitched her brow, as if she heard Zayasha's voice. Rosa opened the door a crack and sure enough, there was Zayasha and 2 other little girls. She didn't see Fang Cheng. Rosa quickly took out her crystal ball. This was a perfect opportunity. It just so happened that the somewhat annoying Fang Cheng wasn't here. Rosa opened the door. She stepped out, holding a crystal ball that was recording the scene. "Sister Rosa, this ice cream is from brother. He asked me to give it to you. It's delicious." Looking at Saya, Rosa's gaze softened slightly. "Thank you, Saya." "Sister Rosa, why are you holding a crystal ball? Can this crystal ball produce beautiful stories?" Rosa took the ice cream from Saya. Looking at the white ice cream decorated with fruit, Rosa felt a little tempted. Staying here was surprisingly nice, and she could even see the cute Saya. Rosa thought. Hearing Saya's words, Rosa put the ice cream into her storage space. Then she said to Saya, "Saya, would you like to talk to your sister?" "Sister, can I talk to Sister Rosa?" Rosa nodded. Little Isla blinked, a little confused. "Really?" Rosa-nichan, I want to talk to big sister. Saya misses her so much. Little Saya's bright blue eyes shone with excitement. Rosa went to draw the curtains. She ignored the other two little girls. It didn't matter if the little girls saw her, as long as Fang Cheng wasn't here. After Rosa drew the curtains, the security room became dimly lit. Then Rosa activated the crystal ball in her hand. The crystal ball emitted light. A stunningly beautiful woman was projected before everyone. The woman wore a gorgeous light blue dress, her long silver hair cascading down her back, her face exquisitely beautiful. The scene was a nighttime terrace. So beautiful. Little Elle's emerald green eyes stared intently at the woman. Big sister. Little Saya called out, gazing blankly at the woman before her. Tears welled in her deep blue eyes. Big sister, I miss you so much. However, the woman before her, facing Saya, seemed not to hear Saya's words, only saying, Rosa, did you find Saya and Mr. Fang Cheng in Soto City? How is Saya now? Is she happy? If she sees me, please let Saya talk to me. Shailen's gaze was filled with longing and worry. So this was Saya's. Little Mo Tong stared at the woman before her, stunned, seemingly lost in some memory. The image projected onto the crystal ball paused for a moment before continuing, Saya, I miss you. Have you been a good boy/girl, listening to your big brother? I've been watching over you. I hope you're happy every day. Don't worry about me, I live in a very, very big palace. Look! The image shifted, revealing a brightly lit, magnificent palace. Saya misses you too, big sister. I've been a good boy/girl, listening to my big brother. I have so much fun with him, living in a big kindergarten castle. The little girl said, facing the projection of her older sister. Soon, I'll bring you back, and we'll live together in this beautiful palace. I'll treat you to lots and lots of grilled fish, and take you to eat lots and lots of delicious food. Shailen said gently. After another pause, the image continued, and the woman on the screen continued, Mr. Fang Cheng, thank you. Before the woman on the screen could finish speaking, Rosa turned off the image on the crystal ball. What followed was the princess thanking Fang Cheng, something Rosa had no interest in hearing. Little Saya blinked, looking at the crystal ball in Rosa's hand. She understood that the image was probably like the story crystal ball recorded, and her sister couldn't hear what was happening outside. Saya, is there anything you want to say to your sister? I can record it and send it to her. Little Saya nodded. Little Ailu, however, was getting impatient. She said to Saya, Saya, I'm going to eat ice cream first. Then she ran towards the door. Little Mo Tong, standing nearby, thought for a moment and waited. Little Saya said to Ailu, Ailanichan, tell my brother I'll be back later. Okay. Little Isla said, then slipped away. Inside the kitchen, Fang Cheng was talking to Xiao Xian. He was still a little puzzled as to why Saya and the others had been gone for so long. Then he said to Xiao Xian, Xian, you eat first, let's go out and look around. Xiao Xian nodded, holding her ice cream and a small spoon, and followed Fang Cheng. Teacher Fang Cheng, I've come for ice cream. Xiao Isla ran towards them just then. Here you go, where are Saya and Motong? Fang Cheng handed a portion to Isla who had run over. Xiao Isla said, Saya and Motong are with Sister Rosa. Saya said she'll be back later. What are they doing? Fang Cheng continued to ask. Saya is talking to her older sister. Saya's older sister is so pretty. Fang Cheng was a little puzzled. Did you see Saya's older sister? Yes, Rosa took out a crystal ball, and then a beautiful woman appeared. Saya called her big sister. Okay, thank you, Ailu. Fang Cheng said with a smile. Little Isla's language skills are indeed quite good. Based on what she said, Fang Cheng understood pretty much. No wonder Rosa has been carrying a crystal ball all day, she's probably recording something. It seems Rosa has a communication crystal, Fang Cheng thought. As for Shailen actually appearing at the kindergarten, Fang Cheng didn't even dare to think about it, because the system would give a notification when an outsider appeared. Teacher Fang Cheng, the ice cream is so delicious. Don't be naughty. Teacher will treat you to ice cream every day. Fang Cheng patted little Isla's head, thinking that little Isla was really well behaved today. Teacher Fang Cheng, what are we doing this afternoon? Whatever you want to do. It's a day off. Just don't bother anyone. I'll support you. Little Isla nodded, seemingly understanding. Fang Cheng didn't go to the security room to find Saya. Perhaps Rosa deliberately gave Saya and her sister a chance to talk while he was away. Otherwise, he could have just told her directly. There was no need to wait until he was gone and Saya appeared in front of her. He wondered if Rosa would say anything bad about him. Fang Cheng thought to himself. Rosa, in the security room, suddenly paused, looking at Saya who was talking to the princess through the crystal ball, as if she had realized something. That bastard lied to me. Rosa muttered. It's no wonder Rosa suddenly thought this way, because judging from Fang Cheng's attitude towards Saya, if Saya wanted to see the princess, and if there was a communication crystal, Fang Cheng would have already let Saya contact the princess. The princess wouldn't be in such a hurry to send a communication crystal so that she could speak with Saya. Rosa suddenly understood. She had panicked and lost her composure when Fang Cheng said he wanted to complain to the princess. Rosa's calm face suddenly showed a hint of gritted teeth. She took a big bite of her ice cream. However, the sweet and cool taste of the ice cream in her mouth calmed Rosa's anger down. In the end, it could be said that Rosa was still lured by Fang Cheng's delicious food. Recently, Fang Cheng has been bringing her food and lavish meals, and Rosa feels that this kind of life is quite good, much more peaceful and relaxed than her previous days in the royal city. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zayasha is telling her older sister about recent events while looking through a crystal ball. Big sister, big brother has amazing magic. He makes delicious grilled fish and orange milk for Saya. Big brother opened a kindergarten. There are lots of fun toys there, like a wind swing and a cloud climbing frame. And there's Big Green and Little Green. The cloud climbing frame, when you climb to the top, clouds rise up. We also met Sister Mo Tong. Teacher Yuri is in our kindergarten too. Johnny, Join, and Leo are also studying at the kindergarten. Big brother teaches us magic. Big sister, Saya, can use magic now. Yesterday, Big brother took us to the Whispering Forest where we encountered wind wolves. Saya defeated one with ice hockey. Little Saya blinked, recounting the story in her mind. Little Mo Tong listened quietly. Rosa overheard Saya telling the princess what she was saying. It seems like Zayasha has been praising Fang Cheng the whole time. Rosa understood after listening for a few moments. Zayasha's eyes shone brightly, revealing her admiration, affection, and attachment to Fang Cheng. Rosa scooped up a spoonful of ice cream and put it in her mouth. After waiting a while longer, Rosa said, Saya, that's enough. If you keep going, this crystal ball won't be able to record for that long. Rosa wasn't lying. Zayasha understood what Rosa meant and stopped, still feeling a little unsatisfied. Perhaps Zayasha felt she had experienced too much with Fang Cheng, and it would take a long time to recount everything. Fang Cheng was also waiting. After a while, when Zayashwian and Zayawilo had almost finished their ice cream, he saw Zayasha and Zayamotang running towards him. Big brother. Zayasha hugged Fang Cheng like a fledgling returning to its nest. Brother, I just saw sister. She said she misses Saya a lot. Sister lives in a beautiful palace. As Zayasha recounted her story, Fang Cheng smiled and patted her head. He listened attentively to everything Zayasha had to say. Were you happy to see your big sister? Yes, I was happy, but seeing your big sister makes me miss her even more. That's normal. It's okay. Next summer vacation, I'll take you to see your big sister. Summer vacation? Zayasha tilted her head, a little confused. It's when the semester ends, and the Magic Academy is on vacation. Our kindergarten won't be in class then, so we can go play in your big sister's city. Really? Zayasha's eyes were full of surprise. Yes, Fang Cheng said confidently. Big brother, I want ice cream. I've already saved some for you. Fang Cheng conjured 2 ice creams and handed one to Zayasha and one to Emotong. He. Little Sao laughed happily, her mood noticeably brighter. It seemed she had seen her older sister's message. This relieved little Sao's anxiety, letting her know that her older sister was thinking of her and hadn't abandoned her. There were no classes scheduled for the afternoon. After the children finished their snacks, Fang Cheng said to them, let's go, big brother will take you to a fun place. He hadn't yet taken the children to experience the system reward he received today, the full scene elemental natural space. He needed to try it out. What fun place is it? Hearing this, Ailu and Sao perked up. You'll see when we get there. It'll help you learn magic quickly. Really? I want to go. Ailu was very enthusiastic. Then Fang Cheng led the 4 children to the second floor. They arrived at the door of an activity room. A fully fledged natural scene was installed in this activity room, and there was a display screen outside the door. Many options swiped across the screen, displaying various elements: wind, thunder, grass, earth, fire, ice. After thinking for a moment, Fang Cheng said to the children, would you like to see snow? Yes, Teacher Fang Cheng, I would. Yes, the children responded. Fang Cheng clicked on the ice option. Ice element, naturally, means a natural scene with ice. Fang Cheng was also somewhat curious. After making his selection, Fang Cheng pushed open the door under the children's expectant gazes. As soon as the door opened, a blanket of white greeted their eyes, followed by a gust of cold wind that brought a refreshing coolness to the summer day, but also a chill. Come in. Seeing the snow, Ailu and Sao happily ran up to it. They loved watching the Frozen animated film and naturally had high hopes for the icy world depicted in Frozen. Sister Motong, come in quickly, it's snow. Sao exclaimed excitedly, seemingly unfazed by the cold. At this moment, Yuri and Yulis also came upstairs. Yuli's, who also had to look after Ailu and Shuyan, naturally came as well. Besides, there was nothing else to do at the kindergarten except supervise the children. Yuri felt the same way. She always felt she hadn't provided enough help to Fang Cheng. They saw the children and went through a door. "Huh, what's this? We didn't have this last time." Yuli's looked at the display screen above the door with some curiosity. The word ice was displayed above. Outside the door, Yuri and Eunice faintly heard a little girl's voice talking about building a snowman. Yuri and Eunice exchanged a knowing glance, then opened the door. Before their eyes, a vast expanse of white stretched out before them. In the distance, a vast expanse of pristine snow-capped mountains, along with icebergs the color of ice crystals. Children chased and ran through the snow, leaving a trail of tiny footprints. The children, dressed in summer dresses, seemed completely unfazed by the cold. Several old trees stood tall on the snow. Yuri and Eunice never imagined that opening the door would lead them directly to an endless expanse of snow. The concentration of ice element here is extremely high. For mages practicing ice element magic, this is absolutely an excellent training ground. Yuri nodded. Her sensitivity to water element was exceptional. Ice and water elements were essentially one, so she could naturally sense them as well. A gentle breeze swept by, and the two women felt a chill, instinctively hugging themselves. Fang Cheng glanced at them and said, "How about it? Want to try building a snowman and having a snowball fight with the kids?" Eunice shook her head somewhat shyly and said, "Mr. Fang Cheng, I'm too old for that." Eunice had barely finished speaking when she heard, "Eunice, come play a snowball fight with Ailu." Little Ailu, while speaking, swung a snowball she had rolled into a round ball and threw it towards Eunice. Eunice blinked, watching the snowball hurtling towards her without dodging, as it seemed unlikely to hit her face. Then, Eunice felt a sudden jolt against her chest, and Fang Cheng couldn't help but look down. Little Ailu's snowball had struck Eunice's soft chest, leaving a damp patch on her blouse, faintly translucent. Eunice blinked. Although she was a high-level mage, she had no suspicion towards little Ailu's small snowball. If there weren't other men present, it would be fine, but with Fang Cheng there, Eunice felt a little awkward. "Ailu." Eunice ran forward, feigning annoyance. Then he picked up snowflakes from the ground and threw them towards little Ailu. "Eunice, I missed. Come chase me." Little Ailu wiggled her little bottom and bounced around in the snow, giggling. Yuri, who had just felt a little embarrassed mentioning Eunice, felt a pang of envy seeing Eunice having so much fun with Ailu. "Sister Shuyan, you ran really fast today." Little Shuyan nodded, a beautiful smile spreading across her face. The four little ones happily played in the snow for a while, and Fang Cheng didn't bother them. As long as the children were having fun, that was enough. The children chased each other around in the snow, seemingly unfazed by the cold. Perhaps the temperature here was just right for them. In his previous life on Blue Star, some children from certain families who lived relatively well often wore shorts to school in the dead of winter, and were actually healthier and more resistant to the cold than other children. After a while, perhaps because they were tired from playing, the little ones stopped, panting. 10 minutes had passed. According to the description of the full scene elemental natural space, it was a tool specifically designed for young children to cultivate and sense the magical elements in the atmosphere. Each child could use it for a maximum of 1 hour per day, and it could be used to set up all kinds of natural scenes. Let's build a snowman. After their snowball fight, the children had moved on to another activity. Okay. Little Ailu excitedly agreed. Little Ailu also loved snow, but aside from seeing it in the cartoons teacher Fang Cheng showed her, she had never seen it in real life. After all, it rarely snows in Soto City in winter. Even if it does snow occasionally, it doesn't accumulate. "I want to build a snowman," said little Saya. "I want to build a snowman too," little Ailu also said. Only little Shuyan and little Motong remained silent. Then the children squatted down and began building the snowman they wanted. This also sparked Eunice and Yuri's playful spirit, and they joined the children in building a snowman. The little ones had never built a snowman before, but they had some experience playing in the sand. They held snow in their hands, rolled it on the ground, and then shaped it into balls. Shapes resembling Olaf slowly began to form in their young hands. Fang Cheng thought for a moment, then closed his eyes and used animistic meditation, sensing countless white specks of light in the sky. The snow frozen on the ground was also entirely of the ice element. Fang Cheng tried controlling a snowflake, discovering that any ice element within his mental perception range obeyed his commands. Then, Fang Cheng slightly controlled some of the ice elements on the ground, and instantly, a lifelike little girl named Shaya, dressed in a white dress, appeared before him. Next, a little girl with dark eyes appeared beside Shaya. Finally, Fang Cheng also conjured snow sculptures of little Ai Lu, little Shuyan, and themselves. The little ones were still engrossed in building their snow treasures, unaware of the scene Fang Cheng had created nearby. Then, little Ai Lu suddenly stood up and said to Eunice, "Eunice, my hands are a little cold." Little Ai Lu blew on her hands. Eunice quickly used her magic, casting a small fireball to warm little Ailu. Ailu, do you want to go outside and rest? It's a bit cold here. I'll get you a glove next time we build a snowman. No, Eunice, you help make a snowman, little Ailu said. Suddenly, she noticed the snow sculptures of children around Fang Cheng. Little Ailu spotted herself immediately. She quickly ran forward. Teacher Fang Cheng, you're so amazing. How did you make it so fast? Because you can control ice elements, so you can control snow. Snow is also an ice element, Fang Cheng explained to little Ailu. Little Ailu nodded, seemingly understanding. The others, hearing little Ailu's voice, also looked in Fang Cheng's direction. They had heard Fang Cheng's explanation of ice elements. They gathered around the snow sculptures Fang Cheng had made, seemingly observing them intently, wondering if they looked like themselves. Of course, Fang Cheng, with his exceptional artistic skills, created snow sculptures for each little one that were incredibly lifelike and full of spirit. It was as if, with a touch of magic, they would become real snow sprites coming to life. Big brother, Saya knows ice magic, can she control this snow? Little Saya asked, her eyes lighting up. Well, Saya, try it. Close your eyes and try reciting that meditation incantation, Fang Cheng gently guided her. Little Saya nodded and silently recited the children's meditation incantation. Seeing Fang Cheng guiding little Saya, the other little ones watched her curiously without speaking. Big brother, I think I see a lot of white magical sprites. Fang Cheng nodded. Saya, imagine calling those white magical sprites to your palm. Little Saya nodded. She stretched out her little hand, and slowly, ice elements gathered in Saya's palm, forming a small snowball above it.